Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Plays. In this one, I saw an article, I basically just headlined it, I think, that was saying that Bing is not actually a failure, and I kind of assumed that Bing was a pretty massive failure. Turns out, it's kind of not really. Today we're gonna look at why. I'm not gonna spoil it, we're just gonna go through it. I had Steve put this together, thank you very much, Steve. He's titled it, and I think this is a great title, Microsoft Side Hustle, like implying it's some little thing they do on the side, which it kind of is. I don't know if my side hustle, which is kind of this channel right now, was making me however many billions, I'd be pretty happy. But let's crack on with it, shall we? By the way, this was a suggestion from me. This is something I wanted to see. If you've got something you'd like to see on Business Plays, use the comments below. Bing is well known as a search engine, but it's struggled to make an impact in comparison to Google. Not that Microsoft hasn't put a lot of time and money into challenging the market leader. What started off as MSN Search 20 years ago was rebranded as Bing in 2009. I remember MSN Search, and MSN Messenger is pretty crap. Despite giving it everything they had, including a promotional campaign with the slogan, Bing it on, Microsoft couldn't topple Google as the go-to destination for information seekers. The very fact that Bing it on is something I've never heard of is a pretty big testament to the fact that this was not a success. I glanced at this before we went through it today, and I looked up the video, like the promotional videos of Bing it on. It got so many thumbs down. It was one of those videos you see on YouTube where it's like 90% thumbs down and like 10% thumbs up, and you're like, the exclusive domain of companies getting it wrong.
It's rewind time.
So, and I actually thought the ad was quite entertaining. It was basically like this guy trying to show that Bing was as good as Google. I tried Bing a few years ago, and it was definitely not as good as Google. I tried Bing just before we did this video today to kind of brief myself on what is the status of Bing. It was pretty good. Like, I Googled things that I wanted a reservation for a restaurant this weekend. I'd Googled it earlier in the day, I Binged it. Bing gave me the same results. I was quite pleased with Bing. The result is that Bing has a small share of the market, but there's one tiny detail you're overlooking. The naysayers nay, yet Bing still, well, keeps on binging. It celebrates a decade online this year, 2019, in case you're watching this in the far distant future. Maybe in that far distant future, everyone is binging things all the time. I somehow doubt it. And here's some more information that will surprise you. Since 2016, Bing has been very profitable. Microsoft's search engine has been described as a side hustle or extra income. However, it's a side hustle that makes billions of dollars a year, but that's a small beer for a giant corporate giant, but it's a refreshing one nonetheless. So how does Bing make money if consumers haven't taken to the product? Well, the answer is market dominance. Because Windows is installed on at least 75% of the world's computers, it means Microsoft get to choose what default program you use. I thought this was something Microsoft got into a lot of trouble for in the 90s. Wasn't Bill Gates like in court for weeks? Didn't Netscape want to sue him or something? I thought they couldn't do that anymore. I'm probably just misunderstanding it. Anyway, but yeah, like the times I've used Bing, I bought a Windows computer for the first time in like 10 years. I load up Internet Explorer to download Google, and I get Microsoft Edge or whatever it's called these days to download Google, and have to run a Bing search to get Google because that's what's built in. That's the only time I've used Bing other than my little test right now. But it's terrible back in the day. Now it's not so bad. The upshot is that Bing is used by a reported 1.3 billion people. Good lord, a lot of people are accidentally using the wrong search engine. I'm assuming they're not like, yeah, I definitely wanted Bing. In this sense, Bing is a successful search engine. Major players such as Microsoft and Apple know that physical hardware is king, so they focus much of their attention on products like desktop computers and handheld devices. When you control the manufacturing, you're inevitably in charge of what consumers see on their screens. Yeah, this is true. This is my Edge story. Reported 26% of UK searches are conducted with Bing, and a third in the US? That's crazy. This stuff is sourced, but that is crazy. Like, again, it's just people, I assume people accidentally binging. It takes a lot more than simply installing Bing as a default program to turn a healthy profit, though. Apparently, I guess, maybe? Like, it seems to be working quite well, but I guess there's more to this. Let's continue. Bing's market share can be partially put down to innovation. Really? The brand has gotten positive reviews for its inclusion in Microsoft's various initiatives, such as the Bing API and its work in artificial intelligence. Something I know nothing about, but there you go. By making Bing an essential part of cutting-edge projects, Microsoft has ensured that the hustle keeps on hustling. Along the way, it's created some genuine customer satisfaction too. Like me and my Bing experience today. It was a good one. Bing also has a better reputation for privacy than Google. which is something that I think back in 2009 people probably didn't care quite so much about privacy, but now they really do. In 2018, Wired lined up the two engines, that's Bing and Google, and got a surprisingly good reception. To quote, "If Google's data hoovering didn't creep you out before, its attitude towards location tracking and Google Plus privacy failings should. And while privacy-focused search engines like DuckDuckGo further solve that problem, Bing is the most full-featured alternative out there. It's the logical first stop on the express train out of Google Town." And I think that's the thing, like, I use Google all the time, and I know the privacy stuff is not the best, evidenced right here, but I'm like, Google's really good. I don't even know what DuckDuckGo is. I've heard of it. I just assume it's bad. Like, I generally assume all other search engines are bad. The other key factors driving Bing's success are, of course, web search, advertising revenue, and the collection of personal data. Wait. What? I guess this is, you can collect personal data and use it for advertising purposes and stuff without it being like a major privacy concern, but it still freaks me out when I like searched Scotch whiskey 3 weeks ago and I'm still getting ads for Scotch whiskey. Oh my god, Masterclass. Anyone else get Masterclass ads on YouTube? They won't leave me alone. I spent the last week, David Baldacci, or however you say his name, I have seen his face so many times.
He has a dark side to him.
I've never bought anything from Masterclass. They gave me one course because they sponsored a video, and it's risky here. They're probably not going to sponsor again, but it wasn't very good. Oh, and also we didn't do that video, so they gave me a free course. It wasn't very good. We didn't do the video. Advertising on Bing nets Microsoft approximately $7.5 billion on an annual basis. And because Microsoft is so huge, it has access to masses of data over which they have a duty to act responsibly. I'm saying that with the straight face as possible. Yeah, I mean, okay, but every big company has this. It's not such a big deal. There has also been some financial arm twisting. 2013 saw Siri, Apple's web-based assistant, get into bed with Microsoft to use Bing for its searches. I hate Siri. I've got Siri on here right now. Like, other than asking about the weather, it just, don't sue me, Apple. In my experience, Siri has not been brilliant, but that might not reflect the opinions of other users. Siri got into bed with Microsoft to use Bing for its searches. That must have made it even worse. Google managed to tempt them back with an annual payment of $3 billion per year. It goes to show that if all else fails, get out the checkbook and your bank balance can do the talking. For this reason, smaller companies have to toe the line or risk being shut out of the marketplace altogether. I don't know how big a company DuckDuckGo is, but I can't imagine they've got a giant chance of writing a check for $3 billion a year to be used on like Apple phones, iPhones, Apple phones, what the f. You might be forgiven for thinking that this has little to do with customers and it's all about a race to the top between the titans of cybercommerce. Absolutely, I do think that. And it is! Steve agrees with me. They can afford to gamble on a new internet phone or a tablet that doesn't fly off the shelves. It's a bit of a win-win as far as they're concerned. The more tech they manage to get through the door of people's homes, the closer they come to world domination through their devices and programs. And they're kind of already there, like, my life is dominated by Google. I use Google Search, I use Drive. Is Skype owned by... No, that's actually Microsoft that owns Skype, but wow, it's dominated by these guys. And you've probably noticed that the likes of Facebook have been busy turning their site into a one-stop shop for the internet where you don't need to go anywhere else on the web. I didn't actually know that. Facebook is one of the few sites, like I love Twitter, I make my living on YouTube, but Facebook is one of the ones that I don't really use so much. I think I did start a fan page on there because I felt like, I should do something on Facebook. I think I had like 60 likes. Which isn't so great. Ultimately, these big beasts, they want to absorb the internet itself into their global empires. I don't think that's possible, really, Steve, but I mean, I get it. They want to become completely dominant, but then the government's gonna stop them, like Microsoft in the 90s. You can't be so dominant. It's not good. Once that happens, they can install whatever search engines they like on the products, and the majority of people will be too apathetic to care. Probably evidenced by the fact that a third of people in the US have used Bing search. It's just apathy. In 2013, 3 years before Bing started getting a piece of the search engine pie. Oh yeah, because they were profitable in 2016. Microsoft CEO and all-round colorful character, indeed, Steve Ballmer bowed out of the company. He was a cheerleader for Bing, and in retrospect it seems that his enthusiasm has been borne out. Probably one of the few things that people remember positively about Steve Ballmer then. The previous year, oh yeah, okay, here we go. The previous year, Vanity Fair wrote a less than flattering piece about his tenure, saying, to quote, "Amid a dynamic and ever-changing marketplace, Microsoft, which declined to comment for this article, became a high-tech equivalent of a Detroit car maker, bringing flashier models of the same thing off the assembly line, even as its competitors upended the world. Most of its innovations have been financial debacles or of little consequence to the bottom line." If you haven't seen Steve Ballmer's like Microsoft annual. It's a great watch. It's maximum level cringe. Bing demonstrated that with a bit of creative thinking and more than a little financial muscle, a supposedly failed enterprise can become a success. Even in my mind, Bing was a failed enterprise, and here we are. It makes them, what, $7.5 billion a year? I would like my failures to make me $7.5 billion a year. That'd be nice. A couple of bonus facts from Steve, the other Steve. About Steve Ballmer by Steve, the writer. Steve Ballmer was known for his exaggerated style as Microsoft CEO. That's that crazy video. But he certainly wasn't a man to be crossed. He reportedly fired an unlucky employee in 2009 for not saying the word Bing enthusiastically enough when Ballmer requested him. Say it enthusiastically, John! Say it! Bing, Bing! You're fired, John! Get the out. Talk about binging a man to his knees. Funny, Steve. That's good. Another bonus fact. Of course, Bing isn't the only company to have tried beating Google at its own game. Other pretenders to the throne include Cool, which is spelled cool but pronounced cool. C-U-I-L. That's never a good idea. Like, yeah, just go to cool.com. No one's gonna go to cool, C-O-L.com, not C-U-I-L. That's just not a good idea. You gotta have it. You gotta have easy to pronounce name, like Bing or Google. The other ones, DirectHit, InfoSeek, and Hotbot. These all kind of sound like Web 1.0 names. I guess they're pretty old. They're distinctive names, they did indeed, yet ultimately customers didn't find them memorable enough to stick with them. No, they did not, and that's why Google is king. I love Google. Google's pretty awesome. Bing seems totally fine. Bing is definitely not a failure. I really hope you enjoyed this video. This has been Business Blaze, the Microsoft side hustle. I love this one. I found this super interesting. If you've got suggestions for Business Blaze, we'll get something written. We'll go through it together. It'll be a lot of fun. At least I hope you found it fun. Please do hit that like button, subscribe to this channel, and I'll see you next time. Hi everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon, and today we're looking at AOL and where it all went wrong. This is a super interesting one. AOL as a company still exists today. I always remember them making those CDs. We're going to look at how they went from those CDs and kind of being omnipresent and absolutely dominating the market to where they are today, and it's surprising what they actually do and that they still make money and they're still a successful, sort of successful company. We're also going to look at what we can learn from all of this for the next time that you are running a giant company, and yeah, you're not going to learn anything, but it'll be a fun story. Danny wrote this. Thank you, Danny. If you've got suggestions for something for us to cover on Business Blaze in the future, you know what to do. Leave it in the comments below. While you're down there, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel for new content several times a week, and let's get into it. If you're of a certain age, you may well remember the weird and wonderful noises of the early days of the mainstream internet. Those strange squawking and screeching noises as you waited for the modem to connect to the telephone line. Those familiar voices that welcomed you to the service and dramatically announced that you've got mail. I remember the pew, pew, pew sounds, but I never had like the woman telling me you've got mail. I thought that was just in movies. Also, like, if you're of a certain age, am I old? Maybe I'm old. If you were using the internet back in the 90s and very early noughties, there's every chance you were subscribed to AOL. It stood for America Online originally. I lived in the UK, obviously, and I don't think I had AOL. I think I had something called CompuServe. Definitely available in the UK, I'm pretty sure, even though it was called America Online. For a few short but gloriously triumphant years, America Online was the most recognized brand on the internet. Those free trial CDs, which appeared in every magazine and every letterbox and every street corner and every shop counter, were probably in every packet of tea bags as well, and they played a major played a major part of getting AOL into the homes of 34 million subscribers at its peak in 2001. Now, I remember like buying computer magazines, and it would come with a free CD with like software on it, and you'd also maybe get a second CD with AOL on it, and this was back in the time where it's like,
wow, a CD, great!
Fast forward just a few years, throw in one of the most disastrous mergers of all time with Time Warner, and AOL has quickly become little more than a footnote in history. But Danny, it still exists. It's still a glorious, it's not in a good state. So, how on earth was this allowed to happen? Although most of us associate AOL with the internet boom of the late 1990s, the company has a long history stretching back to 1983. Another technology company with a super long history is Nintendo. Their history goes back, I think it's to the late 19th century, so well over 100 years. If you want to know the Nintendo story, let me know in the comments below, upvote it to the top, and maybe we can do a Business Blaze on Nintendo. That could be fun. Initially known as the Control Video Corporation, the company's sole product was a fairly obscure online gaming service for the Atari 2600, I'm not sure. the correct pronunciation there. Before my time, actually, console. I might be old, but I'm not that old. 1983 online gaming, that's pretty awesome. I didn't even know that was a thing. Evolving into quantum computer services, in 1985 the company launched the Quantum Link online service for the Commodore 64 before expanding into the IBM-compatible PC market and finally transforming into America Online in 1989. Again, Commodore 64 before my time. The first console I had was a PlayStation 1, the original one, not the small one. Played some good games on there. Doom, which to my, I guess, 10-year-old self, that was an 18-rated game. Pretty violent. An early pioneer of the internet, much of AOL's initial mainstream success was founded on the idea that the AOL service could be set and used by everyone, whereas mainstream internet rival CompuServe tended to be the tool of choice for the technical community. It was often viewed as the kind of service that could be only used by strange men with long beards and several degrees in computer technology. I had CompuServe. I remember you'd open up Netscape browser or CompuServe browser or whatever it was, and it would have a little clock in the bottom left-hand corner or bottom right-hand corner saying how long you'd been on the internet, because it's like, remember, this is costing you. In contrast, AOL, it was easy. You just picked up one of those free trial CDs and you were pretty much ready to install the service and use the simple and accessible AOL tools, even if you still hadn't fully figured out which way you were meant to point the mouse. I didn't actually know how AOL worked. Would you have a modem built? I guess you'd have a modem, so you'd need something else. So maybe the modem was built into the computer and then you'd plug like the phone into the back? Does anyone know how that worked? Like, I don't know. Let me know in the comments below. I'd like to know. The skyrocketing success of AOL even caught the company by surprise at times. By 1996, so many users were struggling to access the flooded service that CEO Steve Case was compelled to make an appearance on a television commercial explaining that his company was working day and night to fix the issues. That is a massive first world problem. My company's so successful that we have to put out an advert saying that, yeah, we're really successful and we're trying to make space for everyone. This is gonna go so wrong. Teething problems aside, AOL became the first dominant online force around the world, providing a dial-up service with web portal, email, instant messaging, and eventually its own web browser after the company purchased Netscape. I didn't even know they purchased Netscape. By 19, all of these companies, they're all these legacy companies that we just don't hear of anymore. Netscape and CompuServe, I feel, are less talked about than AOL. By 1997, half of all homes in America used AOL to access the internet, along with tens of millions of global users. That's intense. That is absolutely dominant. It's quite an achievement for a company who started out selling stuff to a few rich kids with Atari consoles. Were Atari super expensive? I didn't even know. I remember being very pleased that I got a PS1. So when in 2001, AOL and cable network giant Time Warner announced a merger, the stage looked set for the biggest and most important union in the media and technology industry. Unfortunately, while it's still regarded as one of the biggest corporate mergers in history, it's now also studied in business schools and is as an example of one of the worst corporate mergers in history. And I went to business school, and I think this might have been one of the case studies that we had, but I'm not entirely sure. But the merger, it still looked really good on paper. Media conglomerate Time Warner had been keen to establish an online presence for some time. They had tried to get a foothold into cyberspace, but had never been able to get off the rocket pad. Meanwhile, AOL had been keen to provide valuable content within its highly effective but arguably empty user interface. This seems pretty awesome. The proposed deal looked like it had been struck in corporate marketing heaven. AOL would finally bring the old media dinosaur Time Warner into the digital age, delivering their content to tens of millions of loyal dial-up subscribers around the world. It does sound pretty perfect. Like, here's Time Warner, they've got tons of stuff they want to show people, but they can't get it out there. AOL is like, hey guys, we can get all this stuff out there. Let's join forces and make something awesome. It's gonna be pretty great. Except it's not. Spoiler alert. In return, AOL could get the keys to the premium Okay, here we go. Yeah, obviously. Sorry, I should have realized Danny's going to say this. In return, AOL would get the keys to premium content pulled from Time Warner's cable and magazine divisions, putting an end to the days of the AOL homepage experience containing nothing more than a couple of pages of light news. So, great content getting beamed into the homes of millions of existing customers sounded like a perfect union. It does. Like, if I was working M&A on that deal, I'd be like, yeah, this seems pretty solid. The deal was expected to result in a 30% increase in profits and revenues of over $40 billion in the first year. Corporate marketing heaven. On the day of the merger being completed, shares in the shiny new AOL Time Warner, which again, I think I've heard of that, as a firm, they closed at $47.23. Just 6 months later, shares had plummeted to $9.64. What went wrong, guys? Well, I'm going to tell you what went wrong. Well, Danny's going to tell us what went wrong. To be fair, things got off to a shaky start before the deal was even finalized. AOL were accused of artificially inflating the value of their own company shares by hiding an unwelcomed fall in advertising revenue. Sneaky. It was also revealed that no less than 14 AOL Time Warner executives had sold hundreds of millions of dollars worth of shares very shortly after the merger was first announced. That does not spell like, yeah, we're really confident in this merger, but I'm selling large chunks of my shares in the company. This kind of sounds like insider trading, but I'm pretty sure it's not, because notice here, shortly after the merger was first announced, it's like, all right guys, we're making this public knowledge, this merger is happening, sell, sell, sell. They're just making it legal. Insider trading was if they sold their shares before, then that would be definitely illegal. Following a flurry of lawsuits from aggrieved... Oh, okay, so they'd still have lawsuits, but they'd be from aggrieved shareholders, not from the SEC? Is that the right name of the government organization that sues people for insider or prosecutes people for insider trading? I'm not sure. I've just started watching Billions, so my knowledge about this stuff is gonna go up. So basically the shareholders are suing them because they're like, guys, not cool. You tanked the price of our shares. AOL had to shell out 2.4, whoa. Okay, so the shareholders won. AOL had to shell out $2.4 billion to settle. The ultimate blame for the downfall of AOL is often attributed to the bursting of the dot-com bubble. Oh yeah, this is 2001? Yeah, 2001. Yeah, not a great time. Just a couple of months after the merger was complete, this happened. It's certainly true to say that the timing was unfortunate. Shares in internet-based companies peaked and then dramatically fell as the economy went into recession and the big advertising dollars dried up. The bottom fell out of the market and investment from the big guns disappeared. I'm sure you are familiar with the dot-com bubble. If you'd like a video about the dot-com bubble, does everyone know everything about this? I feel like if I did a video on the dot-com bubble, people would be like, yeah, Simon, it's the dot-com bubble. 2001 was not that long ago. It's not that interesting. But I could do one. Let me know. Comment below. But the dot-com bubble's not nearly the whole story. When we scratch deeper into the details, we begin to see that this was far more than just a tale of simple bad luck. The bursting of the dot-com bubble took many of the top-name companies of the era, such as Pets.com, Boo.com, and Webvan. I came across Webvan the other day on Wikipedia. I think I was reading about it for another article we did or something. This company, Webvan, would deliver your groceries, so you'd order them on Webvan.com. And then they deliver your groceries within 30 minutes. Even today, they take 90 minutes. This was cool, I guess a bit before its time. But alongside the heavy casualties were spirited survivors. Although shares in eBay and Amazon rapidly declined at the time, they recovered fairly quickly and are still going strong today. Amazon shares is a crazy one. At the low point, 2001 recession or dot-com boom, dot-com bubble, sorry, Amazon shares were worth $6. Today, they're worth about $2,000. So if you invested $1,000 in Amazon at the bottom of the market, at the dot-com bubble bursting, today you'd have like $300-something thousand. The newly formed AOL Time Warner may have been facing challenging times ahead, but it didn't need to be game over just yet. The problem was that they recklessly squandered every opportunity to get the mighty juggernaut moving back in the right direction. AOL had always been a leading player in dial-up internet access. This was back in the day when your grandma was forever shouting at you to get off the internet because she couldn't get through to Ethel on the telephone, but AOL, they were kings of the field. So true. Like, I remember my parents being like, get off the internet, I need to make a phone call. And we didn't have a second line. A friend of mine had a second line, and it was like,
Wow, it's so luxurious.
But also my parents would hassle, like, downloading songs off Napster. Not that I ever pirated stuff. And it would take like 20 minutes to download one 64 kilobit per second song. You'd be like, I can't get off the internet right now, the download will stop. But the landscape was changing, and broadband internet was looming on the horizon. Millions of customers were preparing to wave goodbye to the good old days of dial-up. Good old days of dial-up, not really, and ready to embrace the always-on culture of fast broadband internet. I remember the glorious arrival of broadband internet in my home. And now we have fiber connections, which are, I don't know, wasn't broadband like 1 megabit per second? Now I have like 700. However, AOL spectacularly failed to drive customers to upgrade to its own broadband service. Whereas the company had been at the forefront of the dial-up revolution, it completely dropped the ball when it came to the broadband revolution. Its competitors were forging ahead and helping to define the new world of streaming broadband packed with exclusive content, while AOL appeared to be fumbling around in the dark. That's another thing I remember about getting broadband. The first time phone, I streamed, and it was really hard to find like video content on the internet. This was like pre-YouTube for sure, and it was like, where do you watch videos online? And I remember I found like mountain biking. There was just videos of people mountain biking. I'm like, whoa, one day we'll be able to watch TV on our computers. Amazing! Bizarrely, the whole point of the AOL Time Warner merger seemed to have gotten flipped upside down and then forgotten. The promised content and programming from Time Warner, it just never really materialized. In fact, it reached a point where Time Warner content could be found pretty much everywhere except AOL. And it was joked at the time that the best way of getting access to Time Warner content was to resign from the AOL boardroom. Apparently so. And it's here that we arrive at the fundamental reason of what really went wrong with AOL. Forget parking all of the blame on the gravestone of the dot-com bubble. The most important reason was simply a behind-the-scenes culture clash between Time Warner and AOL. Culture clash. This is, maybe I remember this. Time Warner was very much driven by content gurus, whereas AOL was driven by marketers. Back in their dial-up heyday, AOL never worried too much about providing content. Their audience were pretty much just forced to stay on AOL during a typical online session, and so there was very little risk of customers wandering off and finding a competitor. All AOL had to do was market the service and get those millions of trial CDs into the big wide world to effectively own their customers. I feel like today, you'd just be like, you'll be browsing, you browse around on the internet and they're advertising internet to you. It's like, I'm already on the internet. Yeah, but are you satisfied? Is your internet fast enough? Over at Time Warner, do you want a second internet connection? Over at Time Warner, the content editors ruled the roost and wielded more power than marketers or publishers. Unfortunately, the merger of the two companies didn't pay enough attention or care to the completely different cultures. Only a few people at the very top of the two companies were involved in thrashing out the details of the deal. Most division executives from either company were just not invited to participate. Yes, when you don't get buy-in from the people lower down, it's not going to be a good time afterwards. And it turns out that most of the key players at Time Warner were not very happy at the thought of playing ball with these marketing boffins from from AOL, so they didn't. Too much Storm Area 51 videos. By the time this video goes out, I'm sure that reference is super out of date. Some of them claimed that the merger with AOL was a complete waste of time and resources. Others feared that AOL would try and take over the whole company. Either way, Time Warner effectively froze out their new colleagues at AOL. Many of the big Time Warner brands of the era, such as CNN and HBO, were all too happy to slap their fresh content anywhere on the web, not just with the very people they were supposed to have partnered with. Yeah, because they didn't like them. It was hardly a recipe for success. AOL kept on struggling with no support from their new partners, and the share price of AOL plummeted, with the new merged company writing off a loss of $99 billion. It was only around a year later that AOL was dropped altogether from the Time Warner name, so essentially sort of just became an acquisition, really. Of course, AOL lived on, in a way. It was eventually spun off from Time Warner in 2009 and continues to be an active brand. I told you so, although nowhere near the same scale as it was when AOL was a part of the digital furniture in tens of millions of households around the world. Perhaps the saddest thing of all is that the most disastrous merger of all time could have easily gone so right. Yeah, like at the beginning we said, it's a match made in marketing heaven. It almost seems as if it took a momentous amount of effort to cock it up quite so badly. I love that phrase. Some experts suggest that all it really needed was one of Time Warner's content gurus installed at the top of the AOL division to ensure a smooth collaboration with all other parties and divisions. That would have been a good idea, guys. But hindsight's 2020, we can't blame them. Or maybe it just needed those few executives who thrashed out the deal to communicate their vision more clearly to the people below them. Yes, that also would have been a good idea, instead of just signing the papers and hoping that the wildly different cultures and divisions would just sort of work it all out. When you're talking about billion-dollar companies, I don't feel like that's really got much of a shot of working, evidenced. Either way, if there's one good thing to have come from this whole sorry mess, it's that the business students of tomorrow will still be learning the valuable lesson on how not to carry out a merger in the future. Indeed. Okay, this was AOL. We got some bonus facts. Thank you, Danny, for putting those together. We have 3 of these. Okay, number 1. The AOL free trial CD became one of the most aggressive marketing campaigns in history, and it cost well over $300 million to create and distribute the CDs. However, it certainly paid off. The number of AOL subscribers rose from 200,000 to 34 million. Those CDs were everywhere. Like, my gran would get these CDs, and she would string them up on wire in her garden to scare the birds away from her fruit trees, I think. I'm not sure what those CDs were for, but she had lots of them strung up in the garden. Is dial-up number 2? Is dial-up really dead. Believe it or not, more than 2 million American households still pay for dial-up services as part of their AOL package, although it's classed as backup dial-up. So it's unknown how many people are actually using it for emergencies, or how many people have just unwittingly left the recurring charge floating around on their monthly bills. I am going to say that it's almost certainly just one of those things that they get billed for and they're like, yeah, I don't really know what that is, but it's not expensive, so whatever. Like, my bank statements are a mess of like, what did I get charged $5 for? What is that? I didn't even know. Also, who uses dial-up for an emergency? When my internet goes out, it's like, well, that's what I have a mobile phone for. Number 3, bonus fact 3. We've come a long way. If a dial-up internet connection was being used today, it would take 2.5 minutes to load the average web page, and staggeringly 5 minutes to load up something as visually complex as Pinterest. It would even take well over 10 seconds to launch something as simple and basic as a Google search page. I bet there's a website out there that purposefully slows down your internet so you can browse the internet on like a dial-up connection. If there's not, there should be, because I would love to see how long it takes to load. Even this is all done on like Google Drive. That must take forever. You're loading like a word processor in a browser. I have no idea how technology works, but I'm sure it takes forever. This has been a Business Blaze episode. Thank you, Danny, for putting this together. This is all about AOL, where it went wrong. If you've got suggestions for Business Blaze in the future, you know what to do. Drop them below this in the comments section, vote up the ones you like, and we'll get to making them. We'll get something drawn up and we'll go through it together. It'll be a good time. And like, subscribe, all of that stuff. See you next time. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one, this is one of my favorite topics ever. This is a weird one. It's about this town called Fordlandia, which, yeah, he named it after himself. Henry Ford built in the middle of the rainforest. This one has been put together by Lawrence. Thank you, Lawrence. We're gonna go through it. We're gonna learn something together. If you have this was my idea to put through to do. Like I said, I really love this story. If you've got a business topic suggestion for Business Blaze that you would like us to cover, kind of, you know, interesting stuff from business history that you've come across, or just present day, whatever, let me know in the comments below. Upvote the ones you like and we will make them, we'll get them written, and we'll learn something together. Today is we're going to look at Fordlandia, Henry Ford, all of that stuff. Basically, it's this huge misstep, train wreck disaster that goes wrong, and then at the end is a really important business lesson which will be super useful. As most of you know, Henry Ford was the automotive genius that founded the Ford Motor Company, right there in his name. He was a mastermind of production efficiency and pretty much revolutionized the way that we build cars on a mass scale. What you probably don't know about Henry is his failed attempts to build his very own town in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. I feel Lawrence missed here his very own, like, fully American town in the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. Why would anyone do such a thing? Good question, Lawrence. Well, the logic behind the move isn't quite as crazy as you would think. Cars need tires. The more cars you make, the more rubber you're going to need. Henry knew that the motor industry was going to go one way, and that was bigger. I feel like today you're like, yeah, obviously Ford, but you know, he was a visionary, except when it came to building American towns in Brazil. You will see. In his wisdom, he thought that if he was in control of his own rubber supply, he could dominate the market even further by cutting costs. Seems pretty logical. You see, before coming up with this grand new plan, Ford had been buying his rubber from Asia like everyone else had been doing at the time. The world's rubber supply was controlled by producers in the Far East, and they didn't exactly sell it cheap. Well, they got a monopoly, you know. If everyone has to buy from them, then, you know, just jack up the prices, do a little bit of collusion, and make a ton of money. Ford, as an astute businessman, was not so happy. As you might imagine, Ford grew frustrated with his lack of bargaining power, and he wanted to take control of a major piece in the supply chain. He had seen British companies have success by tapping rubber from Amazonian trees, and he thought to himself, if I can't get a good deal from the dudes in Asia, why not just make this shit myself? I can do it. It's not hard. Turns out really hard. The idea of a rubber plantation town in the middle of the jungle, it doesn't sound like such a crazy idea now, does it? It actually doesn't. It sounds pretty reasonable. What could possibly go wrong? But as sound as the idea was from a business perspective, Henry was no prospector. He had no real experience in geography or rubber plantation, so he made a lot of really important decisions in this project based pretty much on some good old-fashioned gung-ho thinking. Spoiler alert, that gung-ho thinking was not enough. A deep knowledge of geography would have been, significantly more useful. Brazil has its own culture. The Amazon itself is a very diverse and unique landscape, famously so. So you'd think that a project like this would need some pretty hefty research and planning to pull it off. Yes, indeed you would, to state the obvious. Well, Mr. Ford, he didn't think so. He just pointed at some land and he said, that'll do. Then he rounded up some locals to form a workforce and he was like, yeah, those dudes will do. And he added a few nice amenities, a dash of American culture, and hey presto, you've got your own little jungle town that's ready to dish out piles of rubber for next to nothing. I love how he's just like, yeah, American culture's the best. They'll love it in Brazil. Spoiler alert again, they didn't. Ford pumped 6 years and $200 million into Fordlandia before finally calling it quits, and he had nothing but a mob of angry townspeople to show for it. We're gonna get into all of this, but by the way, that's $200 million back in that day's money. That's around $3.5 billion in today's money, so this is not messing around. Fordlandia was a huge blunder that surprisingly few people recall today, although we're changing that with this video. Then again, if you're an industry titan and you hatched a giant scheme that completely capsized due to your own blindsided ignorance, you wouldn't exactly shout about it either, would you? No, in fact I'd make extraordinary efforts to cover it up. More on that as we get into it. So how big of a baby are we talking? Well, Ford ended up buying around 2.5 million acres of the Amazon rainforest for this project. Now 2.5 million acres is not something we can easily visualize. I think an acre is a reasonable amount of land to have a property on, and you have plenty of, I think when I grew up we had an acre of garden, so I've got a rough idea of what an acre is in my mind, but I don't really have any idea what was it, 2.5 million acres is. So Lawrence has included some examples for us. New York City is estimated to be about 200,000 acres in size, so think 12 times the size of that. Okay, that's fairly big. The Yellowstone National Park in Idaho is around 2.2 million acres in size, so Ford's land in the Amazon is about that size. It's 300,000, it's 10% bigger than that, essentially, roughly. I wasn't really sure, I've never been to Yellowstone, I didn't really know how big it was. I looked it up on Google Maps, pretty fucking big. Of course, a society of this size would need more than a few houses and factories to survive. Henry Ford envisioned a haven in the middle of the forest. I mean, this was kind of like a haven for him. Not that he ever went. He never went to Fordlandia, by the way. Bonus fact there. He wanted workers to enjoy every American luxury that was common in the West. He built comfortable tract housing. Not really sure what tract housing is. I assume it's an American thing. It's part of American culture. Swimming pools, tennis courts, a hospital, a library, and even an exotic golf course. All of the things Brazilian peasants need. As the town grew, the population soared over the 6 years of its development. Bakeries, restaurants, and other micro-businesses started popping up. This all sounds quite good though, at least to me. At its peak in 1930, Fordlandia had nearly 10,000 residents. What was pulling them in? Well, wages more than anything else. I don't know, the conditions sound pretty good. Surely, I know it's American culture, but swimming pools and a golf course, I'd be pretty into that. I'm not American. The average worker was at the time paid around 20 cents a day in Brazil. Ford wanted to attract large swarms of workers very quickly, so he offered them nearly 40 cents a day. At this point, I'll be I'm pretty sold. If I'm making what I'm making now, and then Ford's come live in the jungle, there's a swimming pool and a golf course, and you gotta do some rubber stuff, but we're gonna pay you twice as much money as you now earn, I'd be all right, yeah, I'm still in Brazil. Sounds pretty good. This is where you're probably wondering where it all went wrong. The simple truth is rubber trees hate rocky soil and are not particularly fond of uneven ground or cramped conditions. What a surprise! Ford's gung-ho attitude and not hiring any geography people is coming back to bite him. How could we ever know? Unfortunately, all the land that Ford bought was incredibly rocky and slap bang on the side of a mountain. Oh no, it's all the things rubber trees hate. These trees like their own space, but Ford liked profit, so they planted as many of them as closely packed as they could in an attempt to maximize yields. Again, Ford probably should have talked to someone like a biologist, botanist. Who are the people who do trees? I think it's a botanist. You probably should have talked to a botanist, Henry. The other thing that tends to come with forests is loads of bugs. Yeah, when I think of the Amazon, I mostly think of bugs, and that fish that swims up your penis when you pee in the river, which is actually not a thing, but I still think of it because it's scary. It's called a candiru. It's not real. I did a video on it on Today I Found Out, another channel I do. I'll link to it below. Ford learns the hard way that the Amazon is filled with insects that literally love to feast on rubber trees. Again, Henry, you should have hired someone. It's a savage cycle. The trees being so close together made the perfect conditions for the bugs to wreak havoc, and Ford, thinking more trees would solve the problem, kept planting new trees which added to the fire. How did he think that would solve the problem? What were you thinking, Henry? There are loads of bugs because the trees are too close together. Let's plant more trees. The trees failed to grow properly because the conditions were terrible for them. No. The trees weren't the only living things to suffer from the conditions. Fordlandia's population also had serious issues. Henry Ford tried to bring America to the jungle, delivering a lifestyle filled with luxuries and ideals to people that were poor. This blessing of the American lifestyle came along with rules and mandatory activities like poetry reading, sing-alongs in English, strict 9-to-5 working hours, and perhaps the least American rule of all a ban on alcohol. Does a ban on alcohol ever sound like a good idea? No. I agree with you, Lawrence. It doesn't sound like a good idea. And that, the swimming pools and the golf courses and the making twice as much money is pretty appealing, but when they're like, you gotta go to a sing-along and do poetry and no drinking. The only way I would get through the sing-alongs and the poetry is with drinking. Disease and illness among the workers spread like wildfire, and many were killed by lethal insects that plagued the surrounding terrain. Hang on, are insects themselves lethal? Because that makes me think of giant insects. I think it's the diseases the insects carry, right? No one's being swarmed by locusts and eaten. I think. I've never been to the Amazon, but I'm pretty sure I'd know about that. The results. They rebelled, of course. Riots became common. Workers would destroy vehicles, throw material and tools into the local river, and generally revolted against their oppressive management overlords. Things got so bad towards the end that management was chased out of town, and the Brazilian military had to step in to stop the chaos. Henry, what have you done? In 1945, synthetic rubber was brought to market, which made all the natural rubber plantations pretty much redundant. Almost overnight, Ford's Fordlandia was ruined. His son, Henry Ford, sold the lands back to Brazil and closed the books on the whole project. I guess it's good news he has a synthetic rubber, but what did he spend? $3.5 billion? Jesus. Henry Ford never admitted that the project was a failure. He proclaimed the whole thing a hugely successful experiment in cultivation. The moral of this story, when you're a legendary visionary and you throw away millions of billions of dollars in today's money, throw away billions of dollars and years of investment into a tragically failed attempt at building your own jungle city, do yourself a huge solid and keep it a secret. I agree, and it's I feel like Trump might have learned something from Henry Ford here, because it's this isn't really working out. Just respond by saying it's a huge success, and then say that over and over again, no matter what the facts presented are. And eventually people seem to be like, well, I guess it was a huge success. Bonus facts. Henry Ford II, that's his son, sold Fordlandia back to the Brazilian government for $250,000, which is $200 million in today's money. So they took a bit of a hit on that. Another bonus fact, not a single piece of rubber from Fordlandia was ever used in a Ford car, and Henry Ford never set foot in the town. Yeah, that's pretty insane. It was there for years, 10,000 people lived there, they built swimming pools, golf courses. Nothing was ever used. I love that story. This is one of my all-time favorite random business stories. If you liked it too, you know what to do. Hit that thumbs up button. If you've got suggestions, if there's another story out there like Fordlandia that you've heard of, I desperately want to know about it so I can get something written and we can go through it together, because I love this. This is great. Like I say, hit that like button, subscribe to this channel, and I'll see you next time. Coco the Clown, that famous British icon. Hey everybody, welcome back to Business Blaze. I, as always, am your host, Simon, and in this one was what I really wanted to do. This is my idea. If you've got a suggestion for a future video, use the comment section below. This one is all about £50 notes. What this is basically all about, there is a £50 note in the UK, but no one uses it. It's rarely ever there, and I wanted to really dig into why that was and kind of just investigate that a little bit. So that's what we're doing. My shirt is really far undone. I'm just gonna do that up. It's a warm day. This has been put together together by Danny. Thank you, Danny. We're going to be diving in. I love it. It's come up with some optional titles for me here. I think the Frowned Upon 50 was the title that I originally came up with, which I rather like, but he's also come up with some other smashers. 50 Shades of Pay, the never spending story of the £50 note. What's the point of a banknote if it's practically invisible? Ask anyone in the UK when they last used a £50 note, and the average man on the street would claim he couldn't remember the last time he actually saw one, never mind spent one. I can. And I was maybe 11 years old. It was a long time ago. My grandma lives in Johannesburg in South Africa. She came over to visit and she gave, I've got 3 sisters, she gave each of us a £50 note. That was the only time, until at that age, I don't think I'd ever seen a £50 note. It was the only one I've ever had. I saw a few more later. I worked in like a newsagent's where I saw like one. I worked at a Sainsbury's supermarket and I don't think I saw any. And I remember when I got one in the newsagent, I had to phone up my boss and was like, I got a £50 note. Do we accept these? And he's like, yeah, but you got to use this like special magical pen and scanner on it or whatever. Most British ATMs don't dispense them. Never had one from an ATM. Many shops won't accept them. That's true. Even if you had one in your hand, it would be pretty difficult to get rid of the damn thing. Despite their alleged scarcity and status as the rarest note in UK circulation, there's a surprising number of them floating around in the system. In fact, according to the Bank of England's own statistics, there are a whopping 344 million of them in circulation for a grand total of £17.2 billion. But I don't really know how much that is. So basically this means there are a lot of them. They're just hidden somewhere, or they're not in common circulation, so people are using them as like a way to hold money off the grid. I get the feeling we're going to be diving into that later, because the £50 note in the UK's got, you know, if you use one, I would feel weird using one, because it's like people would then instantly assume, well, you're either a drug dealer or a tax evader, Simon, so which one is it? Both bad. So what's the big problem with the enigmatic £50 note, and why is it seen as a problem when it does make a rare appearance? Could it really be true that the £50 note is essentially just the currency of drug dealers and tax evaders? Exactly, this is what it's seen as being. Let's take a look at the kind of thing that happens when you try to spend one of them in a store. I don't remember how I spent the one that my gran gave me. I probably just changed it for like 2 20s and a 10 with my dad or mum, but it's perfectly understandable when a shop assistant refuses to accept your £50 note as payment when you're only buying a carton of milk for £1. You'd be completely wiping out the change in their till for the rest of the day, and that's not a problem unique to the £50 note either. Many store assistants will simply wince at the sight of a £20 note when you actually are only buying a packet of mints. It's generally seen as bad form to try and use a high value note for something worth peanuts, like say peanuts. Very funny. I think this is true. Like you will, and I don't find this in other countries. How is this in other countries? This is the great thing about YouTube. Let me know what country you're in, and whether if you go into a store and use like if you use a $100 bill to buy like something worth $5, do people fuss in the States? I don't know. I don't feel they do, because I have been to cash machines in the US and they just give you $100 and it's like nothing. It's a lot of money, but it's like it's not a big deal. But a friend of mine, we're getting a story, Danny. A friend of mine recently went into a hardware store and he bought goods worth a total of £53. He thought it would be perfectly acceptable in a case like this to buy the goods with a £50 note and loose change. I'm already like, all right, Danny, so what's your friend? A drug dealer? Tax evader, Danny? Anyway, sounds reasonable, apparently not. He was turned down flat, and for a very different reason. It was the shop's policy to not accept £50 notes ever. And this is a common policy. There used to be signs, I think there still are signs that say we don't, like, you know, minimum spend on a card, £5. We don't accept £50 notes. This is super common. Sadly, this is not an unusual case. That's absolutely right. In fact, it can prove very difficult to find any business that will take a £50 note off your hands. It's true. Contrary to the belief of some angry customers, these shops aren't breaking any laws by refusing legal tender. The term legal tender only has a very loose meaning in UK law. Any transaction is a private decision made between you and the other party, and there is no legal obligation for the other party to accept your choice of currency, whether it's a £50 note, a £20 note, or a bag of magic beans. It's simply a matter of discretion. In my mind, I thought this wasn't true, because I'm like, no, they have to accept your money. If you've got money, it's good for buying things. And I think there's this rumor like that in the UK you can use stamps to buy things because they're technically legal tender. This is just one of those myths. Like legally, that's not how the process works. Like under British law, when you go into a shop and you see things for sale, they're not making you an offer. They're making you something called an invitation to treat. And so then you go to the till, and bizarrely the person at the till makes you an offer then, and then you accept it. So the process would be, here's my Snickers bar. The person at the till's like, okay, I offer to sell you this for 50p. And then you say, okay, I accept your offer to sell this to me for 50p. So they have to offer it to you, so they can always refuse, which is a common misconception. I said I worked in a newsagent. Some woman once came in and said, that packet of cigarettes is, you say it's £1 when it's really £8. You've labeled it wrong. I want it for £1. That's the law. And I'm like, no, lady, that's not the law. Get the out. I didn't say that, or I've got fired. But she was very angry. She was like, no, I know the law. And I was like, no, you don't. The risk of accepting counterfeit notes is obviously a very big problem. It's bad enough for a business to get stuck with a fake 10 or a fake 20, but you're talking big losses when you start accepting £50 notes. Just one counterfeit 50 could potentially be a massive blow to the daily takings of a small shop. It's true. I mean, small shops work on tiny margins. That newsagent I worked at, you're talking like a few percent. And, you know, if you're taking a few grand a day, £50, that's a lot of money. Sure, a business could implement a tight security system which a store assistant checks the notes under ultraviolet and uses a pen test, which is what I did with that 50 when I worked at that store, and then seek authorization from the Queen. That is not something I did, but we did have her on speed dial. But these are time-consuming measures for a busy store, and many businesses just feel it's not worth the hassle for the high risk. It's far easier just not to accept the payment and make it the customer's problem to come up with a better form of payment. I don't know, like a credit card maybe, or like Apple Pay?
How innovative! I like it!
Now when I buy like chewing gum, I'll use my card. The counterfeit problem is further aggravated by a general lack of familiarity with a £50 note in the first place. The average UK citizen very rarely sees one of them. If a store assistant is barely even likely to recognize a genuine note, they are going to have an even bigger challenge trying to identify a fake. This is true. Like, on one side we have the Queen, on the other side we have notable figures. It's about to be Alan Turing. I couldn't tell you who's on the £50 note. I had a feeling it was Edward Elgar, the composer, but then I think he was on the old 20. But I really don't know. A customer could hand over a bright pink note. I know it's red. I definitely know it's red. Bright pink note depicting Coco the Clown riding a unicorn into space. Coco the Clown, that famous British icon. Some store assistants may be tempted to assume that it's the real deal. Well, they'd have to be a bit slow, Danny, wouldn't they? To tackle the problem of why £50 notes are so rare in public, we need to go back to the source of them. Most cash in the UK is withdrawn from ATMs, and most ATMs in the UK simply don't dispense them. You could, of course, request a withdrawal of £50 notes from inside the bank, and that is the main route through which £50 notes get into circulation in the first place. But the overwhelming majority of bank customers prefer to avoid the hassle of standing in line in a queue in a bank. They just go to the ATM instead. This is the thing, they never enter the system. But then so many do, so it clearly at some point, someone's got to be going into the bank and be like, hi, yeah, I need like 10 grand. And they're like, do you accept 50s? And I'm like, well, it's just going to my dodgy plumber. So yeah, it's just going to pay for like hundreds of kilograms of cocaine. So just stack them high, boys. Despite the fact that the average cash withdrawal in the UK is around £70, most ATMs won't spit out £50 notes. And this is a problem just unique to the UK. Over on the continent, ATMs will happily dispense €50 and even €100 notes, while it's an everyday occurrence to withdraw $100 bills from a US cash machine. Yeah, I found that. Like, I went to the US, you take out a couple $100, it can give you like $200 bills. They also have €200 notes out of cash machines. I once withdrew €200 from a cash machine in Europe, and they gave me a €200 note, which is a strange denomination. There's also a 500, which I've seen twice, but I think they banned it because of drugs and crime. When you get these huge notes, that's just what they're used for. It's like, what's the 500 note for? Crimes. Mostly crimes. But apart from a few token Barclays ATMs in London, your chance of getting a £50 note from an ATM in the UK is close to zero. Reason? Well, for starters, counterfeit money is a significantly bigger problem in the UK than the rest of the world. I didn't know that. Which goes some way to explaining why other countries don't get quite so squeamish about high-value notes. Which is weird, like I feel like UK notes are really secure. Like I look at US notes, and there's a couple of problems. Well, they're all the same size, they're all the same color, they don't have a ton of security features. I mean, the modern ones of course do, but the fact that you can use a note from like the 1960s today, and that just doesn't have the security features that a modern note has is weird. Like, you can't use, they change the notes, I don't know, every 10 years maybe in the UK, so they all look completely different. Now they're made out of plastic. And you can't use the old ones after a while. You have to go to a bank to exchange them. Like, when I was working in that shop, this is more like Simon's personal story about working in a shop episode. Some guy came in, he was a Canadian guy, and he came in with a bunch of it was Edward Elgar, it was Edward Elgar 20s. And he came in and was like, can I spend these here? And I'm like, dude, I haven't seen one of those since I was like 5. You cannot spend it here, but go across to the bank and they'll swap them out for you. The other main reason is a simple lack of demand from customers. According to Barclays, only 15% of customers withdraw money in £50 notes when given a choice. While the Royal Bank of Scotland recently axed a trial of dispensing £50 notes after facing a barrage of complaints from consumers. I feel this is strange. Like, if we all got into accepting them and using them, it would be a whole lot more useful, because we've had the same notes for what, like 40 years? When we had this change over to metric at some point and they changed all the money. We've had them for like 40 years, so the value of money has gone down insanely. So like a £50 note would be a useful note these days. Naturally, all of this leaves us facing a huge self-perpetuating problem. Shops don't accept them because nobody is familiar enough with them, customers don't want them because they're difficult to spend, ATMs don't dispense them because the bank customers don't want them, and vicious cycle. So if nobody is receiving or spending them, where are all the £50 notes hiding? According to some, including such notable figures as Peter Sands, the former chief executive of Standard Chartered Bank, which is a big bank, the £50 note is nothing more than the currency of corrupt elites, of crime of all sorts, and of tax evasion. And it plays very little role in the legitimate economy, and it should be scrapped altogether. Yeah, this is kind of definitely the popular opinion. It's certainly true to say that the £50 note seems to be the favoured currency for criminal activities. Dodgy plumbers, builders, or tradesmen who don't fancy getting taxed on their earnings will often request payments in cash and keep the transactions away from the eyes of the taxman, while the customer gets the added incentive of VAT costs. Yeah, exactly. And I think this is where they come into circulation, because the person paying from it just goes into the bank, gets a wad of cash to pay their dodgy builders or whatever, and it's, that's when the 50s come into circulation. It may sound like small fry, but the UK economy loses billions of pounds every year from tax and VAT evasion, much of which can be pinned to cash-in-hand trade. It doesn't seem like a small fry problem. This is a big problem. On a darker note, the £50 note is frequently used by drug dealers who conceal their wealth and their activities by trading in high-value notes with complete anonymity and no official record of transactions. Yeah, I mean, in a digital world, like, things can be tracked, right? Like drug dealers and stuff, they don't want bank accounts. I guess they can launder the... This is just based on my knowledge of Breaking Bad. They can launder the money and then get it like legit, but cash works. There's another big chunk of perfectly innocent people who tend to get lumbered with a £50 note, and that's unsuspecting tourists like my grandma from Johannesburg. This is what I reckon happened to her. For some reason, the currency exchange shops tend to deal with big quantities of high-value notes. If they try to palm them off to UK citizens returning from a holiday abroad, they'll likely get a polite refusal and a request for smaller notes. I can imagine just like, I come back from the US or whatever, I trade in some dollars. Not that I would ever do this. I just pay with card. You go to the exchange shop and he tries to give you £50 notes, I'd be like, nah mate, give me some lower bills. Like, that's just not gonna happen. But it's much easier to cheerfully hand them out to tourists who have no idea how much trouble they're going to get when they try to spend them. So if the £50 note is only being used by criminals, tax evaders, and unlucky tourists, shouldn't it have been taken out of circulation years ago? Yes, Daddy, that's my big question. I do wonder. Well, here's the thing. One day the £50 note will disappear forever, but only along with every other British banknote when the UK finally enters the era of a completely cashless society, and that's gonna be pretty soon. I agree. I think we're already kind of heading there. Everyone pays by card or Apple Pay. In the meantime, for as long as UK citizens are still using cash, the Bank of England remains fully committed to providing a mix of coins and notes from small to high value for years and years to come. Well, there we go. So the £50 note, it's here to stay for a long while yet. Just don't expect to see one very often. And brace yourself for a headache if you happen to find one inside your wallet. Now we got some bonus facts, by the way. They say that money doesn't grow on trees, but it can certainly help to grow trees. Millions of old banknotes are destroyed by the Bank of England every year, and many of them are turned into compost. Compost? Compost? The £50 note may be the highest value note you're ever likely to see, but the 1 million and even £100 million notes do exist. That's cool. However, they're safely locked away in the vaults of the Bank of England and are simply used to play a role in the financial system by backing the value of everyday notes. I don't know how that works, but it's cool that they exist. I wish I could expand on that, really. Maybe I should expand on that. Would you like to hear about that in a future video? I love banknotes. I find the whole banknote thing super interesting. If anyone's got cool stories about banknotes or anything like that, I know India tried to get rid of a bunch of banknotes at one point and it all went horribly wrong. If you want to hear about stories like that or have their own suggestions, let me know in the comments below, or just a random business suggestion for this channel. Let me know, we'll get it written up, we'll learn it together, it'll be fun, and I'll see you next time. Oh, like, subscribe, smash that like button, all that. See you next time. Hello everybody, welcome to Business Blaze. I am your host Simon, and in the video today we're looking at banking errors beyond belief. This is a script written by Steve. We're going to go through it. What we're going to be having today is, I believe there are 5 pretty epic examples, and then we're going to have a couple of bonus facts. It's all good stuff. By the way, I'm sure there are loads we've missed. If you've got better ones, let me know in the comments below. Anyway, let's crack on, shall we? We find it hard enough to manage our money without banks adding to the stress by making errors. I feel that if the bank made an error that wasn't, insane, I just wouldn't notice. Not because I'm just like, oh, I've got so much money, I don't care. It's like, I'll look and it'll be like, oh, you got like a €4 transaction with random company that I don't recognize the name of. I'll be like, I guess I did spend €4 at some point on something. Should probably be better with my money. Financial institutions are now so big that the margin for mistakes is worryingly large. From careless staff to crazy computers. I don't think there's such a thing as a crazy computer though. It's just bad people or people using computers incompetently. Here are some of the most eye-opening cases of bankers making mega mistakes and paying a hefty price for it. Number 1, the RBS computer glitch. I've got a friend from university who works at RBS. It's one of these things, it's like, we have no idea what he does. He's like not in the banks that you go into or whatever, but he's in like their corporate department or whatever. Literally, he was one of my closest friends at university, would meet up for drinks after university and be like, dude, but what do you actually do? And it's like, oh, I do this, I do that. I send some emails. It's like, but Raj, what do you do? No one knew what Raj did. In 2012, Royal Bank of Scotland was affected by the fallout from a bad software upgrade. What was supposed to be a harmless update to their payments program wound up crippling the system. This led to customers at RBS, NatWest, and Ulster. They were unable to access their accounts not just for a short time, but for several weeks. People couldn't make mortgage payments or use online I wouldn't be too concerned about, I can't log into my online banking. I'd be like, how am I going to buy food? This would be a major priority. What caused the problem? RBS put it down to an inexperienced operative. As quoted by the Register website, this person accidentally deleted stacks of information. It was suggested that poor investment and reliance on outsourcing played a key role in the mess, something that was denied by RBS's top brass. And I know it's like tempting to oh no, it wasn't our outsourcing. I'll be like, yeah, it was definitely the other guys. But whatever, I guess it doesn't really matter who you blame it on. They got a fine from the Financial Conduct Authority for £56 million, which is, I don't know, with the exchange rate these days, that's probably like $57 million. That's pretty rough. Number 2, $3.3 million spending spree. This is probably, the amount of money gets crazier later on, but this is probably my favorite. When a Malaysian student found $4.6 million had been mistakenly placed in her bank account by the Australian bank Westpac in 2012, it led to an epic spending spree. So I read she was actually studying. It wasn't like she's just hanging out in Malaysia and an Australian bank dumps money into her account. She was studying in Australia and had an Australian bank account. It led to this epic spending spree. She promptly went around splashing the cash, buying handbags, jewelry, cashmere pillows, and then she upped her game by buying an apartment.
And it's gone.
She spent like $200,000 in like Chanel or whatever in one session. Her wild excesses were only addressed 4 years later when she was arrested while trying to board a plane. I don't understand how they can misplace like 3.3 or whatever, 4.6, or it was a lot of money, how they can just not notice that money's missing. She managed to burn through, she got 4.6 and she burned through 3.3 million, apparently in just under a year. Prosecutors wanted to nail her for deception, but she escaped jail. I'd see that as kind of fair. Like, I don't think she should go to prison for this. It's bad. And she definitely knew she was doing something wrong, but I don't think you should go to jail. It's kind of the bank's fault. Who's really getting hurt here? It's the bank, and the bank screwed up. It's not like, oh yeah, all our like poor other customers, you're stealing from them. No, that's not really how it works. How did this happen? For starters, Westpac had given her an unlimited overdraft facility, which they weren't supposed to do. No Despite the enormous amount spent, her team argued that this fell under the category of an overdraft. Quoted by Sydney Morning Herald, Magistrate Lisa Stapleton said, "It isn't proceeds of crime, it's money we all dream of." Well, yes, Lisa, you're absolutely right. Plus, the student claimed ignorance, saying she thought her parents had given her the funds. Charges were eventually dropped in 2017 and she was declared bankrupt. Fair outcome. But who's like, oh yeah, well, her parents must be like billionaires or something. I found this like $4.6 million in my account and I assumed it was from my parents, but never brought it up with them. Didn't even ask. Let's move on to number 3. The numbers are just getting bigger. The $123 million accident in the land down under, that's Australia, a man's life was turned upside down when he woke up to find $123 million sitting in his bank account. When he called Commonwealth Bank to report the error, what's up with Australia? When they called Commonwealth Bank to report the error, the reaction he received was more than a little surprising. The 9 o'clock news explained in 2016, he said he contacted Commonwealth Bank to notify them about the overdraft and claims a banking representative laughed at him, telling him, "Oh, that's great." I mean, like, Aussies are laid back, but wow. It took a whole 2 weeks for the bank to get in touch about what had caused the issue, said to be a glitch in the system. The funds were removed from his account, bringing the customer's short-lived stint as a multimillionaire to an end. I don't think his life was really turned upside down by this. It's just like, oh, look, I've got loads of money and now I don't. It's kind of a letdown compared to like the crazy spending spree and buying an apartment. Number 4, the bank teller who dozed off. In 2013, an unfortunate German teller was so exhausted that he dozed off at his keyboard, and in the process he pressed down on the 2 key. What happened as a result? Well, he was in the middle of transferring money to the account of a retired person. Instead of 62 euros, this individual received a whopping 222 million euros.
And it's gone.
This reminds me of like an episode of CSI from back in the day when this dude is murdered and then his face falls onto the keyboard and it keeps typing, I think, the letter F, and they work out like from what time they stopped the F, what time he was killed by how many Fs typed out. CSI, I'm not sure. I guess that would work. Needless to say, heads rolled and staff members were fired. The BBC reported, on the day of the erroneous transaction, she had checked 812 documents for mistakes, with most taking just over a second of scrutiny. The judges ruled that there had been no malicious intent on her behalf and that she should have received a warning. Tellers seem especially prone to errors. 2009 saw a New Zealander receive a $10 million overdraft instead of $100,000. $100,000 overdraft? Okay. Apparently the teller just overdid it on the 0 button. Moving on, number 5. Oh yeah, this is the big one. This is the last one. Yeah, this is the big one. That time a bank error gave a guy $92 quadrillion. And just before we get into this, I looked up just to get an idea of, if you don't even know what a quadrillion is, that's 1,000 trillion, and a trillion is 1,000 billion. For some context here, there are no trillionaires. The richest man in the world is Jeff Bezos, and he's got like $150 billion or whatever. So to have 150 trillion, he'd have to be 1,000 times richer than he is. To have 150 quadrillion, he'd have to be 1,000,000 times richer than he is. And that's the amount this guy almost got. To give you some more context, it's really hard to work out how much money there is in the world. I kind of found that it seems to be agreed that it's about $80 trillion in the entire world. That would be like the 92 quadrillion is $92,000 trillion. Yeah, essentially it's thousands and thousands of times more money than actually possibly exists. This one is arguably the mother of all mess-ups. In 2013, a PayPal user just happened to notice a statement that said he had received $92 quadrillion to his account. This instantly made him the richest man in the world, by far. The user had previously used his PayPal for auto part sales. CNN Business reported that before the incident, the most Reynolds ever made from PayPal was a little over $1,000 selling a set of vintage BMW tires. Those are really expensive old tires. PayPal promptly corrected the issue in a double-edged development. They did offer some money back. I'm betting it wasn't that much. The only thing was they wanted to donate it to a good cause of the customer's choice. Some good came out of it, but does that really make up for not being wealthier than the average software mogul? Average software mogul? Try like 1,000,000 times richer than the most successful man in the world. Let's get into our bonus facts. When Goldman Sachs executive Greg Smith resigned, he didn't go quietly. Smith went public with concerns about the bank's lack of integrity in an open letter. Revelations included clients being openly referred to as Muppets by managing directors, and an emphasis on higher-ups helping themselves rather than customers. I don't want to say that investment banks help themselves rather than their customers, but you got a bit of a reputation, guys. Another bonus fact. Citibank had an embarrassing situation when they were sued by their own head of quality control over the company's mortgage arrangements. She spotted serious irregularities in the system, and when she reported the problem, bosses weren't exactly encouraging. Eventually, Citigroup confessed, and the whistleblower received a cool $31 million. Good lord, it pays to be a whistleblower. I gotta get into it. I would like to be a whistleblower, but I'd like to be that type of whistleblower, the one who gets like $31 million for like grassing in your own company who, I mean, it's Citigroup. It's not like mum and pop's business. It's like Citigroup. They can afford it. And then you get $31 million. That's the kind of whistleblower you want to be, not like Edward Snowden, who whistleblows on the NSA and then has to live in Russia. That's a story for another day. If you've got ones that you think are better than this, let me know in the comments below. Preferably some that, not, oh, my bank once did this to me, because then I can't really report on that. But if you've got great ones that I missed, I would love to know about them. Maybe we can do a follow-up video to this. Comment below, vote up the ones you like. If you've got suggestions for business plays, let me know, because this was one of mine. This channel's fairly new, so kind of they're all mine right now. But if you've got suggestions that you would like us to make, hit them below. We'll get them written. We'll learn it together. That's what we do. Hit that like button, subscribe, all of that good stuff, and I'll see you next time.
And it's gone.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Business Blaze. I'm your host Simon as always, and in today's This Is Thick. Do not worry, we won't be here all day. It's got some pictures, how exciting. I will throw these pictures up on the screen for you so you can share in my enjoyment. Thank you Danny for putting this one together. It's one I requested. It's 6 failures from Apple, which he's entitled The 6 Truly Rotten Failures from Apple, which is very clever, Danny, well done. Just before we get started, like this video. I'm just kidding, you don't have to like it before you've actually seen it. If you've got suggestions though, use the comments, and while you're down there, you may as well like it. In late 2018, Apple Inc., better known as Apple, but Inc. as well, entered the history books yet again, becoming the first ever publicly traded company in the US to be worth a staggering $1 trillion. Over the past 4 decades, the modest computer business founded by Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak in 1976 has evolved into one of the most globally successful and innovative companies of all time. Well, I feel like they were innovative for a while. I don't really feel like the latest iPad's a great innovation. Was the watch? Really? The innovation died with Steve. Just consider all the game-changing... Oh no, Danny's gonna contradict me. Just consider all the game-changing products Apple and services that Apple has brought you over the years. Think the iPhone, the iPod, the iPad, iTunes. iTunes sucks, but all these things are old. iTunes really sucks. I didn't get into Apple for the longest time because the one piece of Apple software I had on the PC, the iTunes, was a hilarious piece of shit. Pretty much anything good beginning with a small I. Think the Apple II, the Macintosh, the MacBook, the Apple Watch, Apple TV. It's difficult to think of any other company which has had such a revolutionary genius at its very core and rolled out so many leading-edge products over such a long period of time. I do agree. A lot of this stuff is pretty amazing. But here's something to chew over the next time you're having a bad day. Even the mighty planet-conquering Apple have regularly experienced their bad days, wrong turns, and jaw-dropping disasters over the last 40 years. 40 years, Jesus. Yeah, 1976. Steve Jobs himself once proudly declared that you've got to be willing to crash and burn. If you're afraid of failing, you won't get very far. So, in chronological order, let's sink our teeth into some of Apple's most memorable flops, failures, and quite literal meltdowns. The Apple III from 1980. Look at that thing. Sexy. The original Apple computer was launched in 1976 and entirely built by hand by Steve Wozniak. The base kit concept didn't even include a monitor or keyboard, and nowadays wouldn't even be classed as a complete personal computer. It attracted the attention of about 7 people, all of whom were weird. However, fast forward just 1 year and the Apple II was the product that first put the company squarely on the map, becoming the first home computer to shift over 5 million units. But fast forward more years to 1980, and the doomed Apple III came close to sending the company back into oblivion forever. Wow, that's really incredible. Like 1, no success. 2, absolute boom. 3, let's see. The Apple III was mainly intended for business use, featuring a large screen display and extended keyboard functions. It cost about $8,000 to get your hands on one of these clunky beasts, so it certainly wasn't a machine of choice if you just wanted to play Space Invaders with the kids. Yeah, no shit. Like $8,000 today is outrageously expensive, and this is like 1970s dollars. It's got to be like triple the price at least. Steve Jobs had a vision of a quiet computer, which would be built in an aluminium case to help keep things cool without the need for the usual noisy fans and vents. Well, that was the theory. In reality, the computer overheated very quickly, the chips melted out of their sockets, and even the floppy disks suffered from heat damage. Well, that's not good. There were tons of other problems too. I feel only recently I got this, the MacBook, whatever it is, last year, the year before, whenever they released that new version. And this was the first time that I've really had a computer. I don't think I've ever heard the fan on that thing kick on. One particular issue was chips randomly falling out of their sockets, and that was solved by Apple with perhaps one of the most ludicrous official fixes ever released to the public. Apple's high-tech recommendation was for users to simply lift their computer about 3 inches in the air and then drop it on the desk so that chips would hopefully slot back into the right place. Is that really a solution? I feel like with hard disks, especially like in the 1970s, that's not going to be a good time. Like, you can just imagine, you know, that terrifying sound of like you drop it and then it's like, week, week, week. I don't know if you guys have ever had a hard disk fail on you, but that's a terrifying sound that you don't want. One day, this channel will be sponsored by Backblaze, and it's at this point that I would transition into a sponsor read, which I'm not going to do. You can imagine how tempting it must have been for a frustrated business owner just to lob it out of the window instead. Yeah, I can imagine if they said to me, yeah, you just need to drop it, I'd be like, good. Oh, nice break. That moment of regret where, like, I think I've broken at least 2 mice where I'm like, oh, come on. And it's like, oh, now I have to go to the store and buy a new mouse, because they need it now. Ultimately, the Apple III had a 100% failure rate because every single unit had to be repaired in some way. And just to make matters worse, some of those repairs and replacements completely failed too. This is not a good time, Apple, is it? Steve Jobs once claimed that Apple lost incalculable amounts of money on the devastating failure of Apple III. Well, Steve wasn't good at maths because he was rich, but he didn't have infinite money. Therefore, he didn't lose infinite money. I'm sure it's just a figure of speech, but it was wrong. But he shouldn't have really got quite so down in the dumps about it. The true figure was only about $60 million. Next one up, the Apple Newton from 1993. Look at that sexy beast. That's like the... Do you guys remember Palm Pilots? I used to always get my dad's old stuff. So I had like a Palm Pilot, I had a Scion, you know, PSION, the 3 something. Like my dad would always have these things and then he'd pass them on to me and I'd be very excited about having like the generation of technology from 5 years ago. And I'm thinking like, as a kid, I'm going to organize my school schedule on this. I'm so businesslike. Nearly 20 years before the iPad took the world by storm, there was the Apple Newton. Back in 1993, even before the standard laptop had yet to surface and mobile phones were still the size of a brick, Apple's concept of a pocket-sized personal digital assistant was intended to kick off the digital revolution in handheld tech. I've never heard of this thing. I'm gonna guess it, and seeing as this is like a video about rotten failures, I'm gonna guess it didn't kick off that revolution. The idea was sound enough. I mean, it was. It looks like something that came along later, or came along at the same time. It just wasn't by Apple. The Newton could not only send emails, store notes, and manage calendars, this futuristic device also included a handwriting feature. So the user could quickly scribble down notes on the screen using a stylus, and the Newton would translate your handwriting into digital text. I have to say, this is a bit of a tangent, but I'm quite upset with Apple right now. I recently upgraded to the new iPad, this thing, whatever this guy is, the iPad Pro, and I had the previous one, which in fact broke, and they gave me a new one, or they gave me my money back on warranty, so I upgraded to the new one, and I had the stylus with the old one. It doesn't work with the new iPad. So I've got to buy like another £100 stylus. It's ridiculous. The Newton would translate your handwriting into digital text. I remember this. Like, you'd have to draw in a little box at the bottom, like A, and then it would put an A up on screen. B, put a B up on screen. I wasn't really sure what this was useful for. I'd just rather tap at the keyboard. Apple's bold marketing claim at the time was that the Newton could take notes as easily as a piece of paper. The problem? It was It says rubbish, but I wanted to add emphasis with a swear word, and I'll bleep it out so I can store any money off this video. You would have been better off saving wads of cash for just using a piece of paper. The handwriting recognition just didn't work, and often resulted in a mess of completely indecipherable gibberish. Yeah, even now, like when I was using the pencil, the Apple Pencil on my old iPad, it's like I never use the translate to text feature, because even then it kind of sucks, and I can read my own handwriting, so I'm fine. It quickly became a laughingstock and was ripped to shred on high-profile platforms such as Saturday Night Live. Wow, it must have been bad. You know, I kind of expect it was ripped to pieces by the reviewers in PC World or Apple World. And it's like, nah, this was bad enough that Saturday Night Live took it to pieces. Also, the Doonesbury comic strip, never heard of that. And The Simpsons, no, I've heard of The Simpsons. The piss take on The Simpsons hit Apple particularly hard. The episode features the school bully Dolph. Is this school bully's name Dolph? Wasn't it Nelson? Oh no, Dolph's the tall guy, right? With that looks like a convict. I'm sure that's not a politically correct way of describing how this guy looks, but he looks like a prisoner. Dolph trying to use the Newton to scribble himself a reminder to beat up the teacher's pet, Martin.
How innovative! I like it!
When beat up Martin gets translated to eat up Martha.
Hey Dolph, take a memo on your Newton. Beat up Martin.
A frustrated Dolph decides to simply throw the Newton at Martin's head instead. That kind of sounds what this piece of crap was good for. The words "Eat Up Martha" allegedly haunted the corridors of Apple HQ for years to come, and later encouraged them to nail the perfect keypad for the iPhone to avoid any repeat humiliation. Maybe the Apple Newton was just way, way ahead of its time. I like how the handwriting recognition sucked so bad that now they have a keyboard. Next one, AntennaGate, 2010. Hey, one I remember. I remember AntennaGate, where I think it was like when you held the phone, it blocked it, but let's look into it. Here's another mighty flop, which doesn't just relate to a silly design flaw. It also relates to the equally silly manner in which Apple responded to it. The iPhone 4 made a dramatic splash when it first landed on the market in 2010, breaking all records on pre-orders and opening sales. But new consumers were quick to identify an unexpected problem. The handset dropped calls and frequently provided shockingly poor reception in ways users had never experienced with previous models. I think I always buy my iPhones like a year later because I don't want to spend like $1,000 on a phone because it's absolutely absurd. So I think this had been solved by the time I actually got my hands on an iPhone 4, but I remember people complaining about this. It turns out that the reason was simple enough, and it had all to do with the flawed design of the human body. Yeah, it was the human body that was at fault here. In their infinite wisdom, Apple had wrapped the antennas of the headset around the top, sides, and bottom of the phone. That was fine, but it meant that the reception often became blocked when somebody tried to phone with their pesky human hands and fingers. Sarcasm, Danny, I see. Apple's response to the problem was disappointing to say the least. Instead of holding up their own defective human hands and admitting they've made a mistake, this is very nice, they simply tried to claim that users were holding the phone wrong. Look, Apple, I'll hold the phone as I damn well please. I'll hold it, I just hold it in my pinky fingers like this, and I expect it to work. In fact, "You're just holding it wrong" was the media headline that ricocheted around the world's press and prompted the mockery of Apple's PR department. Yeah, because it's horrible. Fortunately, Steve Jobs did eventually concede the design flaw on the iPhone 4, and the media-dubbed AntennaGate finally came to an end with the distribution of millions of free cases and bumpers from Apple, which solved the problem. Which is fine, but I don't like cases. Like, I use a case on my phone only because I've got a problem with breaking the screens, and these little bumper cases actually do a great job. That's why. But I don't want to have to use a case, like if I don't want to. Like, I didn't use cases for the longest time because I think it ruins the aesthetic of the phone. Then just replacing screens became too expensive. But it's perhaps another more recent example of Apple's tendency to think of style first and the ability to be used by members of the human race second. This entry ends here, but I remember it being that the design flaw got by because when they were testing the phone in public, they had these cases which disguised the phone. So, because the Apple iPhone 4 looked really different to the 3, so they would have like their test users use it in like a bulky case. And then that case was allowing it to work fine, and then as soon as it was, not being a secret thing and people were actually holding it went wrong. Not sure if that's correct, it wasn't in the script, but I think that was why it went wrong. Anyway, moving on. Apple Maps. Another one I remember. 2012. Right. I asked Danny to put images in if he wanted to, and he's just used a meme of lost predators. Taking on the power and popularity of the long-established Google Maps was always going to be a tough challenge for any rival company. But even so, it was still a surprise to see just how badly Apple cocked it up on their first attempt in 2012. The almost endless flaws and glitches and design quirks became the stuff of comic legends, including a remarkably squashed flat Eiffel Tower. The weird and wonderful warping of landscapes often gave the impression of a very bad acid trip on a psychedelic alien planet. Probably like where the predators come from. Alarmingly bendy bridges which would never have realistically passed the most basic of safety tests. Several completely blank and empty areas which presumably represented places that nobody cared about enough to visit. A worrying recommendation from the app was that the best way to enter Fairbanks International Airport was to simply drive across one of the busy runways. Apple made a fair few corrections to the app after absorbing initial customer feedback. In fact, they had to make no less than 2.5 million changes in total. Years later, Apple Maps is still not considered a major contender to topple Google Maps from its throne. Does anyone actually use Apple? Apple Maps is what happens when someone sends me a location on WhatsApp and I click on it and I go to Apple Maps and I have to copy the address over to Google Maps. That's the only time I use Apple Maps. But thankfully, it's improved significantly since the disastrous launch. I don't care. I'm never going to use it. Google Maps is awesome. Waze is even better. I threw that page away dramatically, but there's the whole last entry. I just use Waze and Google Maps. I don't really feel like just Apple. just give up. It's okay. You know, focus on that new credit card that no one likes. The U2 album that not everybody wanted, 2014. I like the fact that it's not all super old ones that I don't remember. I remember this one. I hated this. On my last iPhone, I went on a road trip with my friend and we rented a car and it had one of those, USB things that you plug into your phone and then it'll automatically start playing whatever's on your iPhone. And I have Spotify and then I have the one YouTube album on my phone that they just automatically loaded onto it. So every time we got into the car, we'd plug in the phone and it was like da 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 da, or however the like first YouTube song from that album goes. And we got so angry. Because every time, then you'd have to go and choose something you actually wanted to listen to on Spotify, but every time. So bad. Oh, it was meant to be the most generous giveaway in music history. It's not generous if no one wants it, Steve. 2014, was Steve still alive? But it ended up being viewed as the most unwelcome spamming campaign in marketing history. The brand new album from U2, Songs of Innocence, was released in 2014, but it certainly didn't get distributed via the traditional channels. In a move that took the market and the world by surprise, it was given away completely free to 500 million users of iTunes. That's, I guess, everyone who uses iTunes. It automatically downloaded itself to iPhones and devices around the globe. It certainly seemed a bit of a U-turn for U2. Just a few years earlier, the band's manager, Paul McGuinness, had been publicly complaining about the concept of free downloads. Back then, he said, "We are living in an era when free is decimating the music industry and is starting to do the same to film, TV, and books. What has gone so wrong?" Wow, Paul, you were wrong. Who paid to watch this video? Nobody! Who's getting paid for you watching this video? Simon! This was something very different and new though. At the time, some people may have questioned the logic of giving away the new hotly anticipated album for one of the world's biggest rock bands for free and losing out on more than 1 million full-price sales. But U2 were considering the bigger picture. It was estimated that the move would generate around $100 million in high-profile marketing, promote the next world tour, and generate millions of new sales from U2's back catalogue. I forgive them, not that they need my forgiveness, but I forgive them because this does seem smart, and I don't think you could really predict the horrific backlash and just the complete here. It didn't quite work out as planned. No. The problem is that not everyone likes U2. I like U2. I mean, I liked All That You Can't Leave Behind, and I liked The Joshua Tree. I didn't really like anything else, like older or newer, and I know people don't like All You Can't Leave Behind, but I think that's one of the finest albums ever made. Judge me now. Use the comments. Also, another album you can judge me on, I think, what's it called? Echo Park from Feeder is a fine album. People don't like it. And I think it's amazing. He's got a brand new car. Looks like a Jag. You are solid rhyming there, Feeder. In fact, it turns out that some people can't stand U2. U2 may well pull in millions of adoring fans, but they also seem to inspire hatred from a section of the population who just find Bono to be the most annoying and arrogant man to ever walk the earth. I don't think Bono comes across as arrogant. I listened to an interview with him the other day. I mean, he wants to change the world. He seems like a genuinely good guy. He's got annoying sunglasses, but doesn't he have some problem with his eyes? If he doesn't have problem with his eyes, those sunglasses are a bit weird. But I think he has problems with his eyes. Let me know in the comments. Are Bono's eyes? Millions of iTunes users felt deeply aggrieved that this U2 album had popped up in their personal and private music library without any warning or consent. And to make matters worse, nobody could get rid of the damn thing. Yes, I desperately tried. It kept coming back. It was just there, like an embarrassing Wombles record from your childhood that's superglued to the top of your turntable. You Americans know the Wombles? I feel like that's a British thing, like the Wombles of Wimbledon. Is that the Wombles? Or is that a completely different thing? I don't know. Bono was quick to apologize for the mistake, explaining the reasoning behind the move had involved megalomania, a touch of generosity, a dash of self-promotion, and a deep fear that these songs we poured our life into over the last few years might not be heard. Incidentally, only 6,700 sales from U2's back catalogue were generated. 500 million free albums, 6,700 pay sales. That's slightly embarrassing. Apple were also compelled to release a tool that got rid of the album. There was a tool that got rid of this album? Where was this? Along with a dedicated website which gave step-by-step instructions on how to delete the U2 album from your devices and your life. I wish I'd found that. You see, you can't help but feeling a little sympathy for Apple over this one, as they got their fingers burned by simply trying to give away something of potential value for free. But to some customers, it felt more like Apple were lobbing a Bono-shaped brick through their window. It did. Okay, there are bonus cock. I didn't even ask for bonus cock-ups. Thanks, Danny. This one's already super long. Bonus cock-ups. Number 1. Who doesn't like a big juicy price cut? Early purchasers, the very first iPhone didn't. Oh. Just 2 months after the original iPhone was released in 2007, Apple knocked a hefty $200 off the price tag. This not only smacked of panic and desperation, but it annoyed the loyal customers who paid full whack just weeks earlier. Apple eventually offered $100 in credit to anyone who had paid the full price, but stayed well clear of discounts in the future. That feels like a bit of a slap in the face. I'm a super loyal customer. Yeah, we're gonna price it up for you. I mean, the economics make sense. I suppose the whole thing makes sense because people still absolutely rage love for Apple. Number 2, like I say, I will never buy anything from the new. I always buy my phone secondhand a year later because I'm cheap. Number 2, we've all accidentally left our wallets or our car keys or our dignity in the bar. I have done all of those things many times. But it proved to be particularly problematic for Apple engineer Gray Powell when he left his phone at a bar in 2010. The phone was actually a prototype of the forthcoming iPhone 4, probably the one with that case on it that made it actually work. And it ended up getting sneakily sold to the tech site Gizmodo, who exposed all the details of the new handset weeks before Apple officially unveiled it. Number 3, there's an app for that was a popular marketing slogan used by Apple back in 2009 to promote the fact that you could find an app for pretty much anything on their new range of iPhones. But if Steve Jobs had got his way in the beginning, there would barely be an app for anything. He initially announced that third-party developers would not be able to create apps for the lockdown devices, as he was concerned about inferior software flooding the App Store. Fortunately, he was persuaded to change his mind, and the rest is history. An App Store full of inferior products. When the Apple Store first opened in 2008, only 500 apps were available. Today, thanks to the involvement of third-party developers, the store features 2.2 million apps. That's a lot of apps. Number 4. Finally, here is a memorable controversy that in truth seemed to be massively overinflated, and that's Bendygate. Oh yeah, I remember this. People were bending their iPhones. I never found this to be a problem. Following the release of the iPhone 6 Plus, some customers complained that the latest handset was far too flimsy and bent out of shape very quickly. Pictures and videos started popping up all over social media showing very noticeable bends in the middle of the ultra-thin phone. However, the truth of the matter was that the devices had been thoroughly tested without problem, and only 9 people ever complained, most of whom had accidentally sat on their new phones. Yeah, I feel like if you sat on the phone and it just didn't outright break, that's a lucky break. If it's just a little bit bent, just deal with it. Still, it's worth noting that all later versions of the phones were produced from much tougher aluminium, or aluminum, as you Americans would say. So maybe there was something in it after all. Yeah, maybe. 9 people complained. Who cares? It's never a big problem. This has been Business Blaze. This was a long one. That was a beast of a script. Thank you, Danny, for putting it together. If you've got a suggestion for a future Business Blaze video that you would like me to tackle, post it in the comments below. Upvote the ones you like. Also, like this video, subscribe to this channel. It's new. Hit the bell. All of that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. Where are my shopping servants? Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your host Simon, and in the video today we're looking at people were really shocked by the first supermarkets. This one was an idea from me. If you've got an idea for a Business Blaze video though, leave it in the comments below, upvote the ones you like, and we'll see what we can do. I came up with this idea, and maybe YouTube can help me out. There was, when I was at university, I studied law, and there was this amazing case, it was a UK case, and this was used in law school as an example. But basically there's some judge's opinion, and he's just writing how amazed he is at the idea of supermarkets. You walk in and you take the stuff off the shelves yourself and you take it to the counter. If anyone could follow up and tell me what that is, that would be amazing. But I just wanted to see if people were actually surprised, in the real world, and kind of how that all went down, or whether he was just some super privileged judge who had never been to a shop before. Steve has written this. We're gonna go through it together. We take them for granted now, but there was a time when supermarkets were a revolution for shoppers. The rise of this retail phenomenon, it was meteoric, but not without its troubles. So how did it all get started? Well, it began in 1916 when a grocery store with a strange name opened its doors to the public. Piggly Wiggly, that's right, it's a pretty strange name, Steve, was located in Memphis, Tennessee, the brainchild of enterprising grocer Clarence Sanders. Customers were shocked by what they saw on entering the premises. Why? Well, for starters, they had to get their own shopping. This is what the judge was talking about in that case. He was like, you gotta pick the items off the shelf yourself. Before the introduction of supermarkets, shops were staffed by large numbers of clerks. They would fetch everything for the customer. In the case of things like flour, they'd have to measure it out for you. Clerks offered an important personal service, but were also seen as an extra cost. Sanders wanted to ditch the clerks and streamline the operation, with his store being strictly self-service. It makes a ton of sense. Like, self-service is way cheaper. I feel like almost all stores. There was a candy store when I was a kid where you could go in and they'd have to take the... This sounds like I'm 90, but it was specifically made to be like an old candy store where you'd go in and the person behind the counter would have all of the candies, like, we'd call them sweets. I'm not sure why I'm calling them candies. I think that's what American calls them. All the sweets up on the shelf. And you'd be like, I want like 100 grams of cola bottles. And they'd take it down, they'd weigh it out, and they'd give it to you. But I think that was purposefully like an old-timey thing. Nowadays, you'd just take it, you'd weigh it, and then you'd stick a label on it and take it to the counter and pay for it. Instead of a helping hand from a clerk, the customer was handed a wooden basket so they could choose their own goods. Staff at these new stores had to explain that they weren't there to fetch and measure anymore. I feel like you'd walk in and some guy would hand you a basket and be like, no, man, I don't work here. I'm just here to buy things. You gonna help me? Where are my shopping servants? It does sound pretty good though. Go get me these things. The move empowered customers, and branding was relied upon more greatly to attract buyers of certain products. Oh yeah, I guess because before you'd just be like, I want flour. And they'd be like, okay, I'll get you flour. And now it's like there are 18 different types of flour. Everything a housewife or bachelor might want was under one roof. We could just say everyone, Steve. You had a similar setup with general stores, but Piggly Wiggly took it to a whole other level. Before supermarkets, you'd visit different shops for different things. Meat and potatoes, for example, you'd go to a butcher's for your meat and a grocer for your potatoes, and so on. Shopping trips became a lot less elaborate. I feel and I worry about branding myself as a massive hipster now, because I'm really not. I live in a city and the nearby supermarket's not very good, so I tend to go to the butcher and like the little grocery store because it's nearby and it's more expensive, but then I waste less food, because if I go to the supermarket and I buy like a giant thing of chicken or whatever, some of that stuff's gonna go off. So I feel like if I just go to the butcher and point out exactly what I want for that one meal, it does save me money and it means I waste less food. But I don't want to appear like a hipster. Time magazine describes Saunders' contribution to shopping history for the 100th anniversary of Piggly Wiggly. This is a terrible name. Saunders redesigned food shopping, methodically arranging things in order to appeal to how customers shopped. For example, putting candy and other impulse items at the checkout. Children in supermarkets drastically changed the game of branding, with designers able to place food at kids' eye levels, making it easy for them to woo their parents into various purchases. I remember being a kid and be like, I want the sweets. No, put them back. That was it. Woo my parents into purchasing me something. His innovations may have aggravated mum and dad, but they ushered in a modern shopping experience. 9 branches of Piggly Wiggly opened in Memphis within 12 months. Good lord, that is a successful business. Saunders became a trend that would change the world. For instance, when the supermarket concept was rolled out across Europe, Italians were reportedly amazed that pet food was being sold there. Why were they amazed? Because they'd never seen this product before. Supermarkets introduced cat and dog food to the Italian public. Oh what, they just fed their pets like regular food? I guess like scraps and stuff, that makes sense. Like I'd feed my pets scraps if I had it left over, save on the dog food and cat food. Saunders is seen as a person who created the supermarket idea, with features such as checkouts and so on. However, other individuals such as Michael J. Cullen, who worked for the Kroger Grocery and Baking Co., are credited with making the supermarket what it is today. Yeah, innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. In 1930, he surprised his peers by investing his own life savings in a giant all-purpose shop on Long Island, away from the hustle and bustle. This was during the Great Depression, when it was thought that people wouldn't want to spend. People need to buy basic groceries, though. Cullen believed that by buying and then selling goods at much lower prices, he could capture a market that others weren't thinking of. And he was right. Customers responded in droves to the King Cullen grocery store, and he opened 7 such shops in 2 years. I love it how I always read these and I'm like, yeah, duh. It was the Great Depression. People wanted cheap. What a price. But then you realize, oh yeah, it's just 2020 hindsight. I'm sure this is like a really big innovation in the day. How do I feel, really? I'm fairly sure we were familiar with supply and demand. Adam Smith was a long time gone by the time this came out. The supermarket evolved into the superstore. The Depression played an unexpected role in the rise of supermarkets, as poor shoppers clearly needed cheap supplies that were easy to find. The outbreak of World War II meant that owners of single shops like butchers had to go and fight, leaving their rivals to fill the gaps. There was opposition to supermarkets at first, not from shop owners, but from the press. The stores were branded as a down market and a passing fad. Once it became clear that the big beasts such as Piggly Wiggly were here to stay, the media view mellowed. The supermarket was eventually accepted in the United States as part of the American way. What is the American way? A store in Maryland. Is the American way a thing? It's in like quotes here, like American way. A store in Maryland emphasized this by receiving a royal visit from Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip during a US trip in 1957. The Queen was reportedly impressed that you could set your child in the trolley as you shop. Yeah, you always forget. The Queen's really old. As well as influencing the way we shop, it's also believed... Have you ever seen that picture of the Queen dancing with all the US presidents that she's been alive for? It's super long. I'll put it up on the screen now and I'll scroll through it. It's crazy, right? As well as influencing the way we shop, it's also believed that the supermarket shaped our society as a whole. In 2011, the Earth Eats blog wrote... Alright, Steve, that sounds like a super reliable resource. I don't know, maybe Earth Eats is big, but a random blog from 2011? Alright, here we go. Having various kinds of food available under a single roof increased the nation's reliance on cars because customers shopping for their families would rarely walk away with grocery loads they could carry. Some economists even argued that the time-saving benefits of the supermarket contributed to mid-century women's liberation movements by significantly reducing the amount of time that most women had to devote to food shopping. Alright. Seems pretty logical. So what happened to the two men who launched this global phenomenon? Clarence Sanders believed the future lay in automation. He launched Key-Doozle. What's that with a weird... I mean, I feel like we have weird names for apps and stuff today and internet companies, but Piggly Wiggly, Key-Doozle? This was a shop designed like a giant vending machine that you could operate with a key. This didn't take off, with only 3 stores being built. No surprise, this seems like a crazy idea. He passed away in 1953. Michael J. Cullen, meanwhile, never lived to see his empire expand. He died following an appendix operation in 1936, aged just 52. Well, that's a shame. Revolutionized the world, and then he died really quickly. Anyway, some bonus facts, a couple of bonus facts here from Steve. Let's get into it. Where did the name Piggly Wiggly come from itself? I don't know, crazy fever dreams maybe? Maybe he was on drugs? Sanders kept an air of mystery around the brand. Drugs. The company itself describes an occasion where Sanders spotted some piglets trying to squeeze under a fence. He didn't confirm this, preferring to let people guess why his shop was called that. I guess, and it died with him. Who cares? Another bonus fact. Tesco has its fair share of enemies. In 2008, an ex-tax inspector demanded $1 million, threatening to bomb Tesco's and poison food if they didn't submit. What the hell? I don't even remember this. 7 years earlier, parcel bombs were sent to customers by a blackmailer who wanted £5 million. They were both caught and placed behind bars. Good. Sounds like a terrible idea. Anyway, then there's another page, but I'm sorry to disappoint. It's just sources. This has been Business Blaze. This was people being shocked by the first few mics. Like I said at the top, if anyone can find that quote from that judge, that opinion, I will be forever grateful, because I was looking around on Google so hard and I just couldn't find it. If you got other suggestions for videos as well, leave them in the comments below. Like I said, this has been Business Blaze. I'm your host, Simon. Smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, hit the bell. I've been doing this a while. I feel like I should know to say that. Do all of that good stuff, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon. Now, I don't like vodka. I heard that it's kind of all the same. I'm not really sure if that's true. I had Steve put us together a bit of an article on it. We're gonna go through it, we're gonna have a laugh, we're gonna learn a little bit about vodka, and we're gonna find out whether you can be saving some money by not buying expensive vodka. Before we get started, if you have suggestions for future Business Blaze videos, this one was all me. I'd love to make your ideas. Comment below, upvote the ones you like. We'll go from there. Let's crack on with it, shall we? Vodka. A drink enjoyed by both oligarchs and factory workers. It's also top of the alcoholic pops in both America and Russia, and as well as around the world. I looked into this, and generally that is true. Obviously, like in some countries where they just drink a lot of a local spirit or whatever, that's not actually true. But in America, absolutely is. Vodka is the most popular. Surprised me. It's a big business, and a major part of that business is branding. On the shelves of your local supermarket or off license, you'll find the likes of Absolute, and then some cheaper stuff. This sometimes has a label designed to fool you into thinking it's the more expensive kind. That's true, although we all know by the price that there's a dude just standing outside my window. What's up, man? But we all know, you can look at the price and see what's expensive. I don't know about you guys, when I was a student, I really don't like vodka, but I bought gin. I really feel like the expensive gin is better, but I'm not sure if I'm just fooling myself. Maybe I could do like a follow-up on gin or other we could do like a top 10 lies from the spirits industry or something. If that sounds fun, let me know below. But I would buy this, I bought this cheap gin as a student from like Tesco's value range. It doesn't even have a label, it's just like white with gin written on it. And I made some gin and tonics with this. I whipped them up. I have a couple. I'm not getting loaded or anything. I wake up the next morning and I've got an insane hangover. My head is exploding. And I'm like, oh, it's just a one-off. As a younger man, didn't really get hangovers very often. So the next night, I make another gin and tonic and I just have one. And then I wake up again, outrageous hangover. And so it's like, Yeah, the cheap gin. Not a good call. You might ignore these marketing gimmicks and buy a brand you can trust. We don't blame you. The stories associated with low-grade alcohol are legendary, from weird allergic reactions through to blindness. I feel that's more just from really sketchy, like vodka that you buy off some dude on the street rather than like at a shop. I don't think regular vodka in the shop makes you go blind. Although a few years ago they did ban all spirits here, like sale for like a week, because there was some tainted alcohol or some fake alcohol. Like someone had got a shipment of fake Smirnoff or whatever and people were going blind. But the question is, are you, the consumer, blind to the truth about vodka? Another side story here. Like, I don't know how it is in America, but in the UK, like methylated spirit, which is like that purple stuff that you put in a camping stove or whatever, I think that contains like ethanol or alcohol or one of those things, but the one that definitely makes you go blind. So in the UK, they put this stuff in it, which makes you, like, when you drink it, you throw it up, like, so the homeless people won't go buy the meths because it's super cheap and get drunk on it, and because then they go blind. But they found out that if there was something in tomato ketchup, that if you mixed it with a methylated spirit, it wouldn't like stop you from going blind, but it would neutralize the chemical that made you want to throw up when you drank it. So homeless people would steal all the ketchup sachets from McDonald's, put it into the methylated spirit, shake it up and drink it. And that is a disgusting story. We're asking a fundamental question about this much-loved booze. Are all vodkas created equal? Whether you're spending small change or major sums, is what's in the bottle significantly different? To provide an answer, we have to go back to the history of vodka, which is cool because we both get to look and think about vodka. I guess Steve is a fan of vodka. Me thinking about vodka, I'm like, ugh. And if you can't stand the stuff, stick around. Cool, because you're going to learn something interesting anyway. No one actually knows where vodka originated. A lot of people associate it with Russia, but there are also connections to Poland. One thing we do know about vodka is that it comes from plant matter. Yeah, specifically those high in either starch or sugar. It'd be weird if it came from something else, like animal matter. Ooh. That's a niche market. For example, potatoes can be used by boiling and mashing them with some grains. I think I used to think that all vodka was made with potatoes, but generally it's not. The mash is then strained and fermented with yeast. If you leave that in warm conditions for a few days, the carbohydrates from the potatoes become ethanol, which, in case you don't know, is a liquid and a key ingredient of all booze. Indeed, it's the stuff that provides the fun time. The ethanol is heated so it can condense, and that is the basic process of making vodka. We're not distillers. That's right, Steve, we are not. So do not treat this as an official guide to vodka production. I don't think anyone would think that. If this was the world's official guide to vodka production, you're all screwed. Seek professional guidance before embarking on that journey. Or don't. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, like in a lot of places. You can't just distill your own stuff. You can brew your own stuff, but I think distilling's often illegal because it can make you go blind. With all due respect to vodka manufacturers, making it is the easy part. Where it gets complicated is the sales pitch. The way some of these labels are worded, you'll think vodka was a complex product requiring in-depth knowledge to tease out the different aspects of the beverage. There's talk of particular vodkas having their own flavor, though doing things like infusing the mix with herbs. Well, that's not really making the vodka, that's like just infusing it with herbs. But you do read like, what is it, like triple distilled on the front of a Smirnoff bottle? I don't even know what triple distilled is. What does that even mean? Now, if you're sitting there thinking, I drink vodka, and I've never tasted herbs, then you're right. It's reportedly impossible for vodka to have a special flavor. How do we know this? Well, it all boils down to one small yet important detail, and that's the law. I don't know if I'd describe the law as a small and important detail. It's like, oh, don't worry, I just murdered him. Oh, what have I got to worry about? The law? That's just a small and unimportant detail. This is US specific, but the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms and Explosives all rolled into one, the code states, vodka must be distilled or treated until it is without distinctive character, aroma, taste, or color. This is super interesting. Now we're getting somewhere. Different countries have different bodies that oversee alcohol, with the World Health Organization acting as a global watchdog. But as the Bureau makes clear, the rules and regs go much further than flavor. They sort of demand that vodka be as bland a drink as possible, and while you couldn't describe vodka as completely without taste, we can all agree that it isn't exactly a treat for the taste buds. I feel like some do taste a little better. I don't know why. Maybe it's probably just the marketing. Let's see where we go. So where does the idea of premium or super premium vodka come from? Premium wasn't enough, you got to go super premium. It all happened because of an American businessman called Sidney Frank. If you don't know who he is, then you'll probably recognize the vodka brand that he made his fortune from, Grey Goose. I know that Grey Goose. People talk about Grey Goose being good. He was well known for turning Jägermeister, that's another one I know, from a boring German liquor into a student party drink in the 1970s. And it was definitely a student party drink when I was a student. How did he do this? Because he was a marketing genius. That's how. He'd been selling alcohol for years and he knew how to shift it in large quantities using attention-grabbing techniques. When he got his hands on vodka, he managed to convince consumers that he was offering the world's finest variety, which had been developed over in France. Famous for their vodka, France. Frank launched Grey Goose in the 90s when he himself was in his 70s. Talking to Inc. magazine, he revealed the strategy behind his brilliant dollar brand, and we got a quote. I'm just going to read it. The big selling, hopefully I'll get through it without interrupting it to say something stupid. The big selling high-priced vodka at the time was Absolute, which was $15 a bottle. I figured, let's make it very exclusive and sell it for $30 a bottle. I said, France has the best of everything. I asked a distiller there whether he could make vodka, and they said, sure. We took $3 million, which was going to be our total profit for a year, and we put it into advertising. We made big, beautiful ads that listed Grey Goose as the best tasting vodka in the world, and we indoctrinated the distributors and 20,000 bartenders, and when somebody would come in and say, what's your best tasting vodka? They said Grey Goose. This is incredible on so many levels. He just thinks France has got a good name. Let's go to France and ask them if they can make vodka. Just some random dude. Can you make vodka? And then we'll market it as like amazing French vodka. And then he got everyone to think that it was great when it's just not, apparently. There's no denying the sheer savvy of Sidney Frank. Absolutely not. He seems like a bit of a legend. If it wasn't for the bold actions of this one individual, we might be seeing and drinking vodka a whole different way. We'd be spending a whole lot less money, that's for sure. It appears all vodkas really are created equal. But is there a reason to stop buying these so-called top brands? Whether you see premium vodka as a triumph of marketing over common sense, I would say so, or a genuine product to be savored like a fine wine, I would not say so. The choice ultimately lies with the consumer, and consumers certainly love their brands. If someone is seen drinking super premium vodka, then chances are they're a super premium person. It's a powerful concept, and one that probably won't be dying out anytime soon. I like that. I like the fact that kind of vodka's all fake. Let's get into some bonus facts. Ultra Pure dispatches mass-produced, it's a company, and I looked up their website. It's incredible. I think I will order, I probably can't get it shipped internationally. This Ultra Pure website has basically, it's just super generic versions of different spirits, and it'd be like 5-year-old aged whiskey, or like ultra simple vodka, or like 17 times distilled vodka. I'd really like to get a whole bunch of it and do like a business plays video trying it all out, or like a blind testing and embarrass myself at how ridiculously hard it is to tell. If you'd like to see that, comment below. I can't promise it'll be possible, but it'll be fun. Ultra Pure dispatches mass-produced vodka concentrates in bulk to companies. Vodka brands protect their recipes, but it's possible they simply buy this concentrate, water it down, and stick a label on it. And it does seem like a ton of companies buy just the concentrated vodka from this place and do just that. Like maybe they add the herbs to infuse it or something like that, but that's it. Another bonus fact. Have you ever been approached in a bar by an attractive young woman? No. Offering free booze samples? Yes. If you have, then that's all down to Sidney Frank, starting with the so-called Jägerettes. He pioneered the popular and non-PC idea of women dispensing drinks and not wearing very much. Thank you, Sidney Frank. Sidney Frank's a legend. And then we just got sauces. Thanks, Steve. This was a good one. I enjoyed myself. I hope you did as well at home. This one was my idea. If you've got a business plays idea for me, let me know in the comments below. Upvote the ones you like. We'll make them. We'll have a good time. I really want to do that vodka tape, the vodka and the whiskey tasting one. That'll be a fun time in the office. Let me see if that's possible. Let me know if you want to see that. Hit me up in the comments below. As always, I'll see you next time. I watched a video the other day about a guy who was like the Apple credit cards kind of shit, and Apple sued him. Welcome to Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon, and in the video today, we are going to learn something together. I heard that Kodak built the first digital camera, but then Kodak went out of business like 5 years ago, although they're somehow still around. I wanted to know that story. I had this article written by Steve put together about Kodak building the first digital camera and doing nothing with it. It's exactly what I asked for. So let's learn together and let's go through this. Let's crack on. When someone wants to take a picture these days, they usually pick up their phone or or their tablet. And if they pick up their tablet to take a picture, I've got a tablet right here. These people who are like holding up their tablets and taking pictures, I judge them. I fully judge them. Also on the iPhone, I was like, that camera button on the iPhone that you have to hard press to get the camera out. Dude, it took me like 6 months to work that shit out. What used to be a fine art has now turned into something that anyone can do with a couple of swipes or the bloody hard press. If you don't have an iPhone, you have no idea what I'm talking about, but this was so counterintuitive. I'm like, I'm gonna get my phone. I am swiping this damn button all over the place and I'm getting like calculator. Oh, you gotta press it really hard. Jesus Christ. Digital photography revolutionized the art of photography a long time ago. It sure did. I am old enough to remember and have had film cameras. Feels weird to say because I'm sure there are people watching this video who absolutely don't. They probably don't even remember cameras because all they've had is this. But the invention of digital snaps actually goes back much further. Not only that, it led to one of the most spectacular own goals in business history. I've spoiled that. It's gonna be Kodak screwing around. So who first came up with the idea of a digital camera? Well, the world famous company Kodak, way back in 1974. I first had a digital camera, like, it wasn't made by Kodak. That would make no sense because they didn't do anything with it. But it looked like an Apple computer from back in the day where they had those big plastic backs and it was kind of semi-see-through. It was a real beast. At the time, Kodak was the dominant force in the home photography market. You took a picture and then you waited for someone to develop it in a lab. Enthusiasts would set up their own darkrooms if they wanted to develop images themselves. In fact, I did this. There was a darkroom at school and there was a photography club and we took photos with like pinhole cameras and then developed them in a darkroom. It was surprisingly satisfying and a massive amount of hassle and exposure to dangerous chemicals. You probably couldn't do this in school these days. People in school, do you still have darkrooms? Engineer Steve Sasson, however, had other plans. At age just 24, he laid the first digital camera building block in the shape of a CCD, or charge-coupled device. It was invented by physicists William S. Boyle and George E. Smith in 1969. Sasson had been given the device to play with by his employers at Kodak. Fantastic, but what is this device? Alright, what does a CCD do? Thank you, Steve. Not Steve Sasson, Steve the author of this piece. The short version is, it's made of silicon onto which a circuit is etched in order to make pixels. The pixels then interact with the photons, so electronic devices like our phones can read light patterns falling on the CCD. In reading these light patterns, a digital copy is created. If I've got that straight, you have your sensor or whatever it is. I think it's actually called a sensor. You have your sensor, it's got a bunch of, it's got a grid, which are pixels, then photons, which is light, fall onto it. However light falls onto a sensor, I guess we don't really need to know that. I don't understand it. And then the circuit there with all the pixels on it saves whatever is falling on it at that moment. Cool. I think I understand digital cameras.
You science.
I'm sure there's a lot more to it than that, but this is a short piece, and it's not really important for the article. The New York Times describes the world's first digital camera. As you can imagine, it was a rather crude affair. And this is from the New York Times. The final result was a Rube Goldberg device with a lens scavenged from a used Super 8 movie camera, a portable digital cassette recorder, 60 nickel-cadmium batteries, an analog digital converter, and several dozen circuits, all wired together on half a dozen circuit boards. A portable digital cassette recorder, that would make sense. I guess that's where they store the data for the image, like how you'd used to store backups on tape back in the day. By using CCD to bring cameras into the digital age, Sasson drew a map leading to a business goldmine for Kodak. Spoiler alert, they didn't follow his roadmap. All they had to do was follow it. Unfortunately, too many cooks spoiled the broth. How did they do this? Good, we're getting into this. Despite spending huge amounts of money developing Sasson's ideas, the higher-ups at Kodak viewed a possible digital revolution as too big a risk. They decided to stick to what they knew best, a decision that they came to regret mightily down the line. And I get it. I mean, it does seem a little bit short-sighted, but Kodak's got this technology. They decide to sit on it because they're making too much money from film. But guys, someone is going to come along at some point. It's not like this is going to be a secret forever. This CCD device or whatever it was invented externally. At some point, someone's going to come up with this idea as well, and they will crush you. Spoiler alert, again, they did. Sasson himself explained this. This is also from the New York Times. They were all convinced that no one would ever want to look at their pictures on a television set. I remember, just to interrupt here, I remember back in the day when these kind of digital photos were first kicking off, I didn't want to look at photos on a computer either, so I get the thinking, but boy were we wrong. I also think that I remember when tablets came out and I thought those were a waste of time, so I'm not exactly the person to listen to when it comes to predicting future technology trends.
You science.
Let's carry on. Every digital camera that was sold took away from a film camera, and we knew how much money we made on film. That was the argument. Of course, the problem is pretty soon you wouldn't be able to sell film, and that was my position. Sasson was a smart dude. Kodak's lack of interest was a source of frustration for Sasson. He had good reason to be frustrated. The young engineer continued his work in the field, and by 1989 he had built the first modern digital SLR, or single lens reflex camera, with Robert Hills. I remember getting my first digital. It's right here. Oh my god, this is awesome. Does my mic extend? This is actually decorating my set. This is a Nikon, how do you say that? D50. This was my first ever digital camera. Look at that beast of a screen on the back. This thing has been around the world with me. Good memories in this thing. But now wildly out of date. His 70s camera was capable of producing an image of 100,000 pixels, which works out at 0.01 megapixels. This is... I don't think it says, I want to say it's like 6 or something. The SLR could produce 1.2 megapixels. Wow, that's impressive, considering it's 1989, and maybe I was wrong about this being 6. The Nikon D50 has, I'm going to look it up later, but it has this many pixels. I don't think it's that much better. Despite this, the bosses at Kodak weren't biting. 1.2 megapixels was just over 1 million pixels, and technically Sasson needed 2 million to match the quality of old-fashioned film stock. Just for some reference here, I looked up some numbers on what sort of different numbers of pixels devices have. So his camera could do, just over 1 million pixels. On this one screen on this phone, there are 4.8 million pixels. On your TV at home, assuming you've got a 4K, you got 8.8 million pixels. So technology moved on. There are also like 15 megapixel images like years ago of big cities, and you can zoom in like crazy far. I'm sure there are now like 500 megapixel images. If anyone's got a cool one of those, you know, those huge cities pictures where they've stitched together like 1 million images to make like an insane digital photo, link that below. I would love to take a look. And while you're linking that below, or you're looking for that link, smash that like button. Ironically, as his employers were pushing away from SLR, digital photography was taking a hold of the market. See, I knew it would happen. Traditional analog cameras were falling out of favor because they were a massive pain in the arse. The legendary brand did try to play catch-up, but they simply weren't fast enough, and developments such as the smartphone left them in the dust. Kodak eventually filed for bankruptcy in 2012. There were other factors that contributed to Kodak's fall from grace. They notably dropped the ball with the 1984 Olympics, which was taking place in Los Angeles. Filming the events would have brought in big money for them, but they passed. Rival Fuji came in and took the rewards, giving competitors a financial headache. Alright, so another reason Kodak failed. Not super interesting. However, Fuji released the first portable digital camera, the DSX, at the end of the 80s, but they did it in Japan. Meanwhile, Kodak were beaten on home turf, that's America, by a company called Dicam. I'm gonna guess those guys aren't in business anymore, because I've never heard of anyone having a Dicam. They released an unsuccessful portable camera called the Dicam Model 1 in 1990, and I guess their company was unsuccessful as well. As for when digital cameras first reached the public, that isn't entirely clear. It is believed that the Megavision Tessera from 1987 was first out the gate. Don't know what happened to Megavision. Also guessing they're not in business. While it's easy to see Kodak as a lumbering dinosaur, they still managed to be cutting edge. The introduction of the photo CD in 1991 was arguably one of their last great innovations. I was 4 years old when the photo CD came out in 1991. I remember the photo CD. I remember this being my kind of first interaction with pictures on a TV, because you could get this photo CD, you could put it in like the computer or maybe a DVD player, or couldn't have been a DVD player, but in the computer, and you could look at the photos. So you'd develop your 35 pictures from your 35mm film with your 21 pictures on it or whatever, and then also put it on a photo CD, which you could see the pictures on the computer. It was cool. This was arguably one of their last great innovations. They did nothing with Steve Sassen's digital camera to their cost, but bankruptcy, it wasn't the end of them. Kodak are still in business and released their first smartphone, the Ektra, in 2017. Better late than never. I'm not really sure what I can say about products on this channel without risking getting sued. I watched a video the other day about a guy who was like, the Apple credit card's kind of shit, and Apple sued him. So I won't say it's kind of shit, but just Google it and you will find out that it's Also, companies going bankrupt, I used to think that that meant, the company goes bankrupt, that's it, it's gone away, like Pan Am, it's never coming back. But bankruptcy just means like you can restructure your and then come back and make a great mobile phone in 2017. The Ektra. The cutting edge. Everyone has an Ektra, I mean, you gotta get rid of this piece of and get an Ektra. Sassen never managed to get his idea of a digital revolution off the ground at Kodak. However, he was awarded the National Medal of Technology and Innovation by former President Barack Obama at the White House in 2009. That's a plus, but he should have gone and started his own company with his technology and become a billionaire. And now let's get into some bonus facts, shall we? Kodak have a long association with the movie business and are championed by top filmmakers such as Christopher Nolan and J.J. Abrams. In 2014, they pressed Hollywood studios to continue the old-fashioned method of processing film rather than casting it aside for the cheaper. In 2014, they were still considering that, maybe we should film on film. Wasn't that like 2014 major movies? When was the last time you saw like film in a cinema? Do you remember? That was shit. It would have like the weird crackliness over it. You'd get like the weird black blob in the corner. Digital's awesome and better. The name of another bonus fact, the name of Kodak lives on courtesy of Paul Simon's 1973 single, Kodachrome. Named after the company's 35mm format, it nearly hit the top spot. The song's chorus is practically an advert for the brand. I've never heard this song. I can't play it right now because I want to make money off this video. Copyright strikes, yada yada yada. There's also a 2017 movie called Kodachrome starring Ed Harris and Elizabeth Olsen. Ed Harris and Elizabeth Olsen should be a pretty good movie. It gets 70% on Rotten Tomatoes. And the final page is just sources. So that's it for today. I have been Simon. This has been Business Blaze. The way we do it on this channel is this was my own idea, but if you have a suggestion for me, something that you want us to research and then we can learn it together, please do hit me up in the comments below. Vote up the ones you like. We will make them. It'll be awesome, like a sort of collaborative learning experience. That's what we do here. Like, subscribe, all of that great stuff, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to Business Blaze. I am your host Simon, and in the video today we're basically looking over the whole can you buy essays on the internet thing. Are you going to get in trouble for it? How much is it going to cost? What are the kind of moral and legal implications? All of that good stuff. Also, I saw a video when someone got pretty hardcore blackmailed, so there's this. I got this written up. It's a topic that I found super interesting. I haven't been in university for like 10 years. This was kind of budding when I was there, but really today it seems to have exploded. Thank you to Lawrence for writing this one, and let's get into it, shall we? Remember back in the day when you would work your socks off to get an A or a B, then you'd get your report card and feel like you could do anything because you earned such a good grade? Yeah. Kids don't have to do that at all now. They just have to pay someone to do it for them, which is crazy. Also, this is quite American written. Like, I don't really know what a report card is. I assume it's like a card you get and it will have like grades on it. We had just marks, I think. I'm not even sure what they were called, but they weren't like A's or B's. It was like first, 2-1, 2-2, third. The kind of ones you don't want to get, the higher the better. It is now estimated that around 1 in 6 students are buying completed assignments from professional essay writers. 1 in 6 is huge. These sellers claim to offer things like original essays, term papers, dissertations, and other schoolwork in exchange for cold, hard cash, or probably, a Visa card transaction or whatever. They call it contract cheating, and think it sounds like something that would be really expensive? Well, it's not. These services are usually priced per page, and most outfits sell a page for around the same money as you'd expect to spend on a decent meal at a Burger King. Decent? I like Burger King, but like decent meal? I don't. And by the way, I just looked into this quickly because, a page, I wasn't really sure how, is that double spaced or 2 lines or all of that stuff, like what font size? Most of these websites seem to say it's about 275 words per page, so $10 a page. If you're wondering who the heck's offering these shady deals, the truth is it could be anyone. Ex-students, ex-teachers, postgrads, grads delivering undergraduate level work or just any old writer who's trained themselves to produce work to current academic standards. The companies selling these essays are widely known as essay mills. So basically the essay mills are the intermediary. So you'll have like students who wants to buy an essay, you'll have the essay mill in the middle, and then anonymously on the other side you have all these people writing these essays that, you know, this guy will then take a slice and this guy gets his essay. A couple of things here. I actually watched a couple of like short documentaries on this subject. Most of the people just seem to be students or ex-students who are actually good at getting grades, and then they just write it on the side for a little bit of extra money. It's pretty perfect because perfect for the people who are writing it in an economic perspective, not in like a moral or legal or anything like that perspective, because you've got all these people, like good students, who need money because they're students, and then they can just write more essays. Also, I thought what could be a fun follow-up. This stuff's pretty cheap. We could get like a proper essay put together. If you're watching this and think you'd like to see a follow-up video where I can go to like an essay mill, I'll buy one, and then we can go through it together and see if it's actually any good. If you've got a topic idea, length idea, anything, let me know in the comments below. Upvote the ones you like, and I'll go to an essay mill, get something written, and we can go through it like we normally do. I hope it won't be The general idea is that you pay up and the essay mill gives you a piece of work that's worthy of a top grade. If you're playing by the rules, alright, what you're supposed to do is take this piece of work as a good representative example or an inspiration, and then produce your own original piece using it as a guide. Yeah, but realistically, it doesn't work that way. Once a student is handed an original plagiarism-free piece of grade A work, how many of them do you really think are gonna play fair and then make their own run from scratch? Evidently, the answer is not many at all. I mean, obviously, wow, thanks for this really original, great piece of work. I'm definitely going to use this as inspiration. So how many students are actually doing this? Well, it's estimated that around 1 in 6, I think we said that already, 1 in 6, that works out to be about 31 million students have done this so far. I'm not really sure, like 1 in 6, 31 million, is that global or regional? I don't know. Anyway, it's a lot of students, however you want to look at it. If each of them is spending at least $10 on these kind of, well, obviously it's at least $10, because I didn't have to write many 275 word essays at well, maybe when I was like 11, like a piece of creative writing. 300 words, it's gonna be like $100, which, I mean, $100 to me as a student was a lot of money, but it's like, writing an essay was a lot of work. Not saying that I ever would use these. It's also a growing market. It's also not like simple plagiarism, which is quite easy to detect with modern software like Turnitin. Indeed, as someone who reads these, like, I am very familiar with plagiarism checkers, because you don't want all Lawrence here to be, not that Lawrence says, this is like original. I don't want to pick on Lawrence, but I do run these through, like, I think it's Plagium is the one we use to make sure that people aren't ripping stuff off, because that would suck. Contract cheating is really hard to prevent because there's no real way you can tell whether or not a student has actually written the work they've handed in. There are ways you could potentially do this, but it does seem rather draconian. There's a website that I've used to hire like people before, which is called Upwork.com, and you have this option, which I rarely use. In fact, I don't think I use it at all, which is where if you've got someone working for you, like say they're editing videos, you can have the Upwork software record their screen while they log their time. And I was thinking, maybe we should start like recording the students doing their essays, because, I don't know, how else are you going to do it? As you can probably imagine, the easiest way to find these services is online. Ads for essay writing services pop up on sites like YouTube, Facebook, and even through messaging apps like WhatsApp. I've never seen any advertising on WhatsApp, but I've heard it exists. Also, this doesn't happen to me, although it probably will now because I was looking up essay writing services before I stepped into the studio today. Yeah, I'm probably going to be retargeted the out of. Students spend a lot of time on platforms like these, obviously, so for a lot of them, it's only a matter of time before they consider these kinds of services in a pinch or just when they're feeling extra lazy. And I can totally see how this would work, even for, you know, not your super dishonest student, but for your regular person who's like, oh, I was sick and then this happened, and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to the essay service and just have it written this one time, and you're like, well, that was easy, and then the next essay comes along and you're like, oh, screw it, I'm just gonna get it done online. If you're thinking, surely there must be some way to check past work to see if it's different, this is actually a pretty easy hurdle for cheaters to get around. This is the thing, like if I'm like your lecturer at university and I'm familiar with your work, and then I'm reading it and it's completely different to how it is before, I'm like, well, you didn't right there, did you? A lot of companies doing this essay writing, well, this is pretty easy. A lot of essay companies offering this service will just offer to match a customer's writing style. They set you up with a dedicated writer who you can live chat with. You give them all the requirements and they produce a piece of work that ticks all the boxes. This is seeming like a really good deal. Like, if I can chat with a person, they have to read all my work to learn my style, and it costs me like $100 for a few thousand words? This is a really good deal. Please leave suggestions, because I would be dead keen to see if someone is actually, if people can actually do decent essays for like $100. Surely not. Then all of these websites, they're like 98% customer satisfaction. I don't get it. The cost depends on the subject, the amount of work needed, the time frame, and the standards that need to be met. Where single pages can cost less than $20, longer assignments can be worth hundreds. One very popular example of these companies is buyessays.net. They charge $13 per page for an assignment that has at least 2 weeks before the deadline. I also went through a bunch of other sites just to see kind of what they were offering, and just because I find it interesting, I just decided to like max out all of the options. So I typed in what it would take for me to get a PhD, so like a doctoral dissertation. I looked up the median size for like a PhD doctoral dissertation. It was 150 pages. And I said, can you make this for me in 4 days, please? And they quoted me $4,500. For that amount of work, and for that being a PhD doctoral dissertation, seems, it's a lot of money, but extraordinarily cheap. Don't you have to do like original research and like lab work or whatever to do like, I thought you had to like publish that. I know nothing about academia. It's been a long time. Is that even possible? Anyone who's like in academia, let me know. Use the comments. I know there's going to be a lot of random comments on this one. That's cool. I will read them. I try and read them all. This rise in homework hacking has led to lawmakers in the US and across the globe taking action. The government is starting to crack down on contract tutoring services as more and more students resort to buying their way through school. This type of service undermines the entire educational system, and as you'd imagine, it's pretty much being treated as a fast-spreading epidemic. If everyone can cheat, how are we meant to tell the bright kids from the dum-dums? It's a good question. Although really, how are you going to legislate against this? Globally, it's on the internet. Surely you can't stop the production. You've got to find clever ways to catch the students. Surely. Or make the punishment like extreme. Like, you get caught once, you don't get a degree. This is a real problem. I can see why this is tricky. So what exactly can be done about it? Maybe Lawrence will know. In New Zealand, as well as in several US states, this kind of service has been completely banned. Again, fantastic, ban it. But I mean, they're just set up in a different country. It's the internet. Australia and Ireland look to be the next countries willing to adopt similar laws to stop cheating in its tracks. Stop cheating in its tracks. This is just not going to work. How is that going to work? Oxford Essays is a leading essay mill in the UK, boasting the sale of around 70,000 essays to date. I don't know if that's a lot. It seems like a lot. Earlier this year, the Advertising Standards Authority gave Oxford Essays a spanking for posting misleading claims on its website. They basically tried to say that their services are risk-free for all students. Well, yeah, but what if you get caught? We'll give you your money back. Yeah, thanks guys. What about my degree? Assuming that you got kicked out of university, which seems fair. Anyone who believes there is such a thing as completely risk-free treating kind of deserves to get conned a little bit. Kind of agree, Lawrence. I do agree. The plagiarism direct detection app Turnitin has updated its software to help seek out signs that students have paid for their assignments. It does this by detecting inconsistencies in a student's writing. It notices new habits like more Oxford commas than usual or double spacing after periods where the student was only using a single space before, and this app can flag it up. This seems like it's super easy to get around. You could just, if you've got examples of the student's previous work and the double spacing and all of this stuff, you can just copy that exactly. I really hope that Turnitin has better ways of detecting this and they're just not making it public. But as soon as they make it public, it's like, guys, we checked for double spacing after the full stop. Then the essay mills will just be like, okay, well, we're going to do that too. And indeed, like a lot of these ones, when I was looking online, they have like, we will plagiarism check this for you as like an additional service for free. This is just not smart enough. These kinds of detection techniques are handy, but it's still close to impossible to prove that someone has actually cheated. I mean, this isn't a court of law, so to prove someone has actually cheated, you can just be like, I don't know, it depends, I guess, what the charter of the school is and what the rules at the university are. You don't have to prove, like, beyond all reasonable doubt that someone has cheated. It's just, you know, if they want to kick you out of university because they think you're cheating, they will. It's really unlikely a school will go ahead and take action, single out students and say, hey, we think you've cheated. I don't know, maybe they will. They probably should. So as it stands, the truth is that contract cheating does carry very little risk. The only real way to stop it is to change the entire education system to test students in ways that can't be completed by others. Yeah, so you could like track them using that software on the computer, or have them just write, or just switch to an entirely exam-based system where you have to write the essay then and there in the exam room. But you can't do that with longer stuff like dissertations. This is a real, I can see why this, in this video we're not going to come up with a solution to like essay mills, but boy is it a problem. So who gets hurt the most from this craze? Well, obviously it's the poor dorks who are actually putting in the hours, busting their balls to do their own work. If you're one of those guys, you're going to be pretty damn angry at the current state of play, but don't worry, by the looks of things, change is coming slowly but surely. I disagree, Lawrence. I don't think that things are going to change very easily. I think this is going to become a much bigger problem. I just don't think there's any good ways to combat it. I think it's such an international thing that it's going to be incredibly difficult. I'm glad that this was not really a thing 10 years ago when I was at university. Or maybe it was, maybe it's just a bit more underground, but I never even really considered it. Lawrence has got some bonus facts for us, so let's jump in. If you're in a rush, some essay mills offer to complete work for deadlines that are as close to 4 hours away. Expect this to cost about $39 per page or more. Yeah, like I said, that PhD one is like $4.5 grand for 150 pages. I'm not sure what that works out to be, but if it's super close to the deadline, then it will cost more. Although 4 hours, if you're like, oh man, I got an essay due in this morning, and you can just go to one of these sites and have it done. And now for another bonus fact. The UK is also making moves against contract cheating. Oh, good luck with this, guys. We're banging this point home, aren't we? In 2018, the UK's Secretary of Education was pressed to make essay mills completely illegal, so it seems only a matter of time before the law hits hard UK cheaters. Good luck. Good luck with that, guys. Okay, so thank you for watching this video. Suggestions. If you want us to do that essay mill video, go to an essay mill and get something made up. I'd like subject suggestions, and whether you just want it below, upvote it with the little thumbs up thing if you think it's a good idea. Hit that like button if you enjoyed this video. Subscribe, bell, all that good stuff. Oh, and also suggestions for regular videos. If you've got a business blaze video, a subject that you would like to see, this was my idea. This channel is new. Right now, all of these ideas are mine. I'd like to make your ideas so we can learn them together. Let me know in the comments below, and thank you for watching. Alright, what are we gonna do? We're gonna destroy them! Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one, Google+. What went wrong? Anyone remember Google+? No? Don't care? Well, I'll try and make you care in this little video because it's actually an interesting reason why it went wrong, all of the kind of internal politics and just kind of generally being a bit of a piece of shit. Let's dive in. Thank you, Danny, by the way, for putting this together. Of all the many different social media platforms to have ever challenged Facebook for dominance over the years, Google Plus was the one that Mark Zuckerberg was sweating the most about. Really? By the year 2010, Facebook was the leading force on the social media graph, valued at $14 billion and attracting 500 million signups. It is impressive that Facebook has stuck around, because I remember there were a bunch of different social media platforms that kind of came and went, and now Facebook has been dominant for so long, and I mean, it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. In contrast, Google was the leading force in the knowledge graph and was a much bigger corporate entity in general, valued at $200 billion. While Google may technically have been the bigger of the two online giants and was pulling in stacks more advertising revenue, it was missing one crucial element that it was desperate to get its hands on: all that juicy personal data that Facebook was picking up every second from its 500 million users. Yeah, this is the thing on Facebook. It's like, yeah, I'm interested in this, this, and this, and I'm in this group and that group, and it's like, okay, we're going to advertise all that stuff to you. Very powerful. Google announced that it was going to use all of its online power and marketing clout to launch a rival social media platform called Google+. Experts were tipping Google to kick Facebook off the social media graph altogether, and Facebook was running scared for a while. This all seems a bit ridiculous now, given like what we know about Google+ today, but here we are. But despite attracting 300 million users, really? I mean, I guess. I mean, I had a Google Plus account because I'm fairly sure, like, at some point they were like, you have to sign up for Google Plus or you can't, you know, we're not going to let you see your emails. You're not going to be able to leave a YouTube comment unless you have Google Plus. So 300 million users, but come on. Who actually used it? Despite attracting 300 million users, Google Plus ended up running around in circles for years and ultimately became Google's biggest ever failure. So what exactly went wrong? Google Plus was actually meant to be fourth time lucky. Following 3 previous failed attempts at the company to launch a social media platform, you know they're bad when you've never even heard of them. Orkut, Orkut, O-R-K-U-T, never even heard of it, had a small head start on Facebook when it first arrived on the scene in 2004, merely days before the launch of Zuckerberg's brainchild. Is it Zuckerberg or Zuckerberg? It was pretty successful in India and Brazil, but was ultimately crushed when Facebook took off into the stratosphere. I can't believe this ever existed. Google Friend Connect, brilliant naming Google, was a short-lived and largely forgotten follow-up in 2008, while Google Buzz, better name, still never heard of it, made a brief dramatic splash in 2010, but it was quickly pulled amid privacy concerns and controversy over weak security. Indian-born businessman Vic Gundotra, was the driving force behind Google+. He first joined the company in 2007, and he quickly became concerned about the growing influence of Facebook and the power it could ultimately harness from the personal data it was amassing. Sounds like Vic was ahead of his time on that one. Another small concern was that Facebook was poaching more and more of Google's top employees. Rumor has it that Gundotra was constantly whispering in the ear of Google co-founder and CEO Larry Page about how Facebook would eventually destroy Google, until Page was frightened into action and put Gundotra in charge of developing Google+. From the very beginning, the mission statement was very clear. Google+ was designed to defeat Facebook. Which sounds like a good idea. Like, if I was at Google, I'd be like, all right, what are we gonna do? We're gonna destroy them! Because I don't know. Larry Page seems like a really mild-mannered chap, but just imagine him raging out. The service was launched to the world in 2011, as well as featuring all the usual stuff you'd expect from a social media platform, such as the ability to post updates and photos, multi-person messaging, and a group video chat service called Hangout. The platform had one very distinctive ingredient: the Google+ Circles. I remember Circles. These were like... Danny's probably going to get into it, but it was... What I remember, it was kind of annoying because people could add you to them without permission. I think you can do that on now Facebook. Like, people add me to groups, or I'm in groups, and I'm like, pretty sure I never joined that. Instead of lumping everyone together under the label of friends, yeah, like the number of friends I have on Facebook who aren't actually my friends, it's like, yeah, mild acquaintances from like 15 years ago. People I don't remember. People I actively dislike because of their political opinions. Google Plus gave you the freedom to create multiple circles to define different breeds of relationships. Friends, people I don't remember from 15 years ago. People I dislike because of their political opinions. Can they see when they be put into your circle? It's like, I don't like your politics. Or like, seems like a bit of a knobhead. Weird online stalkers. So for example, you could have a circle for family, work colleagues, customers, loyal friends, or people I met at a really cool party in 1992. Yeah, those are my like, don't remember these people group. The cool idea was that you could quickly and easily share specific content to people in specific circles. So only your customers might be able to see your marketing posts, only your colleagues could see your work-related posts, and there's no chance whatsoever that grandma will get to see that rude joke you posted about the nun in the window cleaner. This would be really useful. In fact, this is a great idea. I would like to see more things people have this. I'd like to have this on YouTube because I get a ton of recommendations. I'm like, what is this? Why am I being recommended a beauty routine? What are you saying about me, YouTube? One huge weapon that Google had in their armory was its ability to quickly generate new signups to their service by integrating it into other established Google services. You say that's a huge weapon, I say it's a huge pain in the ass. I just want to read my emails, Google. I don't want your Google+. Although perhaps integrate is too generous of a word for a slightly devious tactic. What they actually did was make it a requirement to open a Google+ account in order to carry on using existing services. So for example, you were suddenly no longer able to leave a comment on a YouTube video unless you had a Google+ account. I remember this. This was really before I was a YouTuber, so it wasn't like such a big thing for me because I never commented on videos, I just watched stuff. I was like a bit of a YouTube lurker. Now I spend my life commenting on YouTube videos. It became nearly impossible to register for a new Gmail account unless you'd actually signed up for Google+, and you were also aggressively pushed into getting a Google+ account whenever you tried to use services such as Google Maps, Google Play, and even Google Search. It's like, cinema times tonight. Would you like a Google+ account? No. Facebook was getting twitchy. Mark Zuckerberg apparently put into motion a company-wide lockdown, instructing all employees to drop anything else they were doing and working on and dedicate all their time to bringing Facebook's features in line with their new rival. But why haven't you done that, Facebook? To be fair, I don't really know. I don't really use Facebook. And figures for Google Plus were looking good, rapidly attracting 25 million new users in the first month alone. Yeah, that's what happens when they don't let you use Gmail, dude. The platform went on to achieve a peak of nearly 300 million users. So far, this sounds like a massive success story, so what was the problem? I think we might have already covered this. Well, the small issue was centered around the fact that nobody was really using it. Back in 2012, it was revealed that users were spending an average of 7.5 hours per month on Facebook. I feel that's probably low today, even though that's a lot of hours. What is that? Like, my maths is terrible. Like 20 minutes a day? I feel people spend more than 20 minutes a day on Facebook these days. In stark contrast, users were spending on average just 3 minutes per month on Google+. That's embarrassing. You have it, but you never use it. Towards the very end of the line, when Google announced the closure of the platform, the company admitted that 90% of users spent less than 5 seconds per session on Google+, and that over 80% and 90% of Google+ profiles were completely empty. Of course they were. And like 5 seconds per session, that's like, oh, I clicked on Google Plus again. It's like Bing. The only reason people use Bing is to search for Google. I've got a video on Business Place all about Bing. Super interesting, super entertaining story. I'll link to it below. When Google closed the doors, I'm checking my watch because I gotta go to the dentist. When Google closed its doors for good in April 2019, much of the official blame for the closure was pinned on a controversial security flaw, which apparently gave developers potential access to personal data of hundreds of millions of users, although there was no evidence to suggest that it's ever been abused. Just admit it, Google, it sucked. Why share this information about people using it for 5 seconds and then be like, no, it was a security flaw. It was great. Everyone loved it. It's okay, Google. We love you anyway. I have to say that because YouTube's owned by Google. As John Oliver would say, it's my business daddy. While this may have been the trigger or the final nail in the coffin, the writing had already been on the wall for years. The fact is that hundreds of millions of users were not spending any time on this miserable ghost town of a platform. So what was the reason behind Google's failure to encourage their huge audience into actually using Google+? That's true. If they made it really good, you can get me to sign up. I'm not going to be all pissed off about it. In a nutshell, the real flaw goes back to its original mission statement. Google+ was designed to defeat Facebook. Not enough thought was put into providing a fresh and exciting online social experience that the audience might need or enjoy. It was all based on the company's fear of getting overtaken by the competition. The platform may have been pulling in big numbers, 5-second view times, Danny, but very few people were actually choosing to sign up for Google+. Okay, sign up numbers. Yeah, when I started this, it was like 500 million, 300 million, Facebook to Google+. I was like, no way. And then you're like, oh yeah. It was often just a byproduct of using other Google services like Gmail or YouTube, so the majority of those hundreds of millions of users had been press-ganged into signing up for something that they'd never asked for in the first place. It's like getting the new computer with Microsoft and you have to use Bing. Those who did take the time to check out Google Plus weren't really experiencing anything new or distinctive from any other social media platform. The circles may have seemed innovative, but a lot of people just didn't get along with them and it was a fairly flawed concept anyway. The problem with the circles is that they only really worked one way. Whereas Facebook groups encouraged a sense of community and users could exclusively share content with anyone in that group, the Google circles were very insular. Only the individual user knew who was in each circle they had created. That's smart though. Because it'd be like people I don't like because of their political views. They're not gonna like that. And there was no way for members of each circle to share that content with everyone else, so there was no social community involved at all. Yeah, it just seems like that's really limiting it rather than, you know, it's pushing against something going viral and reaching more people rather than the generally accepted thing or like the better way of growing a social media site of like, hey, let's encourage this to be shared as many times as possible because that gets more people to use the platform, you know, for longer than 5 seconds. This was just one example of how Google didn't really seem to get social. Here's another. The platform introduced a photo live stream so that partygoers could upload photos which could then be viewed in real time by everyone else at the same party. I know it's always fun to take a look at party pictures the next day or even later the same night if you haven't fallen asleep with a kebab in your hands. Too often, Danny. You're on the nose. I mean, not recently. But like back in my student days. Oh no, I spent £5 on a kebab and I didn't even eat it. I'm a terrible person. But how many people would want to spend their evening looking at a live stream of a party which is actually still going on around them in real life? Ooh. He says it wasn't a very popular feature. I think maybe this feature was ahead of its time because people will be at a party and they will be taking Instagram pictures, but they'll also be looking at Instagram pictures. This is the world we live in. Maybe this one was a little bit ahead of its time. Or not. I don't know. I barely use Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, Simon Whistler. Some of the design flaws can possibly be traced back to internal office politics at Google headquarters. Vic Gundoturk. Sorry, Vic. Vic Gondotra left Google in 2014 and effectively abandoned his own project. Later, former Google employee and designer Morgan Knutson? When someone's got a name Knutson, do you pronounce the silent K? Knutson spilled the beans on a divided and dysfunctional company in a brutal series of tweets that spanned 7 days. Oh, the tweets aren't here. I gotta look this up. Now that Google Plus has been shuttered, I should air my dirty laundry on how awful the project and executive team were. I'm still pissed about the bait and switch they built on me, telling me I'd be working on Chrome, and then putting me on this godforsaken piece of shit day one. If your team, say on Gmail or Android, was to integrate Google Plus's features, then your team would be awarded with a 1.5 to 3 times multiplier on top of your yearly bonus. Your bonus was already something like 15% of your salary. You read that correctly. A ton of money to ruin the product you were building with bloated garbage that no one wanted. No one really liked this. People drank the Kool-Aid though, mostly because it was green and made of paper. Okay, so Morgan's saying exactly what was going on. Former Google employee. I wonder why. According to Knutson, every team worked separately on their own part of the project without any knowledge whatsoever of what the other teams were doing. There was no sense of unity and no grand vision for the project as a whole, just a bunch of individual teams following a vague directive to win the race at all costs. Ultimately, the problem with Google Plus seems to be that it was founded on building blocks of fear and panic. It was a platform built for a company who didn't want to lose, rather than a platform designed for an audience to enjoy. So, have Google given up on social media for good? I kind of hope so. Not completely. Just a few months after the closure of Google Plus was confirmed, the company announced the soft launch of Shoelace, currently only available in NYC as part of an invite-only testing phase. Wow, this is small. The new one city invite only? We've got 4 users, guys!
How innovative! I like it!
I guess 4 users who are engaged will be better than 300 million users who are actively angry about being involved with Google Plus. The new app appears to be much more modest in ambitions than its predecessor, focusing almost entirely on connecting users to hyper-local events and hand-picked activities based on their interests. So instead of making a dramatic attempt to conquer Google's rivals in one fell swoop, Shoelace seems to be adopting a sensibly low-key approach, one small step at a time. Seems very sensible. It'll be interesting to see if the leading giants of knowledge ever do manage to get their heads around social. The one that I have to say, like Google reviews, and on Google Maps, that's a kind of social thing, like there's social stuff going on there. It's incredibly useful. I really enjoy it. And reading the reviews, people make an effort, and the good ones do rise to the top, and they're entertaining, and they also tie in, like if you're abroad with Google's amazing translate stuff. Okay, bonus facts. One of the very first people to sign up for a Google Plus account was none other than Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. You always gotta check out the competition. Mark knows that. Mark's smart. In a slightly embarrassing turn of events for Google, Zuckerberg ended up getting far more followers on the platform than Google's own CEO Larry Page. Oh, Larry. However, even Zuckerberg was far behind Lady Gaga, who held the record for the most popular Google Plus account with over 8.7 million followers. Now that matters today. It'd be really disappointing if you build up like 8.7 million followers. I'm the queen of Google Plus. And they're like, yeah, but you know, no one uses this. Google Plus cost a total, next bonus fact. Google Plus cost a total of $585 million to build, with over 500 employees dedicated to working on what turned out to be Google's biggest ever failure. The platform did have some success stories and historic moments though. President Obama once hosted a Google Plus hangout, as did NASA astronauts aboard the International Space Station. That's cool. And in fact, Hangouts still exists. I mean, I used it the other day. Is it still called Hangouts, or it's called I think it's called Hangouts, not Google Plus Hangouts, but just Google Hangout. It's great. It's a great way to chat online. I think it's a bit more reliable than Skype. This was what went wrong with Google Plus. A lot. They're trying again. They tried before. Let's see how it goes. This has been Business Blaze. If you've got a suggestion for this channel, let me know in the comments below. While you're down there, smash that like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I think we do videos 3 times a week. I'm not really sure. It depends on how I make these. I'm about to go to the dentist to have my mouth looked at, so maybe there'll be a hiatus. There probably won't be. Subscribe. All of that stuff. See you next time. Oh no, I spent £5 on a kebab and I didn't even eat it. Ha 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 ha. Where's my monocle? Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one today, why is public transport in the USA a joke? This one is entirely spurred on by me because I've been to the US a few times. Public transport's a joke. I live in Europe, it's pretty awesome over here, and I really want to, and also every American that I ever run into, other than perhaps people who live in New York and they have a good subway and stuff like that, but every American I've ever run into is like, yeah, it's a bit isn't it? Okay, so Danny has put this together. We're going to go through it together, and let's just crack on with it, shall we? 100 years ago, the United States of America pretty much showed the rest of the world how a good public transport service was meant to be done. A century later, one of the wealthiest nations in the world appears to have run out of steam and fallen off the radar when it comes to providing anything like a half-decent public transportation system. I'd say not only have they just fallen off the radar, they've come on the radar for being absolutely terrible. I've ridden a bus in the third world. That's an unfair analogy. It's definitely better in America than it is in the third world, but it's not exactly great. And also, like he says, 100 years ago or whatever, railways were a huge thing. Like, America led the way, building railways all across their country. And now, do you even have railways anymore? The USA still appears to throw stacks of money at public transport, but the problem is the service is absolutely dire. And the number of passengers has dropped dramatically since its 1940s heyday. Absolutely dire would be a great way to describe it. Part of what spurred this on is my personal experience riding on Greyhound buses in the United States, as well as a couple of trains. I rode a Greyhound bus from coast to coast, New York to Los Angeles, and it was horrible. Whereas countries such as China have shown commitment to building miles and miles of new high-speed railway, America seems more interested in tearing their infrastructure down. I have ridden the trains in China. I rode a high-speed train and it was incredible. Not only is it super nice inside, but it's also, these trains go so fast. You're traveling on the train and you see like there's a highway running alongside the train. You look out the train window and it's like the cars look as if they're, you're going so much faster than the cars, it looks like they're standing still. It's absolutely wild. The number of rail passengers in Asia and Europe has continued to soar in the 21st century. Asia's numbers are up 9 billion this decade, making for a total of 26 billion riders per year. That is absolutely nuts. China's got 1 billion people, so every single person is taking like 26 rides a year? I mean, I guess a lot of that. And China's sort of hugely diverse. Like, there are super poor people in the West and then rich people in the East, so that's a lot of riders. In stark contrast, North America now carries the fewest rail passengers per year of any region in the world, with a mere 3.7 billion passengers choosing to hop on board. So, how did the pioneers of public transport end up completely missing the bus? Clever, and becoming a global joke. Let us begin by addressing the myth that it's all a simple matter of geography and landscape. Yeah, that's what enters my mind. I think of America and I think it sucks because, well, it's just everything's super spaced out. One of those nights, I was on that Greyhound bus, like I was just doing an overnight. I think it was from Denver or something to like Salt Lake, but through this kind of like expanse of North Central America, I go to sleep at like 11 o'clock on the bus, and I wake up at like 5 o'clock the next morning or whatever, and the sun rises, and it's exactly the same landscape outside. A lot of people seem to think that America now has no chance of ever developing an adequate public transport service. The country is far too spread out, and most modern developments in cities and suburbs have been constructed with the automobile very much in mind. Highways, curvy roads, cul-de-sacs are fine for car travel, but they're an obstacle for potential commuters hoping to travel to bus stations or rail lines on foot. All very fair points. America is built for cars. Of course, it's true that this presents a challenge, but there's also one word which proves beyond any doubt that it can be done, and that's Canada. America's hat. I saw a graphic once of that, and I always think of Canada as America's hat now. With a similarly sprawled out car-centric landscape, Canada still manages to run a highly effective and efficient bus service, rapid transport, and commuter rails. So why can't America follow Canada's example? Well, let's rewind 100 years. Back at the turn of the 20th century, the only viable alternative to public transport clogged along on four legs and made a neigh cry whenever it got excited. It's a great way to describe a horse, Danny. There are probably easier ways to describe a horse, but I just wanted to hear Simon have a go at making animal noises on video. Owning and riding a horse presented its own set of challenges. Obviously, you have to have a horse, you have to clean up its you have to know how to ride a horse. So the idea of hitching a hassle-free ride on public wheels sounded pretty appealing. But fast forward about 50 years, I've ridden horses. I don't like it. It's uncomfortable. I feel especially as a man, but then I know plenty of men ride horses, but I'm like, what am I doing wrong? But fast forward about 50 years, and the automobile revolution changed everything. As more and more commuters chose to give up their seat on public transport and invest in their own private set of wheels, control of public transport was passed over from private transport companies to the cities, who were faced with the dilemma of how to win back dwindling custom. Now, obviously, this wasn't a problem unique to America, but it was the unique way America responded to the problem that sowed the seeds of the downfall of public transport. I am getting curious. Whereas most European and Canadian cities continue to invest heavily in preserving and expanding their transport systems in order to deliver an increasingly efficient alternative to the car, America decided that it was all just about cheap tickets. I feel it is. Isn't public transport because it's supposed to be cheap? Although, now I see exactly where you're coming from, because I say that, and it's just, I was on a train in the UK last weekend, and it was insanely expensive. It's cheaper to, it's way cheaper to drive, it's almost cheaper. If you're going from an airport, to some other destination, it's almost always cheaper, unless it's Christmas or something, to rent a car, pay for the rental, pay for the fuel, pay for all of that stuff. Trains are insane in the UK. The problem with this approach, the cheap tickets approach, is that it also involved the natural slashing of services frequency and efficiency until public transport had become so useless that nobody would ever dream of relying on it unless they had absolutely no other alternative. The cities ended up sticking with the super cheap tickets and heavily subsidized the bus and railway systems until public transport eventually became perceived by Americans as a bit of a social welfare program. Yeah, now I feel this is true because my experience riding the Greyhound bus, and I later found out there's such a thing that Americans will call bus people. And I don't know how to describe it, but I don't know, they're kind of poor and kind of rough. I don't know, I imagine if people comment on this video, I don't want to be classist or whatever, but the people who ride the Greyhound bus were kind of scary. There were these two guys that I was riding it with, and they spent a good 4 hours just throwing coins at each other. They would throw just little coins. They were 30-year-old men just throwing coins at each other, and not just but absolutely belting these things. It was weird. It's estimated that only around 30 to 40% of operating fees in most cities are covered by the small ticket price, with the rest being funded by public tax dollars. So whereas the rest of the world tends to view public transport as an essential service for the whole country, American public transport became viewed as a welfare lifeline for people who literally couldn't afford anything else. I think this is true, and this is a huge difference between the USA and Europe. In Europe, I didn't really, I got a car a couple of years ago, but only because I wanted something slightly more convenient for move, because I got an apartment, so I wanted to be able to move stuff from IKEA to my house without paying IKEA for delivery. Before that, I just took the bus everywhere, especially in the city, and then there's buses that run between cities or trains, and I would just take those. A car is almost unnecessary if you live in a city in Europe. This naturally causes controversy when it comes to the matter of how much public money should be pumped into improving a service that is only used by a minority of people who are too poor to drive. Which in America I feel is really poor, because petrol's so cheap, insurance is cheap, cars are cheap, everyone seems to drive. Even if you're poor, you have a car. It's a politically charged issue. Yeah, I feel even in this episode, I'm stepping across I feel like I'm gonna take some heat in this one for making fun of poor people, even though I'm really not. I'm making fun of a system that kind of encourages. Tricky, politically charged. It's a politically charged issue, and public transport never really wins anyone any big votes. So America has ended up in a vicious cycle of nobody choosing to travel via public transport because it has an unreliable and infrequent service, and nobody's willing to step up to the plate and improve the service because nobody has enough interest in doing it. Except for, isn't Elon Musk building a Hyperloop? I feel that could change a lot, although is that getting built? I'm not sure. It's Elon Musk. He's probably going to do it. I got a lot of faith in Elon Musk. He's going to save the world. It's why I don't worry about the environment, because Elon's here. He's going to save everyone. It's a situation which obviously has a hugely negative impact on the environment, because everyone's driving, and the increasingly congested American roads. But can anything realistically change in the future? Well, it's not all doom and gloom. Despite a general massive decline in ridership since the 1940s, the last few years have witnessed a small but steady rise in numbers, although still nowhere near the levels of Europe or Canada. And there are several paths to consider which could change the future route of public transport in the USA. The system clearly needs more committed funding, and this can be achieved by providing a better service with a higher ticket price, ideally with concessions for people on lower incomes. Maybe. That's going to be really tricky to implement, because if you're saying hey, yeah, the service is better and the ticket prices are high, people are just going to be like, oh, dude, no, I'm not hanging out with the bus people. No way. No, I know who rides that, because they'll just think it's more expensive, but It's still going to be whatever way you look at it. In America, I feel like it's always going to be the option for the people who are the poorest of the poor and can't afford a car. And I imagine these are the bus people. God, this is politically charged. I imagine these are the bus people that no one wants to spend their time with because they're kind of scary. It's going to be hard to get people to get back onto the buses once you've kind of screwed it up like this. Good service drives demand. Maybe, Danny. Maybe good service drives demand. You're going to have to really push hard on the marketing to make that clear. And very big tweaks need to be made to some of America's disastrous wrong turns over the last few decades. Yet those disastrous turns, like I say, I really think that's going to be a hard hurdle to get past. For example, America's bus service takes the unique and quite baffling approach of prioritizing reach over frequency. Unlike the rest of the world, who tend to deliver a frequent service via bus stops which are spaced out at sensibly logical levels, America seems to place more importance on having a bus stop on every single corner, but barely any buses picking people up and customers picking up customers throughout the day. This is so true. I was in Los Angeles last year, and for the most of the time, I had a car when I was there, because I was there with a friend and he had a car. He left a day earlier than me, so I was left kind of with a day by myself, and I was staying in Orange County, and I was like, I want to go to the beach. So I look at Google Maps, and I'm like, oh, it's not really far. So I start walking, and then I realize, oh, it's enormously far. And I was like, I'm just going to hop on a bus. There's bus stops everywhere. I'll just get on this one. I'll look at the map, and then I'll head down. I was waiting at that bus stop. It's like 35 degrees outside, like 100 Fahrenheit maybe, and it's just insanely hot, and the bus just doesn't come. And then it comes, and then it's stopping like every 30 seconds. It's like almost quicker to walk. So the good news is you're never very far from a handy bus stop, but the bad news is that you're in for a very long wait if you were ever thinking of trying to catch one. Yeah, just space them out more. It's okay to walk like 5-10 minutes to a bus stop. Another way of getting people out of their cars and back into public transport is to introduce auto disincentives. Now, this is what we're taught. This is a good idea, but this will never get people elected. This could potentially involve raising gas prices, petrol prices, charging fees to drive in select areas, or even limiting how much car ownership is allowed per year, an idea that's pursued in Singapore. Yeah, Singapore, I think there's 100% tax on cars. So if you buy a car, you're essentially paying twice as much. In terms of fees to drive in select areas, you can't drive in central London unless you pay a congestion charge, and also just... America, your petrol, your gas is like half the price. But let's be honest, it would take a brave politician to lobby for such measures. Yeah, they're just so unpopular. America's so car-driven. And we're unlikely to see these kinds of developments in America anytime soon, but it would be one way of getting US citizens to reevaluate the benefits of public transport. Ultimately, what really needs to change first is the American mindset and perception of what public transport is and what it could be. The perception of what it is, bus people, what it could be. Something like Europe, where you get on the train and you're not like, oh, this is horrible. You get on a train and you're like, okay, cool, there's a Wi-Fi, I'm going to sit down and relax for like an hour. Improving public transport is going to involve a lot of public spending, and American taxpayers need to get to grips with the idea that they're not just investing in a rarely used social welfare program. Instead, they're investing in a concept that could transform the country and benefit the whole population, just as it used to do so well 70 years ago. Only then will America have any real hope of getting public transport back on the right tracks. So I believe today, just before we get into the bonus facts, have we solved the public transport problem in America? Take note, politicians. Bonus facts. The very first modern bus system appeared in Paris in 1662. The omnibus was invented by French mathematician and philosopher Blaise? That's a badass name. Blaise Pascal, he's French. Blaise Pascal. Although it only enjoyed a very brief run. Pascal died just a few months after it was launched, thankfully not in the world's first ever public transport accident. That would be dark and hilarious. And then the omnibus was pulled from service in 1677. Isn't like an omnibus also when you have several books together in a series and it's called an omnibus? It took a while for the rest of the world to catch up to the idea of public transport, with the omnibus not making an appearance on the streets of London until 1829. Now for another bonus fact. If you're wanting to catch a bus in New York City and you intend to pay for the fare with one of those few loose dollars in your pocket, then you're out of luck. NYC buses don't accept real paper money, as the giant vacuum hoses which are used to empty fare boxes would shred the paper bills to bits. Is that true? How do you just pay with coins? There's enough coins? Because you don't have dollar coins. That'd be a lot of coins. Oh well, that's a problem for bus people. Ha 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 ha. Where's my monocle? Final bonus fact, and then we're done today. While most of America's public transport system may seem like a joke, New York City subway is the largest subway system in the world and is often recognized as one of the top 10 public transport systems in the world. I would agree, New York City is the one place I've ridden the subway a lot, and it's like, hey, this is pretty good. This pretty works. You get your little Metro card and you go in and, there's some homeless people. But it's New York. What do you expect? Other systems to regularly make that top 10 list include services from Hong Kong, Shanghai, Tokyo, Paris, London, and Berlin. London bloody well better be on this list because it's insanely expensive. I think I saw a graphic a while ago and it was like London compared to I don't know if this is fact. If I'm wrong, let me know in the comments below. But like London is the most expensive in the world by far. It's like there's a 50% difference between London at like £200 a month and whoever the next guy is at like 130 or 120 or something. It's just this huge price jump. I lived in London for 1 year. And I would not ride the underground because it was too expensive. I'd always take the bus. And like London buses, they're not bad. I mean, they're not like American buses, but they're not the best either. Anyway, this has been Business Blaze. This was a lot of fun. Thank you, Danny, for putting this together. If you've got a suggestion for a future Business Blaze episode that you'd like us to address, I can have Danny put something together. We can go through it together. It'll be fun. Comment below, please. Let me know what you think of this channel and how I'm doing. Give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed this video. Subscribe, tell a friend, all of that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. This almost cooked my Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. Today, the 6 unusual stories behind big inventions. Thank you, Danny, for writing this script. We're gonna go through it together and let's get started. For hundreds of years, the greatest scientific minds in the world have focused their mighty brain power on cooking up solutions to some of mankind's biggest problems. Despite their best efforts, it's disappointing to see that they still haven't got around to inventing Ziploc cereal packets, batteries that last forever, a button on the TV that makes the lost remote control beep, or a cure for the hangover that doesn't involve raw eggs. Couple of points there, Danny. 1, I've tried the raw egg thing for a hangover. Does not work at all. It just makes me feel like, oh, now my stomach is more upset than it was before. And also, there are 2 great inventions here. Like Ziploc cereal packets? I've genuinely never heard of that. It's genuinely an amazing idea. This video is brought to you by Whistler's Ziploc cereal packets. Get 10% off. Also, the button on the TV so you can relocate the remote control is also a brilliant idea. Although I feel like I've heard that before. Why does that not exist yet? But at least we have electronic banana slicers, toilet golf, and shoe umbrellas. I mean, I understand what an electronic banana slicer is, but what the hell's toilet golf? What's a shoe umbrella? So the idea is, let me just load up that image. I'll put that on screen. But you sit on a toilet and you putt. Shoe umbrellas. Is that like just an umbrella to protect your shoe? That seems completely pointless. Like, I feel like the shoe gets wet from underneath, not from above. Yeah, this is not right. However, some of the greatest or perhaps most popular inventions of all time have some intriguing origin stories behind them, which involve surprise inspiration, disastrous misfires, and discoveries that were based more on good fortune than a burning desire to change the world. I feel like a lot of inventions are based on good fortune rather like, can you imagine if you're I'm gonna become an inventor, and I'm gonna go out to the shed in the garden. Your friend says, oh Simon, what are you up to? I'm gonna invent something that's gonna change the world. Their response is, you arrogant prick. Take the microwave oven, for example. Self-taught American engineer Percy Spencer had been experimenting with microwave emissions back in 1945, but he certainly wasn't thinking about just heating up food. He had far more important fish to reheat on full power for 3 minutes before prodding with a fork. Following World War II, Percy found employment with the Raytheon Company. I once had an interview at the Raytheon Company. I didn't get the job. My life would be really different today if Raytheon had given me a job. Instead of like being a YouTuber, I'd like work for a defense contractor. He was fiddling around with microwave-emitting radar equipment for military use when he suddenly felt the strangest sensation in his trousers. Don't panic, it's not that kind of story. Percy had left a chocolate bar in his trouser pocket, and it had started to melt under the effects of microwave emissions. This accidental discovery led Percy onto a new mission to build a huge enclosed box which could zap electromagnetic radiation at food to heat it up. I don't know about this Percy dude, but if like I've got a chocolate bar in my pocket and I'm like working with this microwave technology or whatever, and you're like do, and it's like, oh, this is melted. That chocolate bar is alarmingly close to like other parts of my body, and I know how like microwave works. Microwaves work by like boiling the water in your body. So that like chocolate bar, I'll be like, has this cooked my penis? Are my balls now a little bit cooked? And how would you know? Like, could you look at your skin? Because it would heat it inside. Like, if you cook like chicken in there, the inside's gonna cook quicker than the outside. So has he like accidentally cooked part of himself? And so the idea of the microwave oven was born from war rather than convenient cooking. Incidentally, the very first food to be purposefully cooked in Spencer's experimental oven was popcorn, whilst the second was an egg which promptly exploded in the face of one of his colleagues. Oh, so they're having these things. It's in the box, but they haven't like worked out to put a door on it yet. And is a microwave? Does it have that like what's that cage called? There's a cage which you can sit in which blocks microwave radiation. So like if you put your hand on the microwave, it doesn't cook your hand. So these guys, I would be so nervous about doing this. And it took a little while for the microwave oven to get its name and get into the kitchens of everyday homes. Raytheon were quick to file a patent application for Spencer's invention, and they launched the Raider range. Catchy. In 1947. Wow, they've been around for a while. The only problem was it was absolutely massive. It weighed a ton and it cost $5,000 to buy. I don't know, the last microwave I bought for my office was like, what, the equivalent of like $20? And now, that by the way, that $5,000, today's money, $56,000. Needless to say, it didn't immediately take off. Although it would be awesome. I feel like today, like if you're rich, it's like, yeah, you could buy like a bigger house and a faster car and all of this stuff. But can you imagine like being rich back in the day, like $56,000, and you get like a microwave and you're like, yeah, Jeff, come round, we'll have some popcorn. He's like, how are you gonna make the popcorn? He's like, oh, I'll just put it in my microwave. He'd be like, what the that? It'd be like, it heats food up magically. Yeah, it'd be very impressive. Speaking of food and drink, our next story involves a dirty scoundrel who accidentally helped to invent the world's first popular artificial sweetener, saccharin. Back in 1879, Konstantin Fahlberg was a Russian chemist working on coal tar derivatives at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. I don't know how you're going to get from coal tar derivatives to saccharin. Is like saccharin made out of coal tar? His colleague at the time was American chemist Ira Remsen, who was about to get royally screwed over. After a long day at the lab researching coal tar derivatives, Konstantin Fahlberg sat down with his wife to enjoy some bread rolls. Fahlberg noticed that the rolls tasted unusually sweet, but his wife noticed nothing strange at all. It turns out that Fahlberg had forgotten to wash his hands before eating his dinner. Who's like the chemist who is like, oh yeah, I'm working with coal tar derivatives in like a laboratory all day, and clearly with different chemicals. I'm a Russian man. I do not need to wash my hands before I eat. It's a terrible Russian accent. Okay, I'm glad Danny agrees with me. He says, it's worth pointing out that this was very foolish and a downright dangerous mistake for a trained chemist to make. Although, you know, I'll cut him some slack. It was 1879. You know, they didn't really understand stuff. Honestly, he was very lucky that he didn't just keel over and die at the dinner table. But what he'd actually gone and done was instead make the discovery that the acid known as, wait for it, oh god, orthosulfamine benzoic. Anyway, there's this really long chemical. It turns out that it can be a great artificial calorie-free sweetener. These things are absolutely incredible. Can you imagine a time before you wanted to taste something that was sweet? And it's like, well, you just have to eat a ton of sugar. I know we still do this today. People have Coca-Cola and there is like Coke Zero, and I know it has that like tiny aspartame taste that's barely even noticeable, especially like put it with some ice, and I can't tell the difference. And it tastes amazing, and it's incredibly sweet, and it's like nutritional value, nothing. And that whole thing about like, oh, but aspartame will give you cancer. No, it won't. There's no science that backs this up. The one study about aspartame giving you cancer was where they got rats and they gave them so much rats, it was like 20,000 cans of Diet Coke, and then one or two of them, or like a tiny percentage of them got cancer. It was totally pointless. It's totally fine. Drink all the Diet Coke you want, because you know what does kill you? Being fat. Although he and his colleague Ira Remsen published their findings jointly, it was Fahlberg who alone pursued the patents for saccharin around the world, took sole credit for the discovery, and became very wealthy as a result. Well, yeah, hang on. It doesn't sound like this Remsen guy really had anything to do with it. It was like Fahlberg was the guy who wasn't washing his hands and shit, and he goes home and he has some bread rolls, and he's like, oh, it's really sweet. So he's like, oh, Remsen, you want to publish a paper with me? And then he takes credit. It's like, why did he even invite Remsen to be on the paper? Ira Remsen always claimed that he had no real interest in the commercial gain of saccharin, but became incensed at his lack of credit. It's okay, Ira. You can be upset that he took all the money. I'm not upset that he took the money, I just wanted a credit. Except now he's like a billionaire. He's got a microwave in his house, Ira. That's how rich he is. He later commented that his former colleague is a scoundrel. It nauseates me to hear my name mentioned in the same breath with him. And Fahlberg doesn't wash his hands before dinner either. He's the worst kind of scoundrel. He is. Next up. Many of the world's most pioneering inventions can be traced back to a single spontaneous moment in time. Velcro was invented by a dog. walk. Ba-da-bum-bum. The dog did play a crucial role in the development of the hook and loop fastener. Back in 1941, the Swiss electric... Didn't they say, like, Velcro was invented by... I feel like there's a Star Trek movie where someone goes back in time and they invent Velcro or something like that, but no, it was in 1941 by a Swiss dude. Oh, there's that amazing movie, Garden State, with Zach Braff, where it's like this guy lives in this huge mansion, and it's like, how did he get so rich? I invented silent Velcro. And now he does nothing. He just invents the silent Velcro and he's like riding around on a little golf cart. He's firing flaming arrows up into the sky because he's just bored with life because he got super rich after inventing silent Velcro. Anyway, back to the Swiss dude. So he's taking his dog for a walk, he's going for a hike in the Alps, and he noticed there's these clumps of like burdock seeds or burrs that kept sticking to the dog's fur, and he became curious as to how this worked. This is why I'll be a terrible inventor, because I'll be like walking my dog and it will have these things stuck to me like, oh, get these stupid things, come on! Why do they keep I wouldn't give like any thoughts to it at all. That's why I'm not an inventor and I have to make videos to make a living. Life is so hard. When he later studied these sticky burrs under a mic, this guy, he's not only like, oh, I wonder how that works. He's like, I'm gonna put these under a microscope. I wish I was smart. He discovered hundreds of hooks, which were the reason why the seed stuck so easily to anything with a loop, such as clothing or dog fur. This inspired George to develop a similar hook and loop system by combining the materials together to form a unique fastener, which eventually evolved into a zipperless zipper. We now recognize this as Velcro. However, we shouldn't really refer to the invention itself as Velcro. That's simply the name of the company that George de Mestral founded to launch his hook and loop fastener product. Of course, the word Velcro has since become widely and very wrongly used to describe the product itself, much to the annoyance and occasional legal action of the brand. Why do they care? Does Velcro make other stuff? I feel like Velcro is such a product that is like, it's okay, just make Velcro. Just own that, guys. You don't need to make anything else, and you don't need to sue people if they're calling, Velcro. I want to see, like, what other extremely notable products the Velcro company makes. Okay, it doesn't seem like they're notable for anything else. Somehow they managed to have 2,500 employees. What do you do? You make Velcro. This was like 1941. Isn't it out of patent? Isn't it like generic Velcro? How do you survive Velcro? However, if the Velcro company think they've got problems, consider the poor dog who inspired all of this in the first place, and he never received the slightest bit of credit, and his name has been completely forgotten by the history books. If it makes the dog feel any better, don't worry. In 1,000 years, George de Mestral will also be barely a footnote in history. Simon Whistler, it's not even gonna be there at all. Good luck. We like to think that the dog's name was Velcro, but it probably wasn't. Next up, other great inventions started out as something else entirely. In the early 1950s, a British inventor called Edgar Ellington was determined to find a cure, or at least a good prevention, for trench foot, the nasty medical condition caused by exposure of the foot to cold conditions, which had become a huge problem in the First World War, hence the name. Yeah, I think this was like people in the trenches. It wasn't just cold, it was also wet, and their feet would like rot. I think the trench foot was like a gangrenous type of condition where, you'd get nasty infections and your feet would fall off or something like that. I'm gonna look up some images of trench foot. Oh god, okay. I'm like, it doesn't look too bad. It looks just like the guys in the bath too long. And then you're like, oh god. Oh, that's not right. This isn't even an overreaction. There's this, I don't know why that's so, like, I look at horrible stuff all day. Like, you see something and you'll be like, I don't need to see that. But I don't know why, but like the peeling of the skin off the feet is particularly bad. Okay, anyway, so trench foot. He came up with the idea of a waterproof sock, but it's fair to say that he stepped into a few teething problems during development. I don't know, whenever I go hiking, we talked in a recent video about like waterproof stuff, and Danny was saying how he got like some waterproof shoes, but they weren't really waterproof, or he was gonna buy waterproof shoes, but they weren't really waterproof. When I go hiking, I always just take like some plastic bags. Whenever my boots get wet, I just put my feet in the plastic bag and then put the shoe, like fresh socks, plastic bag, shoe over the top, problem solved. You get a little sweaty, but it's okay. I'm a genius. Why couldn't Edgar Ellington come up with this? I guess maybe he didn't have plastic bags? His first idea was to cover the sock in latex to make it completely watertight. It sounded like a good fat plan, but he found the latex was so tight it made the sock impossible to get on your foot. Have you guys ever worn one of those like verruca socks? Where it's like you're as a kid and you got like a verruca or whatever. I'm not even sure what a verruca is, but I had it on my foot and you had to wear like this weird plastic sock when you went swimming so you wouldn't pass this like verruca onto other people. Remember once I had this verruca and I was like taking the verruca sock off and it like fell off. Oh, I think I've got an issue with feet. It sounded like a good plan, but the latex was so tight that it was impossible to get on your foot. So he tried heating the sock to make it more elastic. This kind of worked, but unfortunately it looked as if the sock had been damaged in the process. As optimistic as ever, Ellington tried filling the damaged sock with water on the off chance that it might still work on some level. Carrying water? Or to cool it down? It's like, these inventors, they're just try some random like, the guy with the microwave. This almost cooked my Let's put a egg in it. What was that guy's name? Percy Spencer. I've got a desire to know if Percy Spencer had children. He's got a Wikipedia page, it's a good start. He has 3 children! So either it didn't cook his or he had children before. Alright, so this dude's filling his sock with water. Water comes gushing out of all sides. Frustrated with the whole damn thing, Ellington gave up on the idea and threw the sock at the table. The sock bomb exploded, splattering water. Oh, I know what he's inventing. He's inventing water bombs, isn't he? Can you imagine working for the Department of Defense or whatever, and it's like, we've got this huge medical problem. People's feet are rotting off in the trenches. And it's like, what's his face? Edgar's like, yeah, I'll fix that. I'm gonna go invent something for that. He comes back a month later and he's like, gentlemen, I present to you the water bomb. He had utterly failed in his mission to find a prevention for trench foot, but he immediately became inspired to invent water balloon toys for children, which sounds like loads more fun. I'm sure it didn't to all the people in the trenches who were like, my feet! But my feet, Edgar! He went on to reach soaring heights of success with his new inventions, which were initially sold as water grenades, before being rebranded to something a little less hostile. Staying on the subject of children's toys for our last and brief story, I'm sure that most people have fond memories of mucking about with Play-Doh, the modeling compound which was supposed to be used as an arts and crafts toy, although as a kid I generally preferred to bury my head in the Play-Doh and sniff it. Danny, you and I both. That stuff smelled great. Although I did like playing with it as well. My niece, she's about the Play-Doh age. And so she bought all these Play-Dohs and she puts them through this weird machine. And it's like, you get all these colors. It's like, what's the point? It all ends up brown within about 30 minutes. And the stuff is everywhere and it's horrible. But it does smell good. I'm surprised that nobody has ever thought to market an aftershave or fragrance based on this sweet, musky, vanilla-like fragrance. Honestly, Danny, I like the smell of it, but I'm not gonna start splashing it on my face. The weird thing about Play-Doh is when the pliable, putty-like substance was first invented and marketed in the 1930s, it wasn't a kid's toy at all. Noah McVicker worked for a company in Cincinnati called Kootol, who manufactured soap and cleaning products at the time. Noah's new invention for the company was originally sold in the United States as a wallpaper cleaner. Who cleans wallpaper? Which was effective at getting rid of coal residue from the walls of your... because people used to have fires inside. We have fires inside now, but we got good chimneys and stuff. Following the Second World War, homes began to move away from coal-based heating, and washable vinyl wallpaper hit the market, leading to a dramatic drop in sales for Noah's cleaning product. However, in the 1950s, Noah's nephew, Joe McVicker, saved the company from going bankrupt. His relative, Kay Zuffel, worked as a nursery school teacher who was buying loads of the stuff so that her tiny tot students could play with it and also mold animal models. I feel this was risky, okay? I'm gonna take this industrial cleaning product and just give it to the kids and see what happens. And it probably wasn't I'm betting in 1950s America, there wasn't a ton of mandatory alerts to have on things, considering that, leaded petrol was a thing. Alright, so extremely reckless Kay had given it to all of her kids and they loved it. Great. In 1956, Noah and Joe McVicker had been persuaded to reposition their outdated wallpaper cleaning products as a toy for children, and the rest is history. And I bet they could sell that for a whole lot more money. I get a gift for my niece for Christmas, and I'll just go to the DIY store and be like, got any wallpaper cleaner? They originally planned to call the new product Rainbow Modeling Compound until the teacher Kay Zuffel came to the rescue again with a snappier name, Play-Doh, which ultimately led to the very sweet smell of triumphant success. You can't just help but marvel at the irony of something that was originally intended to clean your house that ended up making such a terrible mess and clogging up carpets and rugs of millions and millions of homes all around the world. Yeah, that stuff is a right mess. Also, thinking about it, Play-Doh, it's kind of to clean the wallpaper, you'd have to just do individual dabs, all over it or something, and then throw it away. It seems a little bit ridiculous, but well, good for these guys. They came up with a solution. Everybody, this has been Business Place. I hope you liked it. If you did like it, please do hit that thumbs up button below. Subscribe to this channel so you find out when a new video comes out. Also, if you've got suggestions, let me know in the comments below. I'd like to hear them. And as always, thank you for watching. It's like, fuck you, Ryanair. Welcome back to Business Blaze. I'm your host Simon. Today, because of the privileged position I get to sit in as someone who makes videos on YouTube, I said to Danny, one of our writers, hey Danny, can you really get flights for £1? Was that ever really a thing? Because when I was like, not a kid, but as a teenager and like early 20s maybe, especially when I was doing a lot of traveling, I'd see these flights and they'd be like, you can fly for £1 to, Europe or whatever. And I want to know if these were really a thing, so I asked Danny, go find out about it, Danny. And he wrote me this. Way back in the middle of the 20th century, air travel was geared almost exclusively towards the elite members of the fabulously wealthy, the jet-set social group. In other words, most normal people were still happily packing their buckets and spades and taking the drive down to the local seaside resort to enjoy their holidays. I feel this is true. Like, my nan, I don't think she really ever left the country. The idea of going on a plane to her was really alien. You would never even dream of going on something as exotic as boarding an airplane unless you were proper, filthy, stinking rich. She was a doctor, so she wasn't important. Maybe she just didn't like going on holiday. Also, have you guys seen those pictures? They go do the rounds, I swear, like on Reddit, like once a year. It'll be flying was so much better in the past. And it's like a picture of a lady like carving a roast in economy. And then at first I was like, wow, flying was so much better. Until you realize how insanely, like those economy tickets where they're sitting in kind of like bad seats, which probably don't even have seatbelts, they're way more than first class would cost today. Not to mention way more fucking dangerous. Thankfully, the prices naturally tumbled over the decades as commercial airlines became more cost effective and more accessible to the everyday traveler. But just how absurdly low did the prices tumble? Back in the 90s and noughties, cheap and cheerful airlines such as Ryanair and EasyJet were making bold marketing claims and press advertisements that you could book a single flight for as little as £1. That's right, so I didn't imagine it. It was possible. It was advertised. That doesn't mean it's possible. As we're gonna see, this has got Michael O'Leary in it. Probably should avoid saying some stuff because I don't want to get sued by Michael O'Leary. But did £1 or $1 flights ever really exist? And if so, how on earth did airlines ever manage to stay in business if they were practically giving away seats for pocket change? Before putting together this piece, I love it when Danny gets all personal. He says, my own gut feeling was that crazy cheap flights had to either be a myth or a marketing scam or just a strange dream. I've racked up a few air miles in my time. Air miles are confusing. Like, I feel like I fly a lot, not a lot, but like more than the average person. And every time I'm just like, I'm just going to take the cheapest flight. And they're like, yeah, but if you go with this line, you get Avios points. I mean, yeah, but it's like 100 quid more. How much is the airline points worth? Not that much. So Danny's racking up his airline points while I'm not. While I like to think that I've picked up some bargain deals here and there, I can't recall ever booking a flight for anywhere near as cheap as under £10. The very idea seems ludicrous to me. Me too. So my first step was to reach out on social media, original research, and ask if any of my frequent flyer friends, followers, and stalkers, glad it's not just me, had ever really brought a flight for only £1. The initial response surprised me. So many people replied that yes, they had most definitely bought a one-way flight for £1. One of them even showed me the ticket from 2004 as proof. But digging a little deeper, I got into the details, and it wasn't quite as it seemed. I'm like with Danny on this one. I really feel like it's going to be a myth because you can't do it for £1. There's going to be some catch, and it's not like EasyJet and Ryanair are known for Ryanair are known for their straightforward pricing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Robert claims that he'd once got a return ticket with Ryanair from London to Dublin for just £1. Return, so that's 50p each way. That sounded a little too good to be true, but he was insistent. I asked him if he had to pay any other charges along the way, and this is where the real story unfolded. Yes, of course, he replied. He had to pay a booking fee. He had to pay the airport tax. He had to pay luggage charges. He had to pay seating costs. The list, it went on and on. In the end, his true cost of the journey was closer to £50 than £1. But the weird thing is that in Robert's head, he still got a flight for £1. That's what it said on the ticket, and that's what he was happy with. Robert is a victim of good marketing, because he paid £25 each way, and he probably still has like a positive impression of whichever airline he flew with. Another friend, Jamie, he told me he had booked a single flight with jet2.com from Leeds to Amsterdam for just £1. That's a very short flight, but still, £1. But Jamie had a really different and more realistic mindset to Robert about the whole deal. Robert's an idiot. Sure, she paid. Oh, Jamie's a girl. Yeah, Jamie is a gender neutral name. Is it? It is. Sure, she paid £1 to get there, but she had to pay top whack around £100 for the return flight home. As she had no pressing plans to set up a new home in Amsterdam, she was very aware that she'd been lured in by a £1 deal, which had ended up costing her over 100 times as much in total, but she knew that was how it worked, and she was still happy with the deal in total. See, I would say, assuming this was a bit back in the day, let's say 10 years ago, £100 for a return from Leeds to Amsterdam is average or maybe a little expensive, I would feel, because I think if I flew with the cheapest airline from where I live in Prague to London, which is a much longer flight, I could get that for around 100 quid. I just booked a flight there this morning. It was about 180, but I booked it 2 weeks before, which is probably a mistake. Also, if I were Jamie, I'm so cheap, I'd be like, well, I guess I now live in Amsterdam. Taking a good look through online customer stories, there are people out there who are adamant that they have bought single flights for £1 with no other extra charges of any kind. But they seem to be very much the exception rather than the rule, and they nearly always involve journeys in which a return ticket was not required. I have a personal anecdote I'll share in a bit. Let's just crack on for now. Way back in 2002, the BBC's Watchdog team conducted their own investigation into whether the super cheap prices of the era were a genuine bargain or a misleading marketing scam. Watchdog's like a cool BBC show where they look into stuff like this. At the time, Ryanair were promoting one-way tickets to Dublin for as little as £9 on selected flights only. Those last 4 words seem to be the get-out clause. Selected flights, on selected flights only. The cheapest deal that Watchdog team could find was £106 on a return ticket. Buzz, I remember Buzz. I think Buzz went out of business. They were a low-cost airline. Buzz were promoting a £19 single flight to Paris at the time, but the best deal offered to Watchdog was £118 return. Meanwhile, EasyJet were advertising customers to book early to claim a £32.50 single ticket to Barcelona, but there was no indication of just how early. Much earlier, like the 1980s. When Watchdog tried to book the ticket 2 weeks in advance, they were given a quote of £175 for a return ticket. To be fair, Watchdog, 2 weeks ahead is not early. I just made a joke about booking a flight and said like 2 weeks is late. Who's like, I'm gonna go on holiday, book 2 weeks ahead. Well, me. I'll mention my personal anecdote now and then we'll move on. There was what I will say is an unnamed site. Back in the day, I was doing a bit of traveling and I had like a blog that I kept for my family, but it was online, so anyone could read it, but no one would, because who cares? And there was one site, which I won't name, and they would also always advertise flights, so you'd search like, cheap flight to Malaysia. And they'd be like, we've got flights to Malaysia for £224. I'd be like, perfect, I'm gonna find this flight. I was an unemployed, it was after I was a student, I had nothing to do. I literally had a job that I was ready to quit, and I'll be like, I will fly anytime to pretty much any place from anywhere. So I was like, all right, company, I want that £224 flight. I don't care, I'm taking that flight. And I could not find it anywhere. Phoned them up, I tried to get it, I went through everything. And then eventually I wrote them like this long blog post like saying, I tried this and I couldn't find it, like Watchdog, and I posted that online, and then that sat there for about 5 years, and then they sent me a cease and desist. And I was like, I'm pretty sure, like, I did a law degree, and I'm pretty sure they got no standing, but I'm like, I'm not gonna go to court, so I just took it down. It was like a 5-year-old blog, but the reason was because if you searched company name scam, my article would be the one that came up. It's the only article that was popular on my blog. Let's get back to the article, that was a tangent. While some people may well have been lucky enough to claim a £1 single ticket because they just so happened to book at 9:30 a.m. on the last Tuesday of the month when the wind was blowing in the right direction, the truth of the matter seems to be that crazy price deals were primarily more of a marketing ploy than a functioning business model. Can't say I am surprised. You might be tempted to think that empty seats on a flight are bad news for an airline. I was, but I actually know better, because I've read about this before. And that it's better to sell a seat at a 90% discount than not sell a seat at all. Surely even £1 is better than nothing. That might be true to some degree for buses and for trains, but it's not quite the same story for airlines. It costs a bit of money upfront for an airline to turn a new bum on a seat into a profitable move. We're not talking about megabucks here, but the airline will first have to pay the airport tax for that bum on the seat, and they'll have to pay for the fuel required for the extra weight. Even if you consider yourself to be super slim, it's a fact that your bum on a seat is going to burn fuel. So you're talking about a cost of roughly £9 before the airline can even begin to consider making a profit. That's surprisingly cheap, I thought it would be more. I guess that's for a super short haul. Anything less than that is likely to make a loss, and the airline would be better off keeping the seat empty. It's also worth bearing in mind that if airlines did start, and Danny doesn't mention this, and this is new to me, my reasoning for the airlines not selling the seats, or the reasoning that I read, was because if the airline, if BA's like, yeah, well, if the seats are empty, we'll just sell them all at 90% off last minute, I'd just go to the airport and be like, Simon from 10 years ago was looking to get that cheap flight. He'd just go to the airport and be like, all right, where am I going? I want that 90% off flight. I'll just go wherever. Timbuktu, which is a real place, I will go there. Maybe not. Maybe it's not safe. I don't even know where it is. This goes some way explaining why £9 flights seem to be a little more common than £1 flights. Although pretty rare back in the day, a £9 flight had the potential to not only break even, but ideally make a profit for the airline if a customer bought extras on the flight, such as massively overpriced and crap food or drink. Well, the drinks aren't bad. A beer is a beer, but the food is always pretty dire. The problem with £1 flights is that customers would have to really go to town on extras in order to recoup the loss for the seat and make a profit for the airline. Bearing in mind that nearly all crazy price deals were for short haul flights anyway, and the customer wouldn't have much time to get too peckish, even the chances of making a profit from £9 are fairly slim. Not always. I mean, yeah, £1 flights. My experience, I've never taken a £1 flight, but I flew from Kuala Lumpur, which is in Malaysia, to London for £149. There's an airline called AirAsia, and about 10 years ago they were trying to expand with something called AirAsia X. And they're doing these promotional codes between Kuala Lumpur and London one way, and it just so happens that about 6 months previously I'd flown out to Asia one way with another airline, and I just happened to be in Kuala Lumpur, and I was like, yeah, now seems like a pretty good time to go home. £149, I'll do it. It was a bit rough. It was a long haul flight without food, without entertainment. I mean, you could buy food, but it was expensive, so I think I just ate crisps. And there was no in-flight entertainment. It was a bit and today I'd be like, I'll just pay more. But £149 was cheap as. So, in conclusion, with a few and stay tuned, don't leave just yet. I know conclusions can be a bit boring. We got some bonus facts coming. Stick with me. So in conclusion, with a few rare exceptions, the days of £1 flights were really about getting your attention and tempting you into the domain of the airline rather than actually selling you tickets for £1. Yeah, just like the personal anecdotes that Danny got. It's like, yeah, we're regularly come on, and then it's like £100. It's like, fuck you, Ryanair. We heard from Robert and Jamie. I should read this before I just ramble. They were initially seduced by the prospect of an absurdly low price, which they never actually got. But they were still reasonably happy with the deal, and they were eventually offered by the company. You don't see too many crazy low price deals these days, and I'd like to think it's because businesses in general have cottoned onto the fact that it's better to set realistic expectations from the beginning than disappoint customers within the first few minutes. I think that's spot on, Danny. Maybe customers are more savvy and less tolerant in the digital age. They're more likely to close down a website window and shop around in cyberspace if they ever get the sense that they're being misled by slightly dodgy marketing. I completely agree. I think if I see a £1 flight, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be some horrible, it's not gonna be good. It's gonna be, yeah, you're flying out at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. Wonderful. And you're flying to this airport, which is, in Barcelona. It's just 4 hours outside of the city. But are promises of super low flights just a thing of the past? Not necessarily. Ooh. If the chief executive of Ryanair is to be believed, they could soon go to lower than ever before. How about completely free? Michael O'Leary, back again, recently shared his vision of free flights at the London Operators Association conference in London. It may sound like pie in the sky, it does indeed, but there's actually a bit of sound logic to the idea. The plan would be to fill more flights than ever before and lure customers into airports with completely free tickets. In return, the airlines would take a cut of the increased revenues from airports, who would naturally benefit from the potentially huge surge in football. That does make sense. Ryanair is they're very known for their crazy things that they'll say to get media attention, and well, here we are giving them media attention. Good. So even these £1 deals, they may still be beaten. Keep watching the skies. I am massively skeptical. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Number 1. Oh, bonus fact, sorry, yeah. Number 1. Ryanair generated controversial headlines and media coverage in
What a surprise.
In 2009, when they announced that they were considering charging passengers £1 to use the in-flight toilet. I'd be like, no, I'm being in a bottle. There was naturally an outcry, but it was just, in fact, a clever PR stunt. Oh, this is exactly what Ryanair do. Ryanair were considering no such thing, but much of the accompanying media coverage referenced the fact that Ryanair were also removing check-in desks from airports and replacing them with a new online check-in system. And this is what Ryanair was sneakily trying to promote through the back door. Indeed. Also, speaking of back doors, that's where I always get on a Ryanair flight, because I won't pay to move my seat to the front. Number 2. Ryanair have often found themselves in hot water over misleading advertising, including a probe by the UK Office of Fair Trading in 2008, which found the airline to have breached advertising rules no less than 7 times in 2 years.
Shocker.
Later, in 2010, the Advertising Standards Authority ruled that a promotion for £10 one-way fares to European destinations was likely to mislead, as it did not include details of all the compulsory surcharges and fees. Like, who was the girl who was going to have to live in Amsterdam? Bonus fact number 3. On a slightly more trivial note, a Ryanair it's Ryanair again. A Ryanair advertisement from 2011 was banned simply because it promised a place in the sun destinations, when in fact some of the promoted destinations were famous for very chilly temperatures and only 3 hours of sunlight a day. Ryanair, if you want to go to the North Pole, we're your company. That was... what were we talking about? I feel like we were just dunking on Ryanair the whole video. Oh yeah, £1 flights. That was £1 flights. Business Blaze topic suggestions like this. This was just me scratching in it and having Danny write up a script for us. But if you've got script suggestions for me, below, we'll get them written up. If I find them interesting, upvote the ones you like, and we'll do them here on Business Blaze. It'll be fun. Share this video if you want to, like it if you want to, definitely subscribe, smash that bell, and I'll see you next time. Ba-da-bum-bum. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon, and in the video today, 4 myths about inventors. Famous inventors who didn't even invent their most famous inventions. Danny put this script together. Thank you as always, Danny. We're gonna go through it. I'm gonna drink some coffee. It's always a bit of a crushing moment when you suddenly realize that nearly everything you were taught at school is wrong. I don't know about that, but it's mostly useless. To be honest, I always had my suspicions that I was completely wasting my time, but it's one thing to get hit over the head with equilateral triangles, quadratic forms, nonlinear partial differential equations, and all the other useless stuff that you'll never have to think about again once you've walked out of their school doors for the very last time. Yeah. I know what an equilateral triangle is. It's the one where all the sides are the same, but I don't remember any of that other stuff. Trigonometry. Yeah, since leaving school I've had to work out how to measure the height of many buildings. It's quite another thing to be taught simple facts that are just plain false. For example, I was always taught, Danny was always taught, and I suppose I was as well, that Thomas Edison invented the electric light bulb and that Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. Agree, I thought those things were true. I also felt pretty sure that Apple invented the iPod. They definitely invented the iPod, because that's their name. They probably didn't invent the MP3 player, which is like what an iPod was a fancy version of, or is a fancy version of. Does anyone even still have an iPod? It turns out that many of these invention facts are actually just invention myths, or at least there's far more to the story than the official patents may reveal. I think this is super true. Like, I mean, it's going to be interesting, I'm sure, but like invention doesn't happen in a vacuum. No one, very rarely is something invented that's completely brand new, that has never been thought of before. It's all kind of iteration and improvement. Anyway, the delicate matter of patents is particularly relevant in the case of the telephone, which is largely believed to have been invented by Alexander Graham Bell in 1876. But rewind 16 years earlier, and Italian inventor Antonio Meucci, or Meucci, who cares, had invented a telephone device in 1860. I just don't care. This is what I like about this channel. I'll just be like, pronounce it. This is his name. Don't know if it's right or wrong. Not gonna look it up. I invented it in 1860 and it was originally called the teletrophono. It wasn't yet a perfect invention and the signal was very weak, but Meucci hoped to perfect his creation and he secured a patent caveat for the world's first sound telegraph. Because you had telegraphs before and this one comes with sound. Unfortunately, he then fell on hard times and had to resort to selling his cottage and all of his valuable belongings. Things were so bad he couldn't even afford the patent renewal fee when it expired in 1874. That's not a good thing. A couple of years later, the Scottish Scottish-born American inventor Alexander Graham Bell had perfected the use of a sound transmitter and receiver, which themselves had been invented by others before him, and filed a patent application for the telephone in 1876. On the very same day, another inventor, Elisha Gray, who had been working independently on a telephone device, also filed a patent application but was destined to lose his claim in court. I've heard of Elisha Gray. I think I've heard of this story about the kind of race to the patent office between these two. Anyway, here's where things get incredibly dodgy, though. It turns out that Alexander Graham Bell had been conducting his experiments in the very same lab the original inventor, Antonio Meucci, had been using a few years earlier. And it's rumored that Bell had access to all of Meucci's notes and equipment, which were claimed to have been lost when Meucci had earlier requested their return. A case was later brought against Alexander Graham Bell to annul his patents for the telephone on grounds of fraud and misrepresentation. Yeah, it does seem like he just went into the dude's lab and was like, all of his equipment just lying around. Ooh, what's this? A telephone? Sure, I invented that. It's alleged that Meucci was close to claiming his deserved credit, but his sudden death in 1889 meant that the case was dropped, after which Bell became forever associated with the invention of the telephone. Wow, so it could either have been like, hey, Bell, famous for stealing the idea of the telephone off Meucci, who then got credits, or just like history remembering Bell as the inventor of the telephone. If true. So, did Alexander Graham Bell really play any valuable role in the invention of the telephone, or was he just a phony? Professor of law Mark A. Lemley reckons that Bell's only real contribution was to vary the strength of the current to capture variations in voice and sound, and ultimately concluded that Bell's iconic status owes as much to his victories in court and in the marketplace as at the lab bench. As much? That would imply that he did do quite a bit of work. Also, he worked out how to vary the strength to capture variations in voice and sound? I feel like that's quite important to a telephone. Isn't it all just variations in voice and sound? Let's move on to something which is hopefully a little less complicated and certainly a lot less shady, although it involves the credit of a man with Scottish heritage, also called Alexander. Bloody Scottish. The discovery of penicillin was a major medical breakthrough of the 20th century, eventually evolving into the world's first modern antibiotic, and is still widely used today to fight bacterial infections. The story behind the discovery is usually told in a way that suggests it was one of the world's first accidental moments. A lot of people tend to assume that Alexander Fleming was an everyday guy who just happened to find penicillin mold on his sandwiches and ended up revolutionizing the world of medicine one rainy afternoon. I'm pretty sure Fleming was a scientist. I don't think he's an everyday guy. If I saw mold on my sandwiches, I'd be like, ugh. Not like, oh my god, I'm gonna change the world. There's certainly a lot of truth to the story, it's not all bogus, and Alexander Fleming certainly deserves much of the credit for the discovery, but maybe not all of it, as even the main Wikipedia page on penicillin seems to suggest in its opening summary. It should be first pointed out that many people believe that North African tribesmen had been using forms of penicillin for thousands of years, although this can't be proven. On a more official level, the late 19th century saw the first experiments with the potential antibacterial properties of the yet-to-be-named penicillin mold, although nobody was able to ascertain the process that was causing the effects. Yeah, you don't really invent penicillin. You discover penicillin, right? Because it's this weird fungus thing. Like you invent a telephone, you don't invent a chemical or whatever an antibiotic is. Alexander Fleming was an untidy but brilliant biologist who had actually been working on investigating the properties of staphylococci in 1928. Upon returning from a holiday, he found fungus on his desk, which appeared to be, so he was like a researcher, which appeared to be dissolving the deadly staphylococci bacteria. He quite accidentally became the first man to discover the penicillin mold secretes an antibacterial substance, and the first man to concentrate the active substance involved. After initially naming it mold juice, he eventually named it penicillin in 1929, and the rest is history. Or is it? The thing is that Alexander Fleming didn't quite revolutionize the world of medicine because he was ultimately unsuccessful in producing a stable form of penicillin for mass production and eventually gave up on his studies, concluding that his discovery was of no medical value to humans. It wasn't until the 1940s that Orvin Hess and John Bumstead became the first people to successfully treat a patient with penicillin, and then a whole team of notable biochemists and pathologists, including Ernst Chain and Howard Florey, got to work producing a stabilized form of penicillin for mass production. So what did Fleming actually do? Fleming saw his moldy sandwiches, was like, there's something to that, and then these other guys were like, okay, we'll look into it and make something useful from it, after Fleming gave up. Fleming, you lazy bum. Although Fleming may have played a major part in the initial discovery of penicillin, it was actually a whole team of other players who developed his abandoned discovery and got it out to the world. Interestingly, Fleming received the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1945 for his discovery, but it was shared with Ernst Jane and Howard Florey. It should very probably have been shared with many other people who have played a key role, but the maximum number of people allowed to share the prize is just 3. If you got a Nobel Prize, I'd be like, yeah, it's pretty good even if you have to share it. Like on the CV, there's not many people who are like, Nobel Prize, innit? I imagine that would get you a job. Well, so tell me about some achievement you've had. Nobel Prize. Moving on to something a little more modern, who invented the iPod? If this question comes up at a pub quiz, you might reasonably expect people to offer the answer of Apple, or perhaps more specifically Steve Jobs. Depending on the pedigree of your quizmaster, that might even be what they have on their card. Steve Jobs can't have invented it, right? Steve Jobs just ran the company. But did Apple really invent the iPod, or was it actually a failed British furniture salesman who received no money and no credit for his invention? Well, the iPod is just an MP3 player. So I disagree. Apple did make the iPod. It's their invention, but it's their product that they named. Well, some of the truth was revealed during a very complicated case over patent infringement back in 2008. Apple was battling it out with software company Burst over who owns the rights to what and who was stepping on whose toes. To explain all the details of the case would involve preparing a 45-page legal document, and I don't want Simon to be standing on his feet for any more time than he already needs to be. Thank you, Danny. But the main point that concerns us here is that Burst was suggesting that Apple's iPod invention from 2001 infringed on some of Burst's patents for the transmission of compressed audio and video files. Now we quickly switch over to a guy in Britain called Kane Kramer, who was standing on top of a pair of ladders doing a spot of light painting and very much minding his own business. This is incredibly specific. When he got a surprise call from Apple asking him to fly to America and help defend their case. Okay, who's Kane Kramer? Way back in 1979, serial inventor Kramer had designed a portable digital media player of his own, which he dubbed the IXL. 1979? How portable could it possibly be? To be honest, it was a bit or how could it be? And it never really got off the ground. It couldn't store more than 3.5 minutes worth of music, which was always going to make the shuffle mode a bit predictable. Also, you couldn't have any songs over 3.5 minutes. However, the idea impressed Paul McCartney at least, who ended up becoming Kramer's first investor. Kramer, who also dabbled in furniture sales, eventually secured the patent for the world's first digital audio player in 1985. But after going through a difficult financial patch, which involved selling his struggling furniture business and his house, he wasn't able to afford the patent renewal when it came up in 1988. The reason that Apple enlisted Kramer's services in their legal defense was, bizarrely enough, to publicly prove that Apple hadn't invented the portable digital audio player. Apple's point was that Burst's patents were highly questionable in the first place, as the technology used in devices such as the iPod had already been floating around for decades in devices such as Kramer's IXL. So essentially, if I got this right, Apple exists, they create the iPod. A company called Burst are like, yo, we created that. And Apple are like, no, this dude called Kramer created that back in the day, and so did a whole bunch of other people, so you can right off, Burst. You got nothing. Despite proving the point, Apple still made the surprising move of agreeing to pay Burst $10 million in exchange for protection from current and future lawsuits, something which many in the industry believe they didn't really have to do. Yeah, but sometimes it's just easier. Like, if I was Burst, you'd be like, yeah, listen, Apple, I'm gonna drag this shit out in court forever. It's gonna make your life a real misery. Or you can just pay me some money, and I'll go away. The legal system is broken. But should Kane Kramer take any credit for inventing the iPod? No, not really. Despite a barrage of UK press headlines at the time screaming, unlikely and skint failed furniture salesman invented the iPod in 1979. Daniel doesn't say where the headline's from, but it definitely sounds like it's from, we've got a famous tabloid called The Sun. Like, it would definitely use the word skint. He may have invented a borderline useless portable digital audio player, but Apple were the first to make the idea catch fire with the concept of storing large collections of music on a single device. I remember, I didn't have an iPod, it wasn't my first one. I had something called a Creative Zen Jukebox, something like that. It didn't have the wheel around the edge, it had this one in the center. It was good, it had like 20 gigabytes of storage, which was a revelation at the time. Now we're spoiled for choice, because we can listen to any song, anytime, like this. Kramer himself was modestly compensated by Apple for his court appearance, but never received any other big payout for inventing the IXL. However, he did get a new iPod, but Kramer wasn't very impressed with the gift. It broke down after 8 months. He later lamented. Yeah, but it did play more than 3.5 minutes of music, didn't it, Kramer? Finally, here's a myth that generated its own popular saying, which strictly speaking doesn't really work. Having an Edison moment or light bulb moment is obviously a phrase to describe having a brilliant idea. Well, yeah, you have a light bulb moment, but it's not about like inventing the light bulb. It's about the light bulb going on to indicate, you've been switched on to an idea, right? It's not like there's nothing there and then the light bulb appears symbolizing invention. It's about idea. Maybe I'm wrong on that. It's often mentally visualized with a light bulb springing into life above the thinker's head, and it of course is a reference to Thomas Edison inventing the electric light bulb in 1879. Is it though? That's what I'm wondering. I think it's just about the idea of something being switched on. Let me know in the comments below. Am I right? Is Danny right? Which would be great, but Thomas Edison didn't actually invent the electric light bulb. In fact, there's a list of 22 inventors who first designed an electric light bulb long before Edison came onto the scene, including a very early example in 1802? Good lord. From the British inventor Humphrey Davy, who came up with the world's first true incandescent light. However, it was Edison who played a key role in getting affordable and efficient light bulbs into everyday homes by designing a thin carbon filament for a longer lasting effect. After a few years of legal battles with other inventors who had been working along similar lines, Edison eventually secured a patent for the filament of carbon of high resistance, which falls some way short of actually inventing the electric light bulb, as was often taught in schools over the last century. That's not to say that Thomas Edison wasn't a genius inventor in his own right. He actually secured over 1,000 different patents in his lifetime, but the electric light bulb appears nowhere on that long list. Although if you didn't have that long-lasting filament, although it seems like other people working on it at the same time, you'd be like, great, you switched on the light. How long would that last for? Not very long. Kind of a hassle. Perhaps the real reason why so many myths seem to evolve from the true facts is the misguided perception that every inventor has a defining split-second eureka moment which changes the world forever. Like there's a moment in time where something doesn't exist at all on any level, and then suddenly another moment in time when an idea from nowhere arrives fully formed in an inventor's head. Something like an Edison moment, if that made any sense, which it doesn't. That's what I was saying, like invention doesn't happen in a vacuum. But it seems closer to the truth to say that most profitable ideas are just improvements on existing ideas. I'm glad Danny and I agree on this. And it's very often not the guy who came up with the original concept who claims all the credit and the riches and the glory. It's the guy who made the final winning tweak that made the idea popular, or the guy who fought a stronger legal battle to grab the patents. Or, who was just better at marketing. Whatever the case, you still can't help but feel slightly gutted in a way for so many of these stories that turn out to be false. How wonderful it would be if Thomas Crapper really had invented the toilet, but sadly he only invented the floating ball cock. Guys, this has been Business Blaze. I hope you enjoyed this one. 4 invention myths, sort of dispelled, sort of not. It was an interesting exploration. I hope you enjoyed it. Please leave a comment below. Let me know what you thought of it. Smash that like button. Subscribe to this channel. If you've got ideas for future videos, please do let me know below. Thank you for watching. You want a weird zebra sex mask? I got a weird zebra sex mask. Welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon Whistler, and this script's written by Danny. We're going to be going through today. It's the 4 companies that started out doing something very different. Even the very best of us tend to take a few side steps and stumbles before discovering what it is that we were really born to do. Harrison Ford started out as a carpenter before carving out a career in acting. Barack Obama's first job was selling ice cream. Whoopi Goldberg used to be a morgue beautician. I don't even know what that is. Is that somebody who makes bodies look nice? Also, I find it generally weird. Like in Britain, we definitely don't have open casket funerals. And it's something I find very strange that people want to look at their dead relatives like in an open setting where they're kind of like their eyes have been like whatever Whoopi Goldberg was doing to bodies. I don't want that done to me after I die. Just burn me and put me in the ocean. Actually, don't. I'd like to have my brain frozen. Believe it or not, Christopher Walken used to be a lion tamer in a circus before he shifted over to the slightly safer arena of the movie screen. Wow. Simon Whistler used to be a professional YouTuber before he's still doing that YouTube stuff. Scrap that one then. Very funny, Danny. Simon Whistler, he's done very weird jobs in his lifetime. I remember I did an early video on this channel where I just spent most of it talking about how I used to work in a newsagent. Another thing I did was take experimental drugs for money. That's one we can expand on in the future. But the same principle applies to businesses too. Many of the most famous companies in the world actually started out doing very different things to the stuff we'd recognize today. Let's crack on, Danny. That's enough of an introduction. Number 1, Amazon. That iconic Amazon logo features a bendy arrow at the bottom stretching from the letters A to Z in the company's name, conveying the message that the website sells pretty much every product from A to Z. So whether you're after an anti-snoring nose clip, handy, or a zebra latex mask, what is that? Any bets on what category this will be in on Amazon? Like, I feel like it could equally be in Halloween costumes or like weird sexual fetishes. It's one of these things. I've seen horse versions of this. Tell you what, if this video gets 1,000 likes, I'll buy one of these and wear it in a video. Not for the whole video, because then you wouldn't be able to hear me talk. But Halloween's coming up, actually. These are a little odd. What? What is that? What is that? If that's not in the sex version. 1,000 likes and I'll buy one of those zebra masks. Not the weird one. On Amazon, you'll always feel confident that you can find whatever you need. But it didn't start out as a one-stop shop for everything under the sun. In fact, Amazon started out simply selling nothing more than books. Danny's like italicized books, like I'm supposed to emphasize that. Nothing more than books. Did anyone not know that Amazon started out selling books? Well, let me know in the comments below. And don't worry, you'll only look like a bit of an idiot. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos launched his first online business in 1994, although he felt that he'd already left it too late to make money from the dot-com boom and gave himself only a 30% chance of succeeding. Don't like 99% of new businesses fail? Jeff is a bold man. I guess that's why he's by far the richest man in the world. He initially named his business Cadabra, although he later changed his mind when a lawyer misheard it, pronounced in the slightly more sinister cadaver. He later went for relentless.com, although then he had doubts as this sounded a bit too aggressive. I like relentless.com. Isn't that... He probably made money off this anyway, because I believe the Coca-Cola company has an energy drink called Relentless, which they probably bought. So he probably sold that domain for an absolute fortune anyway. Oh, he still owns it. It goes to Amazon. Jeff Bezos eventually decided on Amazon because it sounded quite exotic, and also because it started with an A, so it would appear near the top of any alphabetized. Those lists where they sort it by the letters. Indeed, this is why Acme was a popular company name for a while, because AC would appear near the front of the Yellow Pages. Interestingly though, over 25 years on, Bezos still owns the domain name for relentless.com, and it just has it redirecting back to the main Amazon website. I could save myself some time if I actually read these ahead of time. Maybe he plans to do something interesting with it one day. I'd sell it to Coke. I'd sell it to Coke, because I'm not the richest man in the world, and I could sell like relentless.com, and then I would probably never have to work again. So, he had a business name, but what was he gonna sell? For the richest man in the world, like deciding on the name first is a bit weird. He wasn't quite sure himself at first. He narrowed it down to 5 potential products: computer hardware, software, CDs, videos, or books. Figuring that books had a low unit price and a large global demand, he settled on becoming a dedicated online bookseller and launched the operation in the modest surroundings of his garage in a rented property in Washington. The business rapidly took off around the world, largely because other major bookstores like Barnes & Noble were slow off the mark in developing their own online presence, to their enormous regret later on. In fact, Barnes & Noble took Amazon to court in 1997, arguing that Amazon's new marketing claim of being the world's largest bookstore was entirely false. Mysteriously, the claim was settled out of court, and Amazon continued to use the same marketing claim. I can just imagine, like Jeff Bezos in court over this, and he was like, fine, then I'll become the largest store in the world. And then, you know, laughed maniacally like Lex Luthor or something. Amazon's massive success with books eventually led to a decision to expand the range of products available on the site, although they didn't go from selling books to selling everything overnight. In 1998, they cautiously experimented with the idea of selling music CDs and videos, while the following year saw Amazon expanding into consumer electronics and toys. This makes sense. It'd be a bit weird if suddenly it was like, what do you sell, Jeff? I sell books. After the weekend. What do you sell, Jeff? Literally everything. You want a book? I got a book. You want a weird zebra sex mask? I got a weird zebra sex mask. Oh. By the year 2000, the famous curvy arrow logo was unveiled for the first time, indicating that Amazon now really did sell anything and everything. You can even buy or rent Simon Whistler videos on the platform. You can, but don't. You can get them for free on YouTube. We just put them on there because people do buy stuff on Amazon. It's like, we've got our videos on there. People buy them. I don't know why. It was this gradual, slow expansion that played a big part in saving Amazon from going under during the burst of the dot-com bubble, when hundreds of other online retailers began to fall off the radar. But it's odd to think that the world's largest e-commerce marketplace and largest internet company by revenue started out selling a few cheap paperbacks in a garage. Number 2. Nintendo. The word Nintendo might conjure up a number of different mental images. For most people, it will bring up the face of a certain plumber with a dodgy moustache. For older people, like myself, speak for yourself, Danny. I don't know how old you are, but I'm a young whippersnapper of 32. Found out the other day, technically, I'm a millennial. Millennials, I'm like well into millennials. Millennials apparently begin like in 1981 or something. For older people like myself, it brings back memories of playing the original Donkey Kong machine back in the smoky arcade halls of the early 1980s. So Danny is a little bit older than me then. The slightly more modern generation may remember accidentally throwing a plastic tennis racket into their television screens while playing Wii Tennis. Now that I do remember. But whatever your age, you're certainly bound to think of electronic video games on some level. But that's not how Nintendo got started, which is maybe not that surprising, seeing as the company was actually launched back in 1889, just a little while before electronic video games started to catch on. Danny, if that's a little while before electronic video games started to catch on, I didn't want to, like, the 15th century, a long time before video games started to catch on. This company started off producing beautiful illustrated playing cards, so it's fair to say that games were always at the heart of Nintendo's business. However, these were more analog than digital. Again, I would say entirely analog. They were dedicated to selling playing cards for 70 years before deciding to expand their business and take some very unusual turns in the 1960s. During this period, they set up a taxi service called Dia, which was initially quite successful for a few years before closing down after difficulties with labor unions made the service too expensive to run. God damn it, the unions destroy my business. Fair wages for all? It's ridiculous. Perhaps most bizarrely of all, they briefly launched a small chain of Nintendo Love Hotels in the 1960s. What's a love hotel? Am I really, like, naive? Is a love hotel like an hourly hotel? According to Wikipedia, a love hotel is a type of short-stay hotel, yeah, it's an hourly hotel, found around the world that's operated primarily for the purpose of allowing guests privacy for sexual activities. The name There's a link to sexual activities. Human sexual activity. I'm gonna stop there before this video gets demonetized. I once stayed in one of these. I was on a road trip in Mexico, and it got really late, and I needed somewhere to stay. So I pulled off the highway into this hotel, and there was no one there. It was really empty. And I'm like, "Hey, can I have a room?" And they're like, "Sure, you can have a room." And then I go in, and it's like there's mirrors everywhere. The bed has like a plastic sheet underneath it. There's not really any efforts put into like people who would actually be staying there overnight. It was a terrible experience, but it was very cheap. Oh, and there was a mirror on the ceiling above the bed. Weird. Nintendo has always enjoyed a reputation as a wholesome, family-friendly company, so this sidestep into sauciness is something that they'd probably rather we all forget. Too bad, Nintendo. You had sex hotels and I won't forget it. Sex hotels were doing a big business in the swinging 60s, and Nintendo seemed surprisingly keen to get in on the action. The general idea was the no-frills hotels were very cheap to rent, an ideal proposition for a loved-up couple who just wanted to get a room. I'd like to think that these rooms may have been witness to some of Nintendo's future marketing slogans, such as "Now you're playing with power, superpower," for the SNES or N64's "Get N or Get Out." Nintendo were actually facing a huge financial crisis during this period as their share price plummeted to its lowest ever level, and the future of the company was looking bleak for a while. However, they eventually got on the right track again with the development of increasingly sophisticated games and toys in the 1970s, leading up to the development of their very first arcade game in 1975. Actually, their very first few arcade games were a bit rubbish and mainly rip-offs of existing titles. But the release of Donkey Kong in 1981 and the introduction of a then unnamed hero plumber changed the future of the company forever, paving the way for decades of screaming and swearing at your television screen while playing Mario Kart. Goddamn, Mario Kart is a great game. Number 3, moving on. Samsung. Samsung is another company with surprising roots. I feel they did fish. I think Samsung started off selling fish. Let's see if I'm correct. In fact, Samsung has very long and very stringy roots. The electronics giant may be better known for their mobile phones and televisions today, but this is only a relatively recent development for a company that has a long history stretching back to 1938. Although the company's founder, Lee Byung-chul, maybe, was considered one of South Korea's most successful businessmen ever, it's still sad to note that his death in 1987 meant that he never quite got to see the thriving business that the global corporate entity is today. Well, of course, at some point you're gonna die and your company's gonna live on after you. That's why you have a company. But he still achieved more than most in his lifetime. Samsung actually started out as a small grocery store in Korea, selling noodles and dried fish. I knew there was fish. It was a grocery store. So how do you go from selling noodles to producing electronic devices? Well, as you might expect, you go about it in the most long-winded and spun-out way possible. Following the Korean War in the 1950s, Samsung expanded into the textiles industry, opening the largest wool mill in Korea. Later on, they would invest in shipbuilding, food processing, insurance, and the petrochemical industries. It wasn't until 1969 that Samsung dipped its toe into the electronics industry for the first time with a range of black and white television sets. And it wasn't until the 2000s that Samsung finally evolved into a global major player with the release of their first mobile phones, which rapidly topped annual best-selling phone lists around the world. There you go. Start off selling fish, and now you're a corporate giants. Number 4, Nokia. Nokia? Who says Nokia? The Americans, Nokia. That would have been bad news for one of their major competitors of the time, Nokia. They're now famous for introducing the mildly annoying Nokia ringtone into the background of our everyday lives for years. Nokia actually has an impressive history going all the way back to 1865, where, no, I remember this. Is this the I definitely didn't have a piano player in it. Yeah! What the is... Someone made a dubstep Nokia ringtone? I despise dubstep. It barely qualifies as music. Hit that dislike button if you love dubstep. Back then, they were more interested in paper than digital devices. Nokia opens up a couple of prosperous wood pulp mills in the 19th century, which manufactured paper before making the brave leap into rubber and cabling at the beginning of the 20th century. Extremely brave. They began to dabble in electronics in the 1960s, about 50 years after the death of the original Nokia founder, Fredrik Idestam. I thought Nokia was like Asian. But Fredrik Idestam is... Wait, did we say where it was from? He sounds the guy sounds German, but I thought Nokia was like more about Nokia. It's from Finland. Or its headquarters are in Finland. I'm going to assume it's from Finland, because they probably didn't establish themselves in Seoul, and then were like, where should we set up our corporate headquarters? How about Finland? It wasn't until 1992 that they decided to dedicate their entire business operation to mobile phones and network infrastructure, finally hanging up on paper, rubber, and cables forever. Oh, very funny, hanging up. 1992, wow. I'd like to buy some old Nokia paper. Nokia's fortunes in the mobile industry may have dwindled since their heyday in the 90s and 2000s, but look at it this way. In a company history spanning over 150 years, they've only spent a relatively tiny fraction of that time producing products which we now closely associate with the brand. It could just be the case that they haven't quite found their niche yet. This has been 4 companies that started their lives as something else. If you enjoyed this video, hit that thumbs up button. If you love dubstep, hit that dislike button. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, all of that good stuff. This channel has videos 3 times a week currently. Yes, I think that's all my plugs. I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one, did they jump the stockbroker suicides of 1929? Thank you to Georgina for putting this script together for today's video. And let's just jump into it. Oh, I should say that this one I was interested in. Obviously 1929 is the famous Wall Street crash, led up to the kind of Great Depression and all of that stuff. I want to know, do people actually kill themselves, or is that just kind of a myth? Let's find out. On October the 24th, 1929, the New York Stock Exchange crashed. Stockbrokers were panic selling at this point as investors continue to lose confidence in the free-falling stock exchange. On this day alone, investors suffered losses of more than $5 billion collectively. That's almost $74 billion in 2019 dollars once you've adjusted for inflation. Approximately 13 million shares were traded on this day, which was more than 3 times the average daily volume traded at that time. This day became known as Black Thursday, and the selling frenzy was characterized by confusion, anxiety, and panic. The situation was made much worse when reports emerged that distraught investors and bankers were throwing themselves off of high-rise buildings. Rumors spread like wildfire that 11 people had committed suicide on this day as a direct consequence of losing their wealth in the stock market crash. Losing your wealth sucks. Is it really time to jump off a building? This is why I'm a little bit skeptical. If I lost all my money, I'd be like, okay, cool. I mean, that sucks real bad. I'll start again. It's alright. It'll be a challenge. Hopefully I've kept enough money in cash that I don't starve. It's not difficult to imagine people opting to kill themselves rather than face the alternative, which is financial ruin. Becoming financially crippled in just one day can push anyone over the edge, even those we least expect. I don't think it can push anyone over the edge, and that's kind of my point. The years before Black Thursday saw stock prices rise and investor confidence grew as a result. Everyone, including industry experts, thought that the stock market could only go up. Citizens bought shares in the stock market by the hordes, hoping to take advantage of this upward trend. What goes up must go down, though. Many of the investors borrowed cash in order to be able to purchase these stocks. They knew that investing in the stock market was a sure thing. Hence, they borrowed considerable amounts of cash from banks, invested in the stock market, and waited for the profits to arrive. They were quite sure they would be able to pay off the loans with the profits generated from their sure deal investments. These sure deal investments sound like super risky investments, like borrowing money from a bank to invest in the stock market. I mean, unless you really know what you're doing. Even then, I'm not sure I'd do that. I definitely wouldn't do that. I don't do that. However, on October the 10th, 1929, a slight improvement in the Dow Jones Industrial Average led brokers to start selling stocks in order to reclaim some profit for their clients. By Thursday, the 29th of October, the situation had degenerated into mass hysteria, with everyone selling their stocks in order to avoid more losses. The situation, it was catastrophic for everyone involved, including the brokers, their clients, and the banks that had given out the loans, most of which now couldn't possibly be repaid.
And it's gone.
And that's the thing. It's like, oh, so you borrowed all this money and you invested in the stock market, you lost all this money. It's like, it wasn't your money to begin with. The bank's really the one that's screwed. You can just declare bankruptcy and be like, maybe this is 1929, I'm not sure about that. But you can just start again. It's not like you're going to prison. We're a little bit beyond debtor's prison at this point. The situation, it was definitely dire, but was it dire enough to spark mass suicides across the country? See, I just thought they were in New York, but across the country, maybe that's the actual myth. Did people really kill themselves because of the consequences of this stock market crash? Was it just too much to bear? Did Black Thursday really result in an epidemic of suicides? The answer is a definitive no. The stockbroker suicides of 1929 are but a mere folktale, a story that is just a part of the 1929 legend. There was no suicide wave. In fact, the number of suicides between October and November of 1929 were the lowest recorded in that year. More suicides had been reported during the months before the crash than immediately after. Still, the false rumors about Wall Street suicides persisted to the point that the chief medical examiner of New York had to publicly set the record straight. According to the medical examiner, 44 suicides had been reported in Manhattan within the first 4 weeks to mid-November. However, this number was lower than the 53 that had been recorded during the same period a year earlier. So that's a pretty definitive no. It was, in fact, it seems less people killed themselves during the stock market crash. Hence, the stock market crash of 1929, the predecessor to the Great Depression of the 1930s, did not result in mass suicides of stockbrokers or other individuals for that matter. But where exactly did this myth emanate from? Believe it or not, Winston Churchill, that same guy, the guy who would become the Prime Minister of the UK and ensure Britain's victory in the Second World War. He might have started the rumours, or at least he fueled them. Accidentally, of course. Winston, a reporter at the time, was in New York City, staying at the Savoy Plaza Hotel on the day of the stock market crash. Early that morning, he witnessed the apparent suicide of a man throwing himself out of a 15-story building. In December, the Daily Telegraph published an article penned by Winston that described his Black Thursday experience, including the suicide that he had witnessed. It was later discovered that Churchill was referring to the death of Dr. Otto Matthews, a chemist who was staying at the same hotel on the 16th floor. His death was indeed a suicide, but it was not a result of the stock market crash. Yeah, I think it occurred in the morning, right? And then the crash wasn't until later? What Winston apparently forgot to mention in the article in the Daily Telegraph was that this unfortunate... Okay, I should read these before I read them. What Winston apparently forgot to mention in his article for the Daily Telegraph was that this unfortunate event happened in the early hours of October 24th, several hours before the crash occurred. Comedians also helped fuel the rumor mills about the suicide wave sweeping the country after the stock market crash. A day after the crash, a quote by Will Rogers appeared in the Star-Gazette, and it read, "When Wall Street took that tailspin, you had to stand in line to get to a window to jump out of, and speculators were selling space for bodies in the East River." Very dark. Eddie Cantor, another comedian and a victim of the crash, joked that when at a New York hotel he had requested a room on the 19th floor. The clerk responded by asking whether it was for sleeping in or for jumping out of. Jokes like these two definitely got people's minds racing, and the state of shock the country was undergoing made it easy for people to believe the rumors. However, just because the rumors of mass suicide immediately after the crash were not true does not mean that the crash did not have devastating effects on the public psyche. Nervous breakdowns became the norm as millions of people lost their jobs, their homes, and their savings. Citizens began building and settling into shantytowns, commonly referred to as Hoovervilles, after Herbert Hoover, the US president at the time. Black Thursday is estimated to have cost the American people as much money as the country spent during the entirety of the First World War. It remains a dark period in American history. And now, a couple of bonus facts for you. Number one, Black Thursday was not the worst day of the 1929 crash. October the 29th, 1929, a day that came to be known as Black Tuesday, saw investors lose $14 billion, the equivalent of $199 billion today. Number two, bonus fact two. In 1987, 58 years after the crash of 29, the month of October brought on another stock market crash. The stock market began to decline on October the 14th, culminating on October the 19th, 1987, a day referred to as Black Monday. On this day, Wall Street experienced experienced its worst single-day loss in continuous trading. So, stockbroker suicides in 1929, just a legend. This was Business Blaze. I do hope you liked this episode. If you did, hit that thumbs up button below. Also, comment below if you've got a subject you'd like me to tackle on this channel. Let me know in the comments and we'll get into it. And yeah, subscribe, like, and I'll see you next time. I thought this was going to be a fun one about people stealing sand, but it's like, no, mafia murders. Welcome everybody to Business Blaze, where we learn businessy things together. I was reading online about sand, and it sounds like the most boring thing in the world, but I promise it's interesting. I had writer Steve put together some notes on the sand mafia. We're gonna go through it, we're gonna learn about it together. It's gonna be fun. Let's get into it. The title of this video sounds like a Star Wars movie, but it's actually, you know, just as a side note there, I've never seen Star Wars. I mean, I saw one Star Wars like back in the 1990s. They were like rebroadcasting the old Star Wars movies in the theater. It was the one where they ride like flying motorbikes through the forest. That's all I remember from it. It was kind of dull. The title of this video does sound like a Star Wars movie. I guess it does. Let me know in the comments. But it's actually rather serious. Most people's experience of sand is scraping it off their feet when they come home from the beach. But there is a secret battle for sand taking place around the world, which is increasingly spilling out into the open, like sand. Clever, Steve. Sand may be lying around not doing very much, but the reality is it's vitally important to our development as modern human beings. Of course! I know where we're going. Take concrete, for example, which is mixed with sand. No concrete, no buildings, and obviously, okay, I see the connection. Plus, you wouldn't be able to see out of those buildings without glass windows, and of course, I know this, you know this. Sand goes into glass. They heat up sand super hot, then it goes invisible, and then they make glass. At least that's how I'm assuming it works. Indeed, the screen you're watching this on might have glass on it, like Gorilla Glass or whatever. So yes, sand does have a surprisingly big influence on 21st century life. Indeed. Unfortunately, our supplies of this precious commodity are running out. So how is that even possible with vast stretches of sand out there, like deserts and endless beaches? I mean, whenever you see endless beaches, it's like, alright, but at least I can like see the amount of sand that is available. The Sahara Desert, you can see that from space. It's big. The answer is simple. Cool. It's human greed. Of course it is. Humans. Just as we've destroyed the rainforests for wood and made millions of monkeys cry. I actually looked this up. Millions of monkeys cry over palm oil. Fun fact here, little bonus fact as we go through this episode. Monkeys do cry, but it's only to clean their eyes. In fact, we are the only animal that cries because of sadness. Kind of sad in itself. So basically, we are buying up sand like there's no tomorrow. We need it for construction. Not everyone is doing it legally though. I guess this is going to be our mafia connection. A thriving black market has emerged in recent years. Amazingly, this led to the theft of an entire beach in Jamaica in 2008. 10 feet deep trenches were dug overnight at Coral Springs, Trelawney, a complex operation involving 500 truckloads. Clean-looking white sand, the sort found in Jamaica, is high. So this is Jamaica, I guess, Trelawney. I didn't know that. Is highly sought after. This white sand is highly sought after. Of course it is. It's what we see in, like, you know, desktop backgrounds. You always want that white sand, none of that yellow. Okay, so this brings us to an important point about sand theft, and that's only certain types of sand are being targeted. Okay, so now we get into the actual important bits. Desert sand is plentiful. Yes, there is the Sahara, but it's totally unsuitable for business purposes. You're probably wondering, why can't you put this sand in a skyscraper? Well, simply put, it's because it's too silky for concrete. Have I been to the desert? I feel like I must have been to the desert. And you do touch it, it's very soft. Okay, that makes sense. The grains are too round after being eroded by the desert winds. The best kind of sand is close to water. Ocean floors and riverbeds are plundered for the high quality stuff, which is grittier, and I guess that makes it like a better binding agent for concrete. I'm not exactly sure how concrete production works. If someone wants to enlighten me in the comments, that would be awesome. Or I suppose I could just Google it. The people stealing the sand are some rather nasty individuals. In fact, there's a criminal organization in India known as the Sand Mafia. Oh my. While this name might sound silly, it does. Their activities have serious consequences. Business Insider described them in 2018 saying, and this is a quote from Business Insider, this interconnected group of businessmen, drivers, and criminals use their influence. And if that fails, violence and murder. Holy shit. That's not a quote from businesses. That's a quote, but the swearing was all me. And murder to keep the sand flowing. Illegal sand generates $2.3 billion a year, employing 75,000 of India's impoverished to dive for sand in rivers. Divers work 12-hour days, diving up to 200 times and making only $15 a boatload. Many suffer from bleeding ears and headaches. Deaths and drownings go unreported. I watched a little short documentary on YouTube about this. If I can find it again when I'm uploading this video, I will link it to below. This is as crazy as it sounds. You have these Indian dudes, these poor Indian dudes, who go out on these boats and they swim to the bottom with buckets and they scoop sand into it and then they bring those buckets up to the top. How are there not machines doing this? And yeah, these guys get super messed up from it. It was really sad. I'm laughing, but it was a really sad documentary. And these guys, they're not doing well, and they make basically no money. Yeah, $15 a boatload. These are not small boats that were in this documentary. These were proper size. I mean, not like shipping containers, but boats for many people. With humanity getting through billions of sand per year, the rewards for criminals are huge. Yeah, it's like $2.3 billion. Despite attempts by world governments to regulate the situation, it continues. Investigating sand theft is a dangerous business, and many people put their lives on the line tracking down those missing grains. So yeah, you don't mess with the mafia, even the sand mafia, apparently. That's crazy. It doesn't actually say, Steve doesn't say if people have been killed. Wait, no, it kind of does, right? People put their lives on the line. Oh yeah, and there was the whole thing about people getting murdered. I thought this was going to be a fun one about people stealing sand, but it's like, no, mafia murders. So much sand is being scooped up by gangsters, but where is it going? That's where things get tricky. When the beach in Jamaica was spirited away, experts were sent in to conduct forensic tests on potential locations that it could have ended up. So the sand was taken from a multi-million-dollar resort development. Now, where did they offload the sand? Well, actually, they sent it to 2 other resorts. Their forensics teams, they investigated, and they found at another resort suspiciously colored patches of sand on their grounds. Basically, what they'd done is they'd taken the really nice sand from that beach, and then they'd sprinkled it on top of their resorts, like less nice sand, so I guess it looks good in people's like Instagrams. Wow. The resorts in question, they said that they bought the sand in good faith. I guess they didn't ask too many. Like, where'd you get the sand? Legally. Things become even more complicated when you factor in institutional corruption. It's alleged police colluded with criminals to take the sand and distribute it. It is Jamaica. It's probably not the least corrupt. It's probably not like Iceland or Finland or one of these super uncorrupt countries, is it? Despite going through a high-profile police investigation launched by then Prime Minister Bruce Golding, no one was found guilty of the crime. The culprit slipped through everyone's fingers like sand. Well done, Steve. Away from this gritty underworld, sand mining in general is damaging the environment. By removing sand from the ocean floor, for instance, you take away microorganisms and disrupt the food chain. And because the bottom of the ocean is actually a rock covered by a layer of sand, the missing grains are replaced by sand from the shore, and that goes on. As that goes on, the shoreline starts dwindling. That makes sense. I was thinking, if you really need this like ocean sand, why not just go out to the middle of the ocean and take it from the floor? Now we know. Surely if you take some stuff out of like that Marianas Trench or whatever, it's going to be fine. But I guess like over a really long time, it's not going to go well. Nature finds a way to sustain itself, but the removal of sand by human hands has caused entire islands to disappear. Okay, this isn't a joke, is it? Their land is shoveled up and it's used as building materials around the world. Yeah, we knew that. Not all of this goes into a cement mixer. It's also bought in order to expand territory. I've heard about this. Singapore is the planet's biggest importer of sand, and people have noticed its coastline is getting bigger. They're literally making their country larger. This is super fascinating. I remember as a kid, not related to Singapore, but in the UK, after they dug the Channel Tunnel, which is the connection between the UK and France, like underground, they used the rock or whatever that they drilled through to expand the coast of the UK, and I went there, and it's like this little nature park. I went there with my gran and walked around. It was really nice. I guess that sand wasn't stolen. But Singapore is this, Singapore's like a city. Is Singapore a city-state? I think it is. It's really small, and they don't have much land, so they expand it by dumping more sand in the sea. Super interesting. Now you might be thinking this is very sad. It is. You might be thinking, I live away from the coast. I am. So how does it affect me? I wonder. Well, the crisis is closer to home than you think. It may be your actual home. The stuff that gets between your toes is increasing in price, and that's bad news for property owners. Vince Beiser, author of a 2018 book, The World is a Grain, this is a quote, "I believe this is one of the reasons that housing prices have gone up so much in pretty much all of America's big cities, because the price of sand has quintupled in the last 30 to 40 years. And one of the critical inputs when you're building a house, of course, is sand for the concrete." And that's true. Like, I've mixed concrete before. I think I did it with my dad when I was a kid. Don't remember what we were building. But mixing concrete, I think the majority is like sand and water. And then the cement powder itself is actually a smaller part of it. So you can see why this works. Major cities could not exist without concrete and glass, we know that for sure. So if the sand situation isn't sorted out quick, we might be living very different lives. Alternative sand is in development using ingredients such as sawdust or ground glass. But we're going to need to take major action to prevent a tidal wave of money washing away our natural supplies forever. Sawdust, I heard, was an amazing binder. I did a video, I think it was on my Today I Found Out channel, about pykrete, which is basically ice and sawdust mixed together, which makes this insanely strong concrete-like substance. They tried to build like an entire battleship out of it. It's a crazy story. If I can find my video about that, which I should be able to do, but I've done like 1,000 of them, I will link to it below. It's a good watch. And that's it. Bonus fact time. It's one of the sandiest places on Earth, yet Dubai couldn't use its own sand for its development. Well, it's a desert thing, we learned this, right? After using up their marine sand, constructing an epic playground for the wealthy, they had to turn to Australia to finish the job, topping up their sandbank balance. Mind you, they could afford it. They could. Dubai's pretty rich. It's crazy. This is one of those things that you think has to be a myth, right? That Dubai and the desert import sand, but there you go. It does it, and now you know why. Now for another bonus fact. When a beach goes missing in Jamaica, some wealthy and powerful people get involved. Not just police or politicians, but royalty. Because Jamaica is part of the British Commonwealth, the crown was drawn into the saga. Maybe these criminals didn't realize, but they're messing with the Queen of England. Sort of, but only like in name. It's like, if I don't know for a fact, but I assume here, if it's Commonwealth, when you go to court, you face, it's always criminal versus and Regina, which stands for the Queen. So I guess in Jamaica maybe they have the same thing. So, but it's like when, John steals something from someone's house and goes to court, and it's like John and Regina. He's not really messing with the Queen per se, but I get it. It's pretty clever. All right. That's sand. I think that last page is just sources, which I will link to below. And that is the Sand Mafia. I hope you found it interesting. This is a new channel. If you've got suggestions for me, also leave those in the comments below. If they're good suggestions, if you vote them to the top, I'll have something written, and then we will learn it together, because that's what we do on this channel. And I'll see you next time. I feel like there's no poor people called Cornelius. Welcome to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. My name is Simon. I'm your host. As always, in this one, we are looking at robber barons. I didn't really know what the robber barons were. I thought it could be interesting. Apparently it is, because Matthew put together 2.5 pages with small type. I should have blown this up so it'd be easier to read, but we're going to learn something together like we always do. It's about the robber barons. Thank you, Matthew, for putting this together. And before we just jump into it, if you've got suggestions for a future Business Blaze video, you know what to do. Leave it in the comments below. We can get something made up and we'll talk about it. It'll be fun. And also, while you're down there, smash that like button and let's get into it. In the middle of the late 1800s, rich industrialists in the United States developed a reputation for greed so extreme that these dudes got the nickname robber barons. Basically, these men, they were all men, this is the 1800s after all, very true, amassed such amazing wealth that they were basically a bought-into aristocratic class in the United States. They were, in many ways, similar to the nobility of Europe, and not just in being rich, but they also behaved much like the feudal lords of the continent as well. So before we get into it, what about the term itself? Tell me, Matthew. Robber baron comes from an old German term. My German pronunciation. And always Germans, you are particularly harsh about me knowing that I should know how to pronounce your language. I don't really feel any obligation to have to learn how to pronounce your language, but I'm just going to go for Raubritter. What it means is Raub meant rob, and Ritter meant knight or baron. So there you go. It was used to describe nobles in the many German states that made up the Holy Roman Empire. But it's not just the name. Stay tuned. Well, I'm not going anywhere. Right, so many of these robber barons, and they were not literally barons, by the way, they had all sorts of different titles. This is the dudes in Germany, not in the US, you don't have titles. Do you have titles in the US? I don't think so, right? It's all just like earned titles like doctor or professor or reverend. So in defiance of formal, informal, or understood rules and laws, they decided whoever, whatever moves through my land is going to have to give me some of their money. Sounds pretty smart. Though the name came from what is now Germany, there were robber barons everywhere. I mean, it's a pretty good way to make money. Indeed, I think about toll bridges. There's this one in the UK, it's Dartford Crossing. I hate that piece of Every time I would come from an airport to visit my parents, I'd have to drive over this bridge, and they charge you £2.50, and the bridge has been there forever, and I'm sure they've paid it off, and I think that was the original agreement. And now they don't even have tolls, so afterwards you have to go and register your rental car online and be like, hey, I want to pay my toll. And if you don't, they'll fine the rental company, and then the rental company has an extra fine which they tack onto you. Greed knows no boundaries, though, not even the Atlantic or the Dartford Crossing people. After the American Civil War, hundreds of local and national robber barons appeared in the giant industrial expansion that took place in the United States after the conflict was over. Though robber barons appeared in all sorts of industries, from shipping to building to agriculture, it was in the industries that powered the American Industrial Revolution that the biggest, most influential, and most egregious robber barons appeared. These were the railroads, coal, steel, and oil. Yeah, like if I think of industries where people got super rich, was Rockefeller a robber baron? I imagine he's going to be mentioned for sure if he is a robber baron, but he seems like one of these dudes. Like, was he rail? I don't know, something like this. However, underpinning virtually all of the trade going on within the nation at the time were the railroads. So we're going to be talking some railroads. America is really big. It is indeed. And things had to go places. Before the Civil War, many of the railroads in the US were not connected. In most instances, rail would go through a local area and stop. Great for locals, not so great if you wanted to go somewhere far away. Also, most of these were near the coast, allowing farmers to get their goods to ship a bit faster than they could on horseback. It's super interesting, back in the day, how long and complicated it was to ship anything anywhere. Now, I got a FedEx package, and I think it was from Chicago. I live in Prague in the Czech Republic, and it was overnighted from Chicago. Absolutely insane. From door to door, overnight, halfway around the world. Incredible. Now, to make sense of the expansion of the railroads, we need to understand how this happened during the war. During the war, railroads, especially in the heavily industrialized and industrializing North, expanded exponentially. So many factors led to the defeat of the Confederacy. That's the South. I appreciate Matthew putting that in there because I'm not American. I'm sure for Americans, they're like, yes, Simon, obviously. I appreciate it. One of them surely was the expansion of the northern railroads, which allowed men and material to be transported from the factory, recruiting grounds, and farms to the front lines. Within the war, trains allowed rapid movement of masses of troops, and the South could simply not keep up. During the conflict, the men and the companies of the northern rails expanded greatly and connected virtually all of the rails in the northern part of the country. As the war moved deeper and deeper into the South, the railways followed. After the war, southern expansion continued, and expansion into the West, which was somewhat stalled during the conflict, and it began again. So this is interesting. I was watching a video the other day about why railways suck in the US. It seems like you guys were really good at railways at the beginning. What happened? Alright, so now let's get back to how this relates to... Yeah, we did... Okay, how does this relate to robber barons? That was going to be to do with the railways. So, as you can probably guess, someone had to build those railroads and get paid for it. Yes, indeed. And they got mega paid, and they got mega rich. A great example of this is a dude called Cornelius Vanderbilt, and I do feel like Cornelius Vanderbilt is the most robber barony of robber baron names. I feel like there's no poor people called Cornelius. Now, Vanderbilt was already a baller even before the war started from both railroads and shipping, but the war made him even richer. He was indeed the first robber baron in the US. In many cases, Vanderbilt received huge bribes and payoffs not to compete with local companies. At times, he would comply, and others he wouldn't at his own choosing. Sometimes it paid more to invade other companies' territory and than accept bribes, kickbacks, or payoffs. He would force his competitors out of business, or if they were smart, he'd buy them out, usually at pennies on the dollar. It does seem pretty smart, and I imagine the industry was pretty unregulated. It was like, yeah, I could compete against you, or you could bribe me, and then you'd just be like, opportunity cost, like, the bribe's pretty good, but it's not as much money as if I pushed you out. Or the bribe's pretty good, I just can't be bothered. Either way, you win. Pretty amazing, but also super anti-competitive, and I imagine this is entirely illegal today. Yeah, bribery would be, Simon. Okay. So while it's a bit different to the German version of the tolls, which we saw earlier, it's similar to a sort of unfair competition and tariffs, or at least that's the way people saw it. Okay, so people did see it as unfair back then. There just didn't seem to be any laws against it, which I guess is why they were called robber barons, because they were robbing people. Alright, so now you might be thinking, how did he get away with this? It sounds pretty much like he could do whatever he wanted. Where was, the government to stop all this nonsense? That is exactly what I was wondering. As always, I should read these things through before making random comments. Well, they were kind of in on it too. Okay, here we go. The American government after the Civil War was seriously corrupt, and many officials had their hands out. They wanted a part of the tremendous expansion of the nation's economy and power. There was a ton of money floating around in the space, and it was hard to say no. Yeah, but if you're in the government, you should say no. That's kind of your job. And if you're not saying no, there should be courts and stuff to punish the out of you, because clearly this isn't working. And the whole government was super corrupt, so it's basically a kind of well, everyone's doing it situation, not good. Vanderbilt and his large family. Oh, fun fact here, apparently, Gloria Vanderbilt, who I don't know who she is, but I do know who Anderson Cooper is. Gloria Vanderbilt's her mum. They are descendants from his family, and they're super rich because of it even today. I didn't know that. I didn't know Anderson Cooper was I just thought he was a super rich TV guy. That's cool. I guess it's called generational. In a way, I like this. It's kind of wow, they made a lot of money and they really held on to it. And then it's also, yeah, they're just super rich forever. I don't know if that's good. In the UK, a lot of that gets crushed because, I don't know how it is in the States, but in the UK, inheritance tax is absolutely brutal. If you're rich, they will take, most of your money. Just one of their many palatial homes, the Vanderbilts, today, just one of their many palatial homes, the Biltmore in North Carolina, is today a tourist attraction, sort of like the castles of the royals in Europe. Alright, so how about another robber baron, and this one you have for sure heard of, and that's John D. Rockefeller. He got rich elsewhere. He zeroed in early on the value of petroleum. Originally used in making kerosene, which was in high demand, petroleum obviously later became the key ingredient in the development of gas and the internal combustion engine, and cars, well, they turned out to be kind of a big deal. Rockefeller got into the oil business right after the Civil War, and through aggressive expansion and shrewd and sometimes extremely unscrupulous business tactics, he made his Standard Oil Company the largest corporation that ever existed so far. And this dude was rich. It's hard to compare because it was so long ago, but considering the amazing wealth of Jeff Bezos of Amazon, the richest man in the world by far, yeah, he's worth Jeff Bezos is 150 some million, and Gates is at 90 something. Jeff Bezos is rich. I really feel like Jeff Bezos, you're rich, where you're the richest man in the world, and you get divorced, and you're still the richest man in the world. That's when you know you're rich. However, Rockefeller is likely the richest person to have ever lived, with the possible exception of Augustus Caesar. Yeah, that's got to be rich. Caesar's super hard to work out though, so let's just say Rockefeller was off the charts wealthy, and that made it easy for him to drive potential competitors out of business. So how did Rockefeller operate? Well, he'd move into a new area and say to the local oil man, hey, I want to buy your business. If he said yes, amazing. If he said no, things are about to get really rough for him. Rockefeller would begin selling oil to that man's competitors at an extremely low price that the locals could not compete with. Eventually, the small firm would be driven out of business or were bought out by Standard Oil, and Rockefeller would get it for way less than it initially offered. Put yourself in the position of the guy who's facing up to Rockefeller. It's because he's done this before. By the time he gets to you, he's done this before. That if you stand up and you're no, I'm going to compete with you, he's just going to crush your business and buy it for nothing. So your desire, no matter how much you want to stay in business, is just to sell. This would be so illegal today. This was just one of the many tactics that Rockefeller and others like him in other industries used. And yes, all of this would be totally illegal today, but it was sort of like the business Wild West. Others included setting up cartels. Sounds illegal. It wasn't illegal. It is illegal now. These were unofficial organizations of companies in the same industries, but in other parts of the country. Basically, they'd say, hey, let's not compete with each other. Let's all just set this super high price, have a really high margin, and we'll all get away with it and get super rich. If laws didn't exist like this to prevent this today, of course this would happen. You'd be if I was running a shop and my mate John was running a shop down the street and we sold Mars bars, I'd go to John, hey John, and we were the only source of Mars bars in the town, I'd just say and everyone loved Mars bars, so I'm just setting up the situation here, it's obviously fictional. I would definitely have lunch with John one day and be like, John, I know we're competitors, but how about we just set the price of Mars bars at £2.20 and people have to buy them? And that's how it is. And then that would definitely be illegal. Although I still feel like I I do feel like if I was in a petrol station in the middle of nowhere, they'd still charge me £2.20 for a Mars bar, but then that's not collusion, that's just there's no one else around to get a Mars bar from, just economics. Now this is just economics, but the barons also had a bad rap for the way they treated their labor force. In many cases, such as Rockefeller or Carnegie, another robber baron, he was basically in steel, they'd come from virtually nothing, and they believed that anyone with enough drive could make a success of themselves. Workers who wanted better conditions, and in the oil-filled steel mills and coal mines, life could be dangerous and healthy and short, they were deemed troublemakers, and they were dealt with. Many times threats, and many times these were violent. It was basically a situation of, if you want safe conditions, how about no? You can see why these guys got a bad reputation. Many of the larger companies had their own police forces, and in a time where politicians had their hands out, the real law looked the other way. Strikes and other workers' tactics to get better conditions were dealt with ruthlessly, and many people died in the clashes between workers and owners. It's no coincidence that labor unions began in earnest about this time. Workers overheard talking about unions were usually immediately dismissed, many times with a broken arm to show for it. Holy sh**. This is bad. I mean, it's super good to be a Rockefeller back in the day, but you don't want to be the worker. These guys got screwed. I don't want to laugh about it. It's pretty terrible. I'm glad, conditions are... This is always the thing, people complain about stuff today, and I complain about stuff all the time. But it's we literally live in a better time than ever before. Yes, there's discrimination and all of these bad things, but boy, whatever your situation, it was not this bad. However, because of the unions, government pressure, famous exposés such as The Jungle, Upton Sinclair's novel about the meatpacking industry, and Ida Tarbell's The History of the Standard Oil Company about these abuses, slowly things began to change. I've heard of The Jungle. I don't think I've read it, but there was that meatpacking thing. I think it was in New York, right? And how horrible it was. But things began to change, but they were super slow. The rise of Theodore Roosevelt's presidency also helped the labor force. Many laws were enacted at this time, helping to curb some of the worst abuses. But they weren't all bad. It should be remembered, however, that despite all of these abuses, many of the robber barons began the modern philanthropic movement to help people in society. You've probably heard a lot of their names because of their charity work. Indeed, the Rockefeller Foundation has handed out billions in charitable donations and still does. Andrew Carnegie was essentially the founder of the modern public library system, donating many tens of millions of dollars to help educate the people. It's interesting. I think these guys, in a way, they come from just a different time. That situation I gave with John and the Mars bars, it's in a way, it's wrong because people are getting exploited, but it's also the sensible thing. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm just completely unethical, but it's I would have that meeting with John and I'd be like, John, what's up, man? We gotta set the price of Mars bars. It probably should occur to me, but it probably wouldn't, that I'm screwing people. Maybe that makes me a terrible person, but I think these guys are a product of their time, evidenced by the fact that they did give a lot of their money away to charity. I think they probably just see it as a game, making money is business, and then we're good people, we'll just give away a ton of it. Universities all over the country were founded by people like Carnegie and obviously Vanderbilt. I guess there's the famous Vanderbilt University, I've never heard of it. So yes, the good with the bad. These guys just had crazy opportunities and no regulation, and they took full advantage, full all caps, they did. And the repercussions, good and bad, they can be seen today. What do you guys think? How are these guys? Amazing business people, or kind of just terrible, exploitative business leaders? I guess that kind of depends on your perspective. I hope you enjoyed this video. This was Business Blaze. Those were the robber barons. Now I know. If you've got suggestions for future Business Blaze videos, leave them in the comments below. Vote for the ones you like up to the top. We'll get something written up. We'll learn it together. Smash that like button. That's what we got to say. Smash it. Subscribe. Hit the bell. I think that's my YouTube shilling done. And I'll see you next time. Off, you weirdo. What are you doing? Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon, and in this one, we've got, this is actually an idea from me. On this channel, we make suggestions, we get them written up, and then we learn it together. If you've got a suggestion for a video, you know what to do, leave it in the comments below, upvote the ones you like, and chances are we will make those. Obviously, this channel is called Business Blaze, so please make it business related. Today, the Victoria's Secret problem. This was something that I really wanted to look at because it's this interesting lesson in business that you see happen over and over again, and I promise it's not just a business lesson, it's a really interesting story. But basically, Victoria's Secret, they revolutionize an industry, and then they fall behind, and it kind of all goes badly wrong. Obviously, Victoria's Secret still exists today, but they are really falling behind. In this video, you're going to find out why. Thank you to Lawrence for putting this script together. I didn't write this, I never do. I just go through it and sort of react to it. This is what we do here. So let's get into it, shall we? Ask anyone on the street where you should head if you're looking for some quality lingerie, and 9 times out of 10 they will point you to the nearest Victoria's Secret. I really feel like... Hi, I'm looking for some high quality lingerie. Could you point me to a store? And they'll just be like, F off, you weirdo. What are you doing? Since the 1990s, Victoria's Secret has been one of those household brands that everyone thinks is bulletproof. Not literally, I hope. Sexy stuff for a sex-driven society. How can that possibly fail? Well, in many ways, as you are about to find out. But it turns out America's most loved Naughty Time store is not quite as bulletproof as we all thought. Sales in recent years have seen a drop. Customer complaints about garment quality have risen, and the company's leaders are now having to look at making some serious changes if they want to stay above water. So what exactly is the problem? To understand why Victoria's Secret is such a mess, we kind of have to understand the brand and its full background story. So let's start at the beginning. The company was founded in 1977 by this dude called Roy Raymond. Roy's vision, it was actually pretty interesting. He didn't set out to sell naughty underwear to women. His original idea was to create a store that attracted men. You see, Roy was frustrated by his awkward experiences buying lingerie from department stores. And this I can relate to. Like, I feel awkward just I walked into a women's store the other day. I don't know if you have it in, I know most people who watch this are probably Americans. We have this store called Mango. I walked into a Mango the other day because it sells men and women's clothing. And I walked around looking for ages for the men's section, just walking around the women's section to realize it was a Mango that only sold women's clothes. And I felt awkward, let alone when I walk into the lingerie section, let alone when I actually buy something. Roy was onto something here. So he thought it would be cool if there was a women's underwear store that was actually designed to welcome men. Yes, very good. Roy took inspiration from Victorian England. I feel like Victorian England is not exactly known. I feel like when I imagine Victorian England, I imagine prudes. But there we go. Maybe this is just a misconception. During this period, English high society saw a massive surge. Apparently it is. They saw a massive surge in women's lingerie. Mr. Raymond had great success with his first store. He was able to open further stores and even launched a shopper's catalogue. In 1982, a retail mogul called Les Wexner acquired Roy's 6 stores, the Victoria's Secret brand and the catalogue, all for $1 million US. That was in 1982, which is about $2.6 million today. So I mean a good amount of money, but not a ton of money, especially when we get to some of the, the billions that are later mentioned in this video. Still, Roy was probably pretty happy with his $1 million. Now, Les, the dude who bought it, he had a different vision in mind for the brand. He didn't want to focus on men, which is odd. I thought this was kind of the whole point of Victoria's Secret, that it is appealing to men rather than, to women, but to men to shop there. Anyway, he wanted a luxury lingerie brand that brought women in the US great quality lingerie at affordable prices. As we all know, Mr. Wexner, he was right on the money. So was the original guy. Roy started the company, he came up with a great idea, he built it a bit, Les comes along and he takes it to a different level. They're both right. By the early 1990s, Victoria's Secret had become the most dominant lingerie retailer in the US, running 350 stores nationwide and selling over $1 billion worth of playtime gear. Okay, so Roy was right. $1 billion a year after, 10 years? Yeah, Les was more right. In 1995, we saw the first of the annual Victoria's Secret fashion shows. I've seen clips of these. The very first of these events almost broke the internet because it was in 1995, but it was actually 4 years later. I looked this up when the first live stream occurred. I love kind of like the history of the internet and all of this stuff, and it was quite surprising to me that in 1999 you could actually watch this. It was on broadcast.com. I went to see what broadcast.com is. Now it just redirects to the Yahoo homepage, so I assume it's like a defunct Yahoo property. Anyway, in 1999 they did broadcast it, and it was available to most people, so saying it broke the internet is kind of a little bit of hyperbole, but some people couldn't access it because there was too much demand, and the demand was like a few million people. It's kind of a joke by today's standards. Like, what does YouTube have, like 1 billion hours of watch time a day? I think, and that was like several years ago. Throughout the late 1990s and early 2000s, Victoria's Secret pioneered new product lines. Their fashion shows became far more elaborate and increasingly expensive, with increasingly expensive items being worn by the world's hottest models. All of this was with the idea of driving driving sales through the roof. It makes sense. I mean, you see beautiful people wearing clothes and you want to buy their clothes because they'll make you beautiful. That's how it works, right? In 2006, Sharon Jester Turney that's a great name, Jester, became the CEO of the company. Unlike the guys before her, she favored a more high-end look. Interesting. It's just like two guys' perspectives make it like, it says here, she moved the brands away from the hooker looks of the 90s and made Victoria's Secret more of a high-fashion leader that stood for quality and empowerment. You can see, like, definitely a women's touch there. Under Sharon's 9-year reign, Victoria's Secret success exploded. Guess that's the result of that non-hooker look. Also, it exploded before from he bought it for $1 billion 10 years later. He bought it for $1 million 10 years later. It was worth $1 billion. But still, under Sharon, she was right as well. Increased 70% up to $7.7 billion. Not messing around. It seemed the brand could do no wrong, especially with Sharon at the wheel. The thing is, in 2016, Sharon very suddenly dropped the reins. She stepped down overnight, and Wexner, he was the second guy, the guy who bought it for $1 million, he took over as interim CEO. Now, he had done a good job before, so I imagine this would bode well, but you will see. This is where things started to turn. As soon as Wexner took control, he started to make some pretty major changes to stamp his new direction on the brand. Back to those hooker clothes. Not really. He stopped the catalogue, put an end to swimwear, and ceased the brand's move into apparel. Apparel. This is one of these words that always trips me up on pronunciation. I always pronounce it apparel, but it's apparel, I think, or who cares? He wanted to focus everything on what the brand was best known for: lingerie and evening-based clothing. He split the company into three: Victoria's Secret Lingerie, Victoria's Secret Beauty, and Pink. So it seems he wanted to do everything, but he just wanted to focus the main brands on lingerie, which makes sense, like a return to core competencies. Although I wonder about this, because does it really make sense? I mean, it was going really well. Do you really need to change anything? Okay, so I know what thank you, Lawrence. I know what you're thinking. Why change a good thing? Who knows? Oh, great. So there's not really a reason. Maybe there is a reason if Lawrence had dug a bit deeper, but, this video's, 15 minutes long? Time is short. Sometimes men just think they know better. He didn't. He did before. I feel it's a bit unfair to be like, yeah, Les is an idiot. He did grow it. He did buy it for $1 million, and then it was making $1 billion in revenue 10 years later. Les is clearly not an idiot, but maybe he did think he knew better. Sales began to fall drastic all through the late 90s and early 2000s. Victoria's Secret was at the forefront of the market, spearheading game-changing ideas and being one step ahead of all the competitors. But since 2016, the brand has been behind and slow to keep up to major changes in the market. Alright, so what changes? Well, I'll tell you. The shift from push-up bras towards sports bras is one example of a major trend that Victoria's Secret was slow to react to. The huge surge in body positivity is another vital fashion trend that the brand has been slow to keep up with. Falling asleep at the wheel has let other brands like Ori and Lively swoop in and snatch up a share of the market, which is always going to end in tears for your mighty market leader. This is the thing, these changes that they keep making, they need to make these, and it seems like now they're not really keeping up. I don't know any of these companies, like Lively or Ori, but I guess, that's me. Between 2016 and 2018, the brand's share in the US, it dropped from 33 to 24%. I mean, have you ever been to Pink? That's Victoria's teen store. They mainly do, it's a bit weird, Victoria's Secret for teenagers. They mainly do PJs and the odd sports top that's a bit too cool for real sports. Okay, that makes sense. That's less weird. Pink has been struggling, and it's clear for everyone to see. When a premium brand resorts to running constant sales, you know something's up. Indeed you do. Even the annual fashion show is starting to get abused for being outdated and too focused on picture-perfect models. That's true. I'm not really... the clips I've seen, it's not like they're doing those... what was it called? Image conscious or body conscious or body positivity. It's not really what's going on at Victoria's Secret, is it? The fashion shows were all led by a guy called Ed Razek. In November of 2018, Razek said in an interview with Vogue that he didn't think transsexuals had a place in the catwalks because the show is meant to be a fantasy. Oh, Ed, you're going to get in trouble for that. His remarks pissed off a lot of people. What a surprise. And many openly called for him to be cut from the roster, but he wasn't. Again, Victoria's Secret, I feel... even just for the optics of that, you gotta fire that dude. So how does Victoria's Secret recover from so many boo-boos? Well, we'll have to see if it can. John Ayres took over as CEO at the start of 2019. Sales were down to 3% in 2018. That doesn't seem too bad. And the brand, although it is a pretty good market, like this is a luxury product, the economy is pretty much booming. We're making this video in 2019. A decline in 3% of sales during an economic boom is not a good thing for a luxury product. And the brand is losing market share to new brands that speak to ladies for all the right reasons. Victoria's Secret brand image is on the verge of being Stone Age. And this is the thing, it started off as, this is what I said at the beginning, it started off as like this new thing, revolutionary, and then, you know, revolutionary of 1980s is like dated of today. Victoria's Secret brand image is the verge of being on the Stone Age. Women's attitudes towards beauty and diversity have changed in an instant, and it looks as if Victoria's Secret is just failing to keep up. Take one look at the board of directors, you see the problem pretty much summed up. 12 of them, there are 12 of them, 9 of them are dudes, and Wexner's wife is one of the only 3 women that sit on the board. Right now, these guys are in a desperate race to bring Victoria's Secret back up to speed with what women want. Earlier this year, they hired Hungarian model Barbara Palvin as one of their newest angels, which I think is like what the Victoria's Secret models are called. I don't think that, I know that. She's not really a plus-size girl, but she's also not a size 0, so it's sort of a step in the right direction. At this point, it feels like the sinking of the Titanic. It's a huge beast of a brand that has seen progress to this point, but it's been slow to steer away from the iceberg ahead. Do people really still want to buy great lingerie at great prices? Yes, that's not going to change anytime soon, but do women want to be buying them from a group of old men that think the perfect woman has to be stick thin, white, and as straight as an arrow? The numbers, oh, this is a nice ending, Lawrence. The numbers say, bitch, please. And I think, like, as funny as that ending is, it's like, it doesn't, you know, having demand is only just one part of the equation here. You can have all of the demand you want for lingerie, that is never going to go away. But there's also competition, Victoria's Secret, and you need to keep up with the other guys. Anyway, that is Victoria's Secret. That is the problem they are facing. I thought it was an interesting one. I know this one was a bit more businessy than the usual, like, interesting historic stories we take. Just a bit of an experiment we're doing. If you liked it, please do hit that like button below. Subscribe to this channel so you find out when we put out new videos. If you actually want to find out when we do, you need to hit the bell button, because that's just the way YouTube works. Suggestions, like I said at the beginning, if you've got suggestions that are business related for this channel, let me know. This was my idea, but I'll get stuff written up from you guys as well, and we can go through it together and learn something. It'll be fun, and I'll see you next time. Maybe this 52-year-old grandmother from Stevenage is an absolute baller. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I, as always, am your host Simon. In this one, Danny has put us together a script like he always does. 5 epic billing blunders. I'd like to think that most people in the world have at least once in their lives experienced that smug feeling of realizing you've been undercharged for something. That glorious sensation when you come home from the shops and figure out that you paid about 30 pence less for that bunch of bananas than you were expecting. I got 2 stories here. I was at the store the other day, and I bought a giant pumpkin. Like, I'm recording this just before Halloween. I bought this giant pumpkin, like literally this big. The guy scans through the register and it comes up at is about the equivalent of a single $1. And I'm standing there and he just pushes it along. And he wasn't very friendly, so I didn't want to be like, it's probably more than $1, isn't it? But I think he scanned it through as like a mini squash because he's got the pictures of them. But surely when you're scanning through something this big, you're not like, yeah, $1, seems about right. Another story. This one's slightly more illegal. This one wasn't actually me. A roommate of mine at university. You know those self-checkout things where it's like you go, you put the potatoes on the scale, you press the button, and it, you know, says like, oh, okay, you bought like 2 kilograms of potatoes, and then you put it in the bagging area, and because you've scanned it and weighed it, it knows the weight of it in the bagging area, and it's like, thank you for you know, it's not like unexpected item in the bagging area. This guy I knew, he wanted like a DVD player. This was like 10 years ago. So he just literally stole it. I couldn't believe it. He goes there, he weighs it on the scale. He says it's potatoes. And then he puts it in the bagging area. And because it's the same, you know, it's been weighed as potatoes, charged like £4 or whatever, the DVD player in the bagging area doesn't set off any alarm. And it's been scanned as potatoes. He's like, yeah, if I was ever caught, I'd just say, oh, I guess I just made a mistake. And I was like, dude, you stole that. And he was like, yeah, I guess I did. It's a rare moment of triumph when you beat the system, and every sweet second should be savoured. It probably makes the bananas taste better too. But of course, it's not quite so much fun the other way around when you receive a massively inflated bill, which appears to have far too many zeros stuck at the end. And we got 5 of these. So let's start Number 1. Not enough bread for bread. Before we get into the epic and ridiculous, I want to kick off with a story that might seem small fry, but is an example of the kind of thing that happens every day without ever getting noticed. I don't get particularly fussy about choosing a loaf of bread, whereas Simon might go for the Roquefort and almond sourdough bread. Does sound pretty good. I love a sourdough. I'd be quite happy to go for the bog standard £1 sliced loaf that looks like it might make a half-decent ham and tomato sandwich. Yeah, no, I don't want to seem like super fussy, but that sourdough bread does sound like a lot better than white sliced. I'd probably raise a quizzical eyebrow if I was ever asked to pay much more than £1 for a loaf. But one 52-year-old grandmother from Stevenage may have raised both eyebrows at once when she returned home from a shopping trip at Asda to discover that she'd been charged £71.50 for a single sliced loaf of bread. How do you go shopping? You've got like your shopping and you're like, oh, it's about £71 more expensive than I thought it would be. Maybe this 52-year-old grandmother from Stevenage is an absolute baller. Now, I'll be honest, I felt sure that I would have noticed this during checkout. Yeah, me too, Danny. Maybe because money matters to us. Most of us surely have at least a rough idea of the size of the final tally during a typical shopping trip. Maybe not an exact amount, but at least a ballpark figure. £70 seems sky high to me, but then I'm usually just buying pot noodles and toilet roll. In this case, the unlucky shopper, Deborah Johnson, never even spotted the error at all. It was her daughter who just happened to be producing the receipt when she spotted the loaf of bread cost over 70 quid. Who gets home and she's like, hey mum, let me have a look at that shopping list. Oh, this is interesting. Who does this? Are your lives that boring? Apparently the correct price should have been £1.10, which still seems a tad expensive. It's intriguing to ponder just how many times errors like these crop up in a busy supermarket, and the corporate giants end up getting away with charging £100 to return it because nobody bothered to check the receipts. I have to say, I'm sure this happened to me many times because I do not check the receipts, ever. I also was getting screwed for years because my local supermarket has this thing where it's like, yeah, this is discounted. It's 50% off. But there's a little sticker on there that says, for bonus club card holders. And I don't have a bonus club card holder. I'm a 32-year-old man. Who needs that? Yeah, if you don't show them the card at checkout, they just charge you the full price. So for years, I was just like paying over the odds and never even realized. And I'd buy shit because it was on sale. Like, oh, this wine's like half off. I'll get that wine. Little did I know I'm paying double the amount that I should be. Still, on this occasion, everyone had a good laugh about it, and Deborah Johnson got her name in the papers with a photograph of her holding the offending loaf. Jesus Christ, it must have been a slow news day. And Asda joined in the fun when the press asked them for a response. We agree that is a lot of dough for a loaf of bread. Ba-da-bum-bum. Asda, let's leave the comedy to the experts. The quote continues, but we were happy this was spotted and Mrs. Johnson was refunded straight away. They also threw in a £2 loyalty card as compensation, which seems a bit stingy. They even make £2 loyalty cards? Oh, well, that'll get me a quarter of a packet of cigarettes. That'll get me 1 and a bit loaves of bread. Barely enough to buy a slice of bread from Asda these days. Yes, Danny and I on the same page. Number 2, the invisible radio mast. A young woman from London was on a fairly standard £25 a month contract with O2, the second largest mobile operator in the UK. However, she couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed when she kept receiving monthly bills from O2 in the region of £695. The billing statements revealed that she was actually being charged for the giant use of a radio mast in her back garden. This surprised the young O2 customer, as she lived in a small terraced house. For Americans, that's like houses that are all in a row. Like they're all attached to each other. She had a modest back garden, and she couldn't seem to spot this huge radio mast that O2 were charging her a fortune to use. What would that even do? Also, £695 for like a huge radio mast? That seems quite reasonable. You get great reception. And if this wasn't bad enough, the story rolled on for several months. O2 would apologize for the error, send the customer a revised bill, but then send another massive 3-figure bill the following month for the use of the radio mast. It seemed as if the O2 customer service teams were fixing the problem in the short term, but forgetting to remove the radio mast for all subsequent bills. The problem was eventually resolved, but only when the Guardian newspaper got involved in the story and stepped in to help. At some point, you gotta be like, shit, I'll just cancel my credit card. I'm not sure if that's legal, and let's just say that I definitely didn't do this. But a few years ago, I'd look at my bank statement, and I was like, I'm paying so many, there's regular charges for like Netflix and all of that, and Spotify and all of this. But there were like 15 that I just didn't know what they were, all for like, £5 to £20. And I'm like, so I just phoned the bank. I definitely didn't, but someone I might know phoned the bank and was like, yeah, I lost my card. So they cancelled it, and then all of the charges stopped happening. And then people send me emails being like, hey, you stopped paying for our service. And I'll be like, good, because I didn't want it. It's not the only time O2 have added mysterious charges to standard phone contracts. Another customer was shocked to discover that O2 were charging him a fortune for management consultancy services. Who knew that O2 even did that? Number 3, an alarm. Oh, pro tip, by the way. We'll just mention this right now. If you guys don't know the company Revolut, which is like they do like foreign exchange cards, but they have this amazing thing called disposable cards. So you log into the app and it will give you a credit card, which you can use once, and then you can cancel it. So it won't work anymore, which is amazing. You know those trials where it's like, yeah, you can get like a month for free, and then they lock you in and they keep billing you. You're like, stop. Or like once a year things. I'm not going to mention their name because I don't want to get sued, but there's a really big stock photo company out there who charge you on a yearly basis. And then a year rolls around, and even if you haven't used the service in like 6 months, they'll bill you for a year without even sending you a reminder about the fact you're going to get billed, which I'm sure is in their terms and conditions, but it's still shady as f***. And now I just use everything I sign up for online where I'm like, I'm not going to remember to cancel this and I don't want it for more than a year or like a month. I'll just use a disposable card, and then they'll be like,
We tried to process your payment.
and I'm like, yeah, good, right? Number 3, an alarming tale. So get a Revolut card. That's the lesson. I think I can actually drop an affiliate link below where if I get like people to subscribe to Revolut, I get a free bank card or something. If there's a link below to Revolut, I get something. If there isn't, I don't. I'll put a link anyway. An alarming tale. The American home security company, ADT, has recently been causing a noise in the UK press with some of their alarming charges. I don't have much experience in the replacement of security alarm batteries, but a little research into the matter suggests that it's a job which can usually be carried out by relatively cheaply in under half an hour. But a whole stack of customers had been shocked to discover that they'd been charged thousands of pounds for this service from ADT. One customer reported they were charged £2,000 for the replacement of 9 batteries, while another customer topped this by announcing that it had been charged £4,749 for the replacement of 3 batteries. I feel like that number's so precise, you'd be like, well, I guess they know what they're doing. The latter customer did eventually get an apology and a revised bill of £38, but only after several rounds of difficult telephone conversations with ADT customer support staff who didn't initially seem to grasp that £4,749 was just a bit steep. In another ADT story, a landlord requested the service of an engineer to repair a security alarm on one of his properties. The engineer was on site for around 5 minutes before declaring that the alarm system was too old and then getting back in his van. Classic repairman. It's like, no, I can't do that. Just leaves. In return for the service, he got a bill for £508. Thankfully, he got in touch with ADT, who agreed that the charge seemed a trifle expensive and promised that a revised bill would be sent out immediately. Good. The revised bill was also £508. And this is a saga you know is going to go on forever. He'd be like, hi, I'm calling about that £508 bill again. And then be like, what £508 bill? Number 4, the biggest phone bill in history. Sometimes life just kicks you when you're down, and then kicks you even harder just to be sure that you got the message. A French woman named Miss San Jose, really? was going through a bit of a hard time after losing her job, and she decided that she needed to cancel her phone subscription with Bourget's French something? Bourget Telecom. She was expecting the final bill to be somewhere in the region of €100. So it's fair to say that she was a little shocked when the phone bill turned up, and it was considerably more expensive than she'd hoped. The phone bill in fact turned out to be 11.7 billion euros, which is 5,000 times the GDP of France. Mrs. San Jose revealed that she nearly had a heart attack. There were so many zeros that I couldn't even work out how much it was. However, the most disturbing thing about this story is when she contacted the company's customer services. She was initially told that there was nothing they could do as phone bills were calculated automatically. At one point, she even received a call from the telecom company to discuss the idea of paying the phone bill in installments. Yeah, we'll just start with $1 billion and go from there. Good sense eventually prevailed, and Bourget Telecom even eventually admitted that the bill must have been a minor mistake. The revised bill came out at about €117, which the company waived. They also threw in a bunch of flowers to compensate for the error. That's a rather nice move. Definitely, I appreciate that. Waiving the bill, sending the flowers, that's a very nice touch. It's a lot better than what? The £2 Asda gift card that just ends up getting thrown away. I'd like to think that they messed up the flower delivery order as well, and that Mrs. San Jose ended up receiving 11.7 billion red roses. That would be epic. Number 5, the 123 million bank error. I might be familiar with this one. We might have done this on the channel before from a script that wasn't written by Danny. Should read these at a time. Let's see. But let's finish this off with a story in which fortune went the other way, at least for a very brief period. Matthew Pierce from Melbourne. Yeah, we've done this one before. I'm going to do it again. Bank errors is the business plays video. This is way more detailed than the previous one, which I think was by Steve. This is way more detailed, so we'll do it anyway. But if you want, I think it's like 5 more errors that went the other way. Definitely check out our video on that. I'll link to it below. Matthew Pierce from Melbourne was idly checking his bank balance on his phone one day when he came across a pretty surprising transaction. It appeared that somebody had accidentally deposited $123 million, which is about £60 million, into his Commonwealth bank account. It must have felt a bit like playing an extreme version of Monopoly, where another community chess card reads, bank error in your favor, collect $123 million. Now this brings us to the obvious question. What would you do if you woke up one morning to find $123 million accidentally deposited in your bank account? So I'm betting Danny's like, we'll spend it.
And it's gone.
No, I think I'd phone them up and be like, hey guys, because you know how it's going to work out. So you take out a bunch of money, you buy like all sorts of crazy and they're like, yeah, we're going to need that money back, plus some brutal interest rate, which they dictate because clearly you did something wrong. Also, I feel, if I found like $20,000, or 20,000 euros or whatever in cash hidden like under a bench or something, I would leave that there because I know if I take it, some drug dealers are going to hunt me down and kill me, or some spies, or some Russians, or something like that. Just leave it there. He phoned up Commonwealth Bank and immediately pointed out the error. I think Matthew probably did the smart thing. Unfortunately, the issue wasn't taken very seriously by the bank helpline, who assumed that he was just taking the piss. They laughed and exclaimed, "That's great," before hanging up on what they thought was a prank call. Okay, at that point, I might be like, okay guys, I'm going to spend like a couple of mil until you take me seriously. In the end, 123 million was left floating around in Matthew's account for 2 whole weeks before the bank eventually realized that something wasn't quite right and got in touch with Matthew to sort it out. Let's say that Matthew puts that in a high interest saving account for 2 weeks. Let's say, 3% being extremely generous. 123 million times 0.03. If Matthew had stuck that money in a high interest savings account for 2 weeks, he would have made almost 142,000 Australian dollars. You're welcome, Matthew. For business consultancy services, email. Eventually, someone got in touch with Matthew to sort it all out. The bank claims that it was down to a glitch in the system. It can happen sometimes. That sounds more to me like something a shopkeeper might say if he accidentally charged you twice for a bar of chocolate, rather than shoving $123 million into the wrong bank account. But good on Matthew Pierce for not spending any of it. He may not have been able to afford a Baltia telecom phone contract with that kind of money, but just think of all the £71.50 loaves of bread from Asda that he could have bought. Well said, Danny. I like this one. Yes, like I say, please do, for more like that last one, do check out our video on the billing errors that went the other way, where people got all sorts of crazy money. There was some woman from, I think she was from Malaysia, and there was some huge error, and over years she spent like tons of the money. It was crazy and intense. It's a good video. Do check that out. Please do smash that like button if you enjoyed this one. Subscribe, hit that notification bell, all that YouTube-y stuff. And I'll see you next time. Yay, bubonic plague! Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I'm your host, Simon, and Danny, our fantastic writer, he put this script together. This was a little less businessy, but it's a lot of fun. I particularly chose this one because, well, I don't know, I felt like it. It's basically about the Atlantropa, which was this crazy plan to drain the Mediterranean Sea, which is between Europe and Africa. Let's crack on. It seems that many political developments in recent years are geared around the idea of nations breaking away from each other or erecting colossal walls to keep out their neighbours. Build that wall! And Brexit. Where is that wall exactly? Where is Brexit? These things happened at the same time. Neither of them has happened at the time of recording this video. Maybe by this time, there's a giant wall between the US and Canada and Britain is no longer in the EU. I'm very skeptical. Danny and I, always on the same page. But this is not a video about America or Brexit or secession. And it turns out that Donald Trump doesn't have a monopoly on crazy ideas. He does try though, doesn't he? Although that thing, I read it in the paper the other day about him buying Greenland. And I'm like, that seems insane. But really, it's far less insane than you would think. I actually made a video about that. About 100 years ago, a pioneering German architect drew up plans to bring 2 continents together, Europe and Africa, to form a new utopian supercontinent called Atlantropa, in which war and poverty would be consigned to the history books. I'm a little bit skeptical. I'm already guessing, this is like this was like 100 years ago, and that utopia of Africa at the time It wasn't exactly a utopia. The idea just involved the small matter of draining the Mediterranean Sea. What's even more remarkable is the fact that this idea rumbled on for 40 years and even attracted some support along the way before finally fizzling out forever in the 1960s. But, spoiler alert, Danny, so they didn't drain the Mediterranean Sea. But just what was the vision behind the ill-fated Atlantropa, and was it quite as bonkers as it may first sound? Am I pronouncing this thing right? Well, I didn't get enough traction to get into my pronunciation dictionary, so there we go. To begin the story, we need to delve back to the 1920s and step into the shadow that was still hanging over most of the countries involved in the First World War. Not America, obviously. America was doing just fine thanks to the Roaring Twenties and would enjoy a period of growth and increased wealth right up until the Great Depression of 1929, when exactly the opposite happens. It's like that Great Gatsby movie. Have you seen that one with Leonardo DiCaprio? Wow, they were rich. Although they really weren't. But things were a lot gloomier in Europe. Land was in short supply as populations grew, unemployment soared, and energy resources began to dwindle. Fascinating fact here, when the bubonic plague hit Europe, it was this, everyone was like hungry, there wasn't a lot of jobs, it was just a pretty terrible time to be alive. Then the bubonic plague comes and like a third of the people die. Maybe even more. It was this huge, devastating thing. But afterwards, life was pretty good because really morbidly, everyone, like, so many people had died that there was an abundance of resources and space. It'd be like, oh yeah, the Joneses down the street, they died of bubonic plague. Sweet, free house. Yay, bubonic plague! The outlook seems pretty bleak for Germany, who had lost territory in Europe and their international colonies in the aftermath of the war. Munich-born architect Hermann Sorgel was worried about the future of Germany and Europe as a whole. He felt that Europe was in danger of falling off the map, as the continent would ultimately find it impossible to compete with the land-rich and resource-rich continents of Asia and the Americas. Sort of ahead of his time there, Sorgel. As a pacifist, he was also very keen to avoid the horrors of a potential Second World War. Well, shit. So Hermann Sorgel, he proposed a simple solution. Actually, scratch that, it was an incredibly complicated solution, but the outcome was relatively simple. Yeah, damming. I assume they're damming it on the Straits of Gibraltar. That's gonna be complicated. Also, you gotta drain all the water out of a sea. Back in the 1920s, the African continent was still largely under European imperial control and was sitting on piles of resources that Europe was crying out for at the time. Crying out for, / desperate to exploit. But of course, the two continents were divided by thousands of miles and a couple of pesky big pools of water known as the Mediterranean Sea and the Strait of Gibraltar. Sorgel's thinking was that when it becomes too difficult to import vital resources from faraway lands, the solution was just to bring faraway lands a bit closer to you. Why not just build a giant-ass bridge, Sorgel? So his idea was to drain the Mediterranean Sea and to unite the two continents to form one prosperous supercontinent, which he originally named the Pan-Europa Project before settling on Atlantropa in 1932. His naming was not brilliant. Also, like, super prosperous supercontinent, I get the feeling that this super prosperous supercontinent is a really rich Europe and a really poor Africa, because this is the 1920s. The Mediterranean Sea is naturally evaporative, as far more water simply evaporates down to the sea than actually flows into it from other rivers and streams. So the plan was to block many of those water flows at the source? Wait, does that make sense? This has got to be an error. Yes, it's naturally evaporative, but obviously it's still there, so it's not evaporating faster than it's flowing. I assume Danny has to mean that once they've blocked the things, it will just evaporate off. So at least they don't have to drain it. That's a plus. That'll save some money. All we gotta do now is build a giant-ass dam. The Atlantropa project would have been centered around the building of three pretty epic dams. The primary dam would be in the Strait of Gibraltar. I'm a geography genius. I host a channel called Geographics, you should check that out, it's linked below. While a second dam would be built between Sicily and Tunisia, dividing the Mediterranean Sea into two halves. Do you really need a second one? I guess you might, just because it's so massive. The third dam would block the water from the Black Sea spilling through into the Mediterranean. It was estimated that this would lower the water levels in the Mediterranean Sea by 100 to 200 meters, creating around 500,000 square kilometers of new land in the process. I'm going to throw up a map of how this looks on the screen so you can just see quite how much land is being reclaimed. It's pretty extraordinary. It's not here, but Danny sent me some images separately and I didn't want to waste printer ink on it. Hermann Sorgel's ultimate vision was a truly civilized supercontinent abundant in renewable energy and resources in which the people would thrive in peace and prosperity. Look, Hermann, when 1920s Europeans starts talking about a civilized supercontinent, I'm like, The overcrowding problem would be eased by the addition of all that freshly exposed land, which would have been the equivalent of a new France. Any food shortages would be alleviated by easy access to the fruits of the former Africa, which would now just be a short train ride away from former Europe. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna take all that. The fear of an Atlantropian war could be reduced by the knowledge that a new independent ruling body would potentially have the power to cut off vital energy supplies to any country that was posing a threat. That's a wonderful idea, except that body has an extraordinary amount of power. Can you imagine this? Like, it'd be like, alright Nigeria, chill the f*** out, or we'll just cut you off. We'll cut your power off. That sounds like pretty ripe for abuse there, Danny. The epic construction of the dams would have provided a much needed boost to Europe's economy and employment figures because this project was going to take a lot of people and time to build. In fact, Sorgel estimated that the Atlantropa project would take approximately 150 years to complete. Holy shit. That is some long-term thinking. All I'm thinking now is this is occurring in the 1920s. Sorgel wants to push this all through. It's never going to happen because there's way too many countries involved and all the labor and manpower and all of this. He's probably like, you know, it'd be really great right now? A dictator in Germany who could really help out with all of this stuff. And oh, we need lots of slave labor? I've got an idea. I don't know why I'm laughing about that. It's really depressing. I guess I'm laughing about it because I know it didn't happen. I mean, obviously, the Second World War and the Holocaust happened. But the building of this dam with slave labor didn't happen, which is yay. Of course, there were a few parts of the plan that didn't sound so good. Sorgel may well have been a pacifist with good intentions at heart, but it's now horrifying to consider that the interests of colonized Africa were not taken into account at all. Wait, so we're not even asking them? Can you imagine being like Morocco or whatever, and it's just like, you know, 150 years go by and it's like, oh, we're now connected to Europe and they're stealing all our brilliant. Africa was essentially being turned into a handy breadbasket for Europe, and if that meant flooding most of Central Africa and turning the entire Congo basin into an artificial lake to do it, then so be it. Oh, we didn't care. The ecosystem of the Mediterranean Sea would have been dramatically altered by such a drastic lowering of the water levels, and local climate regimes could have been altered in potentially catastrophic ways. The strategy would have led to the complete eradication of coastlines connected to the Mediterranean, and many working harbour towns would have been left very much high and dry. While the Maltese Islands, they would cease to exist as an archipelago, and Malta would become physically absorbed within the landmass of Sicily. And the Italians were never mad keen on the idea when they saw that the plan involved turning the whole of Venice into an artificial lake, which would be connected to the sea by a canal. Well, so I was in Venice recently, and that whole place is like waiting to flood as sea levels rise. Maybe this would be alright, just turn it into a big dammed lake. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. This is the solution to rising sea levels. Just dam everything. Let's build a wall around Antarctica. Build a wall around the ice blocks. What are ice blocks called? Glaciers. Glaciers? Icebergs? Hermann Sorgel founded the Atlantropa Institute and devoted most of his working life to raising awareness and seeking sponsorship for the project, but he found little support outside of Germany. What a surprise! I'm sure this would suit Germany really well. It wouldn't really affect them at all, because the sea in the north wouldn't be affected. It's just everyone else gets screwed. What a surprise. It'd be like, yeah guys, we were thinking of just turning the whole of Africa into a supply route for Germany at the enormous cost of Africa and most of the southern European countries. How do you feel about that? Off Herman, you Sorgel did take the project to the Nazis when they seized control of Germany in the 1930s, but of course history has shown that the Nazis had other ideas for the future of Europe. Yeah, they were like, hey, if we just take over everything, we don't need to worry about extra resources. We'll just use all these resources that we stole. Sorgel died in 1952 when he was riding his bicycle to a lecture at the University of Munich and was tragically struck down by a car. The Atlantropa Institute remained open for years following his death, but was finally closed forever in the 1960s. The discovery of nuclear power and the end of colonialism helped render the Atlantropa project completely unfeasible on any level. But then again, it never really sounded like it was super feasible to begin with, Herman, did it? But then again, it could be argued that the project had been completely unfeasible for the best part of 40 years. Once again, Danny and I on the same page. However, there remains a mysterious question mark around the circumstances of Sorgel's supposedly tragic death. Conspiracy theory time. According to the police reports at the time, the car that hit Sorgel's bicycle was as straight as a die, indicating that it may well have been intentional. The driver was never found. Yeah, let's kill this architect. He's just crazy and no one's ever going to do anything. Maybe it was someone from the future who was like, we gotta kill Sorgel, he's gonna build this dam. I'm not sure why anyone would want to murder an architect who devoted his life to flogging a doomed idea for decades without support. But it's just possible that some aggrieved conservationists may have uncovered Sorgel's top-secret follow-up plans to convert the whole of the Alps into a giant crazy golf course. This has been Business Blaze. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I've been Simon Whistler, script written by Danny. Thank you, Danny. Thank you all for watching. You know what to do. Smash that like button. I'm pretty sure it doesn't make any difference from the YouTube algorithm, but it makes me feel good about myself. Or, if you didn't like my political comments today, that's what the dislikes button is for. I don't think it makes a difference either way. So, go for it. Build that wall, and I'll see you next time. Oh, and just for the record, I'll make fun of Trump, but in the UK, we've got Jeremy Corbyn on the left. Oh, let's not even get into that mess. I awoke to a massive erection that lasted for days. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one today, we're looking at just stupid apps. Originally I wanted to do it just about this one app, but it was just totally not enough for an entire video. I think we've got 5 apps that are basically, the one I wanted to originally do it on was that app that cost $1,000 and did absolutely nothing except for a gem on your screen. I'll put this up on the screen, you can see that. But we've got some other ones which are even more amazing, so thank you Danny for putting this together. Let's go over it, shall we? Let's just crack on. They say you can judge a person by the quality of the apps that they have installed on their phone. I never thought about that, but I guess you can. If you got some gambling apps in there, I'm you're probably not exactly super financially responsible, are you? Who downloads apps for porn sites? Well, to be honest, I don't think many people say that, but there's definitely some truth into it somewhere. Probably read these things before I get started. With literally millions of innovative apps at your fingertips, many of which represent mankind's greatest technological leaps of the 21st century, what kind of utter buffoon would have decided to throw their money at something as staggeringly ridiculous as the I Am Rich app? Well, 8 people did, in a single day when it was available before it was hastily pulled down by Apple from the App Store. The iOS application was developed, and I'm using the term very loosely here, in 2011 by a chap called Armin Heinrich, who described... Do you think he did it to rhyme with his name? Armin Heinrich? I am rich? Probably not. Who described the application as a work of art with no hidden function at all. Sounds like a good way to be yeah, it's just isn't it? Upon launching the app, your phone screen would flash up a red glowing gem that looks like this, and when pressed, it would display the following mantra in huge text. I'm gonna put this on the screen because it's it's not right. It says, I am rich, I deserve it, I am good, healthy, and successful. You missed me. Deserve, that's not a typo. Well, it is a typo for him, but that's what it was. It didn't have the E. It's $1,000. You could have got it right. Let's quickly skim over the bad grammar and the glaring spelling mistakes for just a second and zoom in on the price tag. The download was available for $999.99, which is the highest possible price at which developers were able to flog their wares on the App Store at the time. So, of course, the idea is that you had to be rich in order to buy it, and also a raving lunatic because, well, it was utterly useless. I don't know about you, but I would have expected the developers to at least perform a quick spell check before parting with $1,000. Yes, you would, but let's be fair, the person who's spending $1,000 on this probably doesn't know how to spell deserve. So what was it actually meant to be? Was it really a work of art? Was it a scam, a status symbol, a vulgar display of wealth, or the digital version of a personalized license plate, or a statement on modern consumerism? Years later, in an interview with the New York Times. Wow, it definitely got some publicity though. Here we are. Developer Heinrich wasn't giving much away. He stuck to his guns that it was simply a work of art and that he didn't expect the app to cause so much fuss. Apple removed the controversial app within just one day with no official explanation, but not before 8 lucky customers. I don't think they were lucky. I think they were idiots. Seized the opportunity to buy it. I wonder how many it was kids with their parents' phones. You know how they get a hold of them and they'll just buy lots of crazy stuff, with you just click buy. Although I think now everyone's Face ID or a fingerprint scan. 2 of these people claimed that they thought it must be a joke, and when they saw that close to $1,000 had really been taken from their bank accounts, they requested a refund and they were duly given it. Quick word of advice: if you see a product with a price tag of $1,000 and you're not sure if it's a joke, don't find out by clicking on the buy button. Maybe just Google it instead. That is absolutely solid life advice. That still leaves 6 apparently happy customers and a quick profit of just under $6,000 for the developer of one of the most ludicrous apps in history, taking into account the 30-minute development time and the 10-minute brainstorming session down the pub. I get the because you find out pretty quickly as a developer, I'm sure, what the highest price point in the App Store is. So you're okay, let's think of a novelty app because you just need a few sales, because I bet like most apps don't make $6,000. Like all of the apps out there, I mean, you got like, Minecraft or whatever, the super high ones that do make a ton of money, but most of them, there's millions of apps. Must be millions of apps, and they just do badly. This is actually a pretty clever idea. But that's not quite the end of the story. Oh, good. The following year, Heinrich released the I Am Rich LE edition with a much cheaper price tag of $9.99. I guess LE stands for like light edition. Also, because you could afford a $9.99 app, that doesn't make you rich. Although $9.99 for an app I still feels quite expensive. I bought a note app for £11 the other day, and I was like, ooh, for an app? This version came packaged with a calculator in a lame attempt to meet Apple's new definable content rules, and the spelling mistake was also corrected. Sadly, nobody in the world cared. Yeah, it kind of takes away the only unique thing about the app, which was its high price, by making it cheap. No one cares. However, I Am Rich wasn't the only app to make us question the future, so let's look at some more. Okay, here we go. The iBeer. What is this? Who does this? If you're one of those people who enjoy a nice cold glass of beer in a good pub, I absolutely am, but wish you could somehow simulate the experience without the glass, or the pub, or the taste, or the alcohol buzz, or the social engagement, or indeed any of the usual satisfaction associated with a real glass of beer, then I've got some great news for you. And also, you have to be really weird. I mean, why is this? Developed in 2008 by Hotrix, iBeer filled up your phone screen with a picture of a glass of beer. When you lifted your phone in the air as if it was a real glass of beer, which it isn't, and tilted it to your mouth as if you were about to drink it, which you won't be, the app uses the phone sensors and some graphical magic to swish around the beer and realistically mimic the process of draining the glass. For that final classy touch, a belching sound is emitted when the virtual glass of virtual beer has been finally drained. Sold as an optical illusion, iBeer somehow managed to become one of the biggest selling paid apps of the year. People are so dumb. This is the biggest selling app of the year? What am I doing with my life? I just need to make these. Maybe it did whip up a few chuckles around some pub tables, but they might have been the most boring pub tables in the universe. I mean, come on, just get a real beer. Okay, SMTH. See if you can spot the problem with this app. SMTH stands for Send Me to Heaven, and the wacky idea is that you throw your phone up in the air as high as you can while the phone sensors record your score. Ooh. For added fun, you can also compete with your friends on global leaderboards, assuming you have friends who are just as idiotic as you are. Oh, and don't forget to read the small disclaimer before you start launching your phone into the air like a very expensive frisbee. I've got the disclaimer here, actually. It says it. I understand and agree that playing SMTH is entirely at my own risk. I understand and agree that author of... I like how people just don't make any effort to spell check. Agree that author of SMTH shall in no event be liable for any direct, indirect, incidental, consequential, or exemplary damages or injuries. I'm getting the feeling this wasn't made by an English speaker. The most staggering thing about this app is not that it was invented in the first place, it's the fact that it managed to get over 100,000 downloads before eventually getting banned by Apple for encouraging behavior that could result in damage to a user's device. Now, I understand why Apple did this because this is a bit of a PR disaster, but if I were Apple, I'd be promoting the crap out of this app because every broken iPhone is a new iPhone purchase.
How innovative! I like it!
I actually think this is genius. I actually think, like, in today's culture of Instagram and YouTube and people doing stupid shit, I can see why this is successful, because it's kind of that risking, and it also shows off, like, I got money, I can afford a new phone like that. Exactly how many phones were shattered to bits by users may never be known, and I'm not sure how many people would even admit to it. I think Danny's wrong. I think people will be like, oh, it's hilarious, I broke my $1,000 phone. That is unless they ended up getting a really high score, perhaps. I can imagine getting this app, getting like some old phone, getting like a catapult or like a rocket or whatever and just blasting it off. I actually think this one is genius. Will you marry me? Oh god, this is gonna be sad, isn't it? There are so many things to consider before plucking up the courage to make your wedding proposal. Will you leave a trail of luxury red roses on the carpet? How much can you afford to spend on a beautifully exquisite engagement ring that your potential future fiancé deserves? What meaningful words should you painstakingly craft for that life-changing moment when you bend down on one knee? Or there is an easier way. Just launch this app, you'd load up the app, and then lob the phone at your beloved. So amazing. The app brings up a picture of a virtual engagement ring and proposes the question, will you marry me? If anyone has this ever done to them, if any ladies out there and someone's like, hey, and throws this at you, for the love of God, click no, ends that relationship, and get the f*** out of there. Handy yes or no boxes are provided so that the recipient can clearly respond before you go back to eating crisps and watching the match on telly. For full-on effect, make sure you use the free version with ads. That is absolutely true. This is a terrible, terrible, horrible. The app that does nothing. This fascinating application... it's nothing. This fascinating application works on so many intricate, multi-layered levels. It does? It's often difficult to know exactly... Oh, I'm guessing the feeling there's this... Wait, let me do that again. This fascinating application works on so many intricate, multi-layered levels. It's just difficult to know exactly where to dive in. That was definitely sarcasm. To be fair, this Android app does exactly what it says on the tin. Absolutely nothing. Seriously, it just sits quietly at the top of your app folder and doesn't do a single thing. This kind of application probably wouldn't be allowed on Apple Store, as it would not meet the definable content criteria, but it's still cheerfully attracting free downloads and something of a cult following on the Google Play Store. Over 90,000 reviews include such glowing appraisals as, "This honestly exceeds my expectations. This app has the power to make all non-living and living organisms happy. This app is the best on the market for doing nothing." This reminds me of, are you guys familiar with Three Wolf Tea? Which is like a t-shirt with three wolves on, and it's like the most nerdy, geeky thing ever. It's so glorious. And then on Amazon, it's got it's thousands and thousands of reviews, and they're all talking just about how people put on this shirt and instantly women just become amazing. It's like, now I have the Three Wolf Tea. Women just approach me on the street and want to be with me. It's incredible. Let's see if we can find a Three Wolf Tea review. So this is the Mountain Man's Three Wolf Tea. This is what it looks like. My iPad seems to be having some sort of stroke. Alright, well, I'll throw it up on the screen. It looks like this. 3,570 customer reviews. Okay, how about this one? You're going to think I'm crazy, but when I opened the box, it came in, I actually heard wolves in the far distance. When I actually put the shirt on, the hairs on my arms stood up and I could hear my own heartbeat. I was instantly hungry and ate 3 steaks raw. Afterwards, I fell into a deep sleep and it was exposed to a crazy fever dream. I could hear warm drums and the chants of Native American warriors. They were calling me to come join them, to quench their thirst for blood, to wage war and unleash my animal instincts. I awoke to a massive erection that lasted for days. I haven't put the shirt on since. It's in a box that's inside of a box that's inside of a box that's inside of a closet that's inside a room that's inside of a basement that's inside of a house that's inside of a neighborhood that I don't visit anymore. I can still hear it calling me. I only buy this shirt if you think you can handle it. This is amazing. My boyfriend, who's already very hot, bought it and wore it, and now he looks even hotter. I can't resist him. This shirt has powers. And he's included a picture. It looks like Dwight from The Office. Okay, I think we're done with that one. Ooh, we've got a couple of bonus lousy apps. I love how Danny always includes the bonus stuff. Is it dark outside? If you ever wondered if it's dark outside but can't be bothered to look out of the window, this app could be a real game changer for a market of nobody. Simply shout, "Is it dark outside?" and your phone will check your GPS sensors and time zone before responding with a definitive yes or no. Ideal for cave beetles and moles getting ready to start the night shift. You know, I've got a question. Hey Siri, is it dark outside?
It's currently partly cloudy and 31 degrees in Prague.
So that doesn't actually tell me if it's dark outside, it's told me it's partly cloudy, which it can definitely be at night as well. So no, this app could definitely be a winner. I'm surprised Apple hasn't integrated that. Screen Cleaner, developed by Jared Judd for Android devices, this app brings up pictures of super cute little puppies licking your phone screen from the inside. Because that's when my phone screen's really dirty. The inside. Also, those dogs are not real. It's free and it's proved to be hugely popular. Of course it has. Again, what am I doing with my life? Why am I making YouTube videos? Apparently I just need to make stupid apps. Quick note, Screen Cleaner doesn't actually clean your screen. They're not real puppies. I'm glad Danny pointed that out because otherwise I was confused. Final app, Yo. Finally, here is an app that is easy to mark, but its triumphant success may make you wonder if we're the idiots who should be kneeling down in awe of the genius developer, or Abel, who coded the app in less than 8 hours. It's a simple messaging app which allows you to send the word yo to anyone in your contact list. It does nothing else at all. It just sends the word yo. Sounds ridiculous. Well, maybe, but the developer managed to secure $1 million in seed funding from the CEO of Mobley, and the app has attracted 50,000 users who have sent over 4 million messages. 4 million yos? I am wasting my life. This is it. Business Blaze is over. I'm gonna make apps. I'm gonna make apps from now on. This is my new life. I gotta learn how to make apps. Not really. This has been Business Blaze. I hope you enjoyed this episode. If you did, smash that like button below. If you got suggestions for Business Blaze, I'd love to do something around Amazon reviews because I find them hilarious. We could do like a top 5 amazingly reviewed Amazon products. But I think that's just a bit cheating because then I'm just reading other people's reviews, but they are amazing. Let me know if that sounds fun. If not, suggest other things down in the comments below. Smash that like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell, watch my other videos, blah 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 blah. YouTube shilling. See you next time. People are so dumb. Off, Clippy. No one likes you, Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I, as always, am your host, Simon. Today, as always, Danny has written us an article all about the dot-com boom. We're going to go through it. It's easy to forget just how exciting the internet was back in the 90s when it first started making sputtering noises down our telephone lines. It was. I remember one of the first things I was excited about was how easy it was to get cheat codes for those original Grand Theft Auto games. Like, before you'd have to spend like £4 on a magazine and look in the back for cheat codes. Then you could go to like Cheat Code Central, I think it was called, and just grab as many cheats as you wanted. It was awesome. It's also quite a personal, sobering thought that any young viewers of this video may not even have been born when the internet first started slowly chugging and churning its way into millions of homes across the world. When did that start? Was it like, I was born in 1987. Was that really happening back then? Because I definitely I didn't have it like when I was a young kid. It's sometimes equally hard to remember what we did in those very early days. This was before Facebook, before Twitter, before Wikipedia, before YouTube, even before Simon Whiston. Thank you, Danny. In fact, it was before nearly all the platforms that we're likely regularly using today. Yeah, there's definitely... Maybe like BBC News was around back when the internet started up. That's probably the only website that I used that was around back then. If anyone has any good examples of websites that have stuck around, that are still commonly used today, that were around, and let's say like 1995, post them below. The internet felt more like a blank canvas that we hadn't quite figured out how to properly use yet. In the meantime, we were building our own rubbish websites and blindly stumbling around dodgy online chat rooms until somebody could tell us what we should be doing. Yeah, anyone else made a website with GeoCities back in the day? I bet it's not just me. The world of business was equally excited about the untapped commercial potential of the emerging internet, leading to a massive surge in share prices of internet-based startups on the Nasdaq stock exchange. This frenzied period of heavy investing now goes by different names. The dot-com boom, the dot-com bubble, the tech bubble, that time when all the share prices of internet-based companies went up really high and then went really low again. Because, of course, the bubble did eventually pop and most of those businesses went bust, resulting in the loss of billions of dollars. But what exactly went wrong with the dot-com boom? From the perspective of the Nasdaq stock exchange, things were looking pretty promising during the growth bubble between 1994 and 2000. Well, of course they were looking promising. It was during the growth bubble. It's like, hey, the market's going up. Woo! It'll never go down! As the second largest stock exchange in the world after the New York Stock Exchange, the Nasdaq is primarily known as the place to trade in high-tech, high-growth, and some might say volatile stocks. It was always going to make a perfect home for a flood of new internet-based startup companies that surfaced through the 90s. And by the way, I'm betting the number of parallels we're going to see throughout this article with what's going on today in 2019 is going to be high already. Like, it was a great place for new internet companies that were emerging through the 90s and today. Investors were positively itching to latch on to the next big thing and just couldn't throw enough money at shiny new internet companies. By 1999, 39% of all venture capital investments were getting dished out to internet startups. The Nasdaq rose 5-fold during this period, hitting an all-time high in the year 2000. But when the bubble burst later on that year, the Nasdaq dropped dramatically, eventually losing 77% of its value since the peak. Over half the new startups went under, including some really big hitters, as many of the companies which had previously been valued at millions of dollars were now valued at absolutely nothing. And by the way, I should say just before we really get into it today that this was actually a viewer suggestion. I think I mentioned in the video about AOL that if anyone wanted to learn about the dot-com bubble, we would. So if you've got suggestions, leave them below, vote up the ones you like, and well, I'll get Danny to write something and we can learn about it together. If they're interesting. If they're boring, I just won't. Thanks for playing. The simple answer is that everyone, investors and business owners alike, completely lost the plot. Investors seemed to hit a long period of panic investing during during the boom. I didn't even know panic investing was a thing. It's like, oh no, I've got so much money. What do I do with it? Internet-based companies were seen as a lucrative future. They may not have all been making piles of money at the time, but the assumption was they would be raking in billions very soon as the commercialization and monetization of the internet took shape. So investors quickly became scared of missing out on the gravy train. It's like FOMO. So you're like, ooh, all these internet companies. But if I don't invest my $10, how am I ever going to make $1 million? Instead of investing in intensively researched companies, they just started wildly throwing stacks of money at any old that had .com after the name. Seriously. Yeah, I remember this happening. People just thought this was the next big thing. It's got a .com after it. Give them some money. While some companies were obviously more credible than others, many investors were giving millions of dollars to new startups that were little more than an idea on a beer mat. Like I said, there are definitely parallels going on today. Like, I've talked to people and I've read stories and all of this stuff where it's like someone has an idea for a business and the next thing they know, they've got like $500,000 in seed capital to just try it out. No customers, no profits, nothing. Just like, hey, I've got this idea. It's like, it's Airbnb for motorhomes. Boom. $500,000. I bet there is Airbnb for motorhomes. Some of these companies were just a website with a name. There was no business model, no customers, no clear strategy for generating money in the future, just a blind hope that all the investors would eventually become rich one day because the company just had a .com in the title. It seems that common sense went right out of the window. The attitude of the new company owners didn't really help matters. Many of them suddenly became millionaires overnight from heavy investments in their business ideas that weren't yet generating any money. The general consensus behind the .com theory was that if a new internet company was to survive and grow, it first needed to focus on rapidly expanding its customer base. Oh my god, the parallels. The number of apps, the number of businesses, the number of websites that are just focused on customer acquisition at the cost of everything else today, not back in 1999, is just the same. This often involved spending about 90% of the capital on widespread marketing with the expectation of huge initial losses in the short term, but massive profits for all of those at the end of the cyberspace rainbow. We all know how that worked out. The rest of the capital often got spent on big salaries, plush new offices, and funky swivel chairs that cost about $5,000 a piece. Well, I suppose when the company goes bankrupt, at least you can sell your fancy swivel chair. Although then the economy's bad, so no one wants to spend $5,000 on a chair. After all, these guys were .com millionaires now. They could afford a bit of luxury. Not for long, fellas. The result from all of this was billions of investment dollars that were getting thrown away on promoting new companies that weren't actually going anywhere and didn't look like they were going to generate money anytime soon. It took a while for the market to catch on that all of this might have been a bad idea. Following the peak, things got a little twitchy when the tech industry went through a bad news period. Later in 2000, the AOL-Time Warner merger. Talked about that in my video about AOL. I'm going to link to that below. That was questioned by analysts while Microsoft was found guilty of monopolization of the market. Big companies such as Dell and Cisco suddenly started selling their own shares. That is never a good sign, as Wall Street press began publishing warning stories that the dot-com bubble seemed to be all hot air with no real credibility or prospects of yielding a return. And this is like, yeah, this is all it takes. Big investors started to rethink their strategy and withdraw their investments, quickly leading to a panic sell of shares across the whole industry. Yeah, just kick something off and then everything tumbles down. In a very short space of time, many of these companies had suddenly lost all of their advertising dollars, which was the only thing meant to be pushing their company forward. In many cases, a company had started out with a value of zero, rapidly become worth hundreds of millions of dollars, blown millions of investors' dollars on advertising, and then fallen right back down to zero again. There were some big names that went under. The online pet supply store Pets.com had been pretty well known at the time thanks to the popularity of its funky sock puppet mascot, which appeared in a high-profile marketing, including a TV advert broadcast during the lucrative 2000 Super Bowl commercial break. It didn't seem to matter at the time that Pets.com was spending $11.8 million on marketing, but only generating, wait for it, $619,000 in revenue. They were certainly pulling in plenty of new customers with bargain deals, but they were doing this by selling many of the products for a third of the price that it cost to acquire them. Yeah, no wonder. If there's a pet website, it's like, yeah, it's just way cheaper than everywhere else. Of course I'm going to shop there, especially if it's cheaper than wholesale. The business was, of course, optimistically looking to the long-term future after it had built up its customer base, but the rug was pulled out from underneath the company's feet in late 2000 after burning through over $300 $100 million of investors' money and eventually going into liquidation. And also they're like, yeah, it's going to be great in the future, right? Right? Well, guys, at some point you're going to have to sell stuff to actually make a profit. So your prices are going to go up. And then I'm going to be like, nah, I'll just find somewhere cheaper or shop at my local store or any reason that's more convenient than pets.com. Doesn't seem like a great business strategy. Customer acquisition isn't everything. It wasn't all bad news though. Well, good. The sock puppet survived the crash. Oh, this is it. And went on to appear in commercials for an American automotive loan firm alongside the slogan, everyone deserves a second chance. Well, at least the people liquidating that company is like, well, what have we got? We've got some fancy swivel chairs. We've got this sock puppet. We'll sell the sock puppet, and that'll go back to the investors. Maybe that'll get them their $300 million back. Boo.com, terribly named, was another famous casualty of the dot-com boom. Styling itself as a futuristic online retailer of sports and fashion brands, website visitors were helped along by a friendly virtual shopping assistant called Miss Boo. Miss Boo sounds like Clippy. Hi, it looks like you're trying on clothes. F*** off, Clippy. No one likes you, I think Clippy was a dude. I'm Clippy. Now, the distinctive idea behind the website was that you could pop your chosen clothes onto virtual 3D body models to review the results and see if that tweed blazer was really going to cut the mustard in your wardrobe. This doesn't sound like a great idea, and it definitely doesn't sound like a great idea running on like 2000s technology. Even today, clothing shops will ship you out the clothes to try on and offer free returns because everyone knows that online 3D models, it's just not the same. Also, if it's just an online 3D model, why not just show real models wearing the clothes? The technology cost $6 million to build and $500,000 to maintain every single month. Fueled by keen investors, Boo.com spent a further $25 million on marketing before they even had any products to sell, and then another $135 million on marketing when the website had supposedly gone live. Supposedly. Unfortunately, due to timing issues, the website wasn't quite ready on time, and many curious visitors were just greeted with a holding page. Even when the website was up and running, it took ages to load, was plagued by technical issues, and was ultimately a clumsy and awkward experience for shopping. After squandering all those millions on advertising, the generated revenue from customers fell spectacularly short of expectations, and the liquidators were soon called in. Look, I know I'm kind of viewing this with a great deal of skepticism, and hindsight's 2020 and all that, but really. Of course, not every internet-based company crashed and burned. Google, eBay, Amazon, they all took a massive hit at one point. Amazon's value dropped by a staggering 90%, but they all managed to weather the storm and are still around today through shrewd accounting and stronger business strategies that were based on something a little more solid than just blind hope. You might even have heard of a few of them. But if there's one good thing to have come out of this sorry mess, it's that the industry has learned its lesson, and this could never happen again in a million years. This is definitely going to happen again. This video is going out, I'm recording this on the 2nd of October, 2019. This is going to happen again. According to analysis by the Warrington College of Business at the University of Florida, the number of unprofitable companies on the US stock exchange has now reached a record high, with 81% of listed companies making a loss. The economy's doing great. 81% are making a loss in 2019. It's October. The economy is amazing. Guys, what's going to happen when the economy's not amazing anymore? Because it's going to happen. There are obvious parallels here to be drawn with the dot-com boom. Although this time round, it would probably go down in history as the app boom. Ride-hailing apps such as Uber and Lyft are just two examples of apps which are currently generating massive investments but aren't yet profitable. Could we be heading for another crash? Well, we're always heading for another crash because the business cycle goes up and down. It doesn't just go whoosh, doesn't always just go always up. It's always going to come down. We're always headed towards a crash, and then after that we're always heading towards a boom. So yes, when is the big question. This has been Business Blaze. I do hope you enjoyed this episode. Thank you for whoever suggested, or I think I suggested this and everyone said it was a good idea, so we made this. The video I'd recommend checking out now if you enjoyed this one and haven't seen it yet is the AOL video, which I will link to below. Thank you everyone. Smash that like button, subscribe, hit the bell, all of that good stuff, and I'll see you next time. I need to look manly by eating meat. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. My glasses are really dirty. These remind me of the things you get from KFC. Why do I pay for these? I should just steal these from KFC. Amazon failures. Credited Danny, he wrote this script. I will read it, I will comment upon it, let's dive in. It's perfectly understandable why one of the biggest and most successful companies in the world might like to brush any occasional flops and misfires under the carpet and pretend they never happened. Unless you're Henry Ford or certain politicians, in which case, just claim that everything you do, even if it is a flop or a failure, just claim that it's a huge success. Do see our video on Donald and Henry Ford, Fordlandia, for more on that one. Amazon first got off the ground when founder Jeff Bezos first started Bezos? I feel like I should know how to pronounce the surname of the richest man in the world. Amazon first got off the ground when founder Jeff Bezos started flogging books online from his garage in Washington. It's now the biggest e-commerce platform on the planet, so you could easily forgive Jeff, and I'm going to call him by his first name because Bezos sounds too weird on its own. Thank you, Daddy, you're so considerate. For wanting to highlight the staggering success story of his business instead of justifying the odd failure from time to time. But, in fact, Jeff has a refreshingly honest attitude to his failures. He's more than happy to talk about losing billions of dollars on ventures that went horribly wrong. It's all factored into his grand master plan, and he sees no shame in taking big risks that sometimes go down like a lead balloon. In his own words, as the company grows, everything needs to scale, including the size of your failed experiments. If the size of your failures isn't growing, you're not going to be inventing at a size that can actually move the needle. That's quite a relief to hear, as Amazon has certainly had its fair share of Turkey's duds and disasters over the years, but it's good to know that at least Jeff Bezos. Danny, you said you're going to refer to him as Jeff. Come on. But it's good to know that at least Jeff isn't losing too much sleep over any of them. Here are 4 of Amazon's most spectacular washouts. The Fire Phone. I remember this one. You'd think that a company like Amazon would have been on pretty safe ground with the release of a new mobile phone. They'd already struck success with Kindle devices, tablets, and streaming media players. Streaming media players? Amazon has a streaming media player? An Amazon smartphone seemed like the next logical move. Launched in a big noise of marketing hype in 2014, Jeff Bezos. God damn it, Dan! Jeff described the new handset as gorgeous, elegant, and refined. Look, I'm going to throw up a pic because I remember what this looks like. I'm going to throw, and remember, this is, it's all fair to say, the Nokia 3310. Not exactly a piece of art. But at the time, I remember thinking that is futuristic. This was only 5 years ago, as the making of this video. And I don't know, what iPhone was out 5 years ago? Let's just say the iPhone 6. The iPhone 6 is a great looking phone. That is not. Not gorgeous, elegant, and refined, Jeff. One of the big selling points was the 4 cameras on the front of the device, which worked in unison to create a dynamic perspective. I remember this. This is where it would you could do the tilting the phone and you could look at it in different ways. It was cool. This essentially meant that a parallax effect, was added to your photographs, creating depth and a cool 3-dimensional look to all of those images, so you could show off your plate of spaghetti bolognese in that trendy new restaurant. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, but what's the point? A similar effect could be applied. Someone recently told me that, when you take a live photo on your iPhone, and PSA here, apparently it records sound, and people have been caught out saying shit on their live photos and then sending it to friends or family. I've not had anything embarrassing happen to me. The world we live in today, I've just generally started assuming that everyone at some point will read my emails or will be able to, or look at all my photos. A similar effect could be applied to products available on the Amazon website, allowing you to render that luminous green mankini in glorious 3D before committing to buy. Wow, deep pull, Danny. Is that from Borat? Yes. Initially available at the high-end price of $200 with a 2-year contract. What has happened? Was really $200 the high-end price of a phone just 5 years ago? Because I'm looking at that new iPhone 11, or whatever they're calling it. That's like a grand. However, it only took a few months for the price to tumble quite dramatically to 99 cents, and Amazon still couldn't shift them. Danny, if that's a quite dramatic tumble, I really do wonder what an actual tumble is. What's a real dramatic tumble? Because that's a 200-fold price drop. By the following year, Amazon had quietly ceased production of the Fire Phone as a loss of $170 million. And I mean, Amazon's got a lot of money. That's brutal. The I would buy with $170 million. I was I'll definitely buy a plane. But that's not enough money to have your own plane. The average net worth of someone who has a private jet? $1 billion. I looked it up the other day because I was on a particularly rough flight, and I was how rich do I have to be to have my own plane? Turns out not that. Yeah, Not happening. So what's the problem? Well, firstly, Amazon surprised the market by asking top-tier prices. With Kindle tablets and Fire TV, Amazon had developed a reputation for providing good value at below-average prices. This stuff, it wasn't just good, it was relatively cheap. Yeah, Kindle's like £100, and it's amazing. The high-end prices of the Fire phone suggested that there was something jaw-droppingly amazing about Amazon's new smartphone. It's got 4 cameras on the front. And well, there really wasn't. It looked a bit cheap and a bit nasty. Sorry, Jeff, it did. The 3D stuff was technically very impressive, but ultimately a bit of a pointless gimmick. The general verdict was that Amazon had turned up far too late to the party and with an overly expensive product that really wasn't delivering anything new or useful. Yeah, it didn't look very good. Not so much a raging fire this time around, more a very damp spark. I don't know, I'm an iPhone person. I had that Samsung, whatever it was. I don't know, whatever last year's was. It wasn't very good. Askville. Amazon have made some very shrewd investments over the year, but they've made a few ones. Back in 1999, they invested millions into the first round funding of the doomed Pets.com, at one point only 54% share of the company. Pets.com was a website, because we did a video on the .com boom, which you should check out. They were just selling stuff. It was like they'd buy it for like $100, they'd sell it for $50, and it's like, wow, we're so successful and have so many customers. Of course you do Pets.com. Your biggest customers is probably like Pets R Us or whatever. At the same time, the CEO of Pets.com, Julie Wainwright, described the business alliance as a marriage made in heaven. She may have a very unusual take on marriage in heaven, as Pets.com ended up becoming one of the most high-profile casualties of the dot-com bubble when it burst just a year later in 2000. Yeah, the dot-com bubble is probably one of my favorite videos we've made so far. I'd recommend checking it out. In that same year, Amazon invested over $60 million in Cosmo.com, as I'm guessing this isn't the magazine because it's spelled with a K, an online venture which was widely predicted to be going places. The business offered free 1-hour delivery of DVDs, games, and books by bicycle, car, truck, and very probably skateboard. I'm guessing that's a little bit of sarcasm there. Business Insiders, although you know those Uber Eats guys or whatever, I can imagine when I saw an Uber Eats guy on the bus. I was like, dude, you can't even get a bike? That food is gonna be so cold. Business Insiders warned from the very start that the free delivery approach was never going to be financially viable for the company. Well, yeah, it's free, where's the money? And it seems that they were proved right, as Cosmo did eventually start charging delivery rates, but it was too late to save the company from going under, taking Amazon's $60 million investment with it. Yeah, free delivery is awesome, but not like free delivery in 1 hour. If that ever becomes a thing, that will be amazing. Like sometimes there's you can get like courier deliveries where it's like, yeah, we'll drop it off in 60 minutes. I've never done it because it's like $10. But it is nice to know that I could. However, one of the strangest Amazon investments came 6 years later when they launched Askville.com in 2006. Perhaps not fully learning the lessons from the Cosmo failure, this was another partnership with Cosmo co-founder Joseph Park, who this time had come up with a new idea for a user-driven question and answer website in which visitors could ask and respond to burning questions of the day, such as, do lesbians eat vegetables? I got 2 things to say here. Joseph Park, whoever you are an incredible salesman. You managed to sell 2 businesses which ultimately failed horrifically and asked questions like, do lesbians eat vegetables? And you managed to sell them both, or like a significant chunk, to Amazon. I'd like you to work in sales for me, Joe. That's incredible. Now, I can't believe that someone actually asked that, so I'm gonna definitely Google, weirdest Google search of the week. Do lesbians eat vegetables? Oh, there are results. The first one's from Reddit though. Ask Reddit. Not really, it's from the Reddit subforum Insane People Quora. Someone did ask on Askville. Surely this is gonna be a joke. Someone asked it on Quora.com. Do lesbians eat vegetables? For example, I have a lesbian friend who doesn't like to eat vegetables, as she says she is worried she will come across as weak and inferior in front of men who she feels oppress her on a regular basis. Is she living in the 1930s? I need to look manly by eating meat. I'm wondering, is the genetic gene responsible for lesbianism somehow mutated in recent generations to cause them to eat a more masculine diet? Dude, are you living in the 1930s? It seems to be like asked seriously. Oh my god. The top comment on Reddit. These are always good for a laugh. It's true. When I eat vegetables, my lesbian powers slowly drain away before I eat an entire cow to regain my HP. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, Askville. The concept itself wasn't too bad, and it's a format which sites such as Quora later transformed into thriving communities. But the Askville approach was a bit cringeworthy. Figuring that the platform needed to be more than just questions and answers to get people engaged, they came up with a cutesy gamification model in which users could gain or lose experience points depending on the quality of their answers. I remember it seemed like 5 years ago everything was gamified. Like, I sometimes hire people. I think I hired Danny through the website freelancer.com, and it'd be like, hi, you hired someone, congratulations, get 100 points. And it's like, yo, freelancer, I'm trying to do some goddamn business. I don't need. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna hire more because I'm getting experience points. Jeez. Users were even encouraged to earn Quest Gold, which could be redeemed for Amazon gift cards or products from the Askville store. Amazon gift cards would interest me. In the end, the overcomplicated idea just didn't take off at all, leaving the message boards largely empty and useless. One of the final questions posed on the site before the boards were closed forever was, why does Amazon bother supporting Askville.com? Burn! The war of the words between Amazon and Apple. Imagine that you're experiencing the Kindle app on your Android phone. You browse through a selection of potentially tempting book titles. You eventually reach a decision about which book you're going to read next. You click the big friendly Buy Now button, and the book is instantly downloaded to your device. Perfectly simple and simply perfect. This is how apps were meant to function. Danny, you should write copy. Like sales copy for Amazon. That's, perfectly simple and simply perfect. The app. I should do the voiceover. Hang on. The Kindle app on your Amazon phone. Perfectly simple and simply perfect. This video is brought to you by... But now let's imagine that you're exploring the Kindle app on your iPhone. You browse through a selection of potentially tempting book titles. You eventually reach a decision about which book you're going to read next. Twilight number 4. And you click the big friendly Buy Now button and... Well, no, you have to stop there because you can't do that. There is no big friendly Buy Now button because in a quite absurd turn of events, you can't buy books from within the iOS version of the Kindle app. Oh, I thought this was just something wrong with mine. Yeah, I stopped doing this because I was like, I couldn't buy books. I had to log on to my Amazon.com or .co.uk account, buy a book, and then sync it with my phone. I just assumed mine was broken. The problem kicked off when Apple first started demanding that developers hand over a 30% cut of all purchases made from within their apps. Amazon weren't happy about this. You can't blame them really, as they already needed to factor in author royalties from every ebook sale, and they reckoned that giving Apple a 30% cut just wasn't going to work. Unfortunately, the two corporate giants, they failed to reach an agreement. Amazon originally tried to sneakily evade the app toll by including links in the Kindle app to their browser-based Kindle store so that book purchases weren't technically made from within the app. But when Apple tightened the rules further and banned external purchase links, iPhone users were left in this maddening situation where ordering a book from Kindle involves browsing the app, exiting the app, finding the browser version of the Kindle store, buying the book, and then going back to the app. Yes, it's a pain in the ass. The only reason I tolerate it is because I read really slowly, and maybe I need a new book like once every 6 months. Ridiculously complicated and perfectly ridiculous. Amazon Kindle on your iPhone. Ridiculously complicated. Perfectly ridiculous. This video! Of course, we can't pin all of the blame on... Can't they just reach an agreement? Just, like, you guys, or your huge companies, just be like, okay, well, we understand that you want some money, we don't want to give you 30%, why don't we just settle on 10? And then Amazon are like, how about 20? And then they come back and they're like, 15? But considering that the Kindle app was originally designed to be a platform for buying and reading books, the iOS version is currently one of Amazon's longest running failures, and it falls completely flat on exactly half of its mission. I have to say, recently, I've actually stopped doing that altogether because I discovered Scribd, who are actually a sponsor of one of our other channels, but this is not a sponsored message. They're genuinely fantastic. Like, you could just read any book you want for, it's like $8 a month. Tons of audiobooks, tons of books, magazines as well. It is glorious. Amazon destinations. Finally, here is a short-lived venture that was heavily tipped for success but was pulled so quickly that you may have missed out on it if you blinked. Yeah, Amazon did holidays? I assume holidays. Never heard of this. Amazon Destination was the company's entry into the hotel booking industry, offering weekend retreats and idyllic getaways at standard listed prices. What other sorts of prices are there? Their hotel partners were very enthusiastic about the new partnership, reporting increased traffic and bookings after signing up with Amazon's new service. The prices weren't exactly special deals or discounts, but the main idea was that Amazon's huge online presence could help get the hotel standard listings beat streamed onto the screens of a much wider audience than before. Honestly, like sales and stuff and holiday stuff, when it's a service, I'm always like, is it really a sale or is that the real price? Yeah, you can stay at this amazing hotel. Normally, $700 a night. Now, just $79. And I'm like, if this $79 room is as nice as the $700 room, I don't even know why I say that, it's not gonna be. Widely predicted to eventually become a major player in the online travel agency market, Amazon seemed to be on the right tracks with this new venture. But then a few months later, Amazon Destinations just mysteriously disappeared from the internet, as if it had taken a disastrous detour into the Bermuda Triangle. Now, nobody really understands why, as Amazon were uncharacteristically coy about the whole subject. That's not like you, Jeff. You talk about your failures. We can speculate that the increased growth of the other major OTAs, online travel agents, such as Expedia, was having a negative impact on Amazon's fresh venture. What, like competition? Yeah, it's what you gotta do. You gotta compete. You can't just be like, well, I went to the market. Why didn't everyone just give up? I'm Amazon. Some business experts insist that a truly successful operator must be wholly dedicated to the service, instead of it just being one of the many diverse services in a company's portfolio. What sort of business expert is that? Those business experts are not people I would hire. I mean, I'm sure, if Simon was to enter into the travel agency world, it would be quite tricky. But if Elon Musk was, he'd probably be like, it's not very hard, is it? I mean, it's like, yeah, you could, look Elon, you can only be doing travel agency. I run an electric car company, a solar panel company. I dig holes underneath cities for cars. Oh yeah, and I have a space agency. Amazon won't release the figures from this failed experiment, so we'll never fully understand why Amazon Destinations seemed to crash so quickly. Maybe somebody should pose the question on askphil.com. Ba-da-bum-bum. The good news is that Amazon are already geared up for a future of more failures. In fact, Jeff almost... Danny, you said you're going to refer to him as only Jeff, and then you proceed to refer to him as Jeff Bezos every time, and it trips me up. Come on, Danny. You can do better. It's okay. You'll just have to admit your failures. In fact, Jeff almost seems to be relishing the idea of losing billions and billions of dollars. When asked about the failure of the Fire Phone, he quipped, "If you think that's a big failure, we're working on much bigger failures right now, and I'm not kidding." I like that. I have to say, whenever I see, as much as I'm making fun of Jeff Bezos today, I have a huge amount of respect and admiration for Jeff Bezos. He is an absolute machine. In a recent annual shareholder letter, Jeff warned that Amazon will be experimenting at the right size for a company of our size if we occasionally have multi-billion-dollar failures. Of course, we won't undertake such experiments cavalierly. Cavalierly? I don't know how to pronounce that. Not gonna look it up. We will work hard to make good bets, but not all good bets will ultimately pay out. I can't wait to see what spectacularly glorious failures Amazon has lined up over the next few decades. Mostly so that I can make Amazon Failures Part 2, assuming the business place is not one of Simon's failures. We will see. Right now, we had about 1,000 views an episode, which is not bad. It's not really up to scratch. I should promote this more. Speaking of promoting this, subscribe, hit that like button, hit that bell when you do subscribe so you get alerted when a new video like this comes out, currently 3 times a week. Because when I do a failure, I go all in. And that's it. I'll see you next time. It's like, may as well check my Twitter while I pee. Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I'm your host, Simon, and in this video today, are our phones actually waterproof? Thank you, Danny, for putting this one together, and let's jump into it. Before you next decide to lob your brand new smartphone into a swimming pool to prove a point to your friends, it might first be a good idea to check just how waterproof your phone is meant to be. It's funny how the term waterproof seems to mean different things to different people. This genuinely happened to me, happened to Danny, not me, last year during a pretty bleak and rainy winter where I live in Cornwall in the UK. I didn't know Danny was from Cornwall. I popped into a local store and I picked up a pair of waterproof boots, which looked ideal for my perilous daily dog walks across the drizzly, soggy Cornish landscape. I took them to the counter, got out my wallet, and asked the store assistant to confirm that the boots were definitely waterproof, as the label claimed. I don't know about Danny, but I don't know if I've really had any boots that are fully waterproof. Like they'll say it, it's like, how could these be properly waterproof? There's like a million holes in them. Yes, these are completely waterproof, he confidently replied. But you know, you might want to avoid getting them too wet. I asked him what he meant by that, and he went on to explain that although the boots were waterproof to a certain degree, he wouldn't advise me to do anything as reckless as walking through a small puddle or anything like that, as they might start to let a bit of water in. I can't believe they're advertised as waterproof then. That sounds just like a complete lie. I ended up leaving the boots on the counter and buying a pair of wellies instead. Do you Americans have wellies? Is that a British thing? It's like a waterproof boot. It comes up to like here. It's made out of like plastic or something. You know, it's not really comfortable or like good for hiking, but it'll keep your feet super dry. Unless the water comes over the top, then you're screwed. The official definition of waterproof is impervious to water. It describes a material that is completely incapable of becoming affected or penetrated by fluid. So it's definitely not the random pair of shoes that claim to be waterproof. So in other words, there's no such thing as a bit waterproof or highly waterproof. Something is either waterproof or it's not. There is no middle ground here. And this is why I was interested, because I have this phone, I take it in the shower with me if I want to listen to a podcast or whatever, but I'm not going to put it in a swimming pool. But I think that I thought they said they were waterproof, but I'm going to guess that they don't actually say that. So the big question is, are our phones really waterproof? The short answer is no, absolutely not. But apart from a few unfortunate incidents of memorably misleading marketing, more on that later, they never officially claimed to be in the first place. Oh. Okay, well that's disappointing. But there's loads of videos on the internet of people like putting their phones in swimming pools and then being fine. More reputable phone companies will instead claim that their phone is actually water resistant, which is a completely different kettle of fish. Okay, maybe that's what it was, and I'm just getting confused with waterproof. I guess that's like more flexible in a definition. If you think about it logically, it's impossible for a device like your phone to be genuinely waterproof. Like if I put it in a plastic bag and sealed it up, I'd say that's pretty waterproof. Like when I used to go hiking like Danny, and it was gonna rain, and I had my old phones or whatever, I just put them in a Ziploc bag, and then even if all your stuff got completely soaked, you'd be fine. If you went swimming and you want to take your phone with you, or like a change of clothes, like if you're swimming like to the other side of a river or something, then we'd definitely like just put it in a plastic bag. Totally waterproof, no problem. But I guess that's not really brilliant for marketing. Like if iPhone are like, yeah, the new waterproof iPhone, you just drop it in a Ziploc bag and it's like, done. A phone doesn't have a perfectly unbroken case. Your phone is riddled with holes. Every button, every port, every microphone hole, every speaker grill could potentially be the weak link that lets water through to the bundle of wires and circuitry in your handset. There's even a pretty significant gap between the glass screen and the rim of your phone. I feel like there's not really many gaps. I mean, at the bottom, I don't know how they managed to keep water out of there. It's impressive. Manufacturers usually do their best to protect the holes and gaps by creating airtight seals with glue and gunk and more goo. This helps to make the phones water resistant for a while at least, but certainly not waterproof. The official definition of water resistant is something that does not allow water to pass through it easily or is not easily damaged by water. This is one of those things that's a marketer's dream, isn't it? Like, yeah, water resistant. It's, you know, and then you have this definition which is extremely flexible. So your phone could well be willing to put up a strong battle against water, but it's certainly not impervious to its damaging effects. It's easy to check just how water resistant your own phone claims to be by digging through the specs and finding the IP rating, or ingress protection rating. The IP rating consists of two numbers. The first digit ranges from 0 to 6 and rates this phone's protection against solid foreign objects like dust. Most modern phones hit the top score on this one, which is a 6, and indicates that the handset is completely dust tight. I feel like I had the first iPhone, the iPhone 3. No, that can't possibly have been the first one. My first iPhone was an iPhone 3. Like, I feel like it was one of the first ones that came out, because I don't think there was an iPhone 2. And it wasn't dust resistant, because after a while, like between the screen and the glass and the LCD, there was like a whole bunch of dust particles in there. So it definitely didn't score a 6, but this one still looks good. The second digit ranges from 0 to 9 and rates the phone's resistance to liquids. The top score acquired by leading models here is 8, which indicates that the phone is protected against immersion in water 1 meter or deeper at specifications detailed by the manufacturer. The top score acquired by leading models here is 8, which indicates that the phone is protected against immersion in water 1 meter or deeper at specifications detailed by the manufacturer. On a side note, a top rating of 9 is only given to protection against high-powered jets, which no phone has ever managed to acquire yet. That seems like pretty, like immersing it, like getting the, like putting the phone in the bath or like a really deep bath 1 meter under and leaving it there. I really feel it's an entirely different game. It seems like a big step up from 8 to 9 to be like, yeah, we're leaving this in the bath, and then 9 is like, get the power jets, boys. So if your phone has an IP68 rating, it should be about as protected from dust and water as it ever realistically could be. Well, unless you get the jets out, then it's going to be fine. And then also, like, surely there's something worse than jets. Like, if we got it and like dropped it to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, I feel like that would be a really big challenge for a phone. I feel like it's a big challenge for like submarines. In fact, I think it's an impossible challenge for submarines. Submarines can't get down that low unless you like got a special one like James Cameron. So what's up with James Cameron like submarines? But even a high IP rating is meant to be a guide rather than a guarantee, and in some cases it needs to be taken with several pinches of sea salt, as we'll find out in a second. I think there's going to be something to do with salt messing up the phones. Incidentally, while you're checking out specs, you might want to take another look at the warranty for further evidence that major phone companies are not willing to make any waterproof commitments. Apple and Samsung explicitly state in their phone warranties that they do not include protection against water damage. In fact, they can get quite finicky about it. Most handsets contain a sticker which bleeds when exposed to water, providing the company with proof that they're under no obligation to replace or repair it. Which is a bit of a double standard. I feel like, yeah, we're definitely willing to say that you can submerge it in water, but if it breaks because of being submerged in water, we're not going to pay for it. Which seems a bit sketchy. And also these like bleeding waterproof things, I've heard that they can run anyway if it's like super humid environments or you're sweating into it or something, which isn't really cool. But there we are. All of this doesn't necessarily mean that you need to be ultra cautious about getting your phone a bit wet. A good new phone with a high IP rating should hopefully survive a tumble down the toilet or a clumsy fumble in the bath or a dunking from a spilt drink. Spilt drinks is something I regularly do. I was like, I'll be making some coffee, I'll put this by the sink and I'll spill water on it. I have never dropped my phone down a toilet, but one time I was like, it's a miracle I haven't basically, because I'm always checking my phone. Like I'll be peeing, checking my phone. One time I stumbled, it fell, and I'm not exactly the most coordinated person in the world. Boom! And I caught it. It was amazing. But I know dropping them down toilets is a major thing. If I dropped it down the toilet, I'd be like, that's a goner. Do women drop phones down toilets? Because I feel like that's got to be an entirely man activity, because men are like at the toilet with the phone right over the bowl of water, whereas I'm assuming most women it's going to be really hard to like drop it in between your legs. You should certainly feel reasonably confident about using it in the pouring rain without any risk of getting frazzled fingers. Yeah, I would hope so. A friend of mine went water skiing when we were kids, like I don't know, must have been about 18, so 15 years or 14 years ago. And he went water skiing, he didn't realize he had his old Nokia phone in his back pocket, and he got out from water skiing, the whole thing was like crazy black and burnt. But it's never going to be a good idea to take it with you on a scuba diving expedition. Your phone might resist the effects of mild liquid peril, but only up to a sensible point. So why did so many people seem to be under the impression that their phones are genuinely waterproof and they would be perfectly safe to submerge them in a hot tub for days on end without causing the slightest bit of damage? I don't know, I really feel like this is what people were saying, like phones are now waterproof, and I was just like, okay, great. The phone I had before this was like a Samsung S9, maybe? And I'd put it in a glass of water as soon as I got it because I'd never seen a waterproof phone before, because the phone I had before that was an iPhone 6, which wasn't rated as being waterproof. And then I'd definitely take it in the shower and everything like this. I'd be like loading new things, kind of just assuming it was fully waterproof. Well, it's time to address some of that misleading marketing. Sony have been quite happy to use the word waterproof in some of their advertising, but in a slightly devious manner. They suggest that a phone with an IP68 rating has the highest waterproof rating, which is largely nonsense because there's no such thing as a waterproof scale, there's just yes or no. Yeah, so Sony were just referring to the water resistant scale, and also IP68, didn't we just discuss that the scale goes up to IP69? That just seems like some lies from Sony. Don't sue me, bro. This just seems like a way of implanting the word waterproof into the customer's mind without needing to back it up with a legal guarantee. Except you just said it was fully waterproof. But Sony and Samsung have recently found themselves in some hot, salty seawater with Australia's ACCC, consumer watchdog, who have sued them for false advertising. Good. Major marketing campaigns from those companies strongly suggested that some of their new phones could be used underwater or in the swimming pool or in the sea, which went on to cause a bit of a tidal wave when hundreds of customers ended up doing just that and wrecking their new phones beyond repair. I feel like if I saw the advert, the guy's using it underwater in the sea, then I use it underwater in the sea, I'd be like, yo, Sony, I use my phone underwater in the sea, like the man in the advert, give me a New one. The main problem here relates to laboratory conditions under which these phones are tested to claim their IP rating. They're not really natural everyday conditions. The tests involve submerging the handsets into clean, fresh water, but the IP rating does not cover water that contains added chemicals like chlorine or salt. This is unfortunate because that's exactly the kind of thing you're likely to find in the sea, or an everyday situation like down the beach or at the swimming pool, and exactly the sort of thing that will quickly corrode any water-resistant features on your phone. Both companies were quick to apologize and provide more explicit guidance in their future marketing campaigns that their underwater phones should never ideally be used underwater. I want to see what these adverts were like. I think I'm watching it in French, but there's definitely these dudes using this phone, like I think it's a Sony Xperia, underwater. Yeah, there's like, so they're like, you can use it underwater, but definitely don't use it underwater, not a guarantee. One final point to bear in mind is that even good water-resistant phones don't stay water-resistant forever. These protective seals and gaskets and gunky goo will eventually weaken over time until it reaches a point where your phone is unlikely to survive even the smallest splash of rainwater. Oh, come on, Danny, that's exaggeration. If you splash it a little bit, it's gonna be fine. Not a guarantee. So the older your phone gets, the more conscious you should be about increased risks of sending that crucial text message during a heavy downpour. The bottom line is that a good new smartphone is built to offer some level of protection against accidents, spillages, and bad weather for a period of time, and despite a bit of dodgy marketing here and there, Sony, this is all manufacturers can realistically promise you. A genuinely waterproof phone does not exist. So if you're looking for something to take with you on a good swim, you're probably better off sticking with a giant inflatable rubber duck. See, now I reckon a waterproof phone is something that will absolutely be possible soon enough. We all use induction charging, so you don't have to have like the plug in the bottom. These buttons around the side, you could easily use these, like I'm imagining it put in like a Ziploc bag without any chance of that Ziploc bag leaking. You can listen, you can make a call, they can hear you through it. If you do it, you know, I'm sure there's a way to make it sensitive enough or loud enough. And then you don't need any jacks because you're going to be using Bluetooth. I think waterproof phones will absolutely be a thing in the very near future. Bonus facts. It's commonly claimed to be an amazing fact that 90% of mobile phones in Japan are waterproof, as Japanese teenagers place more importance on being able to use their phones in the shower than they do on being able to remove the battery cover. If you remove the battery cover on a phone, the latter point may be true, but the true figure is that 0% of mobile phones in Japan are waterproof, as no such device exists. Second bonus fact, over 100,000 phones are accidentally dropped down the toilet every year in Britain, and that's only 100,000 men's phones if my logic stands. Google recently estimated that 39% of people take their phone into the bathroom, and that 19% of their people have dropped their phone down the toilet at least once. Only 39% of people take their phone into the bathroom. I don't go to the pee without my phone. It's like, may as well check my Twitter while I pee. This reveals an alarming statistic that about half of people who do take their phone into the bathroom seem to be dropping them down the toilet. Phones might get smarter, but the users, maybe not so much. Well done, Danny. This was a nice one. Your phone is not waterproof. Lesson learned. I'm not going to be taking it into the shower anymore, I guess. Because this is like a year old. It's gonna start not working. Thank you everybody for watching. If you've got a suggestion for business plays in the future, let me know about it in the comments below. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, hit the bell, all of that good stuff, and I'll see you next time.
New card. What do you think?
Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Plays. In this one, we have why are people still ordering business cards in the 21st century? Thank you, Danny, for putting this together. I recently ordered a whole bunch of business. In fact, I didn't order these. I do another channel called Visual Politic. It's a politics channel. If you want to check it out, that would be awesome. These are two of these business cards. These are the rest of the business cards that they ordered me. I have no idea when I'm supposed to use these or get rid of them. This is just like a super mass-produced one. Then I have my own business card with a little gold embossed SW. This is my like American Psycho style business card. I absolutely love this thing.
Oh my god. It even has a watermark.
A couple of years ago, I was having a chat with a business owner, well, you know, Danny, who was down the pub, and he seemed reasonably interested in hearing about the work I do as a writer. To be fair, he probably wasn't that interested at all. He was just passing time while the fruit machine was getting fixed. You Americans know what a fruit machine is? It's like you get in a casino, you pull the thing down, or you press a button. But he wound up the brief conversation with something that took me by complete surprise. He asked me if I had a business card that I could take. This is one of those things that usually never happens to me. Indeed, like one of the reasons I got got these made up was because I would go to like, conferences like VidCon or things like that, like big YouTube things, and I'd bump into people and then be like, oh, we should definitely connect. Let's collaborate on something or let's do something together. And people gave me many business cards, and I went to like 2 of these without a business card. And I was like, I need one of those. This one doesn't have my personal phone number on it because I don't want to give out my personal phone number very often, but these I will to people who I want to have my phone number. And also because it's then like, oh yeah, let's get a beer later. My WhatsApp number is on there. Add me on WhatsApp or Messenger, and then we can connect. I had a quick rummage through my wallet and eventually found a few of my old business cards tucked away behind my gym membership card, which never gets used either, but always looks impressive. I'm a gym member. This is how gyms make money. So we have cards, we never go. I just gave up. I think it's been about 7 years since I went to a gym. I mumbled something about how I seem to be down to my last few cards and I should think about ordering a new batch. I didn't tell him that the few business cards have been floating around in my wallet for ages, and I still had another 900 of them at home that have been stuffed in a drawer since I first ordered them about 12 years earlier. Yeah, these I've had for like 3 months. They have been sitting in the shelf in their little packets. Since then, like I say, I've not given one away. In my line of work, I just never needed them. I make all my contacts and pick up all of my work online. Indeed, Danny, I hired on the internet. Of course, we didn't meet in a pub, and fortuitously me to be like, oh, I was just in need of a writer. Danny's like, oh, I am a writer. I'm sure this does happen, but not very often. I'm not completely sure why I bought them in the first place, other than to announce to my friends that I'd decided to become a full-time writer. I kind of hoped that they'd be impressed by the velvet lamination, the extreme spot UV gloss effects, I'm not even sure what that is, and embossed text. Wow, embossing is fancy. Like, to get this embossed was expensive, so Danny got some fancy business cards as well. But no, they just gave them a quick glance and politely tucked them away in their wallets and were never spoken of again. While I was rummaging through my own wallet, I came across several other business cards that had been given to me over the years. I found that they broadly fell into 2 categories. One, they represented somebody whose services I am never likely to use in a million years, rendering the business card completely useless. 2, they represented somebody with whom I was in regular contact online or by telephone, rendering the business card completely useless. So all of this got me thinking. We're living in a world of instant digital communication, in a world in which contact details can be easily found, shared, and stored through our own pocket-sized phones. So who on earth is still ordering business cards and why? See, I don't know if that's quite true, because if I give someone this business card, I hand it to them, and then say we want to meet up later for a beer, they can punch that number into their phone in their own leisurely time and then get me set up on WhatsApp or whatever. When we're doing it in person, it's always a bit fiddly. I'm like, oh, where is contacts? I gotta find contacts and I gotta plug it in, and it's like, oh, do you have like a country code in front of it? And they do, and then with this it's easy. It's just like, boom, put that in, you can contact me later. I'm off. So who on earth is ordering business cards and why? I'm not necessarily talking about people like me who bought a set once and hung on to them forever because nobody wanted them. I'm talking about the people who continue to invest good money in regular orders of small square bits of self-branded card like the digital revolution never happened. Somebody out there is still buying them, and it's Simon. The printing industry is still thriving with an estimated 27 million business cards being printed every day. That's insane. Making a grand total of about 10 billion business cards every year in the US alone. That's like more than 1 business card for every person in the world. That's a lot of wasted ink if nobody is getting much out of them. But the truth is that the overwhelming majority ends up in the bin. This doesn't surprise me. I remember, like, as a joke, when I was a student, I got business cards made up that, didn't say student, but I'd make them up with, like, usually jobs from The Sims. You guys ever played The Sims? And they'd have these ridiculous jobs. So, like, I had one for the longest time which said just professional party guest. And there's also one that said superhero. I had one that said hero/legend, but then I'd hand them to people, and then instead of throwing them away, they'd just be like, this is great roach material. According to the Statistic Brain Research Institute, 88% of the business cards that are handed out will end up getting thrown away within the first week. Meanwhile, your business revenue is only likely to increase 2.5% with every 2,000 cards that you distribute. I'd say that's pretty good. Obviously it depends on the business you're in, but like, if you're the CEO of Microsoft and it's going to increase your revenue by 2.5%, obviously I guess it doesn't scale, but if I was that guy, I'd just be like, handing out business cards every 2,000 I get rid of, revenue's going to be 2.5% up. Like, you hand out 20,000 of them and you've made a dent. Many people are quick to jump on stats like these to declare that business cards are a dead promotional tool in the 21st century. It's become nothing more than a status symbol or a fashion accessory with no practical value, and yes, definitely part fashion accessory. So people are still spending big chunks of money on something that just makes them feel a bit important, are they? Not necessarily. Digging deeper into the reasons why many business owners feel traditional business cards still have an important role to play in the digital age throws up some surprising answers. Firstly, as hard as it is to believe, not everyone is permanently glued to their smartphone screens or carries them around at all times like an extra appendage. I don't know. When was the last time you bumped into someone who's like, who didn't have a smartphone who was under the age of 70. There might be occasional times when a business owner has an opportunity to share his or her contact details with a potential new client who left his smartphone charging at home, or whose phone battery has died, or shock horror, he doesn't use one regularly. Business owner who doesn't use a smartphone regularly. I'm not sure what sort of business owner that is. Like, I get employees who don't want, you want to go out, you leave your phone at home. I am never more than 3 meters from my phone, and if I am not 3 meters from my phone, I start getting panicky. Maybe I have a problem. The business owner could mess around, scrambling around for a pen and writing his name or number down on a napkin, but it'll look far more professional and prepared if he can just pull out a good business card from his wallet. Yeah, this was the thing. Like, when I went to these conferences, just writing your number down, like writing your email down, is like not so great. In fact, it could be argued that any face-to-face interaction, be it an official networking event or business meeting or chance encounter in the queue for the burger stand, is generally going to have more efficient and effective communication outcome with a business card. I know that we all love technology and we like to whip out our cool phones at every opportunity, but the whole kerfuffle of reading out numbers, typing in new names, and double-checking everything to make sure you've not made a mistake all sounds a bit long-winded, when you could just hand someone a piece of paper and a pre-prepared card, and that's all the information they need to know. It's so true. In fact, with this guy, I don't even have what I do on here. I just have my name and my email address, because when I'm meeting someone, it's like I'll tell them what I do, and if they don't remember, then, well... The second point is the doorway effect. Unless a business owner has two heads or breathes fire every time they speak, there's a good chance that some of his potential leads may have completely forgotten him within a minute of leaving the room. But when a potential lead gets home and empties their pockets at the end of the day, or even just next time they're browsing through their wallet, they find an instant physical reminder. Naturally, they might be one of the 88% who just lob it straight in the bin, but even taking that into account, the business still stands a much stronger chance of getting remembered than just relying on an electronic alternative and ending up as a vague name and a string of digits lost on a phone. Yeah, and like plenty of contacts in my phone, I'm like, I have no idea who that is. The full details and accompanying information, they're right there, as clear as crystal on the card. Another reason I didn't get this printed up with like specific YouTube channels or anything like that, or podcasts, is because these change. I just wanted to put my website on there, simonwhistler.com, and boom, you can go there and it updates. There's also no risk here of anything getting mistyped, as when the lead was hurriedly trying to capture all the details on their phone, unless you've got the wrong telephone number printed on your cards, in which case you probably shouldn't be in business. Yes, that would be a terrible error. Incidentally, this brings to mind a true story in which a young entrepreneur spent a stack of money on ordering thousands of business cards, but was... Let me just get into that story for a second. I used to have a phone number. It was a British, like, a Skype number. And obviously it was like someone was giving out the wrong number, because I'd bought this number. But I kept getting calls for like, people were like, hi, is this JCB Security? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, that's weird. I got this number and I was told this is JCB Security. And I'm like, well, it's not. And they're like, are you sure? Yes, I am sure. I would know if I was a security company. Spent a ton of money ordering 1,000 business cards, but was mortified to discover that his surname had been misspelled on every single one of them. When the printing company claimed that it was his own fault and refused to take any responsibility, he decided that the most cost-effective solution would be to legally change his surname by deed poll to match the misspelt name on the card. Well, it would be cheaper, because you can change your name by deed poll for like, it's like £18 in the UK. On a completely different note, a lot of business owners claimed that a good card could genuinely boost legitimacy and credibility of their business. I'm not entirely convinced by this argument. Me neither. Anyone can print a business card, and you probably don't turn into Richard Branson overnight by doing so. Also, you probably won't gain much credibility if you go with one of those, Danny's mentioned the company, but in order to like save me any legal trouble, let's just say there's a company online, they've probably sent you emails or advertised to you, or they've come in an Amazon order maybe 5 years ago. They've got a card and they're like, get like 1 million business cards for free. Go online. That company, we're gonna call them Printio. If you decide to go with one of these Printio deals and get 50,000 cards printed on toilet paper quality for absolutely free, all you have to do is pay £75 in postage. And yeah, it was always, you'd go to the company's website and you'd be like, great, I'm gonna get cheap business cards, and they're like, oh, you want thick paper? Oh, you want color? Oh, you want to be able to have your phone number on there? That'll cost extra. And then delivery costs a fortune. I never ordered from this company and I never will. But I suppose that a really good business card can still create a distinctive first impression which shows the business is more than just another WordPress site, Facebook page, or LinkedIn profile. Maybe. And I think that's true. Like, I don't think this business card makes a particular impression, but I think this one does. And I've had business cards from people and you're like, wow, that's a nice business card. The final and perhaps most compelling point is that so many business owners claim that business cards still work. Here are some more stats from the Statistic Brain Research Institute, which we mentioned before, which seem to back this up to some degree. Or rather, here are exactly the same stats as before, but we're approaching it from a different angle. I know where we're going with this, because like 88% thrown away means like 12% weren't. 2.5% might seem like a tiny increase in revenue for every 2,000 cards distributed, but it's still an increase in revenue. Yeah, like my Microsoft example. Depending on the nature and size of it, I should read I don't know why I comment alongside me. It's supposedly for like entertainment purposes, but then it's like Danny just covers everything, because Danny's, you know, he knows how to tell a story and he's competent. Unlike me. Depending on the nature and size of a business, it has the potential to be a worthwhile investment. I've certainly never heard of any business suffering from a decrease in revenue because of the business cards they've handed out. This would be useless for somebody like myself. The idea of forking out loads of money for a big order of fancy cards and only yielding such a tiny increase in revenue would only end up making me a loss. But plenty of high-end business owners swear blind that investing in business cards generates new custom and helps them to make a bigger profit. And whilst 88% of business cards may get thrown away within the first week, let's flip that on its head for a second, because 12% of business cards don't. Danny, I can read your mind. That's 12% with the potential to develop a valuable new connection or a long-term customer. If you compare that to typical website conversion rates, it's actually not that bad of a stat. According to WordStream, only 2% of website visitors end up sticking around to share their information in exchange for yours. But you very rarely hear anyone complaining that 98% of website visitors will walk away without keeping your information. Yeah, but they also don't have to pay like a ton for your visit. Like, I mean, it's pretty cheap, like this, but it's still not as cheap as a website visitor, unless you've paid for them to come on with like a Google ad or something, then it's really expensive. So it's interesting to know that even in the digital age, something as old school as business cards appears to have 5 times the conversion rate of an average website. Yeah, and also you met the person. I would say that would increase your conversions. It's like a one-on-one interaction, like, hi John, I'm Simon, here's my business card, I'm a YouTuber, I do this, you do that, maybe we can do some business together, rather than like just landing on my kind of personal website. Ultimately, business cards probably aren't for everyone. They're really of no certain value to me, to Danny. I strongly suspect that those 900 spare cards of mine will stay locked away in that drawer for at least another 12 years. And I still feel that a large part of the appeal is just that feeding of your own ego while showing off the special metallic foiling on a business logo. Oh, Danny. But that's exactly what I did. I'm not ashamed of it. It's definitely part of an ego thing. I love how these business cards look, and I think they make me look cool. Just like Patrick Bateman. Is that bone?
That's bone.
I'm sure they won't be around forever, and it's fascinating to see how the next generation of cards are already adapting to the digital environment by offering the best of both worlds. For example, NFC business cards or near-field communication cards are embedded with a tiny microchip packed with a range of enhanced digital functions so that you can just point your card at someone's smartphone and instantly import all your information into their contacts list. That's cool. But it's still quite an incredible achievement that such a basic marketing tool with a long history stretching back over 600 years is still very much alive and kicking for the foreseeable future. I agree. Bonus facts. Business cards first appeared way back in the 15th century in China, although back then they were usually referred to as visiting cards. I think they were probably referred to as something in Chinese, but prosperous traders would arrive in a new town and show off their cards at an establishment's entrance to let the owners decide if they were worthy of a meeting. Second bonus fact, if you really want to go to town with a fancy business card, check out the Black Astrum signature card. It's the world's most expensive business card, produced from Swiss metal and studded in 30 carats worth of diamonds. I love the fact that you can just add Swiss to the front of anything and it makes it sound better. Like, I understand like Swiss watch, Swiss chocolate, because Switzerland's famous for those things. I've never heard of Swiss metal. It'd be like, oh, Swiss paper? Mm-hmm. The asking price is $1,500 per card, and they're available in packs of 25. Not sure if you might get a small discount for ordering bigger quantities. I think if you're spending $1,500 on a business card, you're not really interested. You're not really concerned about cost. What was this called? The Black Astrum. Oh, it doesn't look that fancy. It just looks like a kind of, almost like a piece of glass or very shiny metal. Oh, it's got a Wikipedia page. Oh, it's only rumored to cost $1,500 because it's invitation only. Black Astrum signature cards are made out of Swiss glass, which is with scratch resistant and chemical resilient coating. Each card is rumored to cost $1,500, with the pricing dependent on the number of diamonds encrusted on each card. When I got that, I would sell that so fast if someone gave that to me. Black Astrum originally started as a one-off request from a wealthy Middle Eastern family, of course. The founder of the company, pleased with the final design, decided to launch Black Astrum officially in 2011 and sell the cards to a select wealthy few. Fascinating stuff. Thank you, Danny. This was an interesting one. This was Business Place. Suggestions likes, subscribes, do all that below. Use the comments for suggestions, and I will see you next time. Thank you for watching. I gotta delete my Twitter account and disappear and never return. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one is one you might have heard of. I titled it the Starbucks social media storm because, well, that's what it was. But remember the Race Together thing? This was pretty recent. I think it was 2015. Anyway, Danny's put us together an article about it. We're going to read it together, go through it together, and explore. Picture the scene. You're standing at the front of the early morning queue at Starbucks, patiently waiting for your hit of coffee to arrive and hoping you have enough time to slurp down most of it before you dash out of the door to catch the train. If you're somebody like me, somebody like Danny, you're probably going for a simple Americano. If you're a bit more like Simon, you've probably gone for a Frappuccino with whipped cream and cookie crumble topping. What the f***, Danny? What about me makes Danny think that I would have a Frappuccino with whipped cream and cookie crumble topping? Look, Danny, I even drink on this very channel this cup of just a regular Brackness Black Nespresso coffee. Whatever your choice of poison, you're now watching the barista scribble your name on the cup and hoping that he spells it right. Today he's scribbling something else there too. The words race together. It's too early in the morning to figure out why. Maybe Starbucks are involved in some kind of long-distance marathon charity campaign or something like that. Good for them. That's what I would think. Like, race together, I would say, yeah, you got to be sponsoring some sort of marathon, right, Starbucks? That's got to be it. It's not. But then he leans over the counter for a quick word. It's a nightmare scenario. You're in a rush, and there's a massive queue behind you. Whatever he wants, let's hope it's brief. He probably just is hoping to upsell you to a cinnamon swirl or something. He's not. Hey, buddy, he says with a grin. So just out of interest, exactly what percentage of your Facebook friends are of a different race? I can't believe this actually happened. It's like, what are you going to say to that? F*** off. What are you implying? If it sounds too outlandish to be true, think again. This is exactly the kind of probing question that may have been hurled thoughtlessly in your direction if you were hoping to enjoy a quiet coffee in a Starbucks restaurant in the United States back in 2015. The Race Together campaign was dreamed up by Starbucks chairman and CEO Howard Schultz. In the wake of race-related social movements and protests about police treatment of minority communities, Schultz decided that Starbucks could stay silent no longer. And throughout this video, I do want to point out these are really serious issues, and I'm not making fun of the issues, I'm definitely making fun of Starbucks. The coffee giant launched a bold mission to engage customers and employees in a discussion about race. The reasoning behind the idea is that coffee shops were traditionally seen as a venue in which everyday people can discuss topical issues that matter over a nice cafe latte. Yeah, like what, maybe around the turn of the last century. Today it's like, hi, yeah, I'll have a cappuccino, please. Fast as possible, and then I will leave. If I'm in a coffee shop, staying there, I'm engaged in conversation with my laptop. So, why not seize the opportunity to get everyone thinking and talking about race relations? Starbucks were clearly not attempting to rid the world of racism overnight. Oh, come on, Starbucks, you could at least try. They were simply trying to raise awareness and open up a wider national discussion in response to some of the racially charged issues that were dominating the American media. Unfortunately, the whole thing foamed over into one of the most lampooned campaigns of all time and quickly became the laughingstock of social media. I think we've got some Danny said he included some tweets a little bit later on. Stay tuned. The campaign focused around the publication of an insert in USA Today in which Starbucks revealed how 12,000 baristas were now dishing out some handy race-tackling conversation starters with your coffee orders. How is this? So just out of interest, exactly what percentage of your friends are of a different race? How is that a conversation starter? This is so cringe. Believe it or not, the Facebook percentage question was one of the top 10 questions that the company was officially advising baristas to ask customers as they stood in line waiting for their flat white. Other gems included asking them how many times you'd visited the home of someone of a different race in the last year, how many times you'd recently eaten a meal with someone of a different race, and exactly how many friends of your children and parents have a different race. Oh, hang on, let me check my racial diversity friends spreadsheet. Oh yes, I last had a meal with John. Let's start to unpick some of the many problems here. I don't know about you, but the first instinctive reaction out of to a question would be that I don't have all the statistics at hand. Exactly. I don't tend to walk around with a spreadsheet. I'm glad Danny are on the same page here. With a spreadsheet that I continually update every time I make a new connection with a Facebook friend of a different race, or every time I spot my child playing with a friend who has a different skin color. It's hard to imagine anyone getting asked the Facebook question and being able to respond with an instant, oh yes, 12.5% of my Facebook friends are a different race. Thanks for asking. How about yourself? Ignore the massive queue behind me. Let's settle down for a nice long chat about racism. It's far easier to imagine someone responding with a blank stare and a look of total bewilderment at being asked such a random question and demanding a detailed answer. It's like, I feel like if anyone asked me this, I'd be like, excuse me, I'm not exactly sure how that's your business. It's not really a brilliant conversation starter, is it? It is not, Danny. In fact, the truth is that none of these questions were ever designed to be conversation starters at all. Really? As much as Starbucks wanted you to think about your own race relations, they're still a business with a long line of customers to serve, and they were hardly going to hold up the queue by advising employees to engage in a personal 30-minute discussion with everyone ordering a hazelnut signature hot chocolate. And look, Danny, you might... this is getting very specific. Danny, you might be like accusing me of liking my triple chocolate frappuccino or whatever, and you having an Americano, but your knowledge of the Starbucks menu and their weird coffees is extensive. It feels more like they were throwing a firework in your direction and challenging you to quickly quantify how many times you've interacted with other races before waving you away to pounce on the next victim in the queue. Yeah, it's like, so have you seriously considered race relations? Next! What? A more effective, direct, and honest conversation starter would have been something like, so just tell me, how much of a racist are you then? Let's just start on a 4 out of 10 on the racist scale and move up from there, shall we? It's perhaps not too surprising that the reaction of many customers was borderline hostile, and of course plenty of them took to social media to vent their frustration. In fact, the volume of social media discussion on Starbucks increased by 266% during this period, although 1/3 of the mentions were described as hate posts and 60% of the mentions were categorized as negative. It's not exactly surprising, is it? Only 7% of Starbucks mentions during this campaign were described as positive. Okay, now let's move on to those tweets. Not sure what Starbucks was thinking. I don't have time to explain 400 years of oppression to you and still make my train. And another one. What I want to do. Number 1, eat pizza. Number 2, pay off my loan debt. ... Number 77, hang out with Rihanna. ... Number 895, talk about race at Starbucks. Being a barista is hard enough. Having to talk race together with a woman in Lululemon pants while pouring pumpkin spice is just cruel. What are Lululemon pants? I know that's what Americans call trousers. I'm not confused about the pants part. What is Lululemon? Am I just ridiculously out of touch, or is this like a really specific women's fashion thing? Lululemon. Lululemon makes technical athletic clothes for yoga, running, working out, and most other sweaty pursuits. As always, shipping is free. Good to know, Lululemon. How does Starbucks even decide whom to ask about race together? Are you engaging in racial profiling to talk about ending racial profile? It's true, it's true. If someone who's a racial minority walks in, do they ask the same question? It's so uncomfortable. One more. I prefer to discuss the Iran nuclear negotiations with my counterperson at McDonald's. However, perhaps the most important tweet highlighted one of the fundamental flaws in the whole campaign, a complete lack of clear thought. The accompanying press photographs for the campaign depicted several different pairs of barista hands serving you a nice hot, I remember this, serving you a nice hot Starbucks coffee with the words race together scrawled on the cup. The problem was that all the hands were white. This did not go unnoticed on Twitter. Here's another tweet. Starbucks Race Together invites customers to talk about race. Uses only white hands in related photos. So, to go back and answer the question posed in that first tweet, what exactly were Starbucks thinking? To be fair to the company, their hearts were in the right place. It was just the execution that was lousy. It wasn't an idea that was just randomly plucked out of the air during a slow board meeting. Chairman Howard Schultz had been holding forums and town hall style meetings with Starbucks employees for quite some time to discuss how the company could raise awareness and create a national conversation about race-fueled headlines in the media. When written down on a paper napkin, the general theme doesn't even sound too bad. People come to coffee houses to talk, let's try and find some way to get them to talk about their attitudes and relationships with race instead of just moaning about the weather. Yeah, actually, hang on. Written down on a napkin, it doesn't sound so bad. It's like, let's start a conversation about race. I get how that could be a positive thing. According to Schultz himself, the company should have spent more time reflecting on how it would look for a white billionaire to front a national dialogue on race. He noted, "I'm not black. I haven't lived a life in which I was racially profiled. I wasn't discriminated. on because of the color of my skin. Maybe there's some degree of truth to this, although I find it disappointing that the CEO of Starbucks appeared to be dumping all of the blame for the failure of the campaign on the attitudes and prejudices of customers rather than soaking up some of the responsibility himself. It's like, yeah, listen, Howard, if I don't like your advertising campaign, you can't just say I've got a bad attitude. It's like your advertising campaign sucks. The approach they decided upon in the end for Race Together was absolutely awful on every level. Starbucks strategy officer Matt Ryan even made the surprising admission that the company did absolutely no market research whatsoever to test if the approach would resonate with customers. Absolutely no market research whatsoever. You're a multi-billion dollar company. I did market research for this video to see if it would be one that would be successful. Starbucks, you could make more of an effort. Come on, Matt. It might have been a good move to encourage friends and family to talk to each other about race over a coffee, but no one wanted to have that potentially tense conversation with a barista while standing in a busy queue of complete strangers. Yeah, can you imagine being like standing there and the guy like is waiting in the queue and he's like, come on, I gotta go. And the barista's like, ask you a question like, how many of your Facebook friends are of a racial minority? The guy might be like, what the is going on? The conversation starters didn't so much stimulate a valuable conversation as create a baffling conversation cul-de-sac in which customers were challenged to convert people they knew of different races into percentages. The all-white and marketing was obviously a bit of a misfire as well, as was some of the accompanying tone-deaf press releases which seemed to herald Howard Schultz as the Starbucks savior sent from the coffee heavens to cure America of racism. How did that go? The damage control left a lot to be desired too, following the social media savaging. Schultz initially stuck to his guns and seemed to imply that customers just needed to get on board with a challenging and difficult topic. Meanwhile, Starbucks Communications Vice President Corey DeBroa deleted his own Twitter account after being challenged on the thinking behind the campaign. When Starbucks Vice President of Communications has to delete their Twitter account. Deleting a Twitter account is hardcore. That woman who said like, I'm going to Africa, I hope I don't get AIDS, in like a tweet. That's like the level of like, I gotta delete my Twitter account and disappear and never return. He later claimed that he was feeling personally attacked in a cascade of negativity, but it doesn't look good when a company's campaign designed to get people to engage in a discussion ends up with the communications vice president running away from social media. Yes, again, Danny and I are on the same page. Finally, despite their noble intentions, you can't help but think that Starbucks may not have been the perfect workplace to launch such an initiative. The company pays relatively low wages to a predominantly white employee base. 16 of the 19 people in Starbucks upper management are also white. The campaign may have felt more authentic if Starbucks had worked harder on putting its own house in order and addressing its own diversity issues before dishing out preachy messages to people who were just after a quiet coffee. Well said, Danny. Schultz concluded that the Race Together campaign did ironically start a national conversation, just not the one he originally envisaged. But despite the social media storm, it's worth noting that the campaign didn't ultimately do much damage to the company in the long term. In fact, during the financial quarter in which the short-lived campaign frothed over into fiasco, Starbucks revenue increased by 18%. There's no such thing as bad publicity. So it turns out you can throw random race-related questions at your customers, and they'll keep coming back for more, because they're addicted to your iced white chocolate mocha. Again, Danny, your knowledge of the Starbucks menu is extensive. So I really hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, smash that like button below, subscribe to this channel, hit that bell, it's new. Let me know what you thought of this video. Use the comments below if you got a suggestion for us. Again, also use the comments. That's about it. I'll see you next time. Yeah, suck. Brand new business blaze for you. How much money do Uber drivers actually make? Thank you, Danny, for writing this script. I spent a lot of time riding around in Ubers, or until recently, I spent time riding around in Taxify. I don't know if anyone, do other countries have Taxify? It's like cheap Uber. And it was always a little bit cheaper, so I always rode it. And then the other day I got into a car, there weren't any seatbelts in the bag, the driver wasn't wearing a seatbelt, the car smelled of cigarettes, and also like that smell you get where the petrol's not being properly burned. And I was like sitting in the back of this car, and it's like, I'm gonna get out. I'm actually gonna get out. So yeah, I just like pull over, I'm ending the ride here. So I wrote to Taxify, and I was like, this was completely unacceptable. This was not safe. This was not in any way acceptable. Didn't get a reply. Thanks, Taxify. You suck. You know you've changed the world when the name of your app makes it into the Cambridge English Dictionary as a term for revolutionizing an industry. Well, more or less. The official definition for Uberization is to change the market for a service by introducing a different way of buying or using it, especially using mobile technology. And look, I don't mean like, I feel like you've made it as a company when your brand has made it into the pronunciation dictionary I use. So, Uber,
German, Uber.
Uberization. No, sadly not. Uberlandia.
Uberlandia, Brazil.
It's a place in Brazil. Well, didn't all the Nazis go over to Brazil? That sounds like a very German town in Brazil. The new word is obviously derived from Uber, which makes it easier than ever before to hitch a ride home from the pub or get fast food takeaway delivered to your door with just a few quick clicks on your phone instead of having to stand in a queue or undergo the ordeal of a telephone call with another human being. Hi, yeah, I need a taxi. I'm not really sure what time. And he's like, you have to book a taxi ahead of time. It's like, look, I don't know whether I'm gonna have a fifth beer, okay? Whereas with Uber, you could just be like, I want to go home. I've had too many beers. Come here. Over the last few years, Uber has rapidly evolved into a cheaper, quicker, and more convenient alternative to private taxi services. In fact, by 2019, the peer-to-peer ride-hailing app is estimated to have around 110 million users worldwide, a 69% market share in the USA for passenger transport, and a 25% market share for food delivery. That's impressive. And one of the great things about Uber is it just operates in so many countries. Like, I'll often travel somewhere, you get to the airport, and it's like, all right, I want to get to my hotel. And I'm always like, I don't know how much taxis cost. I don't know if they're going to rip me off because I'm a tourist. But with Uber, you're just like, come here. And you know you're getting a fair price. It just works. And also not having to use cash and then feeling awkward about tipping or not tipping and whether you have to tip or not to tip. Like, I know in the USA, you guys tip for everything. So it's like, if I'm in a cab, I would have no idea. Do I tip in a cab? I don't feel I'd do it in London. Maybe I would, but like £1. In London alone, more than 3.5 million people are choosing Uber to hop around the capital. But what does the view look like from the driver's seat? According to Uber Technologies, the company itself, the view looks pretty peachy. What a surprise. It'd be bad if they were like, yeah, no, driving for Uber, it's kind of a rip-off. You don't really get paid very much, don't do it. They insist that the app gives drivers the freedom and flexibility to become their own boss and rake in great money with their own car. Now, honestly, I got this article made thinking that they probably weren't raking in great money. Uber claimed in 2016 that drivers could earn up to as much as $90,000 per year signing up to the platform, although this was swiftly followed by a $20 million fine from the US government for grossly exaggerating prospective earnings. So let's just say 90,000 is an unrealistic high end. Say $90,000? Isn't that like £70,000? That is an insane living. More recently, Uber has put together a study which appears to be slightly more grounded in reality and reveals that the average wage of an Uber driver is just under $20 per hour. But bear in mind that this was a study put together by Uber's marketing department. What a surprise! We should really take this figure with a pinch of salt. Well, but is it really possible for a driver to pull in big money from Uber? Well, nobody is accusing Uber of just plucking these latest figures from the air, but they may not necessarily be approaching the matter from the best angle. I really feel like they've plucked this number from the air. Or like, the 90,000 feels plucked from the air. There was probably one dude who threw some mirror, like someone tipped him like $88,000 and he made $2,000 driving and they were like, 90,000 a year. And the guy who tipped him $88,000 was the, what's that Uber guy who got fired? Doesn't matter. Before we go any further, I should make it clear that an Uber driver's personal income will vary wildly depending on their location, the type of vehicle they drive, and the current level of demand in their area. So maybe the guy who made $90,000 a year was like driving a Rolls Royce in Switzerland. Even when just focusing on America, the earnings are up and down and all over the place from city to city. A typical driver from Detroit or Houston will earn significantly less than a typical driver in New York or San Francisco, where higher demand has naturally created higher ride fares. You're also more likely to get a higher income if you've got a big fancy car. For example, the Uber Black and Uber SUV services are the high-end option for customers if you need a VIP ride, and you're going to pull in a much higher ride fare every time if you've got the right set of wheels. That's true, like Uber Black's a lot more expensive. I feel if I was Ubering somewhere, it'd be like twice as much to go by Uber Black. I guess they take more money from you though. It seems like a much better deal. And like big modern cars, they don't use a lot of petrol compared to like small cars these days. It's not a big difference. However, as the overwhelming majority of consumers are just looking for a quick hop from A to B without the need to impress passers-by, they tend to go for the UberX service, which is the cheapest and most practical curb-to-curb service in a standard car. Yeah, the only time I ever take Uber Black is when someone else has called it Uber Black. I'm not sure, I don't think I've ever called one myself. The dynamic pricing structure of Uber fares, or surge pricing, adds another variable to the formula. During times of high demand, when there are not enough drivers in particularly busy areas, the ride fares quoted to a customer will temporarily increase until demand has subsided to more natural levels. This is something I absolutely love. It's such a beautiful expression of supply and demand in action. Very cool. From the perspective of a customer living in a kind of area that's regularly hit by surge pricing, it can mean that getting a quote from Uber is a bit like pulling the lever of a fruit machine and hoping for a good result. It's true, and often if I get surge pricing and it's it's a bit more expensive, and I'm not in a rush, I'll just cancel it and then I'll call it again in 5 minutes, and often it's cheaper. But surge pricing also means that pickup is always available quickly and reliably, even during the busiest periods, if you're willing to pay for it. The shrewdest drivers will be compelled to go the extra mile and pick up the higher fares of the zones which are currently surging on their map display. So the basic formula for the cost of a typical Uber ride goes something like this. I thought this was going to be a really simple question. It's well, there's lots of kind of information / marketing from Uber, and then all of these variables. There is a base fee or booking fare before the wheels even start spinning. These are usually quite small. Let's not forget that Uber works on the principle that rides are cheaper than your average taxi service, but they will vary depending on where you live and the type of service you've requested. I have not taken a taxi in years, because it's a worse experience, it's more expensive. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a worse experience, it's more expensive. There's that saying in economics or business or whatever, you can have it fast, you can have it good, you can have it cheap. Pick two. You can't have three. You can't. And Uber's it's fast, it's cheap, and it's good. Whereas taxis, I feel, they're not fast, they're not cheap, they're not good. They fail on all three. Then there's the potential for surge pricing to take into account. This essentially works as a multiplier, and the value will depend on the gap between customer demand and driver supply. The wider the gap, the higher the multiplier. Finally, when the rider gets in the car, they start to rack up the bill for time and distance, so the fare will increase for every minute and every mile that gets accrued during their journey. However, the driver obviously doesn't end up with all of that money. Uber take their cut, which is 20% for the basic UberX service. Their cut increases to 25% for Uber Black and 28% for Uber SUV. Wow, I think Uber SUV or Uber Black, that's definitely a better deal, because if it's twice as much, especially for Uber SUV, because an SUV doesn't have to be a much nicer car, it doesn't have to be a ton more expensive than the cheaper cars that you'd get on UberX. So I'd get an SUV, and I would drive that. So now let's go back to those figures quoted by Uber on the average earnings of a driver. To be painstakingly precise, Uber reckon that the average income earned by one of their drivers in the US is $19.35 per hour. That's actually pretty super reasonable. If I was left over $19.35 an hour, that's way above the minimum wage. This sounds pretty good to me, especially as Simon pays me only $2 per script that I write, and they usually take a week. It's absolutely true. You might be expecting me to say at this point that Uber are trying to pull the wool over our eyes but not deducting their cut from this final figure. But no, to be completely fair, they've arrived at this figure after including the average customer tip and taking away the hefty cut. Yeah, that's what I would expect. If you tell me this is how much I'm going to make per hour, that's how much I want to make per hour. Not after we take away our cut and all of this. But there are just a couple of problems with it. Firstly, it doesn't include any expenses incurred by the driver. Well, okay, hang on, because these are pretty huge. You're driving around, so you got to have a car. There's the cost of buying the car or loan on the car, depreciation, petrol. Danny's going to cover this, I'm sure, so let's just get into it. And these can stack up pretty quickly. Again, expenses vary depending on your vehicle and location, but at the minimum, they're going to include essentials such as fuel insurance, tolls, and vehicle maintenance. I actually think tolls are covered in the Uber app. When I go to the airport and they have the parking, I always get charged extra for the parking. In fact, a low-end estimate would be that the typical driver incurs around $5 of expenses per hour. Another key factor is that Uber worked out the average income rather than the median income, which is how most respected statisticians would measure the results for a clearer picture. Honestly, never been really sure what's the difference between average and median. If anyone wants to enlighten me, or maybe Danny's going to enlighten me. An average measuring includes all the outliers, or a small group of people earning significantly higher or lower than the rest of the group, which can seriously skew the final results. In this case, it includes a tiny minority of drivers with fancy fancy cars who earn much more money from the higher-end Uber services, and this unnaturally pushes up the average figure to way beyond anything that would be recognized by a typical Uber driver. The Ridester website, a hugely popular online resource for rideshare drivers, recently conducted their own independent survey with thousands of Uber drivers. This revealed the median income, which disregards any distorting figures from a minority, and came out with a final figure of $14.73 per hour, which is still not bad. I feel like that's not awful. $14.73? It's still definitely above minimum wage. Hey Siri, what's the minimum wage in the UK?
The National Minimum Wage Act 1998 creates a minimum wage across the United Kingdom. Would you like to hear more?
Well, no, because you didn't answer my question.
There's nothing to read.
You, Siri. Because it's like £8 an hour, which is like $10. So it is above the minimum wage, but not much. But this doesn't deduct the expenses incurred by the driver that we calculated at $5 per hour. Oh, okay, so now we're getting hit. So the realistic final average by an Uber driver in the United States is around $9.73 per hour, which is obviously less than half the figure heavily promoted by Uber, and quite some way below the $90,000 per year that they tried to fob us off with a few years back. You want to see something crazy? I think we can't even get to $90,000. Let's do $9.73. And let's say our Uber driver manages to drive for 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, times 52 weeks a year. Yeah, so if our Uber driver is driving 365 days a year for 20 hours a day, non-stop, he's making $70,834 a year. So not exactly 90,000, is it, Uber? Of course, every driver has a different story. I'm sure there really are Uber drivers out there who are pulling in a healthy income by traveling the distance or taking advantage of surging zones, working through terrible weather conditions when other drivers would rather give it a miss, and working through the weekends or even the very early hours of the morning. It will also help a lot if you've got a big posh car, which can get you signed up to one of those luxury services. But I'm also sure there are drivers who would struggle to make a living wage solely from Uber. About 50% of the Ridester survey participants reported that they drive in addition to doing other work, which seems to indicate that Uber is widely considered to be a way of earning money on the side rather than a full-time job. When the survey participants were asked to rate their satisfaction with Uber Pay out of 5 stars, 70% of them responded with a distinctly average 3 stars, while only 9% felt compelled toward the full 5 stars. So next time you're hitching a ride with an Uber driver and you're feeling in a generous mood, more likely this is on the way back home from the pub rather than on the way there, maybe consider digging a little deeper in your pockets for that tip. Well, this was a nice one. I guess I shouldn't pack this whole YouTube thing in and go work for Uber just yet, but you know, if I'm in a pinch, it doesn't sound too bad. And I like driving. Like, I wouldn't mind driving around, like picking people up, dropping them off. Did you guys ever play GTA back in the day where you could do the taxi missions? I used to like that. You drive around, you pick someone up, you drop them off, you make some money. It's kind of fun. This has been Business Blaze. Suggestions, as ever, please put them in the comments below this video. And also, please do smash that like button if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to this channel. It's pretty new. And thank you for watching. Penis. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one, this was actually not a suggestion from me, not a suggestion from you guys, but a suggestion from Danny, the man himself who writes these scripts. And it's all about how to change your name and how much it costs. How happy are you with your real name? And have you ever had a burning desire to legally change it? I've often wondered if Simon Whistler's name is a stage name or whether he comes from a long line of whistlers. I do indeed actually come from a long line of whistlers. Just wondering if, could I show this to you guys without long line of whistlers. And I didn't change my name. It's not a stage name. Often people ask me if Simon Whistler's a stage name. I guess that's just because it's a cool name. Maybe I'll take this opportunity to reveal the truth. Well, there you go, Danny. It's me. I've always quite fancied legally changing my own name to Rooster Cogburn. As well as being quite a big fan of the True Grit films in which this character appears, I just think it's a cool name. The kind of name that's going to demand attention and respect when you book a dinner reservation. I don't know, Danny. If your name was Rooster Cogburn, I would really struggle not to call you. If I booked a table under the name of Rooster Cogburn, I feel sure I'll get the best table in the restaurant with the nicest window view and perhaps even a complimentary bottle of champagne. I have one experience of this where I was at university and there was this a student insurance company and I wanted to get a quote, and so I went to fill in their form online and they had this absurdly long drop-down box of titles, and it would have from the regulars like Mr., Miss, all the way through to Colonel or Lieutenant, General, His Royal Highness. So I selected, just as a joke, because I just wanted a quote, I wasn't buying a policy, I selected His Royal Highness, HRH. instead of Mr. And so I filled it out, and then the quote was really good. So like a few days later, I forget about this, and I go into a branch on campus, and I'm like, hi, yeah, I'd like to take out an insurance policy. And I didn't bring the form with me that I'd done or anything. And I go in and I'm like, yeah, okay, my details, Simon Whistler, blah, 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 blah. They fill it all out. And then like halfway through, they start treating me with like, oh yes, of course, we'd be like delighted to do this. And it's like, the guy was like 18, I'm 18, like what's with this weird interaction we've got going on? It seems very formal. And it pulled up my saved application from online and seen that I was HRH, like His Royal Highness. And then I'd left, and they'd printed out the policy and everything, and I was so confused about this. And I look at the policy afterwards, and it's like, oh, His Royal Highness Simon Whistler. And so I enjoyed having that for a while, but then I realized it might invalidate the policy, so I had to go back in and get it changed to Mr. And my student card on the first like week of I don't know what was wrong with me back then. I went in and you're applying for your student ID and they ask you to fill out your name yourself. So I put my middle name as Legend, and for 3 years of university, my student ID said Simon Legend Whistler. Okay, let's get back to it. That was quite the tangent. Or maybe they'll just laugh at me down the phone and hang up. Okay, so he's booking his dinner, they might laugh at him. Yeah, Danny, because your name would be... Either way, I was interested in finding out for myself. The laws and legal requirements for officially changing a name are obviously a little different in every country. In the US, legal name changes are regulated by individual state laws, and the process often involves long-winded court orders. In other countries, such as Brazil, it's almost impossible to change your name without a compelling reason, as your birth name is considered definite and immutable. Oh my god, there would be some parents who'd be complete like, what do you call your kid? Oh, I'm actually gonna call him the Brazilian word for dick. I was like, why isn't Brazil in the language on Google Translate? And then I realized they speak Portuguese. Google Translate, it's got that 18 filter on, I guess. And they say, no, I won't translate. So penis is penis.
Penis. Penis.
Penis. But I'd always believed that it was relatively easy to legally change your name in the UK, and a quick search online reveals a stack of adverts for legal deed poll companies who are willing to oversee everything on your behalf. Some of them charge as much as £50 for the service, but other companies are charging as little as £10. So, what do these companies actually do, and how much should it really cost to legally change your name by deed poll in the UK? I actually signed up for one of these services. Danny, original research, priced at $14.99. I don't pay you enough, Danny. If you want to bill me that for that $14.99, please do. With a view to finally achieving my dream and becoming Mr. Rooster Cogburn. Within just a couple of days, a fancy package arrived through my letterbox, crammed full of official documents bearing an elegant wax seal, along with detailed instructions on how to start the process of legally changing my name. I was quite impressed for the first few minutes. But before we go any further, let's stop to consider why you would even need to go through the process of changing your name at all. In the UK, there is no governing agency that rules over the process of name change. There is no vast archive stuffed with ancient parchments on which your old name is officially crossed out and replaced with your new name by a dusty old man holding a golden quill. So what have you got? Like passport, driver's license? Because in the UK we don't have IDs. I think a lot of countries they have like mandatory IDs. We don't have those in the UK. So you change it on your like passport, driver's license, stuff like that. I feel like you'd need something written on your birth certificate. Although I don't think I've ever used my birth certificate for anything. In other words, your choice of name doesn't really have any legal status at all. So in theory, you could just announce down the pub that from this day forward, you would like to be known as Horace Zobtrousers, and that should be it. Going down the pub, you're gonna have to call me Cogburn from now on.
Penis.
It's not really anybody else's business. Of course, the only time it really matters is when you're dealing with record holders. Assuming that you want your new name to be displayed on your driver's license, passport, bank statements, and utility bills, then you're going to have to let the relevant organizations know and provide them with documented evidence of your name change. This documented evidence is a deed poll. Now, if you really want to feel official, you can apply for an enrolled deed poll at the Royal Courts of Justice. This currently costs £36, and many people mistakenly believe that this is the true legal way of changing your name in the UK, but what does enrolled deed poll actually do? In truth, practically nothing at all. It simply means that your name change becomes a matter of public record, and a notice appears in the next edition of the London Gazette, the official newspaper of the UK government? The UK government has an official newspaper? I've never heard of it. Where'd you look at that? Oh, it's more like a journal of record. The London Gazette claims to be the oldest surviving English newspaper and the oldest continuously published newspaper in the UK, having been first published in November 1665. It's like just talks about bills in Parliament. No wonder I've never heard of this. It's extremely boring. But unless you're particularly excited about appearing in the London Gazette, and you shouldn't be, then there's no practical value at all. It doesn't make your name change any more official or legal, it's just a very formal and outdated way of approaching the matter, which nobody else in the UK is going to give a flying flamingo about. It's a bit like placing an advertisement in the Daily Telegraph to announce that you're having steak and kidney pudding for your dinner tonight. Who gives a And you'll still have to mess around informing all of those organizations of your name change anyway, which is the only thing that really matters here. So, the only important and useful point to consider is just getting a hold of a standard deed poll which you can sign and date with your witness and start sending off to all of those companies about the thrilling news of your name change and get your records updated. This is really simple. You just order something online, fill it out, and send it off to Passport Office being like, hey, yeah, now I'm like Cogburn. And they'll be like, sure, sounds good. Here's your new passport. I feel like this is ripe for abuse. The terrorists could use this somehow. Business plays, pro tips for the budding terrorist. And there goes my monetization. In the package I ordered myself, these deed poll documents did look pretty funky. They were printed on high quality cream paper and included an official stamp at the bottom which bore the name of the company that I'd used in burgundy wax. I get the feeling this is just marketing and total bullshit. But how official were they? They weren't official at all. But you can actually do all of this stuff for yourself very easily for free. All you need to know is the few lines of very simple legal wording which declare the change of your name. This is very easy to find online, including at websites such as freedeedpoll.org.uk, which was founded by web designer Daniel Huntley in a bid to stop people wasting money on services they didn't actually need. His website even gives the opportunity to generate and print off your deed poll documents in minutes. What about that official-looking stamp? Absolutely worthless. It may look pretty, but it carries no extra legal weight whatsoever. Yeah, if I worked at the passport office, like, I was changing people's names, and they kept arriving with like fancy wax seals, I'd be like, someone else got ripped off. In reality, a spotty 14-year-old entrepreneur could start up a business in his bedroom called Legal Deed Poll Registration UK and make a nice fancy stamp with his business name on it. But all he's really doing is inserting your name into a readily available template, printing off a few copies for you, putting his stamp on it and charging you about £20. I love that this I don't love it, but these people are real entrepreneurs. Like that guy who sells plots of land on the moon, who for legal reasons, I'll just say that maybe those aren't all they're cracked up to be. Maybe he doesn't own the moon. Maybe. Do your own research. And if you've got one of those plots of land on your bedroom wall thinking you really own an acre of land on the moon, well, maybe you don't. You might as well print off your own copies and make your own stamp out of a bit of pineapple blancmange. Is that some sort of cheese? The outcome will be exactly the same and the relevant organizations will be notified of your name change. So is it all just a scam? Well, nobody's breaking any laws here. Some deed poll companies are probably a bit more dubious than others in their marketing claims, but they're still technically providing you with a service. The same service that my printer provides. It just happens to be a service that you can easily do for yourself for free. The UK government could perhaps help things along by raising more awareness of just how simple it is to change your name, or perhaps even creating their own online deed poll generator. Which is a good idea to avoid the scams, but it's also, they don't want people changing their names all the time because it's going to be a massive hassle. Like, new passports, new driver's licenses all the time. But until that happens, thousands more UK citizens are likely to shell out good money to companies who are essentially just printing out bits of paper. Don't forget that wax seal, Danny. That's fancy. By the way, my family didn't let me change my name to Rooster Cogburn in the end, as they were worried about people taking the piss. I'm sorry, Daddy, I realized mostly through this video I've just been taking the piss. So I've just given £50 to another company who claim they can change my name to Foghorn Leghorn. Alright. Bonus facts. Australia enforces a strict 3 name change limit, but not many citizens are aware of this law, and very few people in history have felt the need to change their name more than 3 times. A guy called Hormus Daniel, Hormus is a name? That's weird, was certainly unaware of this when he ended up going on a bit of a name-changing binge to try and evade the attention of his crazy ex-girlfriends. Also to get rid of the name Hormus. Hey Hormus! You're gonna have a tough time in school. On his 3rd attempt, he attempted to go with a short and snappy temporary name of AHH, like AHH. Unfortunately, he's now stuck with it for the rest of his life as Australian law won't allow him to change it again. Poor soul. Ooh, 2 more bonus facts. Although you can easily change your name in the UK for free, it's worth bearing in mind that you may still rack up charges for it if, for example, you're wanting to get a new passport. That's going to cost you over £100. But it's still cheaper than the Ryanair administration fee. I'm flying Ryanair next week. Yay! A 19-year-old British student named Adam Armstrong was recently told by Ryanair that he'd have to pay a £220 administration fee after getting a flight accidentally booked under the wrong name of Adam West. His girlfriend's father booked him the ticket and pulled the name off Facebook. Did I say £220 to change the name on a ticket? Oh my god. Adam realized that it would work out cheaper just to change his name by deed poll to Adam West and fork out for a new passport. What is going on? Okay, so it turns out like, I wanted a bit more information on this one. Adam Armstrong had his name on Facebook as Adam West as a tribute to the Batman actor. His girlfriend's father booked in the ticket under Adam West, and that was the problem. So he just changed his name from Adam Armstrong to Adam West. Both very cool names. Last bonus fact. One of the best legal name changes in history has to go to the American citizen Adrian Williams, who changed his name to the staggeringly brilliant Romancio Sir Tasty Maximilian. This conjures up images of a royal playboy with a thirst for adventure, a degree in seduction, and a bank balance longer than your mobile phone number. Alas, Romancio Sir Tasty Maximilian is actually an inmate currently serving a 50-year sentence for robbery, and he's at the Racine Correctional Institute in Wisconsin. Do you think he has a better time or a worse time in prison with that name? Or do you think they just refer to him as a number? Anyway, thank you, Danny, for the script and the suggestion. This was fun. Danny, let me know if you want that $14.99. I feel bad about you spending money on that now and then it going nowhere, but you did get that nice wax seal. This has been Business Blaze. Suggestions for future videos, let me know below. Smash that like button, why not? Subscribe. I think that's all my YouTube plugs, and I'll see you next time.
Penis.
Penis. Like, what are you talking about, women? Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I'm feeling super businessy today. I'm wearing a suit that a sponsor on one of my other channels sent me. Indochino. I like it. I feel businessy. Today, we are talking about history's most ridiculous airlines. And I think this all started because I said to Danny, who writes the scripts here on Business Blaze, I said to Danny, I heard that you used to be able to, there was an airline specifically for smokers. And this is the first one. I can see it here, the Smokers Express, which is a brilliant name. So we're going to jump into this, and I'm getting a phone call. I'm back. I'm recording this on a Friday afternoon. I'm going for beers after work today. Not wearing this suit. I gotta keep this suit nice for sponsors. Does anyone really enjoy the experience of flying? Well, Danny, that depends what class you fly. I mean, I get the idea. I just fly economy. I mean, I get the idea that you might be generally quite giddy about the thought of going on a holiday or finally arriving at an exciting new destination. But the actual experience of sitting there on a plane is usually about as thrilling as sitting on a packed bus, except that you can see a few clouds float by out of the tiny windows. You impatiently wait for the plane to land and keep your fingers crossed that you don't plummet 38,000 feet to your death. Well, a couple of things there, Danny. I think planes are the safest way to travel. I do feel safer driving in a car, driving myself, because there's airbags and stuff, and it's not certain doom if the plane falls out of the sky, but statistically planes are very safe. Over the years, a few forward-thinking airlines have dreamt up innovative ways to spice up the experience, but the results are often quite bizarre, and many of them have really never gotten off the ground at all. That's what we're doing today, Smokers Express. This is what I've been waiting for. Bad news for smokers. The Federal Aviation Administration banned smoking on nearly all domestic flights way back in 1990. I'm not proud to admit this, but I'm a smoker myself. Oh, Danny, don't die on me. Not sure, I think Danny's quite young. He's probably all right. But the thought of taking a 10-hour flight from the UK to Abu Dhabi without being able to inhale a single puff doesn't exactly fill me with deep joy. Good news for smokers, though. A certain Florida-based company wasn't going to take the lying down. William Waltz and George Mickey Richardson were the defiant businessmen who were behind Smokers Express Airlines, who were ready to put up a strong fight against the in-flight smoking ban. They just needed a second to sit down and catch their breath first. The idea behind the airline was to create an in-flight environment in which smoking wasn't only allowed, it was positively encouraged, with flight attendants dishing out free cigarettes and full-sized ashtrays during the journey. I'm not a smoker, but I think I would fly on this just once to see what it was like a blast from the past, because, I don't know, I love that TV show Mad Men and they're always smoking. and they're smoking on planes, and I'm like, this must be horrible. I'd do it for the nostalgia. So how did they get around the ban? Instead of setting up the company as a traditional airline, Smokers Express would charge a $25 membership fee, which would effectively make the airline a private travel club, free from the shackles of federal rules. The airline also promised real food, such as steak and hamburgers, free lotto tickets, because people who love steak and smoking must love gambling, and to quote their own marketing, no screaming, aisle racing, chair kicking children. Now that's something I could get behind. At one point, co-founder Richardson claimed he had already sold 6,000 memberships to his exclusive new club, but despite this initial interest, the venue just never received funding to take off. So that dream of, like 6,000 memberships at $25, so what, he raised like 150 grand? That's not going to get you very far in the airline business. So the dream of flying and enjoying burgers while becoming increasingly engulfed in plumes of smoke ultimately just went up in flames. Fun fact, you know why they have those ashtrays in the bathroom? Like, even if you fly on a plane today, like a relatively modern plane, there'll be an ashtray in the bathroom. Ever wonder why that is? It's because if someone smokes in the bathroom, like illegally, they still need someone to put out their cigarette, because if they put it in the bin and the bin catches on fire, well, there's a plane crash, which is bad. So they include an ashtray, because just in case someone does decide to smoke illegally. Hooters Air, America's famous restaurant, please God, don't tell me that's that actual advertising, has already revolutionized the restaurant industry. Revolutionized. Oh yeah, Danny put it in air quotes. Revolutionized the restaurant industry by getting young women in skimpy outfits to serve up your hamburgers and chicken wings. Back in 2003, the company decided that it was time to take their genius business model into the skies with the launch of Hooters Air. There were no buffalo wings on the in-flight menu, but you could get soft pretzels and pigs in blankets, as well as the opportunity to stock up on Hooters-related merchandise. This sounds pretty to be honest. Okay, so there are going to be some scantily clad women and an opportunity to buy who's on an airline? It's like, sweet, merchandise. To be fair, the operation seemed to pull in passengers for this actually launched and worked for a few years, drumming up plenty of media coverage and flying to 15 different cities at its peak. However, the airline eventually made a landing down to Earth in 2006 with a reported loss of around $40 million. Brutal. Perhaps one of the biggest problems with the airline is that the service may not have matched customers' expectations.
Yeah, where are the damn buffalo wings?
Some passengers were expecting the flights to be packed with Hooter-style attendants. Well, yeah, isn't that the name of the game, Hooters? But in fact, there were only ever 2 Hooters girls on each flight. As they weren't qualified flight attendants, they weren't legally allowed to be involved in any of the important stuff like closing the plane doors, going through the safety procedures, or pushing the food carts. Instead, their role was largely limited to entertaining the guests with fun trivia games. That sounds terrible. Yeah, I would feel like that's a bit of a bait and switch. Also, Hooters, just train them as flight attendants. Now, I don't want to take away from the job of a flight attendant. It's not like you're going to school for 6 years to learn how to do it, are you? It's no wonder that the whole venture eventually deflated into oblivion like a pair of balloons. KLM's meet and seat service. KLM's a good airline. I know KLM. A very quick mention must go not here to a ridiculous airline, but to a ridiculous airline service. Okie dokie. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines is actually the oldest airline in the world. I didn't even know that, with a history stretching back over a century. Do we have planes a century ago? Yeah, we definitely had planes a century ago. Century ago is like World War I. Like fully fighting with planes. My history sometimes. And for an airline with such historic roots, it's refreshing to note that they're really ahead of their game with social media, boasting a strong presence on all the major platforms and keeping customers in the loop on news, events, marketing campaigns, and exclusive online promotions. This just sounds like really annoying the customers with spam when they accidentally signed up to your mailing letter and can't work out how to unsubscribe. KLM recently became the very first airline to integrate social networking into its flight booking options with the launch of its meet and seat service. The name is a little misleading though. All it really boils down to is the option to visit the Facebook or LinkedIn profiles of other passengers on the same flight who've signed up for the same option. What? So the slightly creepy idea is that you could stalk the profiles of fellow passengers and find out where they'll be sitting on a plane so that you could pop over for a quick chat or share similar interests. This is such a terrible idea, because when I'm on a plane, I just want to be left alone. Like, I was on an 8-hour flight once and I was sat next to the chattiest woman in the world. And she was also a bit racist and old and weird. Like, she was, I don't know, it got really uncomfortable really fast. And then I was like, oh yeah, sure. Yeah. It's like, what are you talking about, women? Yeah, it's just generally uncomfortable. I just want to be left alone. Even when I'm traveling with friends and family, I don't want to talk because I'm always like, everyone else is quiet. And I'm just like, it's like when you're in a restaurant and you're sitting down and there's me and my wife having dinner or whatever, and there's just one person sitting on the table there, just eating alone. And it's like, even if they don't want to listen to our conversation, you know they're listening to the conversation. And I don't know, these days I've been involved in some pretty awkward moments, like before I realized it, and now I'm much more guarded, but I'll be like sitting in a pub or whatever, having like a very like candid conversation with my friend or my wife, and then the person who's been sitting next to us like the last 2 hours will come over and be like, oh, hi Simon, I love your stuff. And I'll be like, oh God. So this is how the idea should work in principle. Unfortunately, nobody really seems to use it. So wait, he's talking about this in the present tense. So even if you choose the option when you're booking your own flight, it's unlikely you'll be able to view the other passengers' profiles. Can you imagine being the one guy who signed up for that? Just like forever alone. The only customer review I've been able to dig up on the meet and seat concerns two guys who decided to hook up on the plane for a quick chat. Okay, I'm glad they weren't hooking up for something else. Mile High Club. After discovering that they shared similar hobbies. What are hobbies of losers? After just a few seconds, the flight attendants asked them both to return to their seats of their own accord because of the risk of conspiring on the flight. This is in quotes. Wait, what does that even mean? Can that actually happen? Okay, I found the review. It says, a Flyer Talk member, I used it with my LinkedIn profile without any effect except for once. I once met another FF Platt. I have no idea what that means. I assume this is like people who fly regularly talk. But before we could get comfortable talking, we were sent back to our seats, otherwise we would be conspiring. Another one of those American viruses caught. I have no idea what that means. I don't understand how they could be conspiring. That's super weird. Although KLM is rightly considered to be a hugely successful and pioneering airline, it's maybe time for them to delete the meet and seat. How does this still exist? No one uses it. It's crazy. It's creepy. Stop it, KLM. Don't be weird. Pet Airways. Why should your furry friends get shoved in the cargo while you get the comfiest recliner seat and the catering service? Controversial statement. I don't know. I'm a f***ing human and they're not. The idea for Pet Airways was cooked up. Oh my god. One of the most accidentally controversial things I've ever said was on Twitter where I somehow said that dogs are less deserving than humans in some life way. And I'm like, I just didn't understand. People love dogs. Apparently that's a super controversial statement. Why is it so wrong that I value human lives higher than that of lower forms of life? And people are gonna have a go at me for calling animals lower forms of life. Guess what? They are. The idea for Pet Airways was cooked up by Dan Weissel and Alyssa? Is that how you spell Alyssa? A-L-Y-S-A. How about that, Alyssa Binder, while they were running into the usual headache of organizing a trip with their pet dog. Launched in 2009, Pet Airways became the world's first airline designed exclusively for the transportation of pets. I don't even want to say it. Passengers. Makes me feel ill. Flew in a pet-friendly main cabin rather than with the luggage. You checked in your four-leg friends at the special pet lounges in each airport and you could later track their... This is the worst thing I've ever heard of. I like animals.
I'll try and do the same.
But this is absurd.
So I guess you have a choice. You want a war?
You could later track their progress on the journey via a live tracking website. The airline staff, who were human for legal reasons, would give all the pets a pre-boarding walk and pre-boarding bathroom trip before guiding the animals onto the plane, where they would be checked every 15 minutes by trained attendants. Whether this all sounds ridiculous or just deliciously sweet may depend on how much you love your animals. It's both at the same time. It's very, very cute, but it's also very, very ridiculous. It may also depend on your bank balance, as the fares for your dog could reach up to $1,200. You better be going to the bloody moon. I have to say I adored the idea, particularly as the airline had drawn up plans for a shelter pet relocation program which was intended to save the lives of homeless pets by flying them to cities where demand was higher for adoption. That's great. I'm all for flying shelter animals where they need to go. But the reality is, this is going to be a way more expensive way to fly them. So why not just fly them in the kennel, under or whatever, the animal area of the plane, just put them in there, then you could do 10 times as many and save 10 times as many lives, right? Sadly, or not, Pet Airways closed just a couple of years later in 2011 after running into financial difficulties. However, the social media channels are still regularly updated and the website is actively seeking new customers. So, passengers could well be taking to the skies again in the near future. Baltia Airlines. Finally, here is my top choice for the most ridiculous airline of all time. Baltia Airlines was founded by Igor Dmitrievsky in 1989 as an American publicly traded corporation who were on a mission to fly their passengers from New York City to the then Soviet Union. Nearly 30 years later, the company changed the name to US Global Airways. Is that an oxymoron? To be England Global, United States Global. It's like, yeah, country and the world. So what was ridiculous about them? Well, it wasn't anything to do with them flying pets or smokers or social media stalkers or Hooters girls. No, it's just the small matter of them having never managed to get a single flight off the ground in 30 years. The main sticking point has been the airline's struggle to get official certification from the Federal Aviation Administration. Baltia did briefly get authorization to operate flights from New York City to St. Petersburg in 1996, but back then it had no capital to buy aircrafts or run flights. Kind of essential for running your business, guys.
Why did you get a license before you got money?
They didn't have any money, so their license was revoked. After over 10 years of hand-wringing and poor business decisions, the airline again received approval to fly from New York to St. Petersburg in 2007, and this time they had a bit more capital behind the business. They're going to be really disappointed when they realize, oh yeah, we wanted to fly people to the Soviet Union. That doesn't exist anymore. This time, though, they had some capital behind the business. Good. They blew quite a bit of the budget on a big, shiny Boeing 747-200, which used to belong to Pakistan National Airlines. The only slight problem is that the aircraft didn't come with any engines. They bought another Boeing 747-200 in 2011, this time with an engine, I hope more than one. And then they went to the trouble of giving it a fresh lick of paint. But both aircraft were just left hanging around to rot and were ultimately sent to the scrapyard for a reported loss of $1.6 million. If you only lost $1.6 million, that was an incredibly cheap plane. Because I know those Boeing 747s are not cheap. Following Dmitrovsky's death, the company rebranded itself as US Global Airways in 2017. But despite taking nearly 30 years to get it right, the company has still managed to fail the most recent certification tests. Well, yeah, do they have any planes? If you're hoping to take a flight with US Global Airways in the near future, then stick around for a while. The company's efforts are still ongoing. But just give up! It's been 30 years. The country you wanted to fly to doesn't exist anymore. But with no planes to fly at the moment and a track record of failing certifications 7 times, well, yeah, the guy shows up. Where are the planes? No planes, you fail. It'd be probably quicker for you to make the journey on foot. Yeah, 30 years. I could walk around the world in 30 years, no doubt. This has been Business Blaze, brought to you, not brought to you, but I feel businessy in my seat. Business Blaze suggestions below. Thank you for watching. Thumbs up, subscribe, all that stuff. Doesn't work. Hello everybody, welcome back to Business Blaze. In this one today, are free-range eggs actually all they're cracked up to be? Very clever title. This was written by Danny. Thank you, Danny, for putting it together, and let's jump in. I'm sure that shopping for eggs never used to be as complicated as this. Walking down the dairy aisle today, you're immediately assaulted with an onslaught of different egg labels, most of which seem determined to convince you that the eggs inside these cartons were produced by the happiest birds that ever roamed the earth. Free-range eggs, organic eggs, cage-free eggs, humane choice eggs, pasture-raised eggs, happy eggs, rolling around on the floor in hysterical laughter eggs. It's all there. I like no free-range and organic. I don't know any of these other ones. Like, is humane choice really a type of egg? But what do terms like free-range and organic really mean? In my mind, and let's just say at the beginning of this video, I'm thinking that free range means they get to roam around outside. Organic means they only eat organic stuff. Maybe, not entirely sure. I'm probably ready to be proven wrong. Most of us haven't got any personal grudges against chicken, and we instinctively like the idea of bird-kind products. I do. But when I see the price of, I will go free range, I will buy the free range eggs, because I'm like, oh, it's nice that they go around outside. I don't really care what they eat. That doesn't matter to me. I like the idea of them ranging around and it's not that much more expensive. But then you get the really expensive eggs, like probably these humane choice eggs where they're living in the forests and eating only magical oats or whatever. That is expensive. Some of us might like to believe that free-range eggs are produced by completely carefree chickens pleasantly mooching about the countryside as they soak up the natural splendor of being alive. That's what I like to think, but I know that's not what's happening. A lot of the pastoral packaging of free-range eggs tends to convey this sunny impression. More cynical folk might suggest that it's all just a marketing con to reassure customers that they're being nice to animals when, in fact, most of the world's eggs are produced by chickens and hens still living in utterly savage and barbaric conditions. The truth of the matter is a little bit more complicated, and much depends on whereabout in the world you live. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess here that in Europe it's a little bit better than the US. I read a book a few years ago, I can't remember what it was called, but it was just talking about how animals it's pretty if I was a chicken, they were like, do you want to live in the US or the European Union? I'd be like, European Union, please. America's scary for animals. And that absolutely just earned me a few dislikes. But before we drill down to the details, let's just get a few pretty basic points out of the way. With billions of eggs getting hatched every year around the world, it's reasonable to assume that this sort of mass production couldn't ever be achieved without disrupting the lives and the comfort of a great deal of chickens. It's not really super surprising. It's unlikely that the majority of birds are ever going to be destined for an idyllic, easy ride in the industry. However, the world seems to generally be moving in a kind of direction and away from the battery chicken-starved production in which thousands of birds are cramped together in appalling conditions under which they don't even have enough room to spread their wings. It'd be like, can you imagine being a chicken? You're in a cage and you're like, oh man, this sucks. I got these wings, but this cage is in the way. I can't ever use them. And then they'll be like, okay, great, go outside. Like, now you're a free-range chicken. You're like, finally, I can fly. Doesn't work. Record chicken flight was like 13 seconds. But of course, this still goes on in many countries, battery-style chickens that is, and we're moving at a far slower pace than many would like. Sadly, America is lagging behind compared to most of the Western world. That book was right. But before we move into the States, let's take a quick look at the European Union's definition of free-range eggs. I hope it's just that they get to roam around. That's what I'm looking for. The good news is that it does mean something of genuine value, and EU countries can't get away with sticking a small window in a congested barn and then legally labeling their eggs as free-range. The EU marketing legislation states that free-range hens must have continuous daytime access to open-air runs which are largely covered with vegetation. That sounds really quite nice. That does kind of sound like the pictures. I mean, I'm sure there's like a million of them together and they're like bumping into each other, but it does sound pretty nice. The maximum stocking density of these outdoor runs is about 2,500 birds per hectare. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure on the units of measurement, but I'm reliably informed, maybe by Google, that a hectare is 10,000 square meters. It's a bit bigger than a football pitch, and it's about the same size as an international rugby union field. Wonderful. I have no idea how big it is. I used to play rugby as a kid. I mean, I was absolutely forced to do it. They were like, hey Simon, you want to play rugby? I'm like, no. Well, like, you're 13. You got to go out in the cold and play rugby. Sucked. So I do know how big that is, but a football field. It's as big as a football field. I think a soccer pitch for you Americans is about the same as an American football pitch. I hope. Who cares? 2,500 birds may sound like a lot, but they do get quite a bit of room to move around and freely roam and strut their stuff. It's certainly a vast improvement on being shoved into an overcrowded cage for the whole of their natural lives. The EU legislation also stipulates that free-range hens should be provided with nest boxes, adequate perches, and plenty of litter for scratching and dust bathing. What is dust? Dust bathing, also called sand bathing, is an animal behavior characterized by rolling or moving around in the dust or earth or sand with the likely purpose of removing parasites from the fur, feathers, or skin. It's a maintenance behavior. It's kind of like we take a bath, except we do it, like people. In water. You actually was like, yeah, there's a big water shortage, we're just gonna have to bathe in sand. So it sounds like a good deal for the birds. Well, it's certainly better than most, but it's certainly not quite chicken paradise. We all know that hens have a natural pecking order, which is usually determined by, well, pecking at each other. That's where it comes from. This is fine in smaller groups, but when 2,500 birds are constantly pecking each other to bits, it can obviously develop into a serious problem. I also believe, and I'm just gonna check this, that chickens go crazy for the sight of blood. That might just be an urban legend, so let's just look it up. Most chickens are opportunistic in their cannibalism. Oh my. They only attack when they see another chicken is bleeding. They go after that chicken. This is what comes up. They've made special glasses for chickens so they don't attack each other when they see blood. That is weird. Yeah, so I mean, if they peck at each other, it's a bit of a problem because they might cause one to bleed and then all the chickens are like, F it, we'll eat him. The unfortunate solution to this is to trim the beaks of the birds, a painful procedure usually carried out without any anesthetic. Beak trimming or debeaking is already banned in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Norway, and the Australian Capital Territory. Okay. Is that just regular Australia? And it's currently being phased out in Germany. So it's everywhere else. That is a procedure which is still deemed perfectly acceptable for the production of free-range eggs in most EU countries. The EU definition of organic eggs is a slight step up from free-range eggs, although it largely relates to the diet of the birds. Okay, I was kind of right. Like I guessed right. Organic, and I spoiled the whole of Danny's wonderful script. Organic hens tend to get a few extra perks thrown into the deal, such as increased perch space and a bigger indoor area. But here's where the definitions sometimes get lost in translation, as free-range and organic have slightly different meanings in America. The United States Department of Agriculture states that free-range birds only need to have access to the outdoors, but there are no regulations in place as to the quality or size of the outdoor area, nor even the duration of the time that the hen should have access. Like, if I'm the head of a corporation, and I'm like, we gotta make as much money as possible, because that's what companies do, they're not ethical, they're not alive, They're just designed to chase profits and be like, so how do we do this? Well, what we'll do is we'll put a tiny little space where they can go outside, and then we'll let like 1 million of them fight over getting out there. Free range, baby! So in other words, if an American chicken is given 10 seconds a day to strut around on a few inches of concrete, but then spends the rest of the day restricted to a busy barn, its eggs can legally be sold as free range in the United States. The wording may not sound a million miles away from the EU legislation, but the outcome makes for a world of difference. However, the US version of organic eggs is perhaps a little closer to the EU definition of free range eggs. The USDA requirements for organic eggs so that the chickens must be fed only organic feed and that only natural molting is allowed to occur. Unlike in most commercial operations, molting is artificially induced to extend the productivity of laying chickens. Perhaps most significantly, though, organic hens must have access to a proper outdoor area, such as a pen or an enclosed yard. Unlike US free-range hens, which could just have access to a tiny patch of cement. Okay, so essentially the guy I made up who was head of that corporation being like, yeah, we'll just give them a little patch. That's actually what happens. Again, you're a chicken. Where do you want to live? So in America, it has to be stated that free-range eggs are more of a marketing ploy than in Europe, where the term does at least carry some weight. But it could also be argued that there's simply less customer demand for free-range eggs in the US. Around 44% of eggs produced in the UK are free-range compared to about 5% in America. People are price-driven. How can we get more for our money? So where does this leave us when we're next scratching our heads in the dairy aisle? Well, labels such as cage-free and barn rimming and happy eggs don't really mean a great deal anywhere in the world, other than the birds are confined to an overcrowded barn instead of an overcrowded cage. Yeah, happy eggs just sounds like marketing. Like, yeah, well, we've got the birds, they're in a cage. They can't even interact with other birds. They just out eggs. What should we call them? Happy eggs. Happy eggs. Happy because we're making loads of money. Free range is close to worthless in America, but is of a bit more value in Europe, where birds genuinely have more freedom, but depending on your country may also be subjected to questionable procedures like the beak chopping thing. Organic eggs are generally your kindest choice across the world, but it has to be said that they come with the most expensive price tag due to the higher costs involved in organic production. One slice of advice is to familiarize yourself with any other official certifications or labeling specific to your country. For example, any carton of organic eggs in the UK, stamped with Soil Association, confirms that as well as meeting the EU standards for organic egg production, the chickens are also kept in smaller flocks with no painful beak trimming procedures. So Soil Association eggs are the kindest commercial eggs you can buy in the UK without a doubt, and yes, they're probably the most expensive. It gets crazy. They get really expensive. And like, not just for eggs, but chickens. Like, the difference in price between like a cheap chicken of what? £3 and an expensive one of like 14. It's wild. And I do feel this is something that the population is generally more concerned with when the economy is really good. Like in a recession, I feel there's a lot less demand for like 14-pound chickens or like £5 6-packs of eggs. But whatever the labeling, if you're really bothered about the welfare of chickens, your best bet is to not support the commercial industry and stop buying them from your supermarket. The birds are always destined to go through some form of ordeal, and they'll always be pushed to exhaustion and shorter lifespans by laying a lot of eggs than they normally ever would in the wild. But if you really can't stop yourself from buying commercial eggs, try to go organic and check your local certification and labeling, or just buy chocolate eggs, they're nicer anyway, but ideally organic chocolate eggs. Thank you, Danny. No bonus facts today. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Danny, for putting this one together. Appreciate it. This was interesting. I kind of feel that this really sums it up really nicely. If you're feeling ethical, buy your organic eggs. If you can't afford the organic eggs, it's okay. I buy the free-range ones, I don't buy the organic ones. I'm somewhere in the middle of doing the right thing. This has been Business Players Suggestions. Below, please smash that like button if you enjoyed this video. Subscribe, why not? And I'll see you next time. Prepare my throne! And these 4 dudes like with the things on the shoulders. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Plays. I heard that climbing Mount Everest was super crazy expensive. I asked Danny to write us a script about that, so we're gonna find out all about it today. Let's jump into it. Imagine taking that bold step onto the summit of Mount Everest. The snow crunches under your boots as you take that triumphant tiptoe onto the roof of the world and survey the tranquil vista of mountain ranges stretching in every direction. Far removed from the rest of civilization, thousands of feet below you, this is a moment moment shared only between you and the mighty mountain you've conquered. Well, this is probably how it used to feel a few decades ago. Nowadays, it's more likely to feel like you're standing in a queue for the toilets at an overcrowded music festival. It's reached the point where I've often thought about opening up a hot dog stand at the top of Earth's highest mountain. I did actually hear this. I heard that Mount Everest has just got like, you're up there, and you're up there with like a million other people, all just in a line. It's like, yay, I'm at the top, and then you go back down. Yay, I'm at the top. Instagram moment at the top of the world. I read, I'm not entirely, maybe Danny will get into it, but I read that you can actually get internet reception at the top now. My friends tell me there would be logistical problems in frying sausages at an altitude of nearly 30,000 feet, but I still reckon I would make good money if I could thrash out the potential teething issues. I think you can't cook so high up because things can't get hot enough, right? Because the pressure's not high enough. I mean, that's just boiling water. Who knows? The exact height of Mount Everest is 29,029 feet, or 8,848 meters. Located on the border between Nepal and Tibet in the Himalayas, the tallest mountain in the world is not necessarily the toughest mountain in the world to climb. That title would probably go to either K2 on the China-Pakistan border or to Annapurna 1 in Nepal, but Mount Everest is definitely in the top 10. It's not simply a stroll up a steep hill. The mountain was first officially conquered in 1953 by Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norway of the British Mount Everest expedition, and the decades that followed saw very little other action on the supremely challenging peak. It's incredible, like no one had been up there until 1953. That just like is a real statement of how difficult this mountain was to get up. Like, it took, we knew it was tall. I'm sure many people tried to get up it. No one succeeded until 60 years ago. We had built planes before we managed to climb this mountain. Throughout the whole of the 1970s, only 78 people made the epic climb. This all changed in the 1990s when taking a trip up Mount Everest suddenly developed into a popular commercial venture. It's now reached the point where almost 1,000 people a year are snapping up deals with guide organizations to make the jolly trip. It no longer appears to be the exclusive domain of the seasoned explorer and mountaineer. Instead, it's become something to cross off your bucket list or, get an Instagram photo. And like 1,000 people a year is a lot, and I bet they're all rich. Which begs the question, can absolutely anyone just climb up Mount Everest these days? Well, firstly, if you were thinking of just turning up on your own one morning with a good pair of boots, a flask of orange juice, and boundless thirst for adventure, then you won't get very far. The very least you'll need is a climbing permit issued by either the Chinese or Nepalese authorities, depending on which side of the mountain you're intending to climb, and this alone costs thousands of dollars. That's no equipment, nothing like that, just literally permission from the government to go up the mountain is thousands of dollars. So there are these two main routes to the summit, and debate rages over which side is the most practical and which is the most treacherous. The Nepal side, or southeast route, is by far the most popular tourist climber, and it's here where most of the commercial guide services have taken off. Over on the Tibetan side, or the North Ridge route, the Chinese government are already slapping tight restrictions on climbing expeditions, slashing the number of climbing permits issued every year, and pricing the whole thing out of the pockets of all but the fabulously wealthy. In other words, if you're an inexperienced climber looking to conquer Everest, you'll almost certainly set off from Nepal, but either way, you're going to need an official permit, which costs a minimum of $11,000. Holy shit. Like you said, a few thousand, 11,000s. Yeah, you could have money. And then all of the extra shit and plane tickets and all of that jazz. Woo! Any attempt to climb the mountain without one will mean that you won't get rescued when you hit trouble. You'd be like, no, I don't need to pay that £11,000. I'll be totally fine. What could possibly go wrong? And then it's like you get stuck on the mountain, you're like, please rescue me. So essentially, it's like a really expensive insurance policy, but you're doing something quite dangerous. You'll also find yourself in serious legal hot water, and you could risk a lengthy prison sentence. You might even be on the receiving end of the commonly reported vigilante action from the guides or Sherpas who patrol the foot of the mountain looking for reckless idiots who don't bother getting a permit. I wonder what their do you get beaten up by Nepalese Sherpas if you try to climb the mountain? Okay, so let's talk money. Even if you attempted the more tourist-friendly and cheaper route from Nepal, you're still likely to need a pretty fat bank account. The average cost of an expedition by a guide service is around $45,000 in total. This may seem like a lot, it does, but the money gets spent wisely. It covers the permit, the Sherpa guide fees, climbing gear, vital supplies, and performance-enhancing drug. At least you get something good for your money. I remember when it was on Top Gear, right, where they drive those cars to the top of the mountain, and they take Viagra because apparently it works it does something so you can help deal with high altitudes or something. It also includes vital oxygen bottles, which cost around $500 a piece on their own. And you need at least 5 or 6 of these to have a good chance of making it back down alive. So it seems like, yeah, you can climb it on the cheap, but you'll die, and you'll get into big trouble, and then they won't rescue you because you didn't buy a helmet. Apparently you can go economy and find a deal for as little as $20,000. That does not qualify as economy, Danny. But this might include skimping on crucial essentials like oxygen. Not generally recommended, as only 3% of climbers manage to reach the summit without extra oxygen bottles, and 40% of fatalities are blamed on lack of oxygen. I think that Norgay and Hillary, they made it up without oxygen, I think. It probably was before that, right? On the whole, when you're planning one of the most dangerous expeditions that it's possible for a human being to take, and one which has already claimed more than 300 lives, this is probably not the best time to save a few quid here and there. Going to the other extreme, you can pay as much as $200,000 for a luxury VIP experience. They better bloody be carrying me up for $200,000. It'd be like, prepare my throne. And these 4 dudes with the things on the shoulders. You don't exactly get carried up the mountain off a 4-poster bed. It's still a tough ordeal. I feel like for $200,000, I kind of should be maybe there's you know those things that that parents have when there's the baby in the back, in the backpack. I feel like I'd need one of these. But you do get a lot of help along the way, with a whole team of Sherpas carrying every bit of equipment for you, including a whole banquet of extra oxygen bottles, and they'll also prepare all your meals and ensure that you have plenty of bandwidth for your Instagram posts. I don't think he's joking. I think you can get Instagram, you can get internet up on the top of Everest. It's time to check my facts. Found an article from Vice. How to use the internet on the summit of Everest. Yeah, you could use a sat phone. They have internet. Oh wow, this is about a guy who actually climbed Everest. You shouldn't be watching this video. You should read this Vice article. Oh, it's really long though. Okay, it seems you can't quite get it at the summit of Everest, but you can get it around and near to the top. And apparently they do use it for the useful purpose of checking the weather reports and stuff. Before they only could use sat phones. But then if you're spending, let's say you're spending $200,000 to go up Everest, in the most luxury way possible. Satellite phones are ridiculously expensive, and using the internet on a satellite phone is insane. But you're rich, and you absolutely can do it. So you could Instagram from the top of Everest. All the useful things in life. But whichever package you choose, it's fair to say that you're not going to get a chance to attempt the climb unless you've got some serious money to spend. Yeah, even on the lower end, 20 grand. But assuming for a moment that, like Simon, you've got a big pot of money to burn, what about rules and regulations? Jesus, I don't know, I would really bulk at 45. 20 feels okay, it's a big experience, climbing Everest. I wouldn't pay 45, I definitely wouldn't pay 200, and I wouldn't pay 20, to be fair. I'm not gonna pay 20 grand. There's better things to spend 20 grand on. Climbing up Everest 20 years ago might have been cool. But now it's kind of yeah, everyone knows it's easy. Or not easy, but I think people do even think it's easy. So it's not even cool anymore. Is it perfectly legal for just about anyone to buy an expedition to climb Mount Everest? Surprisingly, the answer at the moment is pretty much yes. You don't need to pass any sort of medical or fitness exam, and you don't even need any proven experience or training. You just need a fistful of cold, hard cash to persuade some less scrupulous guide services to help you get up the summit. There's been much talk and speculation about tightening up regulations a little. As recently as 2019, the Nepal authorities have put forward a series of proposals which may or may not get approved at some point in the future. These include a strict age limit of between 18 and 75. How is that a strict age limit? How old? You have to be an adult and not really old. And imposing a ban on solo climbers, blind climbers, or double amputee climbers? Double amputee climbing of Mount Everest, absolute hero. Believe it or not, both blind and double amputee climbers have conquered the summit in the past with a little help. In fact, when I was at school, we had a talk. Every Friday afternoon, I think someone interesting would come in and give a talk, and one of them was, I think it was a guy who was a quadruple amputee, or maybe it was just a double amputee, he was missing both of his legs. He'd climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, and one of my friends had gone to climb Mount Kilimanjaro the year before, and he hadn't made it up to the top, and the guy with no legs was talking about how, because there's, with Everest, there's a tourist route, and there's a non-tourist route, and this guy who was missing both his legs was yeah, we went up the non-tourist route, because, anyone can climb up the tourist route. It's hey Mike, I was climbing Kilimanjaro. More significantly, the new proposals include potential climbers having to prove that they have climbed a peak of at least 6,500 meters before being allowed anyone near the foot of the highest mountain in the world, which would clearly limit expeditions to experienced climbers only, because 6,500 meters is high. Whether these proposals ever get passed into law remains to be seen. Nepal is an impoverished nation and may be reluctant to pass any new stifling restrictions on an industry which is currently generating big money from tourists. Yeah, it's got to be good to have Everest in your country because you got 1,000 people climbing up that every year and you're charging 11 grand for the permit alone, not to mention all of the tourist dollars that are coming in anyway. It's like $11 million. That's good money. But as things stand right now, a 120-year-old blind double amputee with no climbing experience or training of any kind with an intense phobia of snow can legally buy a permit to make a solo trip up the mountain. I'd like to think that someone somewhere might make an intervention at some point, but it's legally acceptable on paper. That's pretty crazy, but I get it, it's business. Like, you can sell someone the permit, they can try and get up it, like, knowing full well they're gonna make it to like the first way station up the mountain and then turn around, and you still make your 11 grand. I'll be like, okay. However, let's look again at the wording of my original question. If I was asking if anyone could buy and attempt to climb Mount Everest, the answer is absolutely a resounding yes. But if I was asking could anyone successfully climb Mount Everest, the answer is a resounding no. This is most definitely not an expedition for everyone. Speaking as someone who gets a bit out of breath when walking up the hill to the shops for a pint of milk, it's definitely not for me. For Danny, I could do it. I could do it no problem. I'm fighting fit. Not really. I think I mentioned it in a video previously about gyms. The last time I went to the gym was like 6 years ago. You need to be at the absolute peak of your physical condition. You'll be dealing with 100-mile-an-hour winds, minus 30-degree temperatures, and 8,849 meter ice falls. You'll be fighting frostbite, avalanches, and altitude sickness, as well as fighting for breath. Yeah, what was that movie they made a few years ago about those people who got stuck on Everest? That was intense. That was like back when it was serious. The whole experience was once described a bit like running a marathon every day for a month, but with someone covering your mouth and nose so you can't breathe. On top of that, you'll also need a lot of good luck and keep your frost-bitten fingers crossed that the conditions go your way. Professional marathon runners have failed to climb on multiple occasions due to adverse conditions, whereas less fit people manage to make it all the way to the top. And that's the thing, like, if the conditions are not good the day that you're supposed to climb and then they don't get better, you're out your 45 grand. And that's like, you just gotta come back next year and try again and pay again. It's not great. And then it's like, I did make it. That would suck. Paid 45 grand and you can't even take that Instagram picture at the top. Much of the outcome relies on chance, but you'll obviously stand a much better chance if you're fully prepared for one of the most challenging tests of endurance you're ever likely to undertake in your life. Hundreds of people may have conquered Mount Everest, but hundreds more never get past base camp. So, in conclusion, yes, anyone with a lot of spare cash can currently make a legal attempt to climb Mount Everest, but whether they'd have a snowball chance in hells of making it to the top is a completely different story. Good news, bonus facts, slightly morbid bonus facts, I'm betting this has got something to do with the bodies on Everest. The first recorded deaths claimed by Mount Everest were of 7 porters who perished during an avalanche in a failed 1922 expedition. Since then, more than 300 people have died before reaching the summit. Over 250 bodies remain perfectly preserved on the mountain as they are too dangerous or downright impossible to remove, giving Mount Everest the official title of the world's largest open-air graveyard. I think also the dead bodies in colorful clothes, they act as like markers on the way up because, you know, it's all really white. And they'd be like, oh yeah, there's the body with the green boots. He's like halfway up or whatever. And it's like, you need to go past him. And then, you know, at the guy with the purple shirt, take a left. We seem to be hearing more and more tragic news about stories who have died during attempts to climb Everest. And this is naturally because more and more people are making the attempt. But the actual death rate is actually shrinking. Since first conquered in 1953, around 4% of climbers have died trying to climb the mountain. But this has fallen to 2% in the last decade and is fast approaching 1%. Okay, that's really small. A small chance of death. Even 4% is not bad. In comparison, the total death rate for people attempting to climb Annapurna 1, which is the hardest mountain in the world, is 25%. So, like, you attempt to climb that mountain, 1 in 4 chance that you're gonna die. You go with 4 mates, 1 of you is gonna die. Actually, more likely that all 4 of you will die, or like, there's a 25% chance that all of you'll die than like 1 of you dies because, you know, you'll get caught in an avalanche or whatever. To end on a slightly more upbeat note, we've been pronouncing it wrong all these years. Really? The naming of Mount Everest is a bit of an embarrassing mess. Although it was already known by different local names by the Tibetans and the Nepalese, it was officially named Mount Everest in 1856 in honor of British surveyor George Everest, a man who never saw the mountain, let alone climbed it. Classic British. Let's go to a country and rename To make matters worse, the name actually ended up getting pronounced wrong. Anyway, George Everest's surname was actually pronounced Everest. There you go, so it should be Mount Everest. That was this episode of Business Plays. Now you know you can go climb Mount Everest if you got 45 grand. Or 20 grand if you're feeling cheap and risky, or 200 grand if you want to basically be carried up. This has been it. I feel like this used to appeal to me a lot more, the idea of climbing Mount Everest, something I could do in my life, but now it's kind of just turned into a bit of a tourist affair. What do you feel like is the new equivalent of climbing Mount Everest? Is there like one of those things that is like, wow, you know, still a challenge? Let me know in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Suggestions for business plays, also leave them in the comments. We'll get Danny to write us something up and make a video on it. And as always, smash that like button. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Play. This is the worst mask. I can't even see anything. I've got these tiny two eyes. They do nothing.
I don't know if you could hear me, but this is the worst mask ever. You're supposed to look out of these ridiculous tiny holes. If you have no idea what is going on and why I'm wearing that mask, well, you're not an OG to this channel. For everyone who gets the joke, welcome back to Business Plays. I made a video where I said if it got 1,000 likes, I would buy a weird zebra mask we were talking about. Yeah, 1,000 likes seemed quite difficult. And then for some reason, the YouTube algorithm was like, hello Business Plays, take all these views. And had to get a weird zebra mask. Welcome back to Business Plays. I am your host, Simon. Danny is our writer. He put together today's script. I cut myself shaving. So, just to preempt the thousands of comments, why does Simon have a plaster on his head? Because I have to shave my head, and I cut it really badly shaving this morning. It was bloody. This is, I believe, a suggestion from one of you guys, but I didn't write it down. I can't find it. I'm really sorry whoever suggested this, but thank you. I'd love to give you credit, but I lost it. This is called Movies on Vinyl, Selection Discs, Selectavision Video Discs, name, and 3 other chunks of weird tech that history forgot. Let's crack on. The dustbins of history are overflowing with piles of innovative technology that never quite caught fire in the way that the manufacturer hoped. Take the Betamax video recorder, for example. This was something everyone's heard of Betamax. I feel like this is one of the most done stories ever, so good news, this video isn't about Betamax, because everyone knows how that story ends. Despite its pioneering success as one of the first affordable video recorders to hit the market in the 1970s, it is now widely regarded as a massive flop after losing the video format war with VHS in the 1980s. Betamax videos were already on their way out when my dad popped into the shops to buy our first family video recorder. I was only a young kid at the time, but I want him not to buy a Betamax, and everyone at school was claiming that it would soon be dead as a dodo. So my dad came back with a Betamax, and we were stuck with the damn thing for years. The Betamax's reputation as a loser is perhaps just a little unfair, as it was actually quite successful for the best part of a decade, and Sony was still producing Betamax video cassettes right up until the year 2016? After 41 years of continuous production? Which begs the question, who on earth was still buying them? It really does. What on earth was the last Betamax movie released? I gotta know. 2016. Every article is like, wait, Betamax isn't dead? That's a sexy piece of technology. Oh, it seems to be it's just like, you know, blank tapes so people can record stuff onto Betamax players if they want. But in this video, we're taking a look at some of the less famous chunks of technology which were meant to change the world but ended up becoming almost completely forgotten. Movies on vinyl. This was the inspiration. Long before movie streaming, before Blu-ray, before DVD, and before even VHS, tech companies were looking at ways of getting affordable film players into your home. The first DVD I owned was The Matrix, and it cost like £17, which was an outrageous amount of money back in the day. And we didn't have a DVD player at home, so we had to watch it in the computer. And I remember sitting there on like a super uncomfortable computer chair watching The Matrix, and then I was like, ooh, DVD, so I'd have my friends around and we'd watch The Matrix on the computer, and it was just experience because you're just like, why aren't we in the lounge? And then before that, I remember we had a VHS player, which was great. And I remember a friend of mine who was like, dude, I got a copy of The Lion King. We were like 12, and he was very excited, so we put it in, and it turns out to be like an early pirate copy of The Lion King. And it's like being filmed in the cinema, but it's like a busy cinema. So it's like, you know, those cams that used to get on pirate sites or whatever, where there's like people walking past and we're watching The Lion King. It's terrible quality. And whenever the lion's like roaring on the screen, the kids in the audience like, rah! Back in 1964, the American electronics giant RCA first started looking into the idea of developing a home system that could hook up to your TV set and play back films on a vinyl format. I don't know if I need to say this, because I feel like people pointing this out is just a meme, but vinyl's that big black disc that people used to play in the past, and DJs use, and some hipsters have. It took them a long time to get there. Originally slated for a 1977 release, the Capacitance electronic disc player, marketed under RCA's Selectavision brand, which became the name often used to describe the player itself, finally hit the stores in 1981. Jesus Christ, RCA, learn to name. This might conjure up mental images of manually dropping a stylus onto a record and then settling back onto the sofa to watch Gone with the Wind. That would be kinda cool, but it wasn't quite like that, although the method is very similar. The CED discs, or video discs, were the same size as a record, although the look and feel was similar to that of a giant CD, as the vinyl was coated with a thin layer of metal. This kind of reminds me of laser discs. You guys know laser discs? I'd never seen one. I never had one, but I think we did a video about them somewhere else. They're like giant CDs. Yeah, like look at the size of that. The discs were given a big dollop of silicone lubricant to help protect both the disc grooves and the very fragile stylus on the Selectavision player. The Selectavision systems itself looked a bit like a chunky video recorder. Unless you took the system to bits, you'd never even see the stylus hidden deep inside, which contained a sliver of metal to create a circuit with the discs. You simply inserted the big disc into the slot as if you were using a DVD player and let the system do its automated magic. But isn't this thing absolutely huge? Like, junk! So if anyone's familiar with like a mini disc, it looks like a mini disc, except it's absolutely massive, so it's like a maxi disc. This does look pretty futuristic. That even looks like a flat screen TV. Like widescreen as well. The discs themselves were originally intended to be packaged in cardboard sleeves, just like a traditional vinyl record. However, it was quickly discovered that even the tiniest speck of dust hitting the disc would create a serious playback problem. So to protect the discs completely, they were housed in a caddy format, just like a mini disc. You would shove the whole thing into the Selectavision player, which would then extract or replace the disc without it ever touching your hands. Oh, wow, so they have to, like, it goes into the machine, then the machine has to take out the disc itself? It can't, like, read through the caddy like a floppy disk, I guess? The very first film to be released on video disc was that often overlooked cinematic masterpiece, Race for Your Life, Charlie Brown, and over 1,700 titles were released before Selectavision was finally pulled in 1984. I've never heard of Race for Your Life, Charlie Brown. I'm not sure if Danny's being sarcastic. Is Danny being sarcastic? Let me know in the comments. There were certainly problems with the format. Each side of the disc could only contain about 60 minutes of film, so you'd have to flip over halfway through the film, just as you would a normal record. Yeah, and like, I think this was the problem with Betamax as well. You had to change the disc halfway through. Also, like the flipping over the record and stuff, I just feel like all these hipsters, they have these record players. Who isn't going home and plugging in their phone or just Bluetoothing to the speakers? I think it's just, you know, yeah, records, they're nice decoration, but they're not practical at all. Any films over 2.5 hours in length would obviously have to be expensive multi-disc releases, although quite often the film would instead be ruthlessly trimmed down to fit the space-limited format. Disc deterioration was another problem. The quality would drop with every play, and RCA reported that you were only ever likely to get 500 plays from each film, which is fine. Who's watching a film more than 500 times? Although, the degradation's gonna be pretty bad, so it's like, yeah, you can get like 500 plays, definitely. And in the last play, it's just like, wait, I know what people would be playing 500 times. And there'd be certain sections of that disc which would be much more worn down than others. Big hint, the intro scenes wouldn't be that watched. This explains why many secondhand video discs on the market today are sadly of appalling quality. It wasn't built a format that was built to last. You can really buy these today. I sense a like challenge coming on, but first I want to make sure these things are not outrageously expensive. The one from the United Kingdom is a movie called Holocaust. Awesome. Okay, I gotta look European Union only because it's fine to ship it from the United States, but customs is a massive hassle. They're like, what is this? It's a Selectavision player. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find any Selectavision players. There are a few Selectavision discs, but no Selectavision player. So if anyone's got an idea of where I can buy a Selectavision player, actually, I don't know why I'm saying this, I don't want to get into this mess. But perhaps the biggest problem of all was the amount of time it took RCA to develop the Selectavision format and get it onto the market. It was about 17 years. It perhaps had some potential to take off in the 1970s, but by the time it finally landed in 1981, the slightly clumsy format had already been superseded by Laserdisc, there it is, and the growing popularity of much more practical video cassettes. The time spent on developing the project and the subsequent disappointing sales are estimated to have cost RCA about $600 million, which is a lot more in today's money. Next up, the Betamovie. Sounds like a really movie about wolves or incels. Although we may have already kicked Sony Betamax's video recorder right in the clunky top-loading mechanism, let's quickly pause to reflect that Sony also made a bit of a balls up at around about the same time with the Betamovie, one of the world's first camcorders to hit the shops. Betamovie sounds like a movie player, it doesn't sound like a recorder. Early examples of video camera recorders emerged from 1980 onwards, but they were quite frankly ridiculously cumbersome beasts. The video camera and the VCR recorder were split into two separate devices, so obviously you'd hold onto the camera in the hand while bearing the weight of the separate VCR recorder on a shoulder strap. Oh, it's a nice idea, but it's not exactly practical for making a quick few family holiday videos while buckling under the strain of carrying all that weight. Sony revolutionized the industry by merging the two pieces of technology into one single unit for the first time in 1983 and effectively inventing the camcorder, although this term wasn't in popular use yet. In fact, the term wouldn't really become widely used until after the Betamovie range had already been wiped from the memories of most people. The annoying thing about this failure is that the Betamovie cameras were technically superior to VHS-based alternatives that quickly followed, in much the same way that Betamax video recorders were technically superior to VHS recorders, yet still somehow managed to lose the format war. If I remember with Betamax, it was one, you had to have 2 discs, and 2, they were really expensive. The video quality was better, the battery charge lasted longer, and you could record 3 hours of video footage onto a single cassette as to the 30-minute limitations of VHS. So what was the problem? The first hurdle was the huge price tag of $1,596, which is over $4,000 in today's money. That is insanely expensive. The video camera that I record all of my YouTube videos on, all of them, well, there's 2. One of them was about £1,000, $1,100, $200-ish, and the other one was like £400 that I bought secondhand. It's insane how cheap this stuff is. This is like my living. Camcorders were generally very expensive in those early pioneering days, but the VHS-based alternatives that hit the market were significantly cheaper than that. This was actually the VHS cam recorder was the first one that I remember having. I mean, not me personally, but my parents. And you put like a full VHS tape in it and recorded onto it. It was big. But the biggest problem was the lack of playback function on this expensive bit of tech. Whereas VHS cam recorders provided a built-in digital viewfinder option to instantly review your footage on the camera itself, users of the Betamovie had to mess about plugging in their cameras to the TV in order to get a glimpse of anything they'd just recorded. With the Betamax format dwindling in general and VHS cameras attracting a much larger audience, the Betamovie was quickly axed in 1987 and nobody really cared. Yeah, I mean, it's great, but so much of this depends on price. Spending $4,000 on a video camera puts it so far into the high end of high end. It's like making holiday movies on like a camcorder exclusively for ballers. El Cassette. Way back in the 1970s, vinyl and cassettes ruled the world of sound. It's not really fair to say that vinyl and cassettes were battling a format war. For the most part, they happily coexisted alongside each other and offering a choice of different tastes and requirements. Vinyl was generally considered to be the superior format for serious music collectors who enjoyed listening to records at home while admiring the artwork on the big gatefold cardboard sleeves. Cassettes were perhaps a little more disposable, a compact and portable alternative for people who enjoyed listening to tunes on the move or in the car. I grew up on cassettes. I liked cassettes. I used to rip CDs that my parents had onto cassettes, and I mean, there's statutes and limitations on copyright piracy. I'm gonna say it was okay. I was like 11. I would rip the CDs onto cassettes and listen to them. It was great. Fine Young Cannibals, one of my first albums. 1976 saw a curious collaboration between Panasonic, Sony, and Teak. Panasonic and Sony, heard of. Teak. Yeah, it's a new one to me, I'm gonna guess they didn't last. They decided to take the advantages of the cassette, the small handy size, and completely ruin it by making it loads bigger. Yep, the L cassette was essentially a mighty jumbo-sized cassette. Oh wow, this thing's a beast. Look at that, regular one, L cassette. Wow, that's not portable at all. I mean, what, this would be like this? So this guy would be almost as big as this iPad. Chaka! There was at least some logic and reasoning to the idea. The Alcassette was meant to bridge the gap between reel-to-reel tape systems and compact cassette players. Back in the 70s, professionals and true audiophiles liked to use the bulky and clunky reel-to-reel machines which offered far superior fidelity, but were hideously expensive and not very portable. In contrast, the compact cassette systems were far more affordable and practical for everyday use, but the quality of the sound was relatively poor and quite hissy. The Alcassette was about twice the size of a normal cassette and improved the sound quality by doubling the tape width and running speed, which improved the frequency response and reduced hissy distortion. However, it came at a price. Oh, the price always comes and ruins everything. If only we all had infinite money cheat codes, and all of these businesses would be wildly successful. And if you've got an infinite money cheat code, support me. Well, I don't have a Patreon. It's okay. You obviously couldn't play these extra large cassettes on a standard player, so you had to fork out for a dedicated L cassette deck, which cost over $1,000. That sounds positively reasonable compared to that $4,000 camcorder. Around the same time, the introduction of Dolby B noise reduction technology was improving the quality of the much cheaper standard cassettes anyway. So very few customers were interested in taking the massive financial leap to invest in a system that wasn't much better in quality than standard tapes and wasn't much cheaper than a reel-to-reel system. I have no idea what this reel-to-reel system is. That one completely passed me by. The final nail in the coffin was that nobody ever thought to release official pre-recorded albums on the format, so if you were hoping to buy the latest thrilling disco release from Earth, Wind & Fire, you were out of luck. Ultimately, the Alcassette was a compromise that nobody really needed, and the format was officially abandoned in the 1980s. However, in 2017, 37 years after the Alcassette was discontinued, obscure singer-songwriter Jeremy Hyden took the unusual decision to release his latest album, Blue Wicked, on a variety of old physical formats, including minidisc, 8-track cartridge, and yes, Alcassette, making it the very first and so far only album to be released on the format. Now, one thing. When you're referred to as obscure singer-songwriter, that's not a good thing. Sorry, Jeremy. Also, I would laugh at this more if it wasn't for OK Go, who basically no one paid attention to, and then they started making insane music videos, and then people realized, oh, their music's actually amazing, and now they're like genuinely one of the bands that I listen to the most, and their music videos are incredible. It was a great way to get attention to their music. So, good luck, Jeremy. The Alcassette version of the album is reported to have sold only a handful of copies, most likely to die-hard fans of Jeremy Hyden who didn't even own an Alcassette deck. But good news, I mean, we wouldn't be mentioning it at all if you hadn't done that. You know, Jeremy Hyden, you'd probably never cross my path unless you'd done that, and maybe after this, I'm gonna look you up on Spotify. Dual discs. Here's an example of taking a relatively simple idea and then overcomplicating it to the point where it doesn't really work at all. By the year 2004, the iTunes Music Store was selling hundreds of millions of downloads, which was great news for Apple, but it was creating a negative impact on CD sales, which had plummeted to their lowest number in over a decade. I remember when this was a thing and it was like, oh no, what's gonna happen to CDs? And it was like, well, they're obviously gonna go away because we've discovered something much better. Why is this a concern for regular people? Instead of accepting the almost inevitable decline of the old physical media formats and embracing the online future, many of the major record companies, including Sony, Universal, Warner, and EMI, got together to develop the dual disc. They got together to try and desperately cling on to the past. The idea was to tempt the dwindling customers back to physical media by offering a high-value alternative to the standard CD for a few dollars more. It was a hybrid disc. Look guys, the day I got my first MP3 player was the day I stopped buying CDs. And let's just say, it wasn't great for you, because for the first few years, let's just say that I absolutely bought all my music legally from the iTunes store, shall we? Absolutely. On one side of the hybrid disc would be a traditional music CD, while the flip side would be a DVD containing multimedia extras such as music videos, band interviews, and documentaries. All of those things you really want when buying music. This might not sound like a bad plan in principle, but the slight flaw in the production of the dual disc was the fact that it was technically impossible, or at least technically impossible to work on every kind of system. The naturally thicker disc couldn't be so thick that it wouldn't fit into slot loading drives, but couldn't be too thin either, as the CD laser users would struggle to track the content. The final result was a bit of a clunky compromise mess that wasn't guaranteed to work on all CD players. In fact, dual discs weren't even legally allowed to display the official CD logo, as they failed to meet the former's strict specs, and the company instead had to shove a warning sticker on the packaging, explaining that the CD side of the disc might not necessarily work well. Hey guys, do you hate the convenience of MP3s and paid-for music? Guess what? We've got the dual disc, and it might not work! Despite this, first-year sales for the format were surprisingly high, but this was largely because many high-profile artists such as Bruce Springsteen had chosen to release their latest albums exclusively on the dual disc format, and about half of the customers weren't even aware of the difference in format or the fact that it might not work. They thought they were just picking up a regular CD. Of course, the complaints of playback problems eventually came flooding in, and the record labels quickly concluded that dual discs were creating way more hassle than they were worth. Within just a few years, the format was dead, buried, and largely forgotten. Rightly so, guys. Rightly so. A far simpler idea would have surely been to just include a separate CD and DVD that are both quite likely to work within the same bundle, and the record companies eventually figured this out for themselves a few years later. Years later? CDs and DVDs? Just make it free downloadable content. Just put it on. 2004. Could have just been a little bit before YouTube, but 2 years later, 2006, YouTube was there in its rudimentary forms. You could have uploaded them to YouTube, guys. This was Business Blaze. Those were the failed technologies. Hope you found this video interesting. I hope you loved that zebra mask, OG folk. Smash that like button. I'm not going to buy any of those weird devices. Have a fantastic day. Subscribe. What am I doing? I'm just rambling. Smash that subscribe button. That's all. Hey everybody, welcome back to Business Blaze. In this one, what I want to talk about, as you know from the very title, is just how crazy big Samsung is. I think I saw an article or a YouTube video ages ago about Samsung having a military division, and I thought that was super crazy, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about literally everything else that Samsung does. I mean, not literally everything else Samsung does, because then this video would never end. We're going to talk about a lot of what Samsung does. It's really crazy. There are so many things. It's way more than just your smartphone. It really is mind-blowing. Like, I knew it would be big, but my mind was a little bit blown. If you've got a suggestion, what we do here on Business Blaze is we have something written. This one's written by Juan. Thank you, Juan. And we go through it, and we have a read. We learn something together. If you've got something you'd like to learn about in the future that you think would be good for Business Blaze, let me know in the comments below, and we can do this in the future with something that you've suggested. That'll be fun. Chances are, anywhere you look, kitchen appliances, computers, cell phones, maybe even the very screen you're watching this video on, when I edit this video, it will be on a Samsung screen. I was looking at that earlier. You will see the shiny logo of Samsung. I've got a really cheap screen, so it's just kind of printed on there. It's not very nice. It has become a brand deeply ingrained in our culture, and there is no escaping the technological monolith that this company is. But despite this seeming everywhereness, I'm not sure if that's a word, but it definitely describes Samsung. Samsung is a bigger enterprise than most people realize, and let's find out some more. It was founded, oh god, yeah, the Korea pronunciations in this one, I'm just gonna guess. I'm not gonna look them up. Because I can't be bothered. Let's crack on. It was founded in 1938 by Lee Bong-chul, a South Korean businessman born into a wealthy landowning family. Lee started a trucking business in the city of Daegu called Samsung Trading Co. The word Samsung actually means 3 stars, after the initial logo of the company, which looked like this. It's quite... I was thinking about this logo. It reminds me of... Have you guys seen the first Apple logo? Well, now you have. Ta-da! This, I thought the Samsung logo looked dated. The first Apple logo? Old school. Samsung, it makes it look like it's from the 19th century. Samsung mostly dealt with locally grown goods with a speciality in noodles. Do you grow noodles? What the f*** are noodles made from? In less than 20 years, it became one of the 10 largest trading companies in South Korea, aided by the affluence of US troops and equipment stationed in the country during the Korean War. Lee wanted to use Samsung. Lee is the guy who started. I was like, who the hell's Lee? I'm really paying attention today. He's the guy who started the company. Come on, Simon. Lee wanted to use Samsung to help redevelop Korea and make it into a fully industrialized nation. After the war, Lee expanded his endeavors into textile manufacturing, started a sugar refinery in Busan, and opened the largest wool mill in Korea. But Lee wanted Samsung to be a giant, so he started diversifying the company even more, apparently, into areas like security, retail, and insurance. During the 1940s, the company moved into construction and that became the Samsung Construction and Trading Corporation, and by the 1960s, it had entered the electronics industry. That's what we know it for. At least that's what like when you think of Samsung, you're like, oh yeah, Samsung, the wool manufacturer. Their first electrical product was a 12-inch black and white TV set. During the 1970s, new subsidiaries were established like Samsung Shipbuilding and Samsung Heavy Industries. Samsung Heavy Industries sounds like something out of a comic book. The company also started to invest in chemical and petrochemical industries, forging new paths for Samsung to tread. In 1980, the company acquired new facilities and entered telecommunications hardware. There we go. Grouping their existing and new divisions under Samsung Electronics, which developed switchboards and later telephone and fax machines. In 1983, the world got the first Samsung computer, and the company continued to grow in international markets during the following decades, being crowned the world's largest smartphone manufacturer in 2011. Over 800 million phones have been sold to date. I'm sure by the time, when this was written, I'm not sure what the source on that was. They're not included here. But I'm sure it's much more than that now. By the time this video goes out, it'll probably be even more than that. And also, but I was looking this up, since then, Apple has also been the largest manufacturer of smartphones in the world. Huawei, if I'm pronouncing that right, has also. Huawei's interesting. I see Huawei adverts everywhere now, and those phones look cool. I switched, I'm an Apple boy, but I switched to an Android last year, and I had it for 6 months, the Samsung S9 or whatever it was. Had it for a few months, and then I went back to Apple. Mostly because I broke the screen, and then I didn't want to get another Samsung because they're fragile and also less good. But make no mistake, Samsung isn't only in the business of making smartphones with their logo on them. Samsung has produced chipsets for Apple, and up until 2015, they had over 95% of the global AMOLED, I think that's how it's pronounced, or AMO LED, I'm not sure, display. Basically, these things, the screens in these, they're all this AMOLED technology. And Samsung were producing 95% of them, which is crazy. They're also the world's largest supplier of memory chips for the past 50 years. So essentially, Apple, or at least they did until recently, I'm not sure why did that decline. I'm not sure. Anyone know? Let me know in the comments. Until recently, they were just basically making all of the parts, and it seems Apple was just putting it together. But not even the sky was the limit for Samsung's growth. In the 1990s, the Samsung C&T Corporation, that's the Construction and Trading Corporation that we mentioned earlier, they started building some of the largest skyscrapers in the world. And this is cool. Taipei 101, which I think was the tallest building in the world when it was built, they built that. They built one of the two Petronas Towers in Malaysia, which is super weird, because they only built one? Because those Petronas Towers, they're identical. It's they're twin towers. I've actually been to them, and I've been up to that sky bridge. It's pretty cool. And the Burj Khalifa in the United Arab Emirates, which is the largest building in the world since 2009. Haven't been up that one. Fun fact, that's the tallest building in the world, but it doesn't have the highest observation deck. The highest observation deck in the world is in Shanghai, in a building that I have been up, which I think is called the Financial Tower or something. It twists like this. It's unbelievably cool. Also, I think it's got the fastest lift or elevator in the world. That was a great one. If you're in Shanghai or Beijing, I can't even remember the name or which city it's in. I think it's in Shanghai. It's awesome and it's huge. You're there are other skyscrapers that were previously some of the tallest buildings in the world, and you are looking down on them from this building. It's amazing. Samsung didn't build that, as far as I'm aware. Not too shabby for a company that's selling fish in the 1940s. Indeed. Going deeper into Samsung's many enterprises, we have Hanwha Techwin, a surveillance company that at its start created South Korea's... Oh, wow! Wait. This is a surveillance company. It's it's a surveillance company. So you think, it makes security cameras and fire detectors and stuff like that. Oh no. It created South Korea's first fighter jet and built helicopters and anti-infantry tanks. That's a bit of an unfair fight. Anti-infantry tanks. So the dude sits in the tank and shoots at people. Thanks, Samsung. Thanks for that. It also built Korea's largest theme park, Everland. Anti-infantry tanks and theme parks. Everland is owned by Samsung's construction company. There's also Samsung Heavy Industries, the comic book one. They make some of the largest ships in the world. They build 30 large ships a year and hold the record for the world's largest LNG carrier. LNG is liquid natural gas. These are tank ships designed for transporting liquefied natural gas. I should just read this, shouldn't I? It measures 266,000 square meters. 260. I have no idea how big that is. Most other ships today, they hold up to 140,000. So it's nearly twice as much. The company also contributes to other big engineering projects. They developed and built the first Arctic shuttle tanker. These are ships designed to transport oil from offshore fields in the Arctic as an alternative to constructing oil pipelines. This is a whole geopolitical thing, like the construction of oil pipelines and the use of LNG, liquid natural gas carriers, is super interesting because it's like, oh, can we build a pipeline across your land? And then countries will be like, no, well, they want to charge a huge tariff. The issue with Russia and the Ukraine and the EU is a whole interesting thing. So liquid natural gas carriers are super important to like ease some political tensions or allow countries to get around political tensions. We're off topic. We're talking about Samsung. They continue to develop innovative projects and ships for polar applications like Arctic icebreaker container ships. Arctic icebreakers are amazing. The Russians have these nuclear ones, which they send one to the north. They send one. I think they do it every year. They send one to the North Pole. A friend of mine went on that. But now let's look at how they stack up against some other companies that you might have heard of. Okay, this is cool because this is where it gets. I mean, this is great. You're like, okay, so they build big ships and anti-people tanks, and they make all of the screens in the world. But this is where if that hasn't blown your mind yet, this is where we really get into it. When we think of breakthrough developments, companies like Google or Apple come to mind. In reality, Samsung spends almost twice as much on research and development as these two firms. According to reports compiled by Ernst & Young, an accountancy firm, Samsung Electronics spent $15 billion on various R&D in 2017. Under the motto, Shape the Future with Innovation and Intelligence, their core research themes include artificial intelligence, data intelligence, intelligent machines, and next-generation communications and media. It also includes taking over the world, I guess. I'm making that up. They also believe in, don't sue me, Samsung. I don't think you're going to take over the world, but it'd be okay if you did. They believe in creating a new lifestyle based on AI technologies. Samsung has even entered medical research with their BioPIS. That's unfortunately named. Through BioPIS, the company aims to find smarter, faster ways of getting high-quality medicines to the people that need them. Expanding its portfolio, the company established Samsung Sports, a subsidiary that owns a number of professional teams from sports like baseball and even esports in South Korea. Anyone else think esports is going to be absolutely massive? I can't believe that this isn't going to be the future of how we do things. It's just so much, like, I think about watching football, like soccer, British football, on like TV, and it's kind of slow. They occasionally score some goals. I'm not a huge fan, but then I watch someone play like what's that game where they play football, like Champions League, or my brother-in-law's so into this. I can't remember the name of it. Like football computer games is way more entertaining because it's so fast. Anyway, some of their teams include Suwon Samsung Blue Wings, the Samsung Lions, the Seoul Samsung Thunders. They had to put their name into everything, apparently. They even had a team in the popular online multiplayer game League of Legends called Samsung Galaxy. That's the name of one of their phones, right? Very clever, Samsung. What about Samsung's workforce? Well, as of 2017, Samsung had over 320,000 employees worldwide, surpassing Microsoft, Google, and Apple combined. Samsung is also one of the companies most involved in charities and causes. They donate $100 million every year to a non-profit medical center and host an annual charity gala in New York through its philanthropic platform, Samsung Gives. We could also take the better part of a week talking in detail about Samsung's plethora of endeavors, which include landscaping, fashion, healthcare services, hospitals, security solutions, well, we already know about the anti-infantry tank, marketing, and advertising. Your job could be linked to Samsung, and you may not even know it. Want to take a vacation, perhaps, from that job where you secretly work for Samsung? Come and stay at the Hotel Schiller, not sure. One of the top 500 hotels in the world and part of the Schiller Hotels and Resorts. Also owned by Samsung. This blows my mind. The one about the research and development being twice as much as the other guys, and then also just employing twice as many people as Google, Apple, and Microsoft combined. Juan has given us 1 million bonus facts. I'm going to keep doing these until I get bored. Samsung accounts for 17% of Korea's GDP. Good lord. K-pop music playlists curated by psychologists are played in Samsung's flagship manufacturing complex to relieve stress in workers. I once listened to K-pop. I don't think that would decrease my stress. Samsung's headquarters are located in a complex called Digital City. How original. Home to several of the company's businesses. The complex spreads across a region of 390 acres. Bloody hell. Nearly the size of 250 soccer fields. To put things in perspective, Apple's HQ, called Apple Park, also very creative, is 175 acres, and Googleplex is only 71 acres. I don't know how expensive land is in South Korea, but aren't those headquarters in like Silicon Valley? It's real expensive there. You know the song Samsung Washers Play? Oh yeah, I do. I don't have a Samsung washer now. I have I think an AEG, but I used to rent an apartment, and I love that little song. It's Schubert's Die Forelli. Not sure about the pronunciation on that. I could have looked it up and pretended that I actually knew it, but I'm not that cultured. It's a song about a fisherman who muddies waters to catch a trout. That's nice. In 2014, the United States Patent and Trademark Office awarded Samsung 4,952 patents. That's an average of 13.5 patents a day. Well, yeah, you've got like billion people working for you. In 2012, a man asked Samsung for a free Galaxy S3 phone in exchange for a drawing that he made of a dinosaur. Samsung sent him a phone with the drawing printed on the phone case. If you guys think that I should draw a picture of a dinosaur and send it to Samsung to see if I can get a phone with a dinosaur printed on it, let me know in the comments below. I will actually do that and make a video about it. You probably own one of Samsung's Galaxy S mobile phones, but do you know what the S stands for? I have no idea. Apparently it's super smart. That's cheesy. To fight claims of their phones bending when people sat down, Samsung made an arse robot, specifically tasked with testing phones. Have you guys been to IKEA? They have like an arse chair robot. Like they have the chair in this big glass enclosure, and then they have this machine which keeps sitting down on it. I don't think they call it the arse chair robot though. In 2020, the company promises, this is the final one. We got through all of them. That's good. In 2020, the company promises they will launch its new 5G network. Technology is supposed to be up to 100 times faster than existing ones. Yeah, I've heard about this. 5G's coming. It sounds awesome. It sounds really awesome, really fast. Although internet's ridiculously fast anyway. I mean, I make like gigabytes of stuff a day and I have no problem. Anyway, this has been Business Blaze. That's how unbelievably large Samsung is. If you've got a subject that you want us to do on Business Blaze here in the future, you let me know in the comments below and we might just make it. Also upvote the ones you like. This was my idea, but I'm keen on your ideas, guys. Give this video a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, all of that stuff, and I'll see you next time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Business Blaze is back! Not that we went anywhere. It's 3 times a week. Subscribe. 4 of history's most outrageous corporate fines and the companies that got away with murder already. I know that the script is divided into 2 parts, like massive fines that were like legally proven, and then some ones which are a bit more speculative about things they got away with. I'm gonna have to be really careful with my language in this one because I don't want to get sued. That would suck. So, a Business Blaze episode where I'm extremely careful with my language. Let's get started. What's the most expensive fine you've ever had to pay? Danny asks. For me, I think I've been pretty good. I got a speeding fine the other day, but it was pretty low because I was only going a little bit over the speeding limit. I've got a lot of parking tickets in my time, just not because I park badly. I swear there was a phase in my life where I would park in pay and display car parks and completely unintentionally just forget to pay. Like I would just not go to the sheet of pay, I'd just wander off and then I'd come back and I'd get a fine. It happened to me so often. Being a fairly clean living and dutiful citizen myself, I'm struggling to think of any particular big fines I've had to shell out for when one of my toes may have accidentally strayed outside of the boundaries of the law. The best example I can think of was about 20 years ago when I was sharing a house with a group of mates and we had forgotten to buy ourselves a TV license. Never been in this position myself. Never. Forgotten may not be entirely accurate. We had no money between us and we were living off birdseed and wood shavings, so buying a TV license wasn't just anywhere near the top of our list of priorities. We didn't really put up that much of an argument when the TV licensing guy came knocking on the door and asked if we had a TV. We just said no. This is the thing. You guys might know he's written for one of my other channels. He now does a channel called Fact Fiend, Carl Smallwood. He did this whole video talking about the TV licensing guys in the UK and how they claim to have these magical detector vans where they can go around and see if you're like operating a TV, and it's basically just complete bullshit, and they just do it to scare you into paying for your TV license. He asked if he could come in and check for himself. We panicked and said yes. Oh, Danny, what have you done? He came in and he saw the TV. One of my friends started making a desperate attempt to feign surprise that this TV had magically appeared from nowhere, but I waved him down and told him not to bother. Guys, you said you didn't have a TV, and that appears to be a TV. Oh my god! Wow! Someone gave us a TV! It's like clearly really wired in, it's dusty, it's kind of... We'd been caught, we had to stick our hands up and deal with the consequences, which in this case was a fine of about £130. Now, when I had to get a TV license, which I did do once in my life, I don't live in the UK, so don't get all uppity about me not having a TV license. I also don't really watch TV, I just watch Netflix, which you don't have to have a license for if I'm not mistaken. I think you only have to get a TV license in the UK if you actually watch like broadcast TV, which I haven't done in a very long time. When I had to get it, I think it cost about 100 quid. And if you didn't have it, the fine was about £1,000. However, when a corporate company gets caught with its pants down, the consequences can be considerably more expensive than an everyday parking ticket or a 3-digit fine. In the upcoming bonus facts, we'll take a quick look at companies that crossed the line and ended up getting away with it. But first, here's a deeper look at 4 of the most intriguing corporate fines that could be considered some of the world's biggest multi-billion-dollar mistakes of all time. Number 1, Volkswagen. This is a relatively recent one. Is it Volkswagen or Volkswagen? The automotive industry may have been helping to populate Earth's atmosphere with toxic fumes for decades, but by the year 2015, most car manufacturers had adopted a greener approach with cleaner vehicles that produced fewer poisonous emissions. Admittedly, this was largely down to the introduction of relatively new laws and emission standards that the manufacturers were legally obliged to follow, but it's nice to think that some of these companies may have taken a bit of pride in helping to save the environment. Yeah, Daddy, it's really nice to think that they take, yeah, we're so proud of our environmental efforts. It's like no company thinks like this. Their like CSR department thinks about this, but that is it. Yeah, Danny says, probably not true, but it's nice to think it. Companies are driven by profit, companies aren't people. We have to regulate them or they're not going to do the right thing. Or maybe they will do the right thing to avoid legislation that will force them to do the right thing. But companies aren't people, they don't do good things, they do profit. Take a respected German car manufacturer VW for example. Exhaustive tests had proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that the millions of cars produced by VW between 2009 and 2015 had all met the legal emission standards imposed by EU and US authorities. You'd expect nothing less from one of the biggest selling car manufacturers in the world. There was only just one problem. They were cheating. The cars produced during this period were all equipped with something called the defeat device, which ensured that all the cars met legal emission standards when they were under test conditions, but allowed the vehicles to merrily pollute the atmosphere way beyond the legal limits under everyday driving conditions. Not actually a physical device, the defeat device was simply a piece of programming in the engine's software which could detect whether the vehicle is currently being driven or environmentally tested. Oh, that's not good. It's like what? It's on in some they can test it's on some sort of treadmill for cars or whatever, and then they're like, let's get green. Most official tests, including those conducted by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, follow very specific patterns such as placing the cars on rollers, I guess the rollers are a car running machine, and running them at certain speeds for certain lengths of time. The defeat device could detect these patterns, and if it concluded the vehicle was being environmentally tested, then it would launch into full-on save the planet mode. This is real sketchy. Alarmingly, it was discovered later through independent on-road testing that some of Volkswagen's cars were emitting more than 40 times the legal limit of toxic fumes. Yikes. That's only some of the cars though, some were less. Don't sue me. And Volkswagen eventually admitted that the defeat device was installed on around 11 million vehicles around the globe. When you add all of that up, the hidden damage getting pumped out of Volkswagen vehicles between 2009 and 2015 has been estimated by some as being the same as the UK's entire toxic emissions from all vehicles, power stations, industry, and agriculture during that same period. That's extraordinary. Volkswagen Group CEO Martin Winterkorn, cool name though, initially resisted calls to step down and pleaded ignorance to the existence of the defeat device, or the fact that it had been installed in millions of his company's cars for 6 years. He tried to fob the whole thing off as just a couple of technical glitches in the system. Now, treading very carefully here, let's just say that if I was CEO of a company and I didn't know that this was being installed in millions of my cars, I would call myself a bit of an idiot or blind. Or I'd set up some really specific thing where it was like, no, don't tell me, I can't hear that. Winterkorn eventually resigned later on in 2015 and now faces ongoing criminal charges for fraud and conspiracy in Germany and the US, which could potentially result in a lengthy prison sentence. Whoa, holy You know you've been bad as a CEO, where it's not just, yeah, you're fired and there's a massive fine for you and your company, but it's like, you know you've been bad when you go into prison. Like, didn't Jeffrey Skilling just get out of prison? Yeah, Enron, that was bad. Volkswagen was fined $1.2 billion by a US federal judge for rigging diesel-powered vehicles to cheat on government emission tests. That's a lot of money. It sounds like a lot of money, but the company was probably more worried about the $16.2 billion they've had to pay in recalling the millions of affected cars and rectifying the emission issues, a process which could drag on for years and years. Yeah, and not to mention like the damage to the brands. I was like VW, you know, respected brands, and I was like, yeah, I probably wouldn't buy a VW. Volkswagen Group of America CEO Michael Horn was a little more honest than Martin Winterkorn in his summary of the whole affair, and he just admitted, we totally screwed up. Did you screw up though, Michael? Or did you know, purposefully cheat? Google. Does anyone remember the name Frugal? F-R-O-O-G-L-E. Very clever name, considering I remember Frugal, it was about shopping, maybe? And being frugal. Developed back in 2002, it was Google's very first attempt at a shopping platform before it evolved into Google Products and then Google Product Search and ultimately Google Shopping from 2012 onwards. The interesting thing about Frugal was that it didn't get any preferential treatment in Google's own search results. It competed fairly and squarely with other non-Googly business competitors who were trying to flog their stuff based on your search criteria. The bad news was that Frugal was a bit of a flop, which is probably why you don't remember it. I don't remember it, but I feel like I've heard of it. So Google went back to the drawing board and this time tried to stack a few more cards in their own favor. See, I'm sure it's illegal, because obviously Google are in trouble for it. But if I was Google, it's like, yeah, I've made this search engine. It's a way for people to find, to find products. And if I was Google, I'd be like, well, yeah, I'm definitely going to put my products on there. It would be like owning a store and having your own goods and someone else's goods, which, you don't make any money off. You're just selling for fun and not putting those goods in a preferential position in the store, like by the counter or where people first walk in or at eye height or something like that. It seems blatantly obvious that is something you should do. Obviously don't do that. Apparently it's illegal. Not legal advice, not a lawyer. By the year 2010, the European Commission had launched a formal antitrust investigation into Google's search algorithm following complaints that the search engine was now predominantly displaying results from Google's own shopping platform, regardless of merit or how relevant the products might be to the original search query. Which again, if I was Google, I'd be like, yeah, of course, they're my products. My search engine. The accusation was that Google was not applying the same set of parameters or penalties to Google shopping results as it was to its competitors. So if you were searching on Google for a new PC keyboard, there's every chance that the search engine would shove results for a grand piano at the top of the page if there happened to be one floating around on their shopping platform at the time. Now that seems a little bit unlikely. I'm sure it was a little bit relevant because they actually want to make a sale. Like if you Google PC keyboard and a grand piano comes up, you're not going to buy the grand piano. You'll be like, oh, that was what I was looking for. It's got to be slightly relevant. I'm not going to sell anything. They just sell you a keyboard that was slightly more expensive and one that they had. I'm with Google on this one so far. Just feel that the line's not really here with this one. I don't think the Americans would be doing the same thing to Google. The EC investigation rumbled on for several years before deeming that Google shopping had a negative impact on both consumers and innovation, eventually fining the company 2.4 billion euros, the largest antitrust fine ever dished out by the EC. 2.4 billion euros for this. How much did VW get fined? $1.2 billion? It's like 1 billion euros? What the hell? I can't believe it. Normally, when I do something about Google, I'm like, oh, I better watch out for my business daddy. But in this one, I'm actually with you, business daddy. This does seem a little bit unfair. Going for the hat trick, the EC also had issues with how Google licensed its suite of Android apps to phone manufacturers. If a phone manufacturer was seeking to pre-install something as crucial as the Play Store on their new range of phones, they would first have to agree to pre-installing Google Search and the Google Chrome browser and set them both to default. Manufacturers were also barred from selling a single handset containing alternative versions of Android or Android forks that were not approved by Google. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Android their bloody IP? Didn't they make Android? Isn't it theirs to do what they want with? I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of heat in the comment from people being like, it's not fair, it's exploitative. The EC fined Google 4.3 billion euros for anti-competitive behavior and instructed the company to end this contact within 90 days. Good lord! While it may sound as if all these multi-billion-dollar fines are giving Google a headache, some commentators have remarked that they've barely impacted this company at all and are unlikely to act as a deterrent for bad behavior in the future. Instead of dishing out fines to one of the richest companies in history, it might be more effective to make them stand outside in the corridor until they've had time to reflect on how to play fair again. Ba-da-bum-bum. GlaxoSmithKline. The British company GlaxoSmithKline, or GS. Danny's written GlaxoSmithKline with a C, but I'm pretty sure it's GSK. This will never work. Hey Siri, how do you spell GlaxoSmithKline?
Okay, I found this on the web for Hey Siri, how do you spell? Check it out.
Did Hey Siri just search for Hey Siri? How did this get more shit with more updates? Good lord, if I'm gonna get sued, it's gonna be from this video, isn't it? Yeah, definitely GlaxoSmithKline with a K, Danny. Come on, Danny! The British company GlaxoSmithKline, or GSK, is now one of the 7 largest pharmaceutical companies in the world with an estimated annual revenue of around 30 billion British pounds. But the producer of vaccines and mind-bending drugs have experienced a few bad trips over the years. I just did the rim shot thing, but... Back in 2012, they were involved in the biggest healthcare fraud in history and ended up forking out the largest settlement between the US Justice Department and a drug company. The scandal... This better be bloody bigger than the Google thing. The scandal was largely concentrated on the company's strategy of promoting drugs for unapproved uses between 1998 and 2003. So, for example, while the antidepressant drugs Paxil and Wellbutrin had only ever been approved for patients strictly over the age of 18, that didn't stop GSK from encouraging US medics to prescribe the dangerous drugs to under 18s. Again, I really hate to be the one defending the company here. I've been to America. I've sat at breakfast in hotels and watched the TV where it's like, ask your doctor about some crazy medication. It's like, have you been experiencing anal prolapse? Ask your doctor about anal prolapsing. And you're like, holy shit. Why doesn't the doctor give me what I need? Not like, ask your doctor about this. Also, a pro tip, if you're a drug company, don't name your anal prolapse drug anal prolapsin. The encouragements involved the promise of cash payments, tickets to Madonna concerts, all expenses paid spa treatments, and even pheasant hunting trips. Alright, this is getting a bit more weird, isn't it? It seems bizarre that some medics were happy to put the lives of their young patients at risk in return for a cucumber face mask and a chance to take pot shots at a couple of pheasants. But this apparently was going on. GSK were also accused at the time of hiding unfavorable safety data from US medical authorities, as well as ghost-written writing articles which hyped up their own products and then paying doctors to publish them under their own name in independent medical journals. Again, we're just saying they were accused. This hasn't been proven, so that's just a rumor. This company was ultimately fined $3 billion, but in this case, it wasn't about squeezing some money from a filthy rich company who could have easily afforded to pay it. GSK were also forced to sign a 5-year corporate integrity agreement in which they were obliged to make dramatic changes to their research practices, publication policies, and sales force programs. Whether this really worked or not is arguable. A few years later, they were hit with another £37 million fine in the UK for cheating the NHS and the taxpayer. The company had been found guilty of offering big payouts to rival pharmaceutical companies in exchange for those companies delaying the launch of their much cheaper drug alternatives. That's all pretty sketchy. Obviously, some of that has been proven in court, like we said. Some of it is just speculation, and that's, just speculation. British Petroleum. Finally, the biggest ever single corporate fine in history may well be familiar to anyone who remembers the harrowing news footage during the aftermath of the biggest oil spill disaster, and indeed environmental disaster, of all time. In 2010, bloody hell, was this 9 years ago? A massive explosion at the BP-operated Deepwater Horizon drilling rig situated in the Gulf of Mexico claimed the lives of 11 workers and ignited a deadly fireball visible from 40 miles away, and it could not be extinguished for days. The resultant spillage is estimated to have released 134 million gallons of oil into the Gulf of Mexico over 87 days, killing thousands of marine animals and protected species, and temporarily closing down many local fishing villages and the tourism industries, which left around 12,000 people out of work. BP already had a woeful record in health and safety, which the company had clearly never learned from. They initially tried to play down the severity of the spill about how much oil was leaking into the water. The official investigation revealed a whole series of errors on BP's part, including faulty emergency equipment, dire safety precautions, and fatally flawed emergency contingency plans. The company was eventually ordered to pay a $20.8 billion fine by the US Department of Justice after being found guilty of criminal manslaughter, environmental crimes, and lying to Congress. But BP are also in the process of compensating the many businesses and workers affected by the disaster, so the total payout from the Deepwater Horizon tragedy could exceed $65 billion. That is an extraordinary amount of money. And then Danny says something that I'm definitely going to cut out because I don't want to get sued. Okay, now we are going to continue with this video. Maybe it'll end in a couple of minutes because I decide that I don't want to risk it. Okay. I just glanced through these really quickly and I've decided that I'm not going to do them because unless something has really been proven in court and, you talk about it and them being wrong, you really can run into legal hot water. I'd probably be fine, but this is a new channel. I also don't want to get sued. That would suck. So, while Danny, I appreciate these ones, I am going to skip them. I really hope you enjoyed this video anyway. Call me a shill or whatever all you want in the comments below. I'm really just looking out for my best interests, and I'm not looking to change the world here. I'm looking to entertain you with fun business stories. That's what we do here on Business Blaze. Suggestions, likes, subscribes, all of that stuff. Do it below, and I'll see you next time. Oh no, I'd never shop at Tesco. Darling, please, that's disgusting. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. In this one, the international failures of Tesco. This might sound boring to some of you who don't know what Tesco is. I know a lot of people who watch this channel are Americans. Tesco is an absolute weapon of a business in the UK. It failed in America. I believe it was called Fresh and Easy in the US, and it completely failed. This is a fascinating story about how Tesco has just completely succeeded in some places and utterly failed in others. There's kind of these weird parallels. We did a video on Fordlandia where Henry Ford tried to build a village in the Amazon rainforest, one of my favorite stories ever. This is there's some similar elements. You'll see. Thank you, Danny, for putting this together, and let's get into it. When a young Jack Cohen first started selling surplus groceries from a modest market stall in the East End of London in 1919, that's exactly 100 years ago. Happy birthday, Tesco. He probably had little idea that he was taking the first steps into launching the world's third biggest retailer, Tesco. Is that really possible? Third biggest? Even though it hasn't succeeded in America or China? That's amazing. Is that true? Well, this article from Investopedia from this year, but a few months ago, says it's number 5. I guess there's different ways you can measure it, but either way, 5 is absolutely huge for a company that doesn't have a huge international presence. On their very first day at the market, he spent a total of £4 on groceries and cheerfully walked away with a mighty profit of £1 British. I'd say that's pretty good. Isn't that like a 20% margin? Pretty solid. Fast forward, about 100 years or so, during which time Jack Cohen's band spearheaded the supermarket revolution, and Tesco is now the market leader of groceries in the UK with 3,400 stores scattered across Britain, a 28% share of the market, and an annual revenue of £63 million. It really is dominant. There was an amazing statistic a few years ago, which I'm not sure if still is correct, because I know Tesco's declined a little, but it was out of every £8 spent in the UK, £1 was spent at Tesco. And they do everything. They do insurance, they do mobile phones, they do petrol, gas, they do everything. Tesco has also enjoyed some notable success and growth overseas, with a further 3,000 stores popping up across Europe and Asia over the last couple of decades. In fact, by 2004, the amount of international floor space owned by Tesco surpassed the amount in its home market for the very first time, although UK operations still accounted for over 75% of the company's revenue due to lower sales per unit overseas, as I'm sure we will soon see. But it has to be said that not all of Tesco's efforts to expand into the international market have run smoothly, and the company has become just as well known for some of its huge overseas failures, most memorably in China, Japan, and perhaps their biggest and most expensive disaster of all, America. That's the one I had in my mind. So how did one of the biggest retail giants in the world end up making such an embarrassing flop when it came to exporting the Tesco experience to certain other countries? Let's kick off with China, mainly because the answer is the simplest. It can be actually summed up in just one word: club card. Well, that would normally be 2 words, but I think club card, in Tesco vernacular, is 1 word. Also, how does this lead to a failure? And who uses club card? I had a club card 3 years ago. I did all of my shopping in Tesco. I was like, I'm loyal, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna become a Tesco man. And then at the end of the year, they send me £4 in vouchers and some buy one get one free on detergent that I really didn't want. And then I never used a club card again. Tesco opened its first store in China in 2004, but it was already late to the party. Major competitors such as US corporation Walmart, which interestingly enough, I don't think there are Walmarts in the UK, had been busy planting their stakes in China for over a decade, and they'd spent this time snapping up prime locations, buying up land at low cost, and acquiring existing high-performing stores. aggressive expansion. Tesco may have been sitting on their hands for too long, but they didn't intend to embark on a full-scale war with corporate giants who'd seized the first mover advantage. Instead, they had modest plans to take on local Chinese stores and lure away their regular customers with their secret weapon, the club card. A big hit in the UK, the Tesco Club Card rewards loyal customers by giving them the opportunity to accrue points for every shopping trip, which are then converted into discount vouchers. Yeah, and they really it doesn't seem worth it. It really doesn't. I mean, I guess I wasn't spending like a huge amount in Tesco, but maybe it wasn't £4, but it was almost not worth it. It's estimated that Tesco has no less than 17 million active Club Card users in the UK. That's like 1 in every 5 people, 1 in every 4 people. However, this secret weapon turned out to be a firework for the Chinese market. Tesco had grossly overestimated the appeal of a loyalty card scheme in a culture which took a very different approach to shopping than the UK. Chinese consumers are far more likely to seek variety and bargain deals in their everyday shopping from a multitude of sources rather than expressing any preference or loyalty to one particular store. Apparently, I'm incredibly Chinese in my shopping habits. The majority of Chinese shoppers who do own loyalty cards actually own a whole stack of them in their wallets, making a bit of a mockery of the whole loyalty concept. This is something that I make fun of my wife a lot for. She's always like, oh, I got the card for this, I got the card for that. So while many Chinese customers are happy to pick up Tesco Club Cards on their shopping adventures, they were never going to evolve into the creatures of habit more commonly seen in UK-style shopping, and they were never going to declare their unswerving loyalty to one store. This might be a weird quirk of British culture, because you get people, and I think most people, they'll be like, oh no, I only shop at Waitrose. And Waitrose is like a more expensive supermarket. It's very much like, oh no, I'd never shop at Tesco. Darling, please, that's disgusting. Chinese customers just prefer to shop around, and that took Tesco by surprise. I feel like some basic market research might have been in order here, Tesco. Following hugely disappointing results, Tesco eventually entered into a merger with the state-run China Resource Enterprises to form the largest food retailer in China, but with Tesco only owning a 20% stake. That's amazing. How to win in China? Just partner with the government. They run everything. That seems like a really good deal. I don't know why Tesco complains. Like 20% of the largest retailer in China, which China's got like 1 billion people. Culture clash was also at the root of Tesco's problems in Japan. Oh, we're moving on. Around the same time, although they came at it from almost the exact opposite angle. When Tesco tried to introduce the UK supermarket experience into Japanese culture, they hadn't bargained on the fact that Japanese customers tend to prefer the personal touch provided by family-owned and long-established grocery stores. Yeah, that's something you can't really fake. Japanese consumers' genuinely high-quality products and amazing customer service are the key ingredients that attract long-term loyal customers. As hard as Tesco might try, it was almost impossible to replicate this style of shopping and provide such a personal customer experience with their, frankly, huge stores in which goods are piled high on the aisles and customers are rushed through to get to the checkout queues. Yeah, you can't fake like a lifetime's loyalty and a small business thing. Well, you probably can. I'm sure some companies do. The Japanese simply couldn't get on board with an approach that felt so ordinary and detached and perhaps even a little cold. The consumers couldn't be tempted away from the thriving community of local businesses, and Tesco eventually pulled out of Japan in defeat, having failed to ever capture more than 1% of the market. However, Tesco's biggest and most costly international failure was perhaps its most surprising. And that was America. Tesco were reported to have the United States. Just to be clear, I know I used to have a friend from Brazil, and he would say, like, when he introduced himself to people, they go, oh, like, where are you from? He'd be like, America. Like, because he wanted to point out, like, America's a continent. Tesco were reported to have thrown $1 billion at researching the US market before they opened their first store in Los Angeles in 2007. Probably after the Japan disaster, they were like, let's spend some money figuring out what people actually want. This figure seems a bit expensive to me. It does seem like a lot. I'd have happily charged Tesco about £50 to let them know that Americans like hamburgers, apple pies, and blueberry muffins. Fairly legit. Danny, what are you doing writing for me, man? Just could be a a marketing consultant, you could charge them half and you'd still walk away with $500 million. They may well have been better off with my approach, as it's difficult to figure out how on earth they spent so much money getting it so hopelessly wrong. To be fair, they were entering a saturated market, but Tesco's cunning plan was to reposition their brand as fresh and easy. Whereas the majority of American competitors focused squarely on convenience and price, Tesco decided to deliver a distinctive healthy edge by heavily promoting convenience and fresh organic food. Like, healthy food. Not what America's famous for, is it? A trend for healthier foods and lifestyles was rippling across the UK and the rest of Europe, and Tesco felt as if they were onto a winner by pushing a feast of their successful fresh and organic products into 175 stores across the US. There was a major problem though. Americans tend to prefer fast food. They just weren't ready to buy into this health kick stuff at all, and the fresh and easy brands they were ended up wilting like a rotting cauliflower. I feel like today Americans are more into healthy food than maybe you were a little while ago, but I don't really know. I'm amazed at how much calories fits into food. Like, you can look at it, I swear, you go into a McDonald's in Europe and it's like, oh, there's not 2,000 calories for a meal, whereas you go to America, they're like, get ready for a heart attack. There were other problems too. The choice of store locations turned out to be a catastrophic mistake. Back in the UK, Tesco had generated enormous success with their small Tesco Express stores. Tesco Express stores are amazing. The biggest thing is where you get them at a petrol station. So you pull up, you fill up your car, and before you'd have to go in and they'd have some really expensive food that was super overpriced and not really nice and delivered 6 days before. When Tesco Express came in and they had pretty much the same store prices as the supermarket, you could get nice sandwiches and stuff at the petrol station. That was amazing. These were handily positioned near railway stations, bus stations, and transit hubs to pick up stacks of commuter custom. Absolutely, they were. You'd be getting on a train, you'd pick up a nice sandwich at a Tesco Express. When they tried to repeat the same formula in the United States, they seem to have overlooked the fact that people in places such as California and Nevada just don't use public transport very often. So all these fresh and easy stores stuck out in the middle of nowhere just weren't picking up any footfall. Americans love to stuff their freezers with frozen food, and they like to buy coffee and freshly baked bread from their grocery stores. Tesco's fresh and easy stores, they didn't offer any of this until it was far too late to save the day. Tesco's self-checkout system seemed like a totally alien concept to Americans who, like the Japanese, prefer the idea of friendly and personal customer service over cold automation. Are there self-checkouts in the States now? I feel like there are. Last time I went there, I think I had those. I don't know, man. I'm if there's an automated checkout, I'll be I don't want to talk to anyone. I'm just going to use the automated checkout because then I have minimum human interaction, which is exactly how I like things. The club card idea also didn't really take off in a nation where cutout coupons and promotional flyers are still massively popular. Fresh and Easy filed for bankruptcy in 2013, and Tesco pulled out of the US market at a reported loss of over $1 billion. Well, it was definitely over $1 billion because they spent $1 billion on market research. Their attempted expansion into America ended up being possibly the most expensive mistake that Tesco ever made. The interesting thing about this list of unfortunate international mishaps is that they all seem to be connected to the same fundamental problem. Whether we're blaming club cards, location choices, lack of personal service, or the American diet, it all boils down to a severe lack of consideration for potential cultural differences. I feel like this. It's not this. The American diet is not the fault. The culture is not the fault. It's Tesco's not doing the research. It doesn't work like this. Tesco, why aren't you buying my healthy food? Because I'm a fat I don't want it. And then Tesco be like, well, that's your fault. Not that guy's fault. Tesco seemed happy to just take their successful UK business model and dump almost identical versions of it into locations around the world without giving enough thought to cultural sensitivities, preferences, and habits. It's Japan, you will love this. Love it, Japan! Nani? Even though a very close cousin like America might share the same language, almost, and many of the same cultural tastes, it's a massive oversight to make broad assumptions about the US market and underestimate its diversity and subtle differences. After spending the best part of a century dealing exclusively in the UK grocery market, you can perhaps forgive Tesco for taking a few fumbling steps in their first efforts overseas. The good news is that they appear to be learning from their mistakes. The Tesco international expansion strategy now acknowledges the need to be sensitive to local cultures. What a revelation! Instead of going into it alone in new terrain, Tesco now prefers to team up with local partners for joint ventures. Like the Chinese Communist Party. Such as Tesco Lotus in Thailand, which is a flourishing partnership with the local Thai group Charion cock fans? Maybe. The company also now appoints a high proportion of local personnel to oversee management positions, so that key decisions and strategies are now increasingly empowered with local insights and expertise. It seems that Tesco, rather than reading from the modern business handbook or an MBA course, instead went with the British East India Company strategy of forcing British culture on other people. They'll love it! Some might suggest that this is all a little too late, but every little helps. It's a nice joke. In the UK, Tesco's slogan is "every little helps." So there we go, because they're cheap. I think that's what it's behind. Every little saving helps you save money. Tesco bonus facts. 5 years after opening his first market stall in 1919, Jack Hearn launched the Tesco brand in 1924. He came up with the name after buying a shipment of tea from Mr. T.E. Stockwell. He took Stockwell's initials, T.E.S., and combined them with the first two letters of his own surname, C.O., to form the word Tesco. That's random. Tesco coined the term superstore in 1968 when they opened their huge 40,000 square foot store in Crawley, West Sussex. How cool would it be to go to a huge superstore when there was nothing like that before? The company is now considered to be one of the UK's biggest landowners, with a total empire of more than 68 million square feet. That's a lot of square feet. Worldwide, they now employ almost as many people as the entire population of Luxembourg. Hey Siri, what's the population of Luxembourg?
It's currently partly cloudy and 30 degrees in Prague. Expect mostly cloudy skies starting in...
Siri is utterly useless. American billionaire Warren Buffett lost a final bonus fact. American billionaire investor Warren Buffett. Love Warren Buffett. I watch interviews with Warren Buffett. He seems like such a genuinely nice dude, super down to earth, and he's also insanely rich and just unbelievably successful. But he did lose $444 million in a mere 3 months after dawdling over offloading Tesco investments during a difficult year for the company in 2014, in which the share price tumbled. He later referred to the incident as a bad mistake. Yeah, it's $500 million, Warren. But also, Warren, you don't make mistakes. You're like the, what do they call him? The Sage of Utah? The Oracle of Utah? Something like that. Is he from Utah? I'm not sure. This has been Business Blaze. That was the international failures of Tesco. I hope it appealed to you, international audience, as much as I enjoyed learning more about Tesco. If you've got suggestions for future Business Blaze episodes, leave them in the description below. Smash that like button. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell. YouTube shilling over, and I'll see you next time. You're going to jail, Martha. You're gonna be raped. Welcome to Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon, and today Danny has written this article for us, which we're going to go through together. This was a suggestion from one of you guys. What is insider trading and why is it illegal? I'm also interested. All I know about it, pretty much, is that Martha Stewart went to prison for it. Although I think she actually didn't go to prison for it. She went to prison for obstructing justice or something, and she could have got away with no prison if she just hadn't lied about the insider trading. It doesn't matter. We're probably going to get into this. I've also lately been watching the TV show Billions, so maybe this will help in my understanding and your understanding of that fantastic show. Let's crack on. Media headlines over the last few decades have lapped up high-profile cases of wealthy business directors or greedy stock traders stepping over the line with insider dealing, and they've often faced humiliating consequences. But what exactly is insider trading? Why is it illegal? And do the same laws apply all over the world? I've also heard that in Russia it's not illegal. I'm not sure if that's true. I imagine we'll get into it. The first thing to point out that insider trading isn't technically illegal at all. So we have nothing to worry about. Best let them just get on with it. They all know what they're doing. The end. Definitely not the end. Well, okay, but we should maybe probe the topic a little more deeply than that. It's easy to imagine insider traders as a group of shady people sneaking around the New York Stock Exchange in sunglasses and fake beards, making suspicious transactions under the veil of a criminal shadow. It's not really how I imagine them. I just imagine them like Martha Stewart, like people who just get caught up in something. Or now like Bobby Axelrod from Billions. But insider trading isn't just insiders buying or selling stock in their own company. The definition of insider can vary slightly from country to country, but it ultimately boils down to the same thing: a fairly big cheese within the company. A director, CEO, high-level executive Or even somebody who just owns more than 10% of the firm's equity. Oh wow, so if you've got like 10% of a public company just because you're rich and you really put a lot of money into it but have nothing else to do with the company, you can still be an insider trader even if you don't have inside information. Whatever their rank or status, the thing that binds all of these insiders together is that they have access to potentially valuable information about the company which has not been made available to the public. But despite a widespread misconception that all insider trading is criminal activity, most insider trading is perfectly legal and it goes on all the time without anybody getting thrown in jail. You'll often hear of CEOs selling or buying back shares in their own company or employees dealing in shares in the company where they work, and all of that is perfectly fine. The US are a little stricter than the rest of the world in that every single insider transaction has to be filed with the US Securities and Exchange Commission so that they can keep close tabs on what they're up to. But aside from that, every insider is perfectly entitled to make legal trades in their own business. And I didn't realize that was the case. I thought that if you worked for a company, you couldn't have shares in it or something like that because, you have unfair information. But that's the point. If you don't have unfair information that the other people don't have, you seem to be fine. So you can trade in your own business. However, all of this is obviously not legal advice or anything like this. It's entertainment, guys. However, there is, of course, a darker side to insider trading. And in a burst of fizzy creativity, I'm going to call this illegal insider trading. On the surface, illegal insider trading is remarkably similar to legal insider trading, but with one big, potentially cell-door slamming difference. The trader, and this is in bold, thanks for making it clear, Danny, the trader is using non-public knowledge to their advantage. Interesting thing about insider trading is that you don't even have to be an insider to be found guilty of a criminal offense. In fact, you can be anyone at all. So let's imagine that Danny is the CEO of Danny's novelty trundle wheels. For a while now, the stock market has been rife with speculation that the corporate giant, Whistler's manic measuring devices, has been looking to make a substantial investment in Danny's business. And the share price of Danny's business has been rising because people are excited about the takeover. On Wednesday, Danny is privately informed via carrier pigeon that Whistler's manic measuring devices have decided not to invest at all. Danny, I'd invest in you, but for the sake of this example, I'm not. They've gone with Benny's bubble inclinometers instead. With a heavy heart, Danny makes plans to issue a press release on Friday, knowing that the share price is almost certainly going to take a massive nosedive as a result of this press release. If Danny now decides to sell a big stack of shares in his company on Thursday, one day before the news becomes public, Danny is guilty of illegal insider trading. The reasoning being that he'd have an unfair advantage over the other investors because of the inside knowledge. And this makes sense. I see why that is the case, because it's like then the other investors who don't have that information lose out. However, if Danny waits until after the press release before he offloads his shares, this would be perfectly legal, as he wouldn't be perceived to have any advantage over the general public. Okay, now let's imagine that on Thursday, Danny has a lunchtime drink with his good friend Barry. Barry doesn't have any interest in the stock market or business in general, but Danny advises him to buy shares in his company, and it's been a fairly good investment so far. This has worked out well for Danny as well, because Barry then usually buys all the drinks because he's so grateful. On Thursday, Danny says to Barry that he's been having a tough week because Whistler's manic measuring devices has pulled out of that investment deal like we talked about before. Later that day, Barry goes and sells all of his shares in Danny's company based on this information.
And it's gone.
And even though Barry's just this ordinary dude with very limited experience in trading shares, he would potentially face a prison sentence for being an insider trader because he was purposefully acting on information that hadn't been made public. The secret information that Danny had about my Whistler's company not investing in his. Naturally, the strength of the laws and the level of monitoring and enforcement varies from country to country, but not as much as you might think. The UK and particularly the US have always led the way with tight regulations on illegal trading, whereas other countries such as Japan and Russia are only just beginning to catch up. Okay, so Russia's making efforts. I thought it was like totally legal there. I was like, how does business work in Russia if you could just trade on inside information? Actually, I imagine it just makes oligarchs really rich. But the crucial thing to bear in mind is that your own country's laws aren't really important. It's not about your location, it's about the location of the stock exchange that you're using to make your investment. So you may well live in Timbuktu, where local insider trading laws are likely to be very lax, but as soon as you invest on the US stock market, then you're bound by stricter US regulations and law. The biggest stock exchanges in the world are all in countries which have laws in place to prevent illegal trading, and regardless of your own location, those laws are the ones you need to note when making a trade. Yeah, so just be safe, don't invest, don't sell or buy stocks based on inside information. It's not worth it, guys. The effectiveness of those laws may be more questionable in some countries than others, though. Hong Kong, China, India waited until the 1990s to put regulations in place, and relatively few convictions have emerged so far in those countries. In contrast, the US has the most developed regulations of all, with a history stretching back to the 1930s and a long list of high-profile convictions, including Martha Stewart famously. So, while you'll be risking a potential prison sentence by taking part in dodgy dealings on any of the world's major stock exchanges, the risks will be considerably higher if you're investing on the UK or US markets. In fact, there was a very specific reason why the US led the way by several decades in laws against insider trading, and this was the 1929 Wall Street crash. If you want to learn more about that could be an interesting one for this channel. Any other suggestions as well, let me know below, and let me know if you want Wall Street crash. I don't know much about it, it could be fun. Okay, so back to the story. Mr. Albert H. Wiggin was the respectable head of Chase National Bank. Just before the biggest, most devastating stock market decline in US history, Mr. Wiggin shorted 40,000 shares in his own company. Without wanting to get too technical, the risky strategy of shorting or short selling shares is that you're able to borrow shares at the current high value and then immediately sell them, expecting that you'll be able to buy them back at a lower price later. That sounds pretty complicated. Basically, it's just a strategy you adopt if you think a company is headed for a fall. It's a way to make money. Short selling is essentially a way to make money if you think the price of a share is going to go down in a company. I think it's also particularly risky because if it doesn't go down, you're on the hook for, potentially an infinite amount of money if the share price goes up a lot. In this case, it suddenly meant that Wiggin had a vested interest in running his own successful company into the ground, which is exactly what he did. Yeah, this is why insider trading is bad, because you can short sell and then be like, all I gotta do is now trash my company and I'm gonna make loads of money. When the rest of America suffered from the fallout of the Wall Street crash, Wiggin walked away with $4 million in profit from the epic financial disaster because of his shady trading. No charges would ever be brought against him because what he did was perfectly legal at the time. I imagine it quickly was made illegal after that. It's like, wow, that was a really smart thing to do. Now it's fully illegal. He wasn't entirely without scruples, though. He also accepted a $100,000 a year pension for life from the bank sometime later. He generously declined this, although that may have had something to do with the fact that the American public were now calling for his head. Dealings such as this led to the development of America's first laws on insider trading in the 1930s, which became ever tighter as the decades rolled on. Fast forward to 2004, and the Martha Stewart case became possibly the most famous example of a high-profile insider trading conviction. Martha Stewart was already a household name at this point, having carved out a hugely successful career as a model, businesswoman, TV personality, and writer. Sadly, any recent biography of Martha Stewart now has to include the words convicted felon alongside those career highlights. I was reading Martha Stewart's Wikipedia page before I got started with this, and it is model, businesswoman, convicted felon. It's like, what did she do? Murder? Rape? No, just insider trading. Felon sounds way more serious, but I think that just means you committed a federal crime, right? Which is one at a national level rather than a state level. Americans, if I'm wrong on that, hit me up in the comments below. Martha Stewart held close to 4,000 shares in a biopharmaceutical company called Imclone Systems, who had developed a drug for cancer treatment called Erbitux. Imclone Systems had been waiting for a decision from the Food and Drug Administration to approve their drug. When the company was finally notified that the drug had been rejected, the company's CEO, Samuel Waxel, decided to advise many of his close friends to quickly sell their shares in Imclone before the information went public and the share price took a tumble. Oh man, this is definitely illegal, right? This has got to be illegal. This guy's going to jail or something. But it's got to be hard. You're like, oh god, all my friends have invested in my company and they're all going to lose so much money, and you can't tell them? Woo, tough decisions. Not so tough decisions because, losing some friends, going to prison, One of these friends was Peter Bankovitz, who just happened to be Martha Stewart's broker. Bankovitz passed on this non-public information to Martha, who then decided to sell her 4,000 shares before this news was officially released. And I guess she must have known that it was inside information, because surely if her broker could say, like, I'm going to sell these shares, and she'd be like, okay. But I guess she knew that it was based on inside information. When the news on the FDA's rejection of the drug finally became public, the Imclone share value plummeted by 16%, and it was estimated that at the time Martha avoided a loss of around $45,000. Good for Martha. Although, no, not so good for Martha or anyone else involved in the scandal. Imclone's CEO, Samuel Waxel, was fined $4 million. That's not so bad. I mean, I'm sure he's super rich, and then at least he doesn't get to go to jail. Oh man, and sentenced to over 7 years in prison for his part in the conspiracy. The broker Peter Bankovitz was eventually sentenced to 5 months in prison for lying to investigators about suspicious stock sales. Meanwhile, Martha Stewart, who arguably was just acting on advice of her broker, yeah, that's what I kind of feel. It's like, if I didn't have a broker because I just invest in index funds because I don't think brokers really do anything. If I had a broker and he phoned me up and was like, yo, Simon, you got to sell your shares in this thing, I'd be like, okay, Jeff, you know what you're doing. You're my broker. You're the man who's supposed to do all this for me. Why are you asking me? And then it'd probably be like, because I need your permission to break the law. And then I'd be like, don't do that, Jeff. Jesus. She served 5 months in prison not for insider trading, but for criminal obstruction and providing false information. So essentially she was like lying to the FBI. That was a mistake. In other words, she might have got away with a smaller penalty if she'd just been a bit more honest about the whole thing. Things went from bad to worse for Martha in prison. Despite building a business empire on homemaking and decoration, she had to endure the humiliation of losing the prison's annual decorating contest. Martha Stewart definitely didn't go to Supermax. Have you guys seen the Wolf of Wall Street where he gets punished and he goes to like Club Fed where he's just like playing tennis? It's different if you're a white collar criminal, it seems. And I'm like, Martha Stewart, I'm totally fine with that. Like, this is a non-violent crime. Not really, people don't really get hurt that bad. It's not great for financial business and stuff, but I wouldn't want Martha Stewart going to like ADX Florence or Alcatraz or something like that. It's like, what did you do? My broker told me to buy this shares. You're going to jail, Martha. You're gonna be right. But the real sting in the tail, if she'd actually just been a little more patient and waited for Imclone's share price to rise again, she would have actually made an overall profit of $30,000 instead of serving 5 months in prison alongside a $30,000 fine. It turns out crime not only doesn't pay, it sometimes costs a bloody fortune. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you assume Martha Stewart's broker's gotta be good, right? She's Martha Stewart. She's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. She's got a good broker. And he still, like, you can't beat the market. They don't beat the market. Business Blaze, insider trading. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, and I'll see you next time. By the end of the match, thousands of supporters had rushed the field with knives, chains, and makeshift weapons to participate. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. I'm not sure if this is the first one you guys will see there's a viewer suggestion, but it's the first one I've recorded. Thanks to Master Zui for suggesting the Air Pass. This is terribly named. It's like American Airlines Air Pass, but then is it the Ear Pass or Air Pass? And 3 other incredible deals you probably missed out on before they were pulled. I was familiar with the Air Pass. It's an incredible story that are just as good. Thank you, Danny, for writing this script. They say that when something sounds too good to be true, it probably is, except on those rare occasions when it isn't. There have been extraordinary moments in marketing history when an amazing deal from a corporate company, what other sort of companies are there? Only sounds too good to be true because someone made a mighty cock-up somewhere down the line and didn't really stop to think through the potentially disastrous consequences. Here are 4 of the most bungled business promotions which ended either with massive losses, failed promises, bellyache, or public mooning? Mooning, where you lower your trousers and stick out your butt? I have not heard that word since I was a teenager. There's only one real time I remember this happening to me in my life. I used to work in a Sainsbury's supermarket, which is like a fairly big supermarket brand in the UK when I was a kid. And I was scanning through people's groceries and I kept noticing that they were scanning quiches and it kept taking money off instead of adding it on. Like someone would buy a quiche and instead of like adding £3, it would take off about £1.50 when they bought 2 at once and like a buy one get one free. So at the end of the day, I just went, took all of the quiches, bought them all, and then the till came to like minus £40 or whatever. So I bought a bunch of CDs, a bunch of sweets, and all of this stuff, and then I ended up owing them like 20p and just walked out with bags of shopping. I go home and my mum's like, why do you have so many quiches? I'm like, they were free, and I got all this other stuff as well. And those quiches went in the freezer and we had quiche forever. Okay, but that's a pretty lame story because people ripped off companies way better than I did. The A Air Pass, oh, for God's sake. The first thing that's wrong with the A Air Pass is it's a really crap name. I've never met Danny, but I do like the fact that we're often on the same page. The A Air Pass was almost certainly the world's most expensive first-class airline ticket in history, but the cool thing about it was that it lasted for the rest of your life. Bearing that in mind, I would have named it Infinity Flyer, or Golden Wings, or Filthy Rich Forever Flight Pass, or Fly Till I Die, or something like that. Fly Till I Die is golden, Danny. I don't know why you work for me. You should get a job at like Sterling Cooper or something. But no, American Airlines went with the A Air Pass. It was launched in 1981 during very turbulent times for American Airlines. The company had been struggling with the aftermath of the Airline Deregulation Act of 1978, which spawned new competitors with temptingly cheaper ticket prices. Stupid competition ruining our business. Posting a $76 million loss in 1980, American Airlines were desperately short of cash by 1981, and interest rates were at an all-time high. I was really curious what interest rates were, because mortgage loans, you can get a loan here now. It's like 2.9%. I think I even got a loan at 2.2% once. So I was curious about what the rates were back in 1981 in the United States. The federal fund rates was 11%, was 20% in 1981. And then the peak was in June of 1982 at 21.5%. I feel like these are loan shark rates, government. Good God. It was an early 1980s recession, that was the reason. So they came up with the idea of raising capital from their own customer base by launching what is now seen by many as one of the very first examples of the loyalty reward program. Except this wasn't quite along the same lines as the supermarket loyalty card, where you spend £50 and earn about 20 pence to put towards your next Scotch broth soup. Danny has such a weird taste of food. Like, this has come up several times, like the weird Danny eats. I didn't even know what Scotch broth is. Or am I the weird one? Let me know, British people. Danny's also British. Also, I carried a Tesco, another supermarket, loyalty card for a year, and I loyally shopped. And everything, I was like, swipe that Tesco club card. I got to the end of the year, I got about like £4 in vouchers and like a big book of discount coupons for I didn't need. The A Air Pass was targeted to a very small and very exclusive circle of ultra-wealthy frequent flyers. The initial price tag was $250,000, which may sound a bit steep, but that's nothing when you consider that that's about $700,000 in today's money. So this wasn't a joke. You gotta be rich. But it wasn't really a bad deal if you had that kind of spare change floating around in your back pocket at the time, because the pass gave you unlimited first-class travel with American Airlines for the rest of your life. Now, if you're a frequent flyer and you're young, the maths on this are incredible. If you're flying every week for business, let's say you gotta fly London to New York every 4 times a month for business. Like, you go there, you do half your week in London and you do half your week in New York. And let's say like a first class ticket across the pond is $6,000, $6,000, let's say. A high-end price, let's say $6,000. So you're spending $50,000 a month. This pays for itself in about a year and a half. It's worth mortgaging your house over. Even if you're flying economy and let's say it costs $1,000, this would, and you did it 4 times a month, 4 times 10 is $50,000 a year, you would be paying this off in about 6 years in economy. So this is absolutely worth doing. I wouldn't say back change, this is the sort of you mortgage your house for. As if that wasn't enough, you could also grab yourself a bonus bargain by snapping up an additional companion pass for $150,000 so that you could bring a friend along on every ride. This is amazing. I don't know if Danny's going to mention it, but there was one of the guys who was super abusing it, was like, he just wanted to have 2 first class seats to himself, so he'd book like, you know, Mr. Whistler in one seat and Mr. Whistler's bag in the seat next door. The scheme ran for 13 years, during which time the price slowly crept up to $1 million before American American Airlines finally pulled the plug on issuing new passes in 1994. It reportedly sold around 66 air passes during this time, so the airline had certainly succeeded in raising a bit of capital. Well, sort of, but I mean, not a ton. But they also realized that during the 1990s, the frequent flying pass holders had long since got their money's worth from the deal and were now costing American Airlines millions of dollars a year in free first-class flights. Because first-class flights are mad expensive. It's an incredible deal, but also, didn't we specifically say that the company had been struggling in the aftermath and they made a $76 million loss? And this is all good if you buy this pass and it's valid for the rest of your life, but it's also only valid for the rest of the life of the company. Like, if that company goes bankrupt, that's it. You lost all your money. And I mean, I don't know if there was a chance of them going bankrupt, and in retrospect, of course they didn't. American Airlines is still definitely around today. And kinda not very good. Like, I've flown them a couple of times, never really been that impressed. Yeah, so it's a bit of a risk. Two problem passengers in particular were making life difficult for the airline. Steve Rothstein, I think it was this Rothstein dude who was like Mr. Rothstein's bag. He was a financier from Chicago. He booked more than 10,000 free flights over 25 years, often taking a flight to Ontario just for a quick sandwich, and reportedly giving away his companion pass tickets to complete strangers at the airport. That would be amazing. You're just sitting in the airport, like, waiting to get on a flight, and this, like, Steve dude comes up to you and is like, I got a free ticket to first class, you want to just sit next to me? I'd be like, you seem a bit weird, but okay. I also really have to work out just how many, that's 10,000 flights over 25 years. 10,000 divided by 25 is 400 flights a year. He's doing more than one flight a day? Okay, I was looking up how he did these 10,000 flights a day. More importantly, Mark Cuban bought one of these. Okay, so I looked into it a little bit, and it seems that basically the Rothstein dude, when he bought it, he negotiated terms, and he was like, yeah, I just want to be able to, like, land, and then there was some stipulation against not doing this, but he got it removed, that he could land and then immediately get on a flight somewhere else. So he was just hopping around all over the place and just abusing the hell out of it. And it seems he also had less money later in life, and he still had this pass, so he was just like using it absolutely all the time. Meanwhile, a direct marketing consultant called Jacques Vroom, great name, was racking up over 2 million air miles per year using his Air Pass, regularly traveling from France to London for a spot of lunch. And also, I should note that you could get air miles on this, so you would go on your Air Pass on a journey, they'd rack up the air miles for you, and then you could just give those air miles away to someone else, and 2 million is a lot of air miles. That's a lot of free flights. Under very controversial circumstances, American Airlines eventually revoked these two passes in 2008 on the grounds of fraudulent use, claiming that the two passengers were abusing their privilege by selling or giving away companion pass tickets and cancelling thousands of booked flights between them. Yeah, because you're like, it's free. It's like, yeah, maybe I do want to go to London this weekend. I'll book a flight just in case. It's free. Both passengers strongly disputed this, but despite a string of lawsuits and counterclaims, neither of them ended up getting their passes back. Most of the other Air Pass holders still have an active membership today and are still flying around the world for free, while costing American Airlines an absolute fortune. This is such gold. All you can eat snow crab legs. What's a snow crab? Okay, it's like this. It just seems to be like a regular crab. That looks so good. The popular American diner chain Red Lobster thought they were onto a winner back in 2003 when they launched their Endless Snow Crab Legs promotion. All you can eat is hardly an original marketing idea. The customer pays a fixed price up front, in this case about $20, and then gets an opportunity to stuff themselves silly with as much food as they want until they can barely move. That's a steal, like $20 for all the crab you can eat. It's not a bad ploy because it sounds amazingly generous, but most humans do eventually get full of food, so it's not like they're going to carry on eating forever. Red Lobster thought they were being quite shrewd with their own deal because while snow crab legs are apparently delicious, I've never tried them as I'm allergic to snow, they're also very salty. The general assumption was that once you've had 2 servings, you'd be fit to burst. I get the feeling some people abuse this. However, Red Lobster got a few things wrong. Firstly, it was lousy timing. The US government had just issued new quotas for crab, which placed tight restrictions on just how many crabs could legally be caught, pushing up prices to an all-time high. Secondly, they'd severely underestimated the size of the American appetite. That thing about getting full after 1 or 2 servings, it did not happen. Customers were shoving them into their mouths until they were sick, and then ordering servings straight afterwards, just to make sure they didn't get hungry again on the way home. Wait, were people really throwing up?
3 weeks later.
I can't find that, but I got tired of looking. So I'm just gonna trust to say that is intense. It's like Roman style. Which I also think might be a legend. They had like the vomitorium, but it actually meant something else and they didn't really throw up when they were eating so they could eat more. I think that's just a legend. I'm not sure, let me know in the comments. This also created a bit of a bottleneck in the restaurants as the seated customers simply weren't moving, creating massive queues of hungry customers waiting for a table. One of Red Lobster's executives revealed that it wasn't the second helping that hurt us, it was the third and the fourth. The president of Red Lobster resigned shortly after the end of the deal, which was estimated to have racked up a $3 million loss for the chain. That is brutal. It's definitely not as brutal as the Air Pass, but it is intense that people were eating so much that they were sick and then eating again. Cleveland Indians and the 10-cent beers. You know that promotion's got a bit awry when it ends up in full-scale riots with loads of unconscious bodies scattered across the floor. Oh, this is gonna be good. I did this video on my other channel about the riots at West Point where all the cadets got super drunk and had a riot. It was the funniest shit I've ever recorded. Back in 1974, the American baseball team, the Cleveland Indians, were hosting a game against their arch rivals, the Texas Rangers. Good God, I know nothing about baseball. Whenever I make baseball videos on any of my other channels where it's like the script has been made for me, it's like about baseball, I have no idea what I'm saying. Absolutely no idea. To help entice a bigger audience to the match, Cleveland Indians decided to offer unlimited beers to everyone for just 10 cents a cup. Now that's my kind of deal. I agree, Danny, it's my kind of deal as well. I've no interest in American baseball whatsoever. Danny and I... But even I would be tempted to turn up if they were serving unlimited beers for 10 cents each. Danny, I would become a massive fan of baseball. I would be there every week. Or when they play baseball every week, every day, every month, in a season. I don't know. If there are 10-cent beers, I'll be there. However, the Cleveland Indians grossly underestimated just how many fans were going to turn up to claim this deal. In fact, an exact total of 41,848 fans arrived on the day, which was over twice the amount the hosts were expecting. Yeah, because he says like, their fans showed up. It's like, I'm not a fan, but I'll go. There was, you know what I am a fan of? Beer. You know what I'm really a fan of? Cheap beer. There was another problem, and I think I can guess what this other problem is. If like, football in the UK, soccer, is anything to go by, like drunk fans, arch rivals, it's not gonna go well. In the previous recent encounter between the Cleveland Indians and the Texas Rangers, there had been reports of brawls kicking off between supporters, and tensions were running high between the rival fans. I'm glad it's not just the British. So what the Cleveland Indians had actually gone and done here was to bring together tens of thousands of baseball fans bearing a bitter grudge against each other and then serving them up unlimited beer for 10 cents. What could possibly go wrong? As the match got underway, some of the supporters started throwing firecrackers onto the pitch and pelting the players with hot dogs. Why do you have firecrackers? This was an expensive option, bearing in mind they could have just thrown the 10-cent beers. I agree, although hot dog or beer, and I imagine the queues must have been pretty outrageous. I'd throw the hot dog, I guess. Hot dogs are pretty nasty. Other supporters were running onto the field and mooning the crowd, while another couple went the whole hog and ran around the field completely naked. So these guys are just getting absolutely smashed. By the end of the match, thousands of supporters had rushed the field with knives, chains, and makeshift weapons to participate. Woo! By the end of the match, thousands of supporters had rushed the field with knives, chains, and makeshift weapons to participate in the epic battle in which players themselves became embroiled. Oh my god, please tell me there's video of this. It's back in 1974, so who knows? There is. I'll throw some of this up on the screen. Probably not too much because I don't want to get, like, claimed. This is less exciting than I expected. Oh no, here we go! Wow, the players are like fully getting into this. Thankfully, despite hundreds of reported minor injuries, nobody lost their life in the crowd. They had knives! No one died! Nobody lost their life, and the crowd were eventually dispersed with tear gas by the Cleveland SWAT team. Believe it or not, Cleveland Indians continued to run 10-cent beer promotions long into the future, but they sensibly introduced a 2-cup per person limit at the discount price. By the way, the Texas Rangers ended up winning the match 3-0, so all in all, this wasn't the Cleveland Indians' finest hour. I doubt that was their main concern. That's incredible. Free flights with Hoover. Back in 1992, the British appliance, I've heard of this one. This is quite famous in the UK. Back in 1992, the British appliance maker Hoover found themselves with a massive surplus of washing machines and vacuum cleaners that they were getting desperate to shift. And by the way, in the UK, we call vacuum cleaners Hoovers because the brand has such strong market dominance. I mean, now it's Dyson, but I'd say get the Hoover, meaning a Dyson. So they hit upon the idea of offering two free round-trip tickets to Europe with every £100 spent on any Hoover product. It led to one of the biggest promotional scandals in British history. Also, what's up with airlines and flight tickets? To be fair, the original promotion worked pretty well, although Hoover seemed to go to great lengths to make the process of claiming your free flights as annoying and as time-consuming as possible. Well, yeah, you know when you have a rental car and you have the insurance on the rental car? Because you can buy them separately or you have it through your bank, so if you crash it and they'll charge you a £500 excess. I had one of these insurance policies and so, I crashed the car. So I had to pay in fact I didn't crash the car. I locked the keys inside the car and I had to break the window to get the keys. I was in the middle of nowhere and I phoned them up and I was like, hey guys, I locked the keys inside the car. And this was a modern car, so I'm not really sure how this is possible. This is a super long story. Let's just say I locked the keys in the car and I had to break the window. I phoned them up and I was like, what shall I do? I was just miles away. And they were like, you're gonna have to break the window. And I'm like, okay, which is the cheapest window? And then when I went to claim the, my excess insurance back from the other company, it took me 6 months and 15 letters. It was a huge pain in the ass. But of course it makes sense because they want to make it a pain in the ass so you don't do it and you give up. But it was when Hoover expanded the deal to flights to the US that the really hit the propeller. Bearing in mind that the average flight from the UK to the US cost about £600 at the time, hundreds and thousands of customers quickly cottoned onto the idea that just buying any cheap old crap from Hoover for £100 would turn into a massive money-saving move. Unfortunately for Hoover, the customers also realized that they could get away with just buying the cheapest model of vacuum cleaner, the unexceptional Turbo Power Total System. That's an exceptional name for an unexceptional vacuum cleaner. The Turbo Power Total System from Hoover. This was £100 and they could use it to claim their flight tickets. This meant that Hoover warehouses were still overflowing with all of the other models of vacuum cleaners and washing machines that simply weren't shifting, while they had to employ more staff around the clock to keep on churning out new Turbo Power Total Systems to meet the soaring high demands. Guys, at some point, just cancel the promotion and deal with the PR mess, surely. At this point, thousands of disappointed customers began complaining that the free flight tickets had never arrived, leading to the forming of the Hoover Holidays pressure groups in 1993. It's estimated that around 220,000 customers did ultimately get their free flights from Hoover, while thousands of other claims were eventually settled in court cases at great expense to Hoover. The company attracted £30 million in sales from the campaign, but ended up spending over £50 million on free flights and court settlements. And they still had warehouses full of crap that they had spectacularly failed to shift. As far as marketing strategies go, this one probably sucked even more than the Turbo Power Total System. But okay, this has been Business Blaze. Wow, I really made a mess of this script. Thank you, Master Zui, for the suggestion. If you've got a suggestion for a future Business Blaze episode, hit me up in the comments below. Upvote the ones you like. Also, thank you, Danny, as always, for writing the script, and I'll see you next time. Welcome to another Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon Whistler, as always. Today's one, you already know from the title, unless this autoplayed. In that case, I guess you don't. Michael Jackson bought the Beatles, not into slavery or something, but he bought all of their songs. And I kind of thought this was just a legend. I had Danny put together a script all about this. It's even more wild than you could possibly think. I did a little bit of digging into it before we got started. It's absurd. So let's jump into it. Let's just get one thing out of the way. The Beatles were the greatest band of all time, and anyone who disagrees is an idiot. Listen, Danny, I like the Beatles. I like the Beatles as much as anyone. Greatest band of all time, though. Let me tell you a little bit about a band called Five. I have a few friends who claim they don't like the Beatles, but the annoying thing is how many times they feel the need to publicly announce that they don't like the Beatles, as if this is something that makes them more interesting than everybody else. It's true. It's oh yeah, I don't like the Beatles. Oh, you're so edgy. Also, who the doesn't like the Beatles? Or who doesn't like the biggest of the Beatles songs? Because they're just objectively great. I mean, I'm not gonna dive into every song on their catalog and be like, this is amazing, because there's some pretty bad songs, as we'll probably learn about. I'm convinced that some of these people are destined to be buried under gravestones with epitaphs that read something along the lines of, "Here lies John Doe. He didn't like the Beatles, he never had a Facebook account, and he never watched a single episode of Game of Thrones." That's not true about me. I saw the first episode of Game of Thrones twice. I didn't like it either times, but I don't like fantasy, so, which is weird because I love science fiction. Like, I'm a big old Star Trek nerd, but Star Wars, Game of Thrones, all of that stuff, I just can't get into it. I saw the first Lord of the Rings movie. Sucked. Smash that dislike button. Well, people on my podcast also tell me that it's unusual that I've never seen The Princess Bride. So now we've established the unquestionable genius and brilliance. If you want to subscribe to my podcast, that's Brain Food Show. Brain Food, one word, wherever you get your podcasts. So now we've established the unquestionable genius and brilliance of the band that gave us such classics as Yellow Submarine, Obla Di, Obla Da. Why don't we do it in the road? Wait, is that a joke? I've never heard of that Beatles song. Is that really a Beatles? Okay, it is a Beatles song. I think it's from the White Album with that album cover. Right there. Why don't we do it? Okay, I'd never heard of that one, but whatever. Anyway, let's fast forward to a moment in 1989, not long after the split of the band and the death of John Lennon. Paul McCartney was playing an epic solo world tour, and he was naturally keen to play some of the 227 songs that he'd co-written with Lennon back in the days when the Fab Four pretty much ruled the airwaves. It is absolutely insane. You would think that the Beatles were around for decades, considering how much stuff they wrote. It's extraordinary. You can't blame them either. The audience were going to be paying a small fortune for their tickets, and they certainly didn't want the whole set to be geared around the rubbish that he did with Linda, or that god-awful thing he made with a frog chorus. I don't know that, but Danny, look. Everyone knows that the worst music associated with the Beatles, although not directly, is this by Yoko Ono. This, I'm just going to skip to the middle and we'll only listen to a few seconds because there's absolutely no way I want Yoko Ono to get any of the money from this video. Listen to this absolute piece of shit. It just goes on like that for 3 minutes and 5 seconds. He also quite fancied the idea of printing the lyrics of some of the Beatles classics that he had been performing within the tour program. However, he changed his mind when he realized that he'd have to pay a substantial royalty to Michael Jackson for printing out his own lyrics. In fact, Jackson would also receive royalties every time Paul McCartney played one of the songs that he'd co-written with Lennon all of those years ago, because the self-named King of Pop, Michael Jackson, owns the publishing rights to the entire back catalogue of the Beatles. Isn't this one of those facts that you read and you're like, nah, that's just like a legend. Like the Coca-Cola and cocaine, the cocaine and Coca-Cola thing, which is also true. This is also true. So how did Paul McCartney manage to lose control of his own vast archive of classics? And is it true to say that he was royally shafted by his former friend, or can the real culprit be found loitering somewhere on Broad Street? The story begins in 1963 when the Beatles were still just on the brink of world domination. Their manager at the time, Brian Epstein, was seeking a music publishing deal for the band, and he teamed up with music mogul Dick James. The end result was the launch of a new company called Northern Songs, which would hold, what an original name, which would hold all of the publishing rights to the Beatles' compositions. As Dick James was the one pumping the money in, as well as expertise and clout, he became the majority shareholder of Northern Songs, Lennon and McCartney getting a 20% stake each. Yeah, he was pumping money, expertise, and clout in, but it's not his music. Whatever this guy is, what he is really is a great businessman. A couple of years later, in 1965, Northern Songs became a public company. Dick James still retained a big stake in the business, while Lennon and McCartney were each given just 15%. At this point, it's worth remembering, where are the other Beatles? It wasn't just two of them. At this point, it's worth remembering that there are two other Beatles in the band who often contributed tracks, although not, of course, on the same scale or with the same levels of success as Lennon and McCartney. George Harrison and Ringo Starr were pretty much left the crumbs of the deal, splitting only a tiny percentage of the company. This has got to royally suck. George Harrison was so disgruntled about this that he wrote the Beatles track Only a Northern Song to vent his vexation about his small cut. It wasn't very good, and nobody cared. Oh, poor George. Poor George. By the time we get to 1969, the Beatles was almost over. Lennon and McCartney were beginning to realize that despite writing a whole stack of some of the most acclaimed and successful songs in history, they were getting screwed over by a very bad deal. To be fair, guys, it was a really bad deal that you made. Although maybe, okay, so there's a couple of ways to look at this. It's a really bad deal that they made, so maybe they shouldn't have made the deal. But also, if they didn't make the deal, would they really have been big? Because, I mean, it seems like there's clout and energy and stuff. It took the Beatles pretty far. Is 15% of something worth more than 50% of nothing? They started legal proceedings against Northern Songs to try and recoup some of their royalties that they felt they were owed, at which point Dick James threw his toys out of the pram and sold his 35% stake of the company to Lou Grade from ATV Music without telling John or Paul. I wouldn't say that's throwing the toys out of the pram. He's entitled to do that. It's a public company. You can sell whatever he wants. And also, legal proceedings against him. For what? You made a bad business deal. Although this stake was big, it was no longer a majority stake, so Lennon and McCartney still had an opportunity to buy out all the other shareholders and wrestle control of the company from Lou Grade. But the relationship between the band members, it was beginning to break down, and after months of disagreements, threats, financial problems, and internal fightings, Lennon and McCartney just gave up on the whole idea and cashed in all their shares to ATV, making Lou Grade the majority shareholder of the Beatles' back catalogue, and leaving the songwriters with no ownership at all. At this time, an exasperated Lennon lamented, "I'm sick of being f***ed about by men in suits sitting on their fat asses in the city." It is pretty incredible that just over a period of a few years, all of the stuff they wrote no longer belongs to them. So if they want to perform the songs, they have to start. I think they could even not be allowed to perform their own songs because they just don't own them. It would be like me performing a Beatles song on here. It's like, I'm not going to get to keep that money. ATV retained control of the Beatles' back catalogue for 16 years before putting it up for sale in the 1980s. By this time, of course, the band had long since split up. John Lennon had died, Paul McCartney had formed and disbanded Wings, George Harrison had made a few albums, and Ringo Starr had become the voice of Thomas the Tank Engine? Really? Wow, okay, so Thomas the Tank Engine, when I was growing up, was narrated by Ringo Starr, and I had no idea. Is that something commonly known? Also, I'm not sure I feel about that as Ringo Starr. You're like literally a pop god, and then you're the voice of Thomas the Tank Engine. It'd be like, I'm Ringo Starr! McCartney had struck up a friendship with Michael Jackson, who was seeking business advice from Paul during the video shoot for their 1983 duet Say Say Say. Judging by this whole article so far, Paul McCartney is not the man I would go to for business advice. Paul recommended that Jackson should get into the lucrative business of buying the publishing rights to classic artists, something that Paul himself had recently dabbled in, as it just snapped up the rights to the back catalogue of Buddy Holly. What the f***? Paul, you're like, this is so wrong, he's taken all my rights. Oh, it was Lennon who said the thing about the, men in the city stealing his rights. And then Paul's like, if you can't beat him, join him. You'd also have this bizarre situation that Paul McCartney could perform, Buddy Holly songs, but he couldn't perform his own music, like Peggy Sue. Michael commented that he'd love to buy the Beatles songs, but Paul assumed he was just joking. It turns out he wasn't. A little while later, when ATV decided to sell off its entire music division, including the Beatles' back catalogue, McCartney hooked up with the estate of John Lennon, primarily his widow, Yoko Ono, to make a bid in the region of $15 million for the catalogue. We'll come back to that in more detail in a moment, but the bid was ultimately rejected in favor of a $47.5 million bid from Michael Jackson in 1986. That's gotta suck when you're Paul McCartney, the Beatles Paul McCartney, and Michael Jackson is just infinitely richer than you, that you make a bid of $15 million and he offers 3 times that for your own music. And $15 million is what you got with a share of John Lennon as well. That's devastating. You know what else would be devastating is Paul McCartney having to talk to Yoko Ono. Jesus. The King of Pop was now the owner of around 250 classic Lennon-McCartney compositions, and he would hold a stake of them until his death in 2009. Just to clarify, this doesn't mean that Jackson raked in 100% of the royalties from all the use of the Beatles songs. Paul McCartney and the estate of John Lennon still shared between them 33% of the songwriting royalties in the US and around 50% in other countries, with the rest largely going in Jackson's pocket. Wait, how does that work? Didn't they sell all their rights? This right stuff is really confusing. I can't actually figure it out. I'm just gonna trust Danny on this one. If anyone knows how that works, I would love to know in the comments. But it's fair to say that McCartney was far from happy about the way things had panned out with his former buddy. Paul, you're a bit of a hypocrite, aren't you? Paul originally hoped that Michael Jackson might be planning to do the right thing and at least increase the royalty share awarded to McCartney and the estate of Lennon. Why would he do that? Can you imagine, he just spent $47.5 million on it in 1986. So that is way more money today. Maybe 100 mil, I don't know, just guessing. And then Paul's like, hey Mike, do you mind giving me just a little bit more money for all of the songs that you bought? What's he gonna be super charitable? Yeah, sure, John. I didn't just spend, $50 million on that. But when McCartney tried suggesting that maybe it was time he got a long overdue pay rise, long overdue? What are you talking about, Danny? He paid $50 million for it. From his own songs, Jackson wasn't very responsive and the friendship fizzled out. What a surprise. McCartney was also annoyed by the way that Jackson commercialized the Beatles' back catalogue by licensing out songs for television adverts. The Beatles had always been very protective of their work. Except they sold it all. And McCartney felt that Jackson was diluting the magic by pimping out the Beatles' classics to the likes of Nike to help them flog their latest trainers in exchange for wads of cash. In fact, it's estimated that Jackson made around $1 billion from his purchase of the ATV music division, which isn't too shabby, from a $47.5 million investment. Michael Jackson, you weirdo, but you absolute business legend. So was Michael Jackson the villain here? Is it bad being like, these guys, they made their own bed? And also, Paul McCartney, I'd feel a bit more sympathy if Paul McCartney wasn't like, I'll buy Buddy Holly and whatever else he bought. It's really lucrative, Mike. And then Mike does it, and he's like, Mike, what the hell? We don't know how close the friendship ever really was between McCartney and Jackson, but it certainly was an odd thing to do to a friend. Jackson must have known that Paul was interested in buying back his own songs, and it's possible that the songs would have ended up back in their rightful place if Jackson hadn't intervened. Michael Jackson himself had very little to say on the subject other than it's just business. But the real problem here was the long list of missed opportunities by the Beatles themselves. Back in 1963, they signed a crap deal with Dick James to form Northern Songs. There's no great shame in this. Plenty of budding artists have signed on the dotted line for crap deals with people who claimed they were going to make them rich. To be fair, he did make them rich. He did make them rich. Would they necessarily be where they were without him? I mean, yes, he kind of took tons of their money and stuff, but you can write great music, but you might not be successful. There are loads of artists out there who write incredible stuff, but are just not super popular. But in 1969, when Dick James sold his shares to Lou Grade, they completely messed up a real opportunity to claw back a controlling stake in their own back catalogue. During this period, it was revealed that McCartney had been secretly buying up extra shares in the company without telling Lennon. The tension between the two band members, the Beatles' manager, and their lawyers meant they couldn't agree on the best way of going about the deal, and so in the end they all just threw in the towel and cashed in their songs to ATV. It sounds like Paul McCartney really wants to be a shrewd businessman, but he isn't. And then whenever he gets screwed, he's like, that's not fair. However, another big culprit later down the line is Paul McCartney's 1984 film, Give My Regards to Broad Street. Things got very complicated when ATV were ready to sell off their music division in the 1980s. They hoped to sell off their entire catalogue of thousands of songs in one bumper package, including the Beatles stuff. McCartney and Yoko Ono were trying to persuade ATV to split up the package so they could just purchase the Beatles stuff at a cheaper price. The process of negotiation got very long-winded, and it could have been avoided altogether if McCartney had just a bit more money at the time to throw at the deal and seal it. This would have been a good move. It may seem strange now to think of Paul McCartney ever being a bit strapped for cash, but he was in a much weaker financial position after the complete flop of that previously mentioned movie. Paul had put down $1 million of his own company's money as security against a $9 million loan to help finance the film. When the film turned out to be a box office disaster, his company had to pay back the $9 million. If McCartney and Yoko only had a few more million between them at the time to offer ATV, it's likely they would have secured the deal, but while their bids and counterbids and requests to split up the music division rumbled on, Michael Jackson swooped in with a $47.5 million bid to buy the whole of ATV's music division outright. And he probably paid in cash. He did, because he was unbelievably rich. So, who owns the Beatles' back catalogue now? After Jackson's death in 2009, Sony acquired the ATV music catalogue. However, the US Copyright Act of 1976 states that the ownership of any copyrighted works released before 1978 revert back to the original songwriters after a period of 56 years. And yes, we've just about hit that period where the Beatles started releasing their first hit singles back in 1963. So in theory at least, by the year 2026, an 84-year-old Paul McCartney should have reclaimed his share of the entire Beatles output before the band split in 1970. Paul McCartney filed a lawsuit against Sony in 2017, which signaled his intention to reclaim his ownership of his share of the Beatles' back catalogue. He didn't have an ownership! Reclaim what? He sold it! A confidential settlement agreement was reached between the two parties, so we may never know the full details and figures. I hope it was just an envelope from Sony that just said off. But it seems likely that Paul McCartney has finally got a fair cut of the millions of dollars that have been generated from the songs he wrote for nothing over half a century ago. He wrote for nothing, except now he's mad famous and successful and rich. It just sounds like he made a bad business deal that wasn't even that bad of a business deal that just turned out wrong. Maybe I'm being way too harsh on Paul McCartney here, but I have a different opinion to Danny on this one. Anyway, this has been Business Blaze. This was a wild ride of a story. This is one of my favorites. Another one of my favorites on this channel is Fordlandia, where Henry Ford basically just builds an American suburb in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. If you like this one, I really like that one as well. I imagine you'll probably like it. I will link to it below. Also, subscribe to this channel, hit that notification bell, smash that like button, unless you like Yoko Ono's music, in which case, smash that dislike button, because I don't like you. Anyway, I'll see you next time. A journey to uncover Nazi gold hidden in the pyramids by aliens. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. This one, Operation Bernhard, the Nazi counterfeiting scheme to bomb Britain with banknotes. That sounds a whole lot better than the regular Nazi bombing that was going on of Britain. Thank you, Danny, for putting this script together. I'm, of course, your host, Simon. Let's jump in. What would you do if you ever found a banknote on the streets and nobody was looking? Nothing too heavy, maybe a 5 or a 20-pound note or the equivalent dollar bills. I'd take it. Like, even a 20. I believe, and I'm not sure, my knowledge of the law is quite out of date, but I'm pretty sure, at least in British law, that if the situation was that the person wouldn't reasonably expect it to be returned, that then it's not illegal for you to take it, if that makes any sense. And I think if I lost a £20 note, like out of my wallet, just dropped it on the street, or it came out of a pocket, unless the person is standing right behind me, I wouldn't really have any expectation for them to somehow track me down. The correct answer is, of course, that you'd pick it up and hand it into your local police station. Oh. However, that's frankly ridiculous. Yes, it is. But let's be honest about this, or to put it another way, let's be dishonest about this. But when you consider the trip to the station, the hanging about, the paperwork, and the odds of ever getting it back in the right hands, you're far more likely to take one last sneaky look around and then pocket the note, chalking it up to an incredibly rare moment of good fortune. Yeah, honestly, it's absolutely right. Even if it was like a €100 note on the floor, and I knew that I had to pick it up, take it into a police station, fill out all of the forms, and go through all of that crazy. I once accidentally bought stolen goods. I can't tell you what a massive hassle this was. And I felt like a criminal. And it wasn't like I bought it at a dodgy boot fair for an outrageously good price. I just bought something off of eBay and it turned out to be stolen. It's a massive hassle. If that was the case, I would just leave it there and not touch it. Or if you're like my friend Matt, Danny's friend Matt, I love Danny's personal anecdotes, you could compromise and make a pledge to wait until you've collected £250 on the street before you hand it all in to the police station in one big lump sum. After 40 years on the planet, he's found £20 so far, so he's only got another £230 to go. It's a good plan. No, it's not. When he hands that in, who's it going to go to? Just like the police are going to have to work out the individual allocations for all. This makes no sense. But here's another question. What would you do if you woke up one morning to discover that the sky was raining banknotes? I don't know. I'd be fairly pleased. It may sound too far-fetched. There was that amazing viral video a few years back where the back came off like an armored car on the highway in the States, and money is flying everywhere and people are stopping and collecting it. Humans. But I would be right there. I'd be like, pull the over, get out, gather all the money. Because I'm a human and I love money.
And it's gone.
It may sound far-fetched to give any serious consideration, but it's something that very nearly happened over the landscape of Britain during the Second World War. And while the Nazis' dastardly plan changed course over the years, Operation Bernhard still ended up developing into a fascinating tale involving the greatest counterfeit scheme in history, a lake full of dumped notes, and a group of prisoners who miraculously avoided execution by Nazi soldiers who were following orders just a little too closely. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Normally the Nazis are like, no, I was just following the orders to kill all of the Jews. Therefore, I am innocent. No! Back in 1939, it was Arthur Nebe, the head of the Central Criminal Investigation Department of Nazi Germany, who first dreamed up the plan of bombarding Britain with its own banknotes, or to be more precise, bomb Britain with fake British banknotes. It wasn't an entirely unique idea. In fact, both Winston Churchill and Franklin D. Roosevelt had considered the strategy of producing counterfeit enemy currency, but their advisors at the time were strongly opposed to the move. I don't know, it seems like a pretty great idea, because if you dump enough of it, you're going to get hyperinflation and that's going to ruin an economy. It seems like an awesome idea. Yet it was a distinctly ambitious idea, tightly packed with more than a few bizarre ingredients. Nebe's original plan was to totally destabilize the British economy by producing £30 billion worth of fake British notes, which would be airdropped onto British soil by the Luftwaffe. The thinking behind the idea was that while some dutiful British citizens would hand in the fake money to the authorities, the majority of the population would pocket anything they found and pump it all into general circulation, effectively poisoning the British economy and bringing it to its knees through hyperinflation. Absolutely. I think this is why it will be so effective. Imagine just a bunch of money lands in your garden. You're going to be like, well, that's mine, isn't it? I'm not entirely sure the reasoning stacks up. It's one thing to sneakily pick up a £5 note you find at a quiet bus stop on your way home from the chippy. It's quite another to run around the streets in full view of your proud country folk, blatantly pocketing the downpour of new free money that's raining down from the sky. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter, because everyone will be doing it. It'll be like, all right, Tom, how's it going? Yeah, get the money. Everyone will be doing it. It'd be fine. But whatever their reasoning, the Nazis were sticking to their plan, at least for now. It's worth noting that at this point, although the name Operation Bernhard is often associated with the first phase of the plan, that name would refer to a later revision of the idea. The first wild scheme went under the name Operation Andreas. Although Joseph Goebbels, the Reich Minister of Propaganda, dismissed the idea as grotesque. Really, Goebbels? This is what you find if you like. Mr. Goebbels, we have fantastic idea. What we want to do is get rid of all of the Jews by gassing them and burning them. And Goebbels is like, fantastic, this sounds like a fantastic idea. Very good, proceed. And then the same guy comes along later and is like, listen, Mr. Goebbels, what we want to do is dump a load of banknotes over Britain to hyperinflate and destabilize their economy, causing an economic crisis. And Goebbels is like, that's disgusting. It's like, all right, Goebbels, chill the out. However, Hitler officially gave it the thumbs up in late 1939. Hitler was up for anything. Kill the Jews. Sure. Hyperinflate the British economy. Sure. Hitler, right? It has to be said that the Brits were feeling a bit cocky about the security of their banknotes back then. The Bank of England felt that it would be impossible for anyone to copy their notes in such large quantities to such an expert degree. It's like, alright Britain, chill out, they weren't that good. I've seen the notes from back in the day. Which, looking back, is a bit surprising. Hey, I should read these scripts ahead of time. As the British banknotes were a bit rubbish. The design hadn't changed much since 1855, 100 years. I swear they change the notes like every 5 years now. We just now got all plastic notes. Although the notes contained serial numbers, watermarks, and 150 other minor marks, which were often assumed to be printing glitches but were actually security measures, the notes, however, were still quite technologically simple. The Nazis decided to focus their efforts on the white fiver, as this had the largest circulation. A forgery unit was set up in Berlin in 1940 under the daily operational control of mathematician and codebreaker Albert Langer. It feels like he was underutilized. He'd be like, what are we working on today? Well, we're going to make the Enigma machine. What are we doing today? We're going to copy some banknotes. I feel like my speciality was better suited to the Enigma machine. Get the fuck! I feel like there's something about angry Germans which just works better than any other nationality.
Der Angriff steigert mein Befehl! Wer schickt Sie? Dass Sie es wagen, sich meinen Befehl zu widersetzen!
After 7 months of toiling over the production of identical handmade paper, preparing identical printing plates, and replicating British serial number system, the team finally had a forgery with which they were relatively happy with. The most difficult part was reproducing the vignette of the Britannia figure on the reverse side of the note, and not everyone was convinced that they got the eyes quite right. But the project was deemed good to go. Langer claims that £3 million worth of fake fivers were produced during Operation Andreas, although expert historians claim that the figure was closer to about 500,000. It's like, yeah, we definitely made £3 million worth. Everyone's like, no, you didn't. Don't gloat, Langer. We know you're lying. Either way, it didn't matter, as they were never used, and the fate of these notes is unknown. Following a reshuffling of duties, Langer was taken off the project and the whole idea was put on ice for a while. However, the scheme was revived in 1942 under the orders of Heinrich Himmler, who placed SS Major Bernhard Krüger in charge of the revised plan. There's our name. As you might be able to guess from the name, this is where Operation Bernhard goes into full swing. The premise of the plan was still very much rooted in the idea of producing tons and tons of counterfeit British money, but they'd now quietly moved on from the idea of dropping the forgeries from aircraft over the landscape of Britain like special wartime gift voucher bonds. I'd like to think that this was partly because they realized the idea was quite silly. I don't think it's a silly idea, Danny. I think this is a pretty epic idea. But the official reason was that the Luftwaffe had suffered heavy losses by this time, and they didn't have enough planes to piss about on this kind of stuff. Anyway, the Nazis had an easier and possibly more effective plan now. They would use the forgeries to finance their own dodgy money laundering schemes and under-the-counter intelligence operations. Hell, the money's fake. Can you imagine the German government prints fake British money, then goes to like an exchange office and be like, "Hi, I'd like to exchange this British money." In the middle of the war, be like, "How are you getting so much British money?" Questions would be asked. Bernhard assembled a team of 140 Jewish concentration camp prisoners, because of course he did, who had been handpicked for their skills in engraving, printing, and draftsmanship. Operations were set up in special work areas in the Sachsenhausen concentration camp, where the prisoners were to find life very different to what they had become accustomed. For starters, they were treated with unusual courtesy and respect from the Nazis, including Bernhard himself. They were given cigarettes, a radio, even rations. Oh my god, they got food! How generous, Nazis! And even had their own ping pong table on which they would play with the guards. This is all fantastic. It's wonderful. They get food and cigarettes and a ping pong table and absolutely no freedom and are forced to do labor. The prisoners strongly suspected that they would almost certainly be killed after the operation was complete, to avoid any trace of evidence leading back to the forgery production. And they were right. That was exactly the plan. They found themselves facing a stark choice: work hard and fast to please their courteous captors, but accelerate the journey to their own graves, or try to drag out the project for as long as possible, but risk execution for sabotage. Fortunately, the second idea had some mileage. Bernhard was a mysterious figure, and it's not known for sure where he stood on the planned fate of his prisoners, but it's widely believed that he was silently complicit in the plan to stretch out the scheme for as long as possible, as he knew that he would be sent back to the front line as soon as the project was complete. You can just imagine this work environment. The Nazis are like, "Well, when we stop faking these notes, we're going to have to go fight in a horrible war." And the Jews are like, "When we stop making these notes, you f***ers are going to kill us." So they'll be like, "How about we just play some ping pong?" Still, they couldn't just sit around and play ping pong all day. Why not? In fact, they were kept quite busy. Between 1942 and 1945, the prisoners forged about £132 million of fake British money in various denominations. To put that in perspective, that's over £5 billion in today's money. That's a lot of money. At the time, it was more notes than the Bank of England held in all of their reserve vaults, and it would have been equal to about 15% of all genuine British currency in circulation. Good lord. It certainly would have been enough to cast deep suspicion on every British banknote of the day. Exactly how much money was ever used by the Nazis may never be known. Some of it was poured into money laundering operations, while some was used to pay off spies. Most notably, it's believed that around £100,000 of it was used to acquire information to free the Italian leader Benito Mussolini. But by 1945, Nazis were still sitting on big old piles of forged notes and figuring out exactly what to do with them. I hope they had them in a giant room and they played with them, like Scrooge McDuck. But as I'm sure you've already worked out, it was just a tad too late. The end of the war was looming, and spoiler alert, the Nazis didn't win. As the Allied forces advanced on Germany, the Nazis closed down production of the counterfeit notes. They packed up their tools and transported all the prisoners' equipment and forged notes to Austria. As predicted, an order was given to execute Bernhard's team of prisoners as soon as they arrived at the Abency concentration camp. However, the prisoners were split into 3 groups, and the truck transporting the final group to the camp broke down en route. The guards were forced to march this last group to the new camp on foot, which took 2 days. As the orders specifically stated that the prisoners should be executed together, the guards already at the camp waited until the arrival of the final group, and this delay proved to be crucial. By the time the final group arrived, they found that the guards at the camp had released the prisoners and fled the camp in fear of the advancing Allied army. Shrugging their shoulders in defeat, the guards of the final group did the same thing, and the Americans liberated the Abency camp the following day. The phrase "just following orders" is often used to lamely defend an act of atrocity, just as my example at the beginning of this video, but in this case we should be thankful to the Nazi soldiers who were so determined to follow their orders to the letter. Thankful might be an overstatement there. So, what happened to all the forged notes? A lot of it was burned before the journey to Austria, but in a last act of desperation, all the rest was quickly dumped in Lake Toplitz in the Austrian Alps. Over the years, a few crates of these fake notes have been found during expeditions to uncover the lost Nazi gold. That sounds straight off, well, it would sound straight off the History Channel if it was like, "A journey to uncover Nazi gold hidden in the pyramids by aliens." But it's still a mystery as to how much of it is lurking beneath the waters of Lake Toplitz. Of course, it's not really Nazi gold and very probably not worth uncovering anyway. The Bank of England are unlikely to offer you an exchange in current currency if you wanted in one day with £150 million worth of these things, although some of the found forgeries are still fetching pretty good prices on eBay. They wouldn't if all of the money was discovered. That would flood the market and destabilize it, like the economy. But considering the absurdity and the deviousness of the original plan to shower Britain with fake banknotes falling from the sky, it's perhaps fitting that most of the idea is now buried and probably lost forever at the bottom of a lake. This has been an episode of Business Blaze, Operation Bernhard. Thank you, Danny, for putting this together. If you enjoyed this one, smash the like button. If you disliked all my comments about Nazis, because this is YouTube, there are plenty Nazis in the comments, smash that dislike button, neo-Nazis, you know what to do. Also, I think that's all. Do check out that channel I mentioned, Skilltree, I'm going to link to it below. And thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. In this one, this is an absolute, it looks like a beast. It looks a lot bigger than it is. It's really just a bunch of pictures that I rather unnecessarily printed out. I realized that I should have probably looked at these on my iPad rather than just today, QR codes and their biggest failures. Thank you, Danny, for putting this together. We're going to go through it. QR codes seem to be the marketing tool that simply will not die. If you're not familiar with the concept, and depending on your location, some of you will be far more familiar with QR codes than others. The idea is deliciously simple. A QR code is essentially, do people really not know what QR codes are? I feel like these have been hammered into us forever. A QR code is essentially a small, discrete, interactive barcode that you might find placed on product packaging, magazine adverts, marketing leaflets, restaurant menus. The idea is that you can quickly whip out your smartphone and scan the code and then get instantly directed to a slice of related online content on your phone. The problem was that it never seemed quite as simple or as rewarding as it might sound. When I first discovered them when Danny first discovered them 10 years ago, he went through a brief phase of scanning every single QR code that happened to pop into his vision, whether it was on the side of a cereal packet or on the beer mat on a pub table. Well, it was a very brief phase. It only lasted about 2 days before I got fed up with it. If this was a while ago, because scanning QR codes used to be a pain in the ass. Well, more often than not, you would point your smartphone at the code, suddenly remember that you don't have the required software set up on the required software set up on your phone. You'd download the software, you'd try pointing it again, take several attempts until it scanned properly, and then finally get directed to a website that wasn't even compatible with your browser. I don't remember how long ago it was, but this was exactly the problem. I mean, they're a lot better now. The QR code often became the subject of ridicule over the last decade, and people were quick to declare the death of this failed format as early as 2011. But it never really went away. It's yet to take off in the USA, but a quick rummage through my own kitchen cupboards here in the UK revealed tons of products proudly displaying the strangely intriguing black and white graphic on their packaging. Now I'm super curious. I have these like glasses wipes. I just got barcodes on this. Everything from soup tins to bottles of vegetable oil, packs of sponge pan scrubbers had the codes. Strangely enough, I never got around to scanning the code on the sponge pan scrubbers. That is a tongue twister. Sponge pan scrubbers. Yeah, why would you? In fact, QR codes, or at least some variants on the same idea, are now making a major comeback and are widely tipped to become more popular than ever. But before we think about any potential future success, I thought it would be far more entertaining to take a look at just how badly some companies failed to get to grips with QR code marketing and how this interactive barcode managed to build up such a big reputation for being utterly useless. It's true. It's always more fun to laugh at failure than look at success. I left my shirt untucked again. I'll just tuck this in. There we go. You might be about to see 15 examples of mind-blowing genius which were just way ahead of their time. Or you could be about to see the hurried results of some particularly bad board meetings where everyone was in a hurry to get down the pub. Either way, these are some of the strangest, wackiest, and downright dangerous examples of business marketing you're ever likely to see. I've got them here, but obviously this isn't particularly useful for you guys. I'm just going to look at these and I'll throw them up on the screen. I'll put them next to me over here. Okay, so here we have a van with a QR code on the back, and it seems like the van is reversing. I kind of see the problem with this already. Danny says, slapping your QR code onto static promotional material is fine, but where's the challenge for your potential customer. How about placing it on the back of a moving vehicle instead? I can't see what could possibly go wrong with that. And if this van's got like its reversing lights on, also it seems like the back of the vans, the windows in the back, are also covered. They won't be able to see anyone scanning the barcode, which is fantastic. Okay, so we got like a picture of a QR code on a sign, which seems to be for like houses for sale, maybe? Ideally, this huge sign could have displayed a handy map of the Marwood estate. Unfortunately, they slapped a massive QR code on the sign and then ran out of space. But all is not lost. If you mess around with your phone for a few minutes, you might just be able to scan the code and view a very small screen version of the giant map that should have been on this sign in the first place. So I reckon, I don't want to too hard on Danny's point here, but like, I will just, okay, my phone is off. My phone is off. I will pick up my phone. I will press the camera button. I will be able to open a map to Google. I got a Face ID. Okay, that's a little bit of a pain in the ass. But no, there we go. It's already loaded up. And then I think you can wander around. And I think that's pretty helpful. Actually, like, yes, if this was 10 years ago, I'd be enormously frustrated because it definitely wouldn't work. But nowadays, I do feel like this is a pretty legit use. This is like QR code ideas that are bad from Danny. And then Simon it's all over Danny's work. Oh, this one's good. This one's good. Why am I showing this to you? It's here, look. Okay. QR codes pop up frequently in all kinds of products packaging. The thing is, they usually go somewhere on the side or the back. You know, a place where they might be seen by human eyes. There's only one way that an eagle-eyed customer is likely to discover this particular QR code right on the bottom of the box, and that involves accidentally spilling raisins all over the floor. This is so true. If this is a good one. This is a good one. If this is in the store, you're never going to pick it up and look at the bottom. And if it's at home and you want to look at the QR code, you're just spilling raisins everywhere. This is dumb. I expect better from you, Sunmaid, and your delicious raisins. Okay, so we've got like a guide on how to use QR codes, and it says download. You scan this thing to download the QR code reader. Guys, this makes absolutely no sense. Let's see what Danny says. Not sure how to scan QR codes? No worries. Just scan this QR code to find out all the information you need about how to scan QR codes. It's a bit self-defeating when such a small and discrete concept as QR codes needs a giant sign erected in the store to explain how they work. And then you're gonna go through the store and find things like this. This is useless. That's a good one. Oh, is this safe for YouTube? We will find out. Maybe if you saw adverts on this video, this is okay. You got some bottoms. During a major volleyball... Oh no, they're on there. You can't even see them. That is asking for some trouble. I feel like in a Me Too world, like scanning the, this is not good. During a major beach volleyball competition in London, Betfair, which is I think a gambling company, thought it would be a good idea to slap a QR code on the bikini bottoms of British Olympic hopefuls Shauna Mullen and Sarah Dampney. The codes pointed to the company's website where you could place a cheeky bet on a feast of sporting events. You have to wonder if it might have worked out easier for a potential customer to just Google Betfair rather than try and get close enough to the athletes to scan the codes and risk getting arrested. Head of Betfair's public relations, Andy Lullman, quips that he wanted to place his marketing where the cameras tend to focus and where the sun don't shine. You really said that? Andy, man, you're gonna get me too'd. Where the cameras focus, fine, a little bit dirty. And he wanted to focus where the sun don't shine. On the hole? Like, literally inside? Dude. It might have been a useless idea, but it certainly opens the back door to plenty of media coverage for Betfair. Some of these photos are terrible. Also, my expensive printer has decided to print green lines across all of these. You may well have forgotten how to scan a QR code, but if you have to drink that much beer to reveal a code on the inside of a bottle, which would be impossible to scan if you were sober, you can almost hear the sound of broken glass and sobs of regret. I'm gonna on Danny's point, say like it takes more than one bottle of small beer to make an impact. I could scan that although I'm not really sure you could scan the QR code. I mean, it's inside the bottle. Isn't the glass gonna ruin this? I think my phone would be close enough to be able to scan this guy. Will it pick it up? There is no chance. That is not gonna happen. And that wouldn't happen in real life, because it's all distorted because of the glass, not because, I mean, the photo's a bit blurry, but it's mostly distorted because of the glass. It's not great. I guess you could peel it off. Whoever peels the bottle off to look at the QR code behind. Okay, this one is a happy hour sign. Royal Exchange happy hour, Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Too early for me to leave work and go for happy hour. It says you're standing right outside the pub. You're interested in finding out a few more details about the pub. Do you? A. Get your phone out, crouch down on the floor, and make several attempts at scanning the QR code until you can eventually access some biased marketing material on your phone screen. Or B. Do you just go inside the f***ing pub? Tell you what, Danny, I would go inside the pub, especially if it's between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. and then 8 p.m. How is this happy hour? It's like happy hour from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. to close. You could just advertise it as really expensive drinks are twice the price between 6 and 8. Okay, yeah, no, I'll just go inside the pub and I'd have a beer or two. Or 5. If you chose answer A, it's not safe for you to be walking the streets, go home and give up. Okay, so here we've got this definitely London Underground, famous Mind the Gap. Where's the QR code? Oh no. If you squint hard, you should hopefully be able to make out the small QR code at the bottom of this poster. All you need to do is jump in front of the speeding train to try and scan it. It might seem like a high-risk strategy, but there's probably an exclusive discount for those who survive. This is dumb. This is the dumbest so far. Like this one, the bottom ladies, I feel like you might get in a bit of trouble. This one, you're gonna die. There's no way you can scan that from across the thing. It's way too far away. I imagine these people, they must have had the poster and then they put it up in a bunch of places, and one of the places they bought was here, and so they just didn't remove it. But either way, don't do that. Okay, hey, this one looks pretty scannable. This looks okay. What's wrong with this? Okay, it's like put it up here. It looks very old. If this is from anything like a modern website, what is up with that phone on the right? Talk now. Talk to our operators from the 1990s. This kind of thing happens all the time, and it illustrates how so many companies fail to even grasp the most basic fundamental points about QR codes. They're meant to transport you from the physical world of cereal packets and takeaway menus to a company's exclusive marketing content in cyberspace. Oh, I see. It's like, why would you scan a QR code, put a link? You're already on the internet. I want to see if this one still works because it's super old. I mean, it'll scan and it'll go to Upper Mountain Landscaping. Oh no, oh no! I've just added Upper Mountain Landscaping to my contacts, which is going to be utterly useless to me. They're definitely in America. So many websites and emails include QR codes in their online marketing. You honestly don't need them when you're online. You're already online. Yes. Why not just provide a link that can be clicked on in a second? Why are you all still making your customers get their phones out for absolutely no good reason at all? It's true, just include a hyperlink. This is so dumb. To make matters worse, this particular QR code just points your phone to the exact same contact screen you're already on in the first place. Scan this QR code with your smartphone to download our brochure, service literature, and presentations. Too busy, can't stop to talk, but you do have time to fuss around with a QR code. Too busy to stand and chat for a moment, save yourself a bit of time. Why not fumble around with your smartphone? Blah, yeah, exactly. Today, I think they're better today. They're better today. Danny's point again. No. Believe it or not, this really was a thing. Now offering QR codes on memorials. Oh no, share your life story, scan the code for more information. So you link people over to a website about your Facebook memorial page? It's depressing. Next up, I mean, does any thought go into this? Okay, so we've got the thing hanging. Yeah, just no one can scan it. I don't think the companies are being super dumb. I imagine they've just got this poster and they've used it at a different location and now they're just using it everywhere and they think it's just a big company. It just gets lost. Although this one very specifically seems to be focused around that QR code. So no, that's actually pretty dumb. Here's a QR code that hasn't exactly been planted in the most practical places to scan. Oh, because it's outside a pharmacy. Still, the good news is that aspirin is nearby for when you knock yourself out trying to climb up there to reach it. Ba-da-bum-bum. Sorry, Danny. Do you sometimes worry that your marketing might be getting missed by people in helicopters? So I have an idea for you. In fairness, the QR code garden maze is something of an achievement. That does look pretty awesome. Officially recognized by the Guinness Book of Records as the largest QR code in the world, it measures around 29,000 square meters. It redirects people to the Cray family farm in Lacombe. To prove that it works, the Cray family flew over the farm in a helicopter holding a phone out the window, so at least the website got one extra hit out of the whole concept. I think this is great. I think it's great marketing. It gets them into the Guinness Book of World Records, which is really expensive, by the way. You gotta fly those guys out and stuff and pay them. I think that's great. I think it's clever. Here's a pretty brutal lesson in human... Oh no, is that a tattoo? That's a mistake. That's gonna get all funky as you get older and no one cares about QR codes anymore. Here's a brutal lesson in human nature and a word of warning to anyone planning on getting a QR code tattooed on their arm. When the Argentinian football team River Plate beat their bitter rivals Bocal Juniors in the Copa Libertadores, I don't speak Spanish, can you tell? Final in, Argentina? They speak Spanish in Argentina or Portuguese? Who cares? In 2018, one enthusiastic River Plate, the football team's name is River Plate. I guess it's probably not pronounced River Plate. One enthusiastic River Plate fan decided he wanted to cherish the triumph forever. He got himself a QR code tattoo on his arm, which when scanned, linked to a YouTube video showing all the winning goals and victory celebrations in the epic football match. However, when news of this went viral, some online sources decided to spoil the fun by reporting the video for copyright infringement and campaigning to have it removed. That's amazing. YouTube eventually removed the video, rendering the QR code completely useless. I bet it wish it gone for a nice tattoo of the team's badge now. Give them an inch and they can take a mile. Protect your valuables out of the reach of pickpockets. And there's the thing down here. Yeah, so back in the day, you'll be... I know what Danny's gonna say. He's gonna say people will be scanning it. They'll be distracted by downloading all those funky old apps and they will get their pickpockets pocketed. Or no, they'll get their phone stuck. How right am I? Warning, thieves are everywhere. There's probably one standing next to you right now. Seriously, make sure your valuables are safely out of reach. Keep your valuables out of reach. It actually says that in the advert. And it's asking you to take out your valuable. More importantly, on how to stay protected from pickpockets, please get out your expensive smartphone and start waving it around in front of this massive poster. These examples may have shown QR code marketing at its most ludicrous, but the format does appear to be constantly confounding the critics with its refusal to lay down and die. The real problem in the past was that technology wasn't quite ready to make a perfectly good idea work. Scanning codes often felt clumsy, fiddly, time-consuming, and ultimately not very worthwhile. A big game changer came in 2017 when Apple's iOS 11 updated to allow for QR codes to be scanned directly through the phone's camera without the need to mess around with additional apps. Indeed, you don't even have to take a picture. You just load up the camera and you're good to go. Many Android devices have now followed suit, providing a native QR code scanning feature. Suddenly, the concept has become just a simple matter of pointing and scanning, and the fundamental idea of using your pocket-sized digital device to quickly scan something and get something of value in return is just far too good to go away. It also helps that businesses are finally beginning to use QR codes in more innovative ways, rather than just directing users to their website or marketing content. Users can now claim instant discounts on their purchases by taking a second to scan a promotional QR code on the side of their coffee cup, or they can even use it as a payment transaction service. Indeed, in China, they are doing this all the time. They have something called WeChat, which is sort of like, it seems this app seems to do everything, but you can go into McDonald's or anywhere and there'll be a scanner, you scan it and you pay with the QR code app on your phone. It's quite incredible. It's everywhere. No one uses cash. I really should read these things ahead before I actually just start spouting off. The QR codes have recently started to take off in China, where they now account for over a third of all mobile payments and racked up $1.65 trillion worth of transactions last year alone. We're seeing a fresh wave of popularity for QR code marketing across Europe, Japan, and India, while even the US has taken its first tentative steps into QR code payments. Juniper Research estimated by the year 2022 over 1 billion smartphones will have access QR codes, and over 5.3 billion QR code discounts will have been redeemed. The term QR code, I think even now, one of the things I found it most useful for is when you check into an airline. Oh, I won't have any because you use them and then they go away, but boarding passes will have a QR code now that you scan on the machine when you check in. The term QR code may not necessarily survive the test of time. We're already seeing these successful variants on the idea, like Snap codes and Spotify codes and Messenger codes, and we'll continue to see new ideas and interesting ways of using them every day. But the point and scan concept is most definitely here to stay. It just took a very long time for technology to catch up with the idea and run with it. So Danny and I end on the same page. All of these were more ridiculous 10 years ago when it was a massive hassle, but now it's just you can almost just zap them real quick. In fact, how about this for some self-promotion? I got business cards made up for another channel I do, which is called Visual Politic. That'll probably be blurry. I'll throw it up there, or maybe I won't. But we got business cards, and we got QR codes on the business cards. I had 25 or 2,500 of these guys. They are everywhere. This has been Business Blaze. If you like this episode, please do hit that thumbs up button below. Don't forget to subscribe if you've got a suggestion for this channel, something like this, or anything you like, really. Business related preferred, given the name of the channel. Please do mention that in the comments below. Upvote the ones you like. We, of course, look at them, and I'll pick out one I like, and we can have Danny write something up, and we can go through it together. It'll be fun. And as always, I'll see you next time. When I think of cool jobs, what do you want to be? Astronaut, movie star, elevator designer. All right, Danny, chill out. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze, the 5 hugely successful companies that you've never heard of. I'm your host Simon, this script is written by Danny, we're gonna go through it and we're gonna learn something together. Let's crack on. Wealth and fame go together like very expensive peanut butter and equally expensive jelly. I don't think those things go together. I know every American's gonna disagree with me, but it's weird. And also we call jelly jam. We got the real jam going down. Also, Danny's British. What's up, Danny? If you're a corporate company, this is the second time Danny has referred to corporate company. I don't know what sort of companies there are that are not corporate. If your corporate company is raking in tens of billions of dollars every year, there's a strong chance that Joe Public has heard of you, knows exactly what you do, and has a fierce opinion about how much corporate tax you're dodging. Amazon! I mean, it's all well and good to complain about it, but then also I'll go onto Amazon and I'll be like, Yeah, let's get something that's absolutely as cheap as possible. But not always. Some of the most successful companies in the world prefer to lurk mysteriously in the shadows. They've accrued the wealth, but they're not remotely interested in the fame. That's usually because they're the sort of companies that deal directly with other businesses instead of everyday consumers, so they're unlikely to hit you over the head on a regular basis with multi-million-dollar marketing. Here are 5, that's a treat, of the most intriguing, filthy rich companies who prefer to shun the limelight and count their cash from behind the scenes. I'm also wondering, this first one, Yum Brands Inc., I have not heard of, but I'm wondering how many of these ones that I have actually heard of, because I feel like I make a lot of videos like on other channels that I do, so I feel like my knowledge, like my general knowledge, is generally quite high. If you were asked to name some of the biggest ever fast food restaurant companies in the world, you'd be more than likely to go with something like McDonald's, Burger King, or Domino's Pizza. Don't discount KFC, Danny. KFC is legit the best. You're probably a little less likely to go with Yum, and this would be a shame because Yum Brands Inc. is the world's largest fast food company in terms of restaurants and reach. Surely McDonald's or something like that is. Currently only over 43,000 restaurants in 135 nations worldwide. That's even more than McDonald's. Or maybe they're all in China or something? The reason Yum may not flow so freely from the everyday tongue is because you don't see the name plastered on the front of the restaurants. You don't take the kids out for a Yum Happy Meal or dine out with friends over a Yum family bucket. That's true. Instead, the company based in Louisville, Kentucky is the secret driving force behind other big brands. Okay, so it's not based in China. It's just like the umbrella that has many brands underneath it, which I imagine we know the name of. As you may have guessed from the location, that includes KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and Wing Street. We don't have Taco Bell in Europe as far as I'm aware. I went to a Taco Bell in the States because a friend of mine who's an American was like, dude, how have you never been to Taco Bell? You gotta go, it's great. It's distinctly average to poor. Grant, you were wrong. Wing Street sounds great, though. If you've ever wondered why those restaurants serve Pepsi rather than Coke, it may have something to do with the fact that PepsiCo once owned these operations before creating the spin-off company Tricon Global Restaurants in 1997, which eventually evolved into the deliciously short and snappy Yum in 2002. Yeah, like Tricon Global Restaurants sounds like a villain company from a comic book. Yum, and it's got an exclamation point, by the way, sounds a lot more hip. Currently worth around $35 billion, Yum may be the king of fast food by number of chain brands and global reach, but the company is still battling out with McDonald's over the title of the biggest restaurant company by revenue. There you go. I hadn't heard of... Oh, we're not done yet. Ronald McDonald currently has the upper hand here, helped along by Yum's recent misfortunes in China, a poultry scandal which revealed high levels of antibiotics and in the meat served in Chinese KFC restaurants led to Yum cutting ties with their previous suppliers and promising improved quality control. This is such a classic company move, like shitty business, the public find out, let's improve, and then a slow decline back to where we were before. There are several companies which I imagined coming to mind, which I'm not going to name, that follow this model. But with outbreaks of avian flu I remember like bird flu. I swear this was a big thing like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Everyone was like, oh, bird flu, oh my god. What was that about? Did anyone ever actually get bird flu? Or was it Ebola a few years ago? I think it was Ebola a few years ago. And then it was... Ebola sounds a lot more serious than bird flu. And bird flu a little bit before that. But with outbreaks of avian flu creating great concern in China at the time, it's taking a while for China to learn to trust KFC again. And the fallout from this has clipped the wings of Yum's global success over the last few years. Doing that, got quite a lot of saliva on my face. One thing you don't want to do, sneeze inside the zebra mask. You'll get Ebola. Next up, the YKK group. This one I've heard of. Spoiler alert, they make zippers, because we made a video on Today I Found Out about this. Here's a company, Today I Found Out's another YouTube channel I do. It's got like millions of subscribers, so the chances of you just stumbling across business plays and being like, what's Today I Found Out? Pretty low. Someone the other day commented, is this the same dude for Today I Found Out? And I just wrote, no. What's that? Here's a company that was established way back in 1934. You probably own several of their products in your home. You might even be wearing one right now. I'm sorry, Danny, I've ruined this, haven't I? Unlike some of the other companies in this video, they're actually quite keen for you to know who they are, and they've recently been making attempts to raise their profile, but sadly, you just don't care. The YKK Group is a Japanese manufacturing company whose main focus for over 80 years has been the production of zips, or zippers? I assume those things usually come together as one item, Danny, like the zip and the zipper. It'd be like, yeah, no, I just need some zips. Do you need any zippers to go with that? No. Just the zips. Now generating $10 billion a year in revenue. Wow. YKK currently owns 46% of the global zipper market, producing 1.2 million miles of zippers every year. If you're wearing a zipper right now, there's a good chance it's a YKK zip. You might want to briefly pause to take a look if you can spot the YKK logo edged onto the zip. Danny says, probably best not to do this on camera, Simon. Tell you what, Danny, I'll make the decisions about what's okay on camera. No, I'm not going to do that, but I am. Hold on. Okay, I really expected it to say YKK, but it says Levis. I guess because I'm wearing Levis trousers and they took it in-house, or maybe on the back? I did when we made the video Today I Found Out, Danny was absolutely right. My zipper was YKK, but now it's just Levis. I guess Levis make their own zippers now. They make zippers for Levis jeans, fire suits, fish farm nets, bagpipes. Bagpipes have zippers, and even spacesuits. When Neil Armstrong took his first step onto the moon in 1969, a YKK zipper was holding his spacesuit together. They recently produced a series of short anime videos called Fastening Days. This already sounds bad, doesn't it? Where 3 futuristic heroes use YKK zippers to rescue an endangered city and once again feel a connection with the surrounding world. Normally I look up videos when we get the opportunity. Hard pass. The videos have allegedly racked up more than 13 million views, but I challenge you to find anyone who actually watches them. I'm gonna bet they paid for those views. Luxottica. This is another one I know because of a video we made on Today I Found Out. This should be like, yeah, this is 5 huge successful companies that you've probably never heard of, but Simon or fans of Today I Found Out absolutely have. The Italian company Luxottica is another company that have designed products you're very likely to have worn. The company is by far the largest in its field, now commanding more than a quarter of all sales in its industry and market capitalization of around 57 billion euros. But what do they make? They make eyewear. Spoiler alert. It's eyewear. Prescription sunglasses, designer frames, cool shades, pretty much anything that sits on the top of your nose. I'm trying to think of something funny that also sits on top of my nose. I got nothing. Their most famous brands include Ray-Bans, LensCrafters, Sunglasses Hut, Purcell, and Oakley. Luxottica also produce frames for design labels like Prada, Chanel, Armani, and Versace, and they're currently working with Google on the next generation of Google Glass. That's gonna be great. I don't know, just based on the massive success of Google Glass 1. A friend of mine got some Google Glass because he works for Google, and he was like, these are pretty great. And then he never ever wore them again. In fact, the company dominates the eyewear industry to such a degree that the only time you're likely to hear their name in the press is when they're being criticized for monopolistic pricing practices. Luxottica don't just make glasses, they pretty much control the labs, the manufacturers, the frame makers, and the insurers, using their dominance and clout to put the squeeze on the eyewear brands and burying them if they don't play eyeball. Ba-da-bum-bum. Their monopoly of the market is also pushing up prices of frames to ridiculous levels. A typical pair of designer frames that cost around $800 to buy are only likely to cost a total of $15 to produce. One, that's absurd. But what's more absurd is who the hell spends $800 on eyeglasses? All of my glasses were free because I got a Glasses USA sponsor, but they're like $100 for prescription glasses. Danny finishes up. Luxottica, the company you previously may not have known about, but now should learn to hate. Otis Elevator Company. I can't help feeling that Otis should be one of the most famous companies in the world. I feel like I don't know this, or I feel like, maybe I've been in elevators and you've seen, the panel or whatever. Does it say Otis? There's an elevator in my building. I would go check, but I don't want to go outside in the hallway. I can't help but feeling that Otis should be one of the most famous companies in the world. Let's just take a quick look at some of the things they've got going for them. Number 1, they design elevators, which has got to be one of the coolest jobs ever invented in the history of planet Earth. If maybe just very slightly dangerous. All right, Danny, whatever you're into. Like when I think of cool jobs, what do you want to be? Astronaut, movie star, elevator designer. All right, Danny, chill out. Number 2, they're an American company with a very long history. In fact, they've been around for over 160 years. I love how it's got a really long history. 160 years. The whole of Europe's like, please. I think my apartment's like 160 years old. The founder of the company, Elisha Otis, actually invented the elevator brake back in 1852, which experts later considered to be a pretty important component of an elevator. Yeah, as a child, I was scared of elevators because I was like, I saw a movie, I felt like it was a James Bond movie, where he falls down an elevator shaft, and I was way too young to see it, and it scared me from elevators. Like the bottom opens up or something, and then it's pretty scary. If anyone knows that movie, let me know. Number 3, to test out his new invention, Elisha Otis performed a death-defying stunt at the New York World Fair in 1854, in which he had himself hoisted up to dizzying heights in his new elevator platform, and then cut all of the supporting cables in the face of a horrified crowd. Thankfully, the elevator brake worked, and the company sold its very first elevator 3 years later. Number 4. 160 years on, Otis elevators are generating over $12 billion per year. Their elevators have been installed in countless famous buildings around the world, including the Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building, and the original World Trade Center. There you go. And we still haven't heard of them. But what does a pioneering elevator company have to do to get noticed? And I feel like elevator companies do install their name in every elevator, but the fact that I don't remember it, and you probably don't either, does say a lot. Next time you're in an elevator, we call them lifts in the UK, but I appreciate the fact that Danny's Americanized this, because we definitely understand elevator, but it'd be weird if, it probably sounds a bit weird to Brits watching that saying elevator, because we say it's a lift. Tencent. Finally, it's possible that you may just have heard of the Chinese company Tencent. I have, not because I've made a video about it, but it's everywhere in China. And I've been to China. You'll have heard of it if you're particularly techie or a hardcore gamer, or you live in China, or you're the founder of the company. I'm not going to do my third bada bum bum ch this episode. Also, someone pointed out that it's not bada bum bum ch, it's budum ch. But I prefer my version. It's like extended rim shots. But considering that Tencent is one of the largest web companies in the world, it's surprising that they're not yet a global household name, and they're not yet mentioned in the same breath as Amazon, Google, or Facebook, despite giving all of those companies a serious run for their money. Founded back in 1998, Tencent first got off the ground by launching their simple instant messenger service, Tencent QQ, which now boasts 647 million registered users, and is technically the largest community of all time. Is that more than Facebook? But they've come a long way since the early days, with a market value of $500 billion. Holy shit. Tencent is now the world's biggest gaming company, one of the world's biggest social media companies, and one of the world's biggest venture capital firms. They've dabbled in web portals, e-commerce, smartphones, internet services, and payment systems, and if that wasn't enough, Tencent also owns most of China's music services. I guess, monopolistic practices, not really a thing in China yet. Despite their status as one of Asia's most valuable companies in all of history, Tencent is still relatively unknown outside of China, as the company name tends to stay largely hidden behind better-known brand names and franchises. Kind of like Yum. I can't believe Yum, which is the one of these that, other than maybe Otis, is like the one I use most often, KFC, and I'd heard of the others, which I'd never use, or YKK, although now these are Levis. But as the company continues to expand and invest in new technologies, it's not totally inconceivable that Tencent could one day become even more famous and successful than Google. However, they might not win any awards for innovation, because it has to be said that most of Tencent's flourishing services are very similar to other existing services like WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Skype, Instagram, and many others. The founder and CEO of Tencent, Xiaoteng Pony Ma, has often been dubbed the king of copying, and there are worries about the company's negative impact on other budding Chinese business startups. Whereas Americans may dream of becoming rich by coming up with a brilliant new idea that gets bought by Google, the Chinese are more likely to have dreams about becoming seriously pissed off by coming up with a brilliant idea that then just gets copied and turned into a success with the resources and wealth of Tencent. Yeah, that is a bit unfair, isn't it? In his defense, Pony simply says that to copy is not evil. Wait, that makes no sense whatsoever. It's like, yeah, you're in trouble for copying. Copying's not evil. Hitler. Yeah, you're in trouble for genocide. Genocide's not evil. Yes, it is! And he probably knows what he's talking about. Copying everybody else has made him the richest man in China and the 20th richest man in the world. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you for watching all the way to the end. If you are here, here's a little reward for you. I absolutely know that these trousers are called Levi's, but have a look below for all of the people who didn't finish the video and having a go at me for pronouncing it Levis. Have a great day, everybody. Like and subscribe. Smash the... No, he's definitely inventing some sort of weird bed. Hello everybody, welcome back to another Business Blaze video. Today, the 6 inventions that killed their inventor. Danny put this script together. This was my idea. I heard that the guy who invented the Segway fell off a cliff while riding a Segway, and my morbid mind was like, I'd like to know about more people who were killed by their inventions, because I'm sure it's gonna happen because people make like dangerous stuff and then they must test it out and then they must die. So I bet we've got some good ones. Before we get into it, if you've got a suggestion for business plays to do in the future, let me know it in the comments below while you're down there. Like this video, you may as well, you're gonna love it. Some people were born to change the world. The history of the human race is brimming with game-changing inventions from boffins who changed the course of the future. Names like Thomas Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, they've helped shape the world we know today. And if you want to know more about that, guys, I'm going to get some shilling in the first 2 minutes of this video. I've got another channel called Biographics you should absolutely check out. We've done both of those guys. 20-minute videos on that channel. Without them, we could still be sat in darkness and communicating tonight's plans down the pub via the medium of smoke signals. I assume that's sarcasm because we weren't just in the dark before the light bulb was invented. We had like gas lamps. Before that we had candles. I guess before that we had fire, which you didn't have indoors, so you had to go to bed when it was dark. Also smoke signals. I think people just wrote letters or like carrier pigeons, or he invented the telephone, right? So he had the telegraph and the telegram and the boo-doo-doo-doo. However, while some inventors enjoyed the fame and trappings of pioneering success, others weren't quite so fortunate. In fact, a few notable names ended up paying the ultimate price for their innovative gifts that they introduced to the world. Here's a rundown of 6 inventions that killed their own inventors. I don't know why I moved to change the page. The first one's right here. The web rotary printing press. Got no idea what that is. William Bullock was no one-trick pony. The American inventor from the 19th century had already won awards and acclaim for his cotton and hay press, his seed planter, that sounds cutting edge, his lathe cutting machine, speaking of cutting, and his grain drill, before turning his attention to the rotary printing press. These guys' inventions, they did have much longevity, certainly not like Graham Bell. I've never heard of any of these things. To be strictly accurate though, William Bullock didn't actually invent the original version of the rotary printing press. He didn't even invent it. Richard Marchot came up with the first incarnation of the rotary press in 1843, on which sheets of paper could be fed through a revolving cylinder, much quicker and much more effective than the traditional flatbed printing press. I guess this is what newspapers have, you know, in the movies, when you see like, and we're going to the presses, and all like just rolls of newspapers flying all around the place. I guess that's like compared to the of like the original printing press. I know nothing about this, I should stop talking. William Bullock expanded upon Hoe's design to create his own web rotary printing press, allowing for large continuous rolls of paper to be automatically fed through the press. I was confused there for a second because I said web and I instantly jumped to like internet. This was a massive time-saving improvement over the old manual hand-feeding system, and it pretty much created a fresh revolution in the industry. I don't really know what's going on, so it's like an automatic thing. While making adjustments to one of his new presses for the Philadelphia Public Ledger newspaper, Bullock thought it would be a good idea to kick a driving belt onto a pulley. Why? His leg got caught in the machine and it was crushed. You know those spinning newspapers flying around the room in like in movies? I just imagine getting trapped in that would be horrific. After his foot developed, he survived. Okay, he survived, but his foot then developed gangrene. Then they tried to take it off, but he died from complications during the operation. This must have been before, like, drugs. One giant leap for the printing industry, one small step into the obituary pages of the very newspaper he was working for. Moving on, we got 6 of these, we should get cracking. The flying tailor. Here's an invention that never really took off. You already know where I'm going with this one, don't you? It says that. I don't. Like, I assume some guy's gonna die in some horrible accident. But it's fair to say that the death of French inventor Franz Reichelt was more down to his own reckless stupidity than anything else. Known in the early 20th century as the flying tailor, Franz became obsessed with the concept of designing a suit for aviators which could convert into a parachute if they were ever forced to make an emergency jump from a plane. That actually sounds amazing. You must have seen those videos of like wingsuit dudes on YouTube. These are incredible. This sounds amazing. I guess it's not going to end well. Early tests for Franz's coat parachute, definitely less of a ring to it than wingsuit, involved dropping dummies from the 5th floor of his own apartment building, and they went pretty well. But Franz was keen to test out his new design on a much higher platform and began a long campaign of petitioning the police to allow him to conduct his dummy tests from the first platform of the Eiffel Tower. Eventually, in 1912, the police granted permission, and a huge crowd of curious spectators gathered to watch the new coat parachute in action. What Franz Reichelt hadn't told the police, or even his own family or friends, is that he actually intended to ditch the dummies and climb into the coat himself to conduct the ultimate experiment. Well, that sounds alright. I mean, they went well. I definitely test it with the dummy first. It's a lot higher than the 5th floor. Despite, also, I can't imagine like dummies A, weigh as much, or B, you know, like a dummy doesn't get brain damage. Despite desperate attempts to talk him out of such a foolish move, Franz went ahead and jumped. I guess those were some last-minute discussions because he didn't tell anyone. Remarkably, film footage of the jump exists, can be easily found via a quick search for the flying tailor on YouTube. Alright, Danny, we're onto this. Okay, so he's like modeling this suit. Oh, it's way more bulky than I thought it would be. It more looks like he's wearing a parachute. Oh, he's standing on the edge. It looks like he's wearing like a duvet, like a big blanket. How did this work for dummies? Alright. He's going right up to the edge. Okay. Oh, he's teetering right on it. He's teetering right on it. And he jumps. We switch camera angles. Oh, dude! No. Okay, yeah, I probably want to show that anyway, because I'm not going to put an image. If you want to see someone jump to their death, Daddy says, yeah, I should have seen this. The plummeting, it would be better called the plummeting to his death tailor, would be a more accurate description. Thankfully, you don't see any of the gory details as a parachute fails to deploy and Franz falls to his death. Danny, did you watch the video? I mean, you don't see like his bones breaking or anything. It's like from a distance. But you see like the puff of dust come up when he hits the ground. Moving on. The motorcycle. Oh man. Although this one, like the tailor who dies, oh, you know, that's a bit more surprising. The guy who invents the motorcycle dies. Oh, what are they? Don't people in ERs call them organ donors? Sylvester H. Roper was an American inventor and gunsmith with a pretty impressive CV. In the 19th century, he invented the hand-stitched sewing machine and the world's first shotgun choke. Don't know what that sounds badass. This allowed the user to adjust the gun's shot spread to suit different targets and ranges from outside of the gun barrel. That's pretty awesome. On a side, like, I used to think clay pigeon shooting must be insanely difficult because you've got this big, heavy gun and you're shooting like this tiny little thing that flies out. But then I did it and you're like, oh yeah, because the gun, like the stuff that comes out of the gun is like in a million different directions. So it's kind of hard to miss. On a side note here, it's worth remembering that timing is everything. A British inventor was also developing a shotgun choke at almost exactly the same time, but Roper beat him to it by claiming the patency. Is the patency? Claiming the patency. Is that a phrase? Cool. By just 6 weeks. How is the guy who invented something like this gonna die? Like, surely he would die from that. However, steam engines were Roper's real passion, and he is widely credited for inventing the world's first motorcycle. The term motorcycle wouldn't be coined until sometime later, but Roper referred to his invention as a velocipede maybe? A converted bicycle powered by a steam engine. Roper rode his final fateful lap of honor in 1896 on the Charles River bicycle track near Harvard Bridge in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Showing off one of his later velocipede models, Roper was sensationally stunning the crowd and his fellow competitors as he raced around the track in record-breaking time, leaving even the professional riders far behind. Well, yeah. He had an engine attached to his motorbike. The other guys were just pedaling with, their stupid legs. But it all ended in a fatal wobble. Roper was thrown from his bike and he hit the track headfirst. He died almost instantly. The autopsy revealed that Roper had actually died of heart failure. But the mystery remains as to whether the heart failure was brought on by the crash or the heart failure caused the crash in the first place. I guess he could have had like a heart attack or whatever, then wobbled, and then crashed. I gotta look this up. Is 1896 gonna be way too early for video, isn't it? Yeah, no chance. Next up, oh no, this one's sad. I know this one. Marie Curie. Everyone knows this story. And she also didn't invent radiation, she discovered it. Winning a Nobel Prize once is not a bad achievement to boast about down the pub. Yeah, no kidding. It's like, alright Peter, what did you get up to this week? Won a Nobel Prize! Winning it twice could almost be considered showing off a bit. I think if you won it once, if I won a Nobel Prize, I'd always be like always mentioning it. Like any situation, someone would be saying something like, oh, it's really good. Peter just, young Peter, he just got into the great school. Everyone's so happy for him. Or he got into a great university. And I'd just be like, yeah, wait, he didn't win a Nobel Prize, did he? I'd be a real dick about it. Polish chemist and physicist Marie Curie was the first woman to win the Nobel Prize and the only woman to have won it twice. Today, she is still the only person in history to have won the prize in 2 completely different sciences. I think also her granddaughter won the Nobel Peace Prize, but I'm not sure about that. I think I made a video about it a while ago. She won her first prize for physics in 1903 and her second prize for chemistry in 1911, as well as the small matter of proposing the theories of radiation and discovering 2 new elements, polonium and and radium. Polonium's that one that they poisoned Russian spies with, right? Marie Curie is also credited with inventing radiography or X-rays. But one of those discoveries, it came with a sting in the tail. Sting in the tail is rather a mild way of putting the horrible effects of radiation that ultimately led to her death. The harmful effects of radium were not known yet at the time, and Marie often carried around test tubes of the stuff in her pockets, exposing her to massive doses of radiation over a long period of time. She died in 1934 of aplastic anemia brought on by radiation exposure. I don't know what aplastic anemia is. Aplastic anemia is a condition that occurs when your body stops producing enough new blood cells. Aplastic anemia leaves you feeling fatigued with a higher risk of infections and uncontrolled bleeding. Also, it's not cancer, it's like something else. Causes. Number 1. Radiation. Even now, Marie Curie's papers and personal possessions are stored in lead-lined boxes because of their contamination. Anyone wishing to consult them is required to wear protective clothing and sign a liability waiver before being allowed anywhere near them. Even her collection of cookbooks is considered highly radioactive. The good news, there's some good news, is that they will all be considered completely safe again in 1,500 years. No, I'm sorry, 15,000 years. Next up, the flying car. The last time I looked out of my window, flying cars weren't a very common sight. You're absolutely right, Danny. But some of the world's finest minds have been working on the concept for decades. Back in the early 1970s, Californian inventor Henry Smolensky formed the Advanced Vehicle Engineers AVE company and got to work on developing the AVE Mizar, a hybrid car aircraft which welded together the wings and rear section of a Cessna 337 Skymaster with the body of a Ford Pinto car. I feel like this is the laziest flying car ever made. It's like, what do? Well, we got a car and we got a plane and we stuck them together. Dubbed the Pinto Craft. The name is as clever as the invention. Initial tests were carried out in California in 1973 with test pilot Charles Red Janus. Results weren't exactly successful, but the new craft did briefly take to the skies. It worked! The AVE Mizar was fueling plenty of media coverage at the time, and there were even plans for the craft to make a starring appearance in the upcoming James Bond film, The Man with the Golden Gun. Well, I think James Bond makes the starring appearance, but I can understand why a kind of flying car would be, exciting for people in the 1970s, when things were apparently boring. The original script features a scene in which Christopher Lee's notorious villain Scaramanga makes a dramatic escape in the flying car with his henchman Knick-Knack. It's a shame, it's genuinely a shame that didn't make it in. That would be good. Charles Red Janus was unavailable for the next test flight at Camarillo Airport in California, so it was left to inventor Henry Smolensky to take the wheel of his own vehicle, along with passenger and AVE Vice President Harold Blake. Tragically, the Pinto craft struck the top of a tree and dived into a pickup truck. Brutal. Before bursting into a fiery inferno and killing both passengers. The official report put failure of the craft down to poor design, bad welding, and loose parts. Wait, you didn't really even have to design it, and the welding was bad? You had one job. You had to stick a car and a plane together. All you had to do, and you couldn't even do that. Scaramanga and Knick-Knack never got the thrill of riding in a flying car. Well, lucky for them. It's a movie, can't we just fake that shit? The final invention of Thomas Midgley Jr. Oh, I know Thomas Midgley Jr. He's the guy who invented leaded paint. The American chemist and engineer Thomas Midgley Jr. will go down in history as the man who invented leaded petrol. Not paint, it was petrol, of course. Although history hasn't been so kind to him. Of course it's not, he invented leaded petrol. I really believe that made everyone stupid. Wasn't there something like in the 1950s where they were using all of this and then crime became more prevalent and because everyone was getting mildly poisoned by lead? Apparently this isn't a conspiracy. Midgley was something of a celebrated hero in his own time, at least. In the 1940s he picked up prestigious awards and honorary degrees in recognition of his many achievements. As well as invented leaded petrol, Midgley also played a major role in developing some of the world's first chlorofluorocarbons. Looking forward to Simon reading that one out loud. Oh, come on, Danny. I'm a professional. Chlorofluorocarbons, also known as CFCs. Challenge me, Danny. I'm probably saying it wrong. More commonly known as CFCs, or by the brand name Freon, these low toxic gases, commonly used for aerosols, refrigerants, and solvents. They also had some other major problems, like destroying the ozone layer. Midgley died in 1944, several decades before the catastrophic effects of his discoveries became known. Leaded petrol and CFCs had a dreadful impact on the environment and the ozone layer, which Midgley could have never foreseen at the time. Bill Bryson once remarked that Midgley possessed an instinct for the regrettable that was almost uncanny. love Bill Bryson. And Time magazine recently included both leaded petrol and CFCs among the 50 worst inventions of all time. Wow, so he took home, what, 4% of every worst invention of all time as ranked by Time? So how did Thomas Midgley Jr. meet his demise? Well, I kind of hope it was from like lead poisoning combined with exposure to CFCs. They're non-toxic. It wasn't this. So, and it's also like, he didn't know. He didn't know. If you don't know the story, you might be expecting me to reveal that he accidentally set himself on fire while hatching his next scheme to unwittingly destroy the world. But in fact, his death had nothing to do with petrol or gases. Midgley was diagnosed with polio in 1940 and was eventually confined to a wheelchair. But his mind was still buzzing with brilliant ideas, and he got working on designing a complex pulley system to lift himself out of bed in the morning. Sadly, he ended up getting entangled in the ropes and strangling himself, becoming a victim of his very last invention. I feel like this one. His family, they probably found him like choking himself to death doing some like weird autoerotic asphyxiation thing. And they were like, no, he's definitely inventing some sort of weird bed. Bonus myths. Wait, where's the Segway Man? This is what I wanted, the Segway Man, Danny. There are so many stories floating around concerning inventors that killed their own inventor, but not all of them stack up. William Brodie has gone down in legend as a man who not only built the first gallows in Edinburgh in the 18th century, but also became their first victim. Oh, that's grim. Being made to build your own execution thing, I feel, is like being made to dig your own grave. It's like really grim. I often wondered if Brodie had fallen foul of the gallows after demonstrating his invention to his new clients. You just stick your head in the noose like this and Bob over there pulls the lever. Yeah, it wouldn't exactly make him popular. But while William Brodie was indeed hanged at those gallows in 1788 for robbery, there's no evidence to suggest that he was involved in the design, and he certainly wasn't the first victim. Okay, so there is a connection, so you can see where the myth comes from, but it's also like, I just basically built them and then was killed by them later. He didn't invent them. British inventor Jim Heselden was the owner of it's here! Wait, it's a myth? Jim Heselden was the owner of Segway Inc. when he met his death in 2010, falling from a cliff from riding from the very product he was selling. While there is obviously a tragic irony in this accident, Heselden was not the inventor of the two-wheel transporter. Ah, okay. American inventor Dean Carman had first designed the product and founded the company in 1999. Heselden bought the company a decade later and suffered the fatal accident within a year of becoming the owner. Okay, so he didn't invent it, but he bought it and he owns the company. It's still ironic, but it's less good. The title of world's first astronaut, final one, is given to Chinese official Wan Hu, who apparently made man's first journey into space around 2000 BC. Oh, come on, this is obviously a myth. Going to space in 2000 BC? How? Wan Hu's unorthodox method was to attach 47 gunpowder-based rockets to his chair. His dutiful servants lit the fuses and ran for cover as their master was propelled into space. No, he wasn't. Neither Wan Hu nor his chair were ever seen again. However, this is simply a mythical story, and there's no proof that Wan Hu ever existed, and if he did, he sounds he was as mad as a box of frogs. Obviously. No one goes to space 4,019 years ago. This has been Business Blaze. How was that? Oh yeah, it was inventors. I say, how's this related to business? But we can go off script. We can do things that are a little bit different. If you've got a different idea for us or a business idea preferred, let me know in the comments below. I'd love to hear them. We can make them. We can go through them. It'll be fun. Thumbs up this video, subscribe, hit the bell, check out my other channels, they're linked to below. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another episode of Business Blaze. Have you guys heard of patent medicines? These are like these 18th century, 19th century concoctions that people made saying they'd cure all of these weird diseases. Or not weird diseases, but weirdly written diseases. We did a top 10s video, which is another channel I do, linked to below. And it was like, there was a patent medicine that said it cured the cancer. I want to know more about these. I had Danny write us up a script, so let's learn together the 5 crazy 19th century patent medicine claims. A trip to a modern-day chemist is hardly the most exciting experience in the world. You step into a white, cold, sterile environment packed with endless shelves of identical-looking drugs and remedies, which have all rather boringly been approved by official regulatory agencies. Yeah, rather boringly, but also, you know, for your important sense of safety and health and, you know, not just taking a random shit. Usually you'll try to hide from anyone you know as you browse the aisle for deeply embarrassing illnesses. Ah yes, where is anal prolapsin? That's a reference to an old video. If anyone got that, congratulations. There's usually very little room for a pool table or a pinball machine. Alright then. But back in the 19th century, seeking out the latest remedy for your ailments was much more of a thrilling joyride into the unknown. I feel like, situations where I like a thrilling joyride. The racetrack, roller coasters, not the pharmacy. I wonder what this will do to me. 1850 to 1900 saw the peak of the patent medicine craze, particularly in America and England, where door-to-door salesmen and traveling fairs would happily peddle their latest cure-all concoctions. The phrase patent medicine may sound quite official, and it does have quite official origins. It dates back to the 17th century, when producers of medicinal elixirs who found favor with the English crown were issued letters patent, allowing royal endorsement to be used in advertising. Oh no, it's like, yeah, cures the cancer, approved by the king. We still have this in the UK. The Queen puts her seal on things. Like, I think Marks and Spencer's might have like the royal seal, and you get like other biscuits and I guess they're better. I don't know. The Queen's probably really fussy. She is quite rich. However, by the 19th century, the phrase was pretty meaningless and didn't refer to any official approval. Patent medicines instead just referred to any old that could be sold by any snake oil salesman without having any of that pesky modern red tape to determine whether this stuff might kill you or not. I do feel like, yeah, of course, the medicine industry is super well regulated, but I'm not sure if this is correct, but can't you just say like, yeah, it's a supplement and throw it on the shelves and it doesn't have to go through any regulatory approval? Which seems a little bit insane. Supplement industry does seem a little bit dodgy, doesn't it? Do you think in like 2150 we'll be looking back and be like, yeah, you could buy like pills in the supermarket that had no regulatory approval, they did nothing, but they cost like £14 for 10. The rise in their popularity largely stemmed from deep public mistrust of contemporary medical practices, which admittedly were going through a funny phase at the time, favouring bloodletting as the universal cure for everything from backache to heartbreak. It's like, oh, my girlfriend broke up with me. Cut his arm open, boys. It's perhaps not too surprising that patients were seeking out simpler and less dramatic alternatives that came packaged in a nice bottle. Patent medicines were often stuffed with the famous healing properties of cocaine, opium, alcohol, laxatives, and most shockingly of all, vegetables. I feel like it's like, yeah, cocaine, opium, alcohol. And it's like, oh, laxatives. Although I guess that would help if you're like all stuck up from the opium. Yeah, I'll stick with the cocaine. Ask your doctor about cocaine. But did they ever really work? And what were they supposed to cure? Here are 6 of some of the more bizarre and outrageous claims from the golden age of quackery. Sequoia's Indian oil. It's even got like a exotic name. The story of William Henry Hartley is a good place to start, as it illustrates how patent medicines were often sold and lapped up by an awestruck public at the back end of the 19th century. Hartley was the ringmaster of the Sequoia Medicine Company, which was effectively a Wild West-themed circus that rolled into your town to provide entertainment, music, seances, and live teeth extractions? Where do I not go for entertainment? Number 2, the post office. Number 1... dentist, right? Don't forget that this was in the days long before telly, yeah, the desperate days. Hartley himself was an eccentric Buffalo Bill type character who hosted all of this fabulous live entertainment and wowed the crowds with his Wild West patter, or at least that was his persona. Hartley was actually a Yorkshire man born and bred. My nan's from Yorkshire. I could not imagine a less Buffalo Bill type people. But he put on this flamboyant act to help convince the audience that he himself had personally discovered his company's range of healing oils, which were supposedly based on North American traditions during his rooted-tooted adventure of the wild frontier. In Yorkshire. There's not a Yorkshire in the States, right? We are talking about Yorkshire, UK, like up north. He was also a dentist, and part of the show involved inviting audience members up to the stage to have their troublesome teeth extracted for free, usually with a brass band playing loudly in the background to drown out the screams. Oh my god. But the whole point of the circus was the climax of the show, in which Hartley would hype up the incredible healing properties of Sequoia Indian oil and Sequoia's prairie flower. Dodgy audience members with limps and crutches would bravely hobble up to the stage to receive a rigorous rubbing of Sequoia's Indian oil and then bounce back down to the crowd like a miraculously restored athlete. I guess this was the early days of this scam, because I think these days, like the Jesus will heal you. Yeah, that's fake. Hartley claimed that his oils could cure joint pains, liver disorders, stomach issues, dysentery, and all internal pains. I hope it contains morphine. The audiences couldn't get enough of it, and supply never quite met the fierce demand. But later analysis of Sequoia's oils revealed that they contain nothing more than organic material from the East Indies and cheap fish oil cut with turpentine. Ultimately, his products were harmless, but completely ineffective on any medical level. Still, you can't complain at the free tooth pulling. Actually, I could. Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup. Tragically, not all patent medicines were harmless, but ineffective. Some of them were downright lethal. Oh god, this is going to get depressing, isn't it? Marketed throughout North America and the UK, millions of bottles of Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup were sold to unwitting parents who were drawn in by the reassuringly warm and fuzzy advertisements depicting a nanny spoon-feeding the syrup to a tooth-troubled little baby. The mother's friends for teething children was often seen as a general cure-all wonder treatment for babies and also claimed to cure coughs, liver disease, and even cancer. But all the ingredients of this mixture were nothing short of horrifying. Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup was largely just a cocktail of morphine and alcohol, and even just a teaspoonful of the stuff had the potential to kill a child who had been complaining of toothache. Concerned parents of the age would have just been better off taking their kids to William Henry Hartley's travelling Wild West Circus to have their teeth extracted for free by a Yorkshireman who pretends to be Buffalo Bill. Exactly how many children died from consuming this poison will never be known, as infant mortality was high anyway in the Victorian age, and few parents would have ever admitted to using it. How did you get your child to stop crying? Oh, morphine and coke. Yeah, cocaine. But the most alarming point to consider is just how long this syrup stayed on the market. First commercially produced in 1849, it was much later revealed to be a baby killer. In 1911, in an American medical journal. Oh my god, this is not good for marketing, is it? Ask your doctor about Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup for all troubled toothache needs. And you know they have that long list of side effects at the end. Side effects may kill your baby. It wasn't officially withdrawn from sale until 1930, so that's 20 years after it was labeled a baby killer. On a similar note, cocaine tooth drops were incredibly popular with parents and children alike. I bet they were, but are unlikely to be approved by today's medical authorities. Apparently the drops would not only numb the pain of a toothache, but it would also help put your children in a better mood. You bet it would. The illustrations on the packaging depicted two sweet, innocent children playing with sticks in the garden, completely off their heads on coke. It was a different time. A better time. Obesity bath powder. On a brighter note, patent medicines weren't all bad news. Yes, it may have left a dark legacy of thousands of avoidable deaths, but it also laid down many of the foundations of modern marketing. Worth it. I don't just mean the term snake oil salesman, now used to describe deceptive marketing, although traditional Chinese medicines really did include fat extracted from the Chinese water snake. The stuff sold by 19th century cracks, though, it was just herbs, minerals, and spices with zero snake-based content. That's disappointing. I mean that patent medicine products also effectively helped to create the modern advertising industry. They were among the very first products to adopt distinctive trademarks and packaging, the first products to embrace the strategies of newspaper campaigns, free mail samples, and promotional trinkets. Like, free samples on a different level. What's in this one? Morphine. Woohoo! And promotional trinkets, and the first products to use dodgy testimonials and endorsements from famous celebrities of the era. Obesity bath powder was one such product that received all the promotional whistles and bells and duped millions of customers into believing that dropping a few sprinkles of powder into a hot bath would lead them all to shed excess pounds in no time. Did it work? Of course it didn't. That's not me ad-libbing. That's in the script. The powder was mostly just perfumed sodium carbonate, which probably felt quite nice to the skin, but sadly it fell short on its claims to make you thin. But still, it sold in the bucket loads for several decades and could definitely be considered a very slippery triumph of early product marketing. Next up, Dr. Fuller's Electrospiral Magnetic Vegetable Vapor Cure. Oh my god. Vegetable vapor cure. Vape Nation! Just a very quick mention for this one, mainly because it's one of the most mind-blowingly brilliant names for a product that I've ever come across. Despite several minutes of intense research, at my end, it's been difficult to dig up anything very valuable on the product itself. The National Museum of American History reports that the product was on sale between 1888 and 1906. The instructions on the packaging read, uncork bottle and inhale vapor until the head is clear. The effect is magical, giving instant relief, price $1. My alternative for this would be like open up a packet of crisps like cheese and onion Get it really good. And we could perhaps assume that the vapor included some sort of vegetable which had been electrospiral magnetized. Whether the vapors of an electrospiral magnetized vegetable really did provide magical $1 relief remains about as unclear as your head would be after sniffing the stuff for hours on end. You're probably a bit better off just eating a real vegetable. Or just use the cocaine drops. Pink pills for pale people. A very early example of celebrity endorsement helping to shift units. Pink pills for pale people was one of the big success stories of the 19th and 20th century. Reverend Eunuch Hill of the ME Church of Grand Junction in Iowa may not be quite the same celebrity image as, say, Beyonce or Simon Whistler. If anyone wants me to endorse a product, hit me up. I will sell it. I'll even endorse this. Like Hulk Hogan, he endorsed everything. But his status at the time added weight to his glowing recommendation of these pills in hundreds of newspaper advertisements. Unlike most 19th century patent medicines which found little interest outside of America and England, pink pills for pale people ended up getting sold in no less than 87 countries around the world, helped along by the fact that it was largely targeted at British colonials. That's like a good way to get your product spread out to the world. Give it to the people taking over the world. The pills claimed to help cure anemia and put some color into the pasty white faces, but they also claimed to cure cholera, partial paralysis, and tense nervous headaches. I feel like surely that could be disproved pretty fast. It's like, how long have you been in a wheelchair? 20 years. Pills not helping? No. They were generally seen as an essential piece of kit for the white man abroad. I love this. Essential piece of kit for the white man. Like, you know, big long gun, maybe a cream jacket, cream hat, slavery mindset, and pink pills for pale people. In truth, they were mostly just iron oxide and magnesium sulfate topped with a nice bit of pink sugar coating. So the good news is they weren't going to kill you, but they weren't going to do anything particularly useful either. In fact, a report in 1909 British Medical Journal concluded that the pills had been very carelessly prepared. What a shocker. However, that didn't stop pink pills for pale people from selling in their squillions around the globe, and making the guy who owned the rights to them, Canadian businessman George Taylor Fulford, a millionaire. Although the recipe changed from time to time over the years, at one point they threw in some laxative to give the pills a bit of extra bite, pink pills for pale people remained on sale for an extraordinary amount of time, extending far beyond the patent medicine era. They weren't officially withdrawn from sale until 1970? I feel like colonialism was pretty much done by 1970. Meanwhile, millionaire George Taylor Fulford ended up in the history books for a very different reason. Tragically struck down by a streetcar in 1905, he became Canada's very first automobile death statistic. And no amount of pink pills for pale people was ever helping to get over that. This has been Business Blaze. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did, smash that like button. Subscribe to this channel. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching. That insert famous company name here is definitely not a pyramid scheme. I'm a part of it. I've done really well off it. This video is brought to you by Simon's new pyramid scheme. Go to businessblaze.com/Simon's pyramid scheme to get started today. Link below, and let's get into it. It's another episode of Business Blaze. As always, I'm Simon. I read these scripts and add some comments that maybe are funny. Danny writes it. This one is all about that time the pyramid schemes caused a civil war. So let's just jump right into it, shall we? In today's video, we'll be looking at how a pyramid scheme ended up causing a civil war in Albania in 1997, although it's arguable that the schemes in question were technically pyramid schemes, and it's debatable whether the dramatic outcome was technically a civil war, but stick with me, I'm pretty sure the country and the year are both bang on. Sorry, Danny. Yeah, I think sometimes I come across ideas, and I'm like, yeah, I think I saw like a Wikipedia article about a civil war caused by pyramid schemes somewhere, and it's like... Danny comes back and he's like, yeah, Simon, it turns out it wasn't a pyramid scheme. I'm like, shut up, Danny, write the script! And so he does. Thanks, Danny. But what exactly is a pyramid scheme anyway? In an 8-edged and 5-faced nutshell, it's an inevitably doomed business model in which the people at the top often walk away with millions, while the people at the bottom often get royally screwed over. And this is another one of those videos where it's like, I'm sure everyone has companies in their minds right now, and you're like, yeah, that's a pyramid scheme. I certainly do. I'm not going to mention any of them because those guys are litigious. However, that could possibly describe pretty much any corporate business environment today. So we'll go into a little bit more detail. Very good. The general idea is that new members of a pyramid scheme are regularly recruited and are required to pay an often substantial upfront fee to become a part of the pyramid. These new members are then required to go on their own recruitment drive for new members, with all the membership fees getting dished out to the people above them in the pyramid. And this is always one of those things, if anyone has ever gone like, a friend from the past, maybe went to school with someone and they're like, hey, on Facebook, just wondering if we could catch up and get a coffee. And then you sit down, it's like, I've got this great opportunity, great business opportunity to tell you about. That's a pyramid scheme. So let's say, for example, that Shifty Stephen, I was going to say Simon, but we'll go with Stephen. Thanks, Denny. I'm not running a pyramid scheme, but you know, if you're at the top, it's pretty good business. So massively unethical. Shifty Stephen decides to build his own pyramid scheme. He recruits 10 members to his scheme who all have to pay Shifty Stephen a fee for the privilege of joining. In order to get their investment back, these 10 Tier 2 members each have to recruit 10 new members to create their own third tier. The membership fees collected from these 100 Tier 3 members are then paid to the 10 Tier 2 members, who also pay a percentage back to Shifty Stephen because he's on the top of the pyramid up there on Tier 1. And so it goes on with the building of new tiers and new members who keep funneling fresh supplies of money up the pyramid, in theory anyway. Yeah, this is all well and good. Except there is a problem where that, you know, if you're at 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 million, really quickly, you're going to get up to like everyone on Earth, and then it's not going to work. The problem with a pyramid scheme, of course, is the shape of them. In order for a pyramid to work, it would have to expand indefinitely, as each new tier would be significantly bigger than the tier above it, exactly 10 times bigger, assuming everyone recruits 10 people. Even the most successful pyramid scheme in the history of mankind is ultimately destined to fail, as it turns out the population of planet Earth is finite. Oh my god, what? At some point, those new recruits are inevitably destined to dry up, and the whole pyramid will collapse from a lack of fresh investment keeping it going. Okay, yes, like I always say, I should read these things ahead. The few people who are lucky enough to be near the very top of the pyramid have made their fortune. Shifty Stephen will most likely have changed his identity and fled to Hawaii with his millions of dollars. But there's another problem with the shape of the pyramid. The overwhelming majority of the members will be at the much bigger bottom end of the pyramid, and the people in the bottom tier are not going to get their investment back when the whole thing topples to dust. Yeah, I mean, because of course the money's got to come from somewhere. The comforting thing about pyramid schemes is that anyone who loses money from them probably deserves everything they get for being such a buffoon to sign up to them in the first place. I agree, but these things are also designed. They really are. Like, their whole thing, like, the guys on top know that this is the barrier they have to get past. And, you know, whatever you want to say, the guys on the top are probably quite smart. And they're like, okay, well, how do we just get around all of these objections that people have? Like, they call it a pyramid scheme. We got an answer to that. And then they hook people in. The whole thing is hooking people in. I feel, you know, I don't think it's their fault. I mean, sometimes it is. But then it's like, if someone's really dumb, is it their fault? Shouldn't we protect those dumb people? I'm like generally like quite a capitalist, but yeah, this is where the government really needs to step in and be like, stop that shit, okay? But when is a pyramid scheme not quite a pyramid scheme? Well, that's when it's a Ponzi scheme. Ponzi schemes I know a little bit about because I've made videos about Bernie Madoff and Charles Ponzi, the original Ponzi scheme dude. If you want to see those, they're on my biographics channel, but don't watch them yet. You got to watch this video first, because that watch time, where you watch all of the video, that matters to me, and it matters to the YouTube algorithm. Like, all that liking and and commenting, none of that really matters. Just watch to the end. That would be awesome. And although the 1997 Civil War of Albania is often attributed to the collapse of pyramid schemes, partly because pyramid schemes were popular in Albania at that time anyway, it was actually the collapse of Ponzi schemes that sparked the crisis. Okay, so here it is. This was, yeah, no, it's not about pyramids. Essentially, Ponzi schemes work in a way similar to pyramid schemes, but with a couple of crucial differences. For starters, members don't actually know they're inside a pyramid. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure that people who are inside pyramid schemes know they're inside a pyramid scheme. They'll be like, oh, Simon, you know, we've made videos about pyramid scheme people, and they're like, oh no, that's multi-level marketing. It's a completely different thing. Where it's really kind of the same, where it's like, oh no, that insert famous company name here is definitely not a pyramid scheme. I'm a part of it. I've done really well off it. And if you want to get a coffee, you're in a pyramid scheme. Whereas pyramid schemes are at least relatively honest about the shape of their business model and the fact that no product or sales are involved, a Ponzi scheme is a complete scam in which new members are led to believe that they're investing in a legitimate business which will yield higher returns. This is the famous example. Bernie Madoff would be the famous example here, and you can use him as an example because he's in jail. Basically, it's where, hey, invest money in my company, people invest money, the interest rate is super high, but all of the interest is coming from the money that's coming in, not really legitimate investments. I don't know why I'm saying this, because I'm absolutely certain in about 2 minutes, Danny's going to explain it to us anyway. The alleged nature of the business is often described in a way that sounds impressive, but is unlikely to make much sense to the new investor. Hedges, future trading, offshore reversed income, adjustable rate, double top prize board banking, that kind of thing. It's like, yeah. Hedges future trading does legitimately sound like a thing. I know Danny's made it up, but I'll be like, yeah, I guess they know what they're doing. It's actually harder work for the founder. Whereas Shifty Steven could just sit back after a while and let the pyramid grow, that's not possible with a Ponzi scheme because new recruits aren't expected to find further new recruits. They're not even aware that the new investments are the only way of keeping the dodgy scheme alive. Instead, it's left to the founder to find new investors or encourage more investment from existing members of the scheme. This fresh money is then used to pay the regular high-yield returns to all the members of the scheme who are fooled into believing that the money comes from business profits. Okay, just like I said. Double explanation maybe is useful, it's slightly confusing. While it's harder work on this level, it's possibly easier to attract more investment this way, as the business sounds more legit than a pyramid scheme, even though the whole thing is built on the foundations of dishonesty. And this is what I feel was really the difference between like Bernie Madoff and like XYZ pyramid scheme company, because XYZ pyramid scheme company is like, you know, it just seems a bit dodgy, you know, you're kind of selling to your friends. Whereas if you were with Bernie Madoff, you're like, Bernie Madoff is a hugely successful Wall Street dude who's getting great returns. He's the sort of person that I would, and like, I'd never get involved in a Ponzi scheme because it'd be like, in a pyramid scheme because it'd be like, guys, it's a pyramid. Whereas you'd be like, Bernie Madoff, he's legit. Yeah. What was it, 11% a year, 12% a year? I'll take it, and he can't be a scammer. It's Bernie Madoff. Or maybe I just think I'm smarter than I am, and then in a few years I'll be inviting all you guys to, join my pyramid scheme. But in a similar way to the pyramid scheme, the scheme is entirely reliant on new money flooding in from members. In this case, as soon as the flow of new cash slows down, even just very slightly, the founder will be unable to continue paying those high-yield returns to everyone, which will in turn lead to members demanding their own original investments back. The whole thing collapses, by which time the founder has usually scarpered with what's left of the money, unless you're Bernie Madoff again. Or I also often feel like with these guys, it's like they just keep it going until they get caught. Leaving clean rather than with a 170-year jail sentence is a little bit rarer. When are we getting into the war, Danny? Or whatever the war wasn't. Naturally, pyramid schemes and Ponzi schemes have a bit of a tendency to ignite outrage in the unfortunate souls who lost money to them. Some particularly angry people have even been known to put pen to paper and complain to their local MP. This is the most British joke ever, I love it. Like, MP in the UK for our international audience is like a member of parliament, and writing a letter to your local MP to complain about some big issue that they can never do anything about is like the most middle class thing in the world. It's like when you've finally run out of real problems. But nothing quite compares to the fallout from the collapse of several Albanian Ponzi schemes in 1997, which led to 6 months of civil disorder, economic turmoil, resignation of the president, and the deaths of 2,000 citizens. Oh my god, I should probably stop making jokes. Up until the 1990s, Albania had spent 5 decades under communist dictatorship rule. There was little concept of private ownership, as everything was very much publicly owned. There was little concept of international trading, as the dictatorship believed in isolated self-sufficiency, and there wasn't even much of a concept of good banking. Yeah, things that make an economy work, no international trade and terrible banks. It's always been great. Most banks struggle to perform even the most basic of functions, with even relatively simple transfers of money taking up to 15 days to complete. By 1992, the dictatorship had been toppled, and the Democratic Party of Albania won the first free elections to ever be held in the nation. The new president, Sali Berisha, promised a brighter future for Albania, embracing a market economy and launching sweeping economic and democratic reforms. But Albania's complete inexperience with capitalism and financial investment led to the proliferation of a series of Ponzi schemes which promised much but ultimately delivered disaster for the population. Yeah, it's like the nature of a Ponzi scheme. It's like, yeah, you're gonna get like 10% return. It's not gonna end well. It's often been suggested that the Albanian government endorsed many of these new Ponzi schemes in full knowledge that they were scams. Whilst I've not been able to uncover any evidence of blatant official endorsements, it's certainly true to say that the government turned a blind eye to what was going on and completely ignored stark warnings from the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank to close down these fraudulent institutions. Couple of points here. I do feel like in that transition period after communism or whatever, plenty of shifty stuff goes on related between business and government, and I wouldn't, obviously haven't looked this up at all, but I wouldn't be surprised if the government was in on it. You see, like, oh yeah, the government endorses it, so people are like, oh yeah, it must be okay if the government's saying it's alright because we can trust them, right? No. Actually, or very soon after communism, new capitalist government, probably don't trust those guys 100%. Pro tip, Cuba and North Korea, when you eventually go the direction that everyone goes. In the meantime, the number of Ponzi schemes began to mushroom through the 1990s, competing with each other by offering increasingly ludicrous claims of high monthly returns on investments. Monthly returns? That's a worry. At their peak, some of the major players were offering a monthly 40% interest rate on new investments, which is around the same time that Albania got gripped by Ponzi mania. Like, I understand, like, 11% with Bernie Madoff, you could be like, wow, that's incredible, but believable just about. Whereas 40% a month, which, I don't know, is at least $480 a year, assuming it compounds, you're going to be way up there. Way up there, assuming you reinvest all of your money, which of course they want you to do because if you draw it out, it's all going to fall. It's just unbelievable. It's just, there's no way. A huge chunk of the population sold their homes and farms to ensure that they wouldn't miss out on the opportunity of a lifetime, with queues stretching for miles outside the offices of the companies offering these too good to be true deals. By January 1997, an estimated $1.2 billion had been invested in these schemes from a population of just 3 million people. That's a pretty staggering figure, especially when you consider that equates to about $400 per head in a population where the average monthly wage at the time was $80. This is really sad. These bilked these people. You think like those, post-communist Russian oligarchs who made themselves billionaires on the selling of like government not the government assets, but like the, what the hell are they called? They're like tickets. Whatever it was. You think those guys are bad? These guys are worse. Inevitably, this was the point where the supply of fresh money had been exhausted because pretty much everyone was already invested. The schemes collapsed under their own weight, the founders fled the scene, the people of Albania were denied access to their investments, and the whole Albanian economy was plunged into crisis. No surprise. Thousands of protesters took to the streets to demand their money back from the government, who believed that they had been complicit with the Ponzi schemes. A state of emergency was declared in March as government lost control of major cities to criminal gangs and rebels. See, that's sounding pretty Civil War-y. It's believed that around 2,000 citizens were killed in the riots and a further 5,000 wounded, mostly during shootouts between rival gangs in the wrestle to seize power of the country. That's intense. Just have a moment to think like how important a functional financial system is, because if it collapses, gangs take over and the military has to get involved. Law and order were only fully restored later in the year when the United Nations military forces arrived in the country, and Sali Berisha reluctantly stepped down as president to be replaced by socialist Meksep Mediani. Couple of things there. One, the UN military had to get involved. That's incredible, like incredibly bad. To take the country back from gangs. And also, like, I fully understand why these people would vote for this super socialist guy. If your first experience of capitalism was that, even I would vote for a socialist. Whether this crisis was a full-blown civil war, or a rebellion, or anarchy, or a period of civil unrest is open to interpretation. But the Albanian population suffered the consequences for years to come, and nobody got their money back. Although some of the Ponzi scheme founders were caught and sentenced to prison, it's believed that millions of those missing dollars could still be hiding away in foreign banks around the world with little chance of recovery. I bet they are. Bonus facts. Love some bonus facts. Number 1. We're already at like 15 minutes? Thanks, Danny. Effort. Ponzi schemes got their name from the Italian swindler Charles Ponzi, who moved to the US in the early 20th century. Ponzi's original scheme in the 1920s was raking in millions of dollars a day during its peak, even prompting Ponzi to invest in legitimate business, but too late to save the collapse of the scheme. The fall of the Ponzi scheme brought down 6 banks with it and cost unlucky investors a total of $20 million in 1920s dollars, or about $250 million in today's money. Charles Ponzi served 3 years in prison for that. That's not bad. Isn't Bernie Madoff's in prison forever? And this is the one the dude is named after. But he didn't learn from his mistakes. Upon release, he went through cycles of changing his identity, swindling massive fortunes from unsuspecting investors, living the life of Riley for a while, and then getting banged up again. Despite being one of the richest men in the world at the height of his fraudulent activities, he spent the last few years of his life in poverty and died in a charity hospital in Brazil. I've actually done a full video about Charles Ponzi on my biographics channel. I'm not going to link to it below, but if you YouTube search Charles Ponzi, biographics, you'll find it. Number 2, Charles Ponzi was such a swindler that he didn't really even invent the scheme that was destined to be named after him. A previous scheme called the Ladies' Deposit had already done it in the US in the 1880s, styling itself as a savings bank exclusively for unmarried women. The founder was former fortune teller Sarah Ho. Yeah, it's like always, that's who I look for to start my, when I'm looking for good investment opportunities, I look for former fortune tellers, not former investment bankers or anything like that. Fortune tellers. Although, judging on how well those guys predict the stock market sometimes, may as well be fortune tellers. And she served 3 years in prison before being released to carry out exactly the same trick again in the name of the Women's Bank. Okay, I'm starting to understand why Bernie Madoff got so long in prison, because it's like, yeah, these guys don't learn their lessons. It's like, oh, you know a way to make money really easily and you only go to jail for 3 years? She returned to fortune telling shortly before her death in 1892. Before that, a similar scheme had been launched in Germany in the 1860s, but even before that, the idea for such a scheme had appeared in the works of Charles Dickens, including his 1844 novel Martin Chuzzlewit. Never heard of it. So now you know who's really to blame for the Albanian Civil War. Charles Dickens. Definitely Charles Dickens. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to sign up to my new pyramid scheme, just go to businessblaze.com/Simon's Pyramid Scheme. Just kidding. I don't even own businessblaze.com. I'm sorry to whoever owns that domain. Don't go there. Don't do a pyramid scheme. If a friend from school wants to go out for coffee, just say no, and I'll see you next time. You know how many table footballs I've got in my office? F***ing 0. Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. This one, Microsoft's 17-year Web TV revolution that never happened. I've never heard of Web TV. This was never a thing that was on my agenda, but I've read about this so many bloody times in the comments that I actually had to make a suggestion from you guys. If this is boring, it's your fault. Let's dive in. Thank you, Danny, for putting the script together. As always, Danny has a way to make even the most boring things interesting. If you hear the words Web TV today, you're probably quite likely to think of the exclusive digital-only TV shows that are now being produced to massive acclaim by the likes of Netflix and Amazon. Indeed, this is what I think Web TV must be. Like a way to watch TV online, like back in the day? To be honest, that was my first thought when Simon asked me to write a script on Web TV. I'm now kind of wishing that I hadn't written that 6,000-word script on the secret subliminal messages hiding within such small-screen masterpieces as House of Cards, Orange is the New Black, and the often overlooked Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. Don't know that one? I know Danny's kidding, but we could start a very serious television critique channel. I'd sit at a desk. I'd maybe wear a sweater of some variety. The subliminal messaging in House of Cards, Kevin Spacey, bit of a pre. It turns out that in 1995, the concept of Web TV meant something very different. Okay, I feel this is one of the ones where I should have done just, a little bit of reading before we got started. This was the year that saw the birth of a revolutionary new service, which meant to change the way that everyday people use the internet. Yet despite a much-hyped launch, a $503 million buyout from Microsoft, and a saga that spans 17 years, it's sad to think that the most memorable legacy from this long-running failure is the fact that the US government once classified it as a weapon? Alright, honestly, it's gotta be some technology thing to do with TV and the internet and stuff like that. How on earth is this a weapon? Fun fact, that whole thing about having to register your hands as, I can't remember, was this on a podcast or something? About registering your hands as weapons? Totally not a thing, unless you live in Guam, where it absolutely is. The American entrepreneur and inventor Steve Perlman was the brains behind the Web TV service, later rebranded as MSN TV for most of its lifespan. The cunning idea was to bring the functionality of the internet into the living room of everyday people who didn't necessarily have an interest in owning a proper computer. Oh, okay, so it's like a set-top box or something that you can browse the internet on your TV. Back in the day. I know this may sound like a ridiculous notion in today's world where just about every device in your household is connected to the internet and streaming YouTube videos, probably even your toaster, electric toothbrush charger, and Mr. Frosty ice crunch maker. Dude, blast from the past. Back in the 1990s, the only way to hook up to the internet was to sit at your desk in front of your chunky PC and your even chunkier monitor. Yeah, dude, those, what are they called? CRT monitors are absolute beasts. I remember at school, I took computing at A-level, and we'd all be sitting in the room, and there are these absolute beast CRT monitors on the desks. You'd turn around, and because there was one behind you, and your friend would be working on it, and classic prank would just be to yank out the power on their monitor or on their base unit on their main unit if you really wanted to like make them lose their work. Someone once did this so many times that the monitor just after a while, a huge cloud of smoke just rose up from it, and the teacher was like, what happened there? It's like, no idea. Not everyone had this kind of setup back then. Computers were still dismissed as expensive and baffling technology by large chunks of the population who probably didn't want to learn how to operate a mouse. Steve Perlman had been browsing a website containing tempting recipes to make with Campbell's soup, because that's the kind of rock and roll lifestyle that Steve was living at the time, when it suddenly occurred to him that the target audience for such a webpage would probably never dream of owning a computer. It's weird, I just can't imagine the same dude who's looking up Campbell's soup recipes online as the guy who goes on to sell a $500 million company. It's impressive. So the idea was to bring the internet into your living room and beam it onto your television set without the need for a big computer, a monitor, a desk, or more importantly of all, an adjustable height swivel chair. The web TV service was geared around a set-top box, which you could just park under the telly. The box, essentially a very small and lightweight computer in its own right, could establish an internet connection and came packaged with its own special web browser optimized for the TV set. This all kind of makes sense to me. I'm like, this is a pretty good idea for a business. While the complete kit also included a full keyboard, this was most definitely a mouse-free zone. Instead, you navigated your way through cyberspace with something that resembled a TV remote control. Now that's sounding pretty clunky. Not so keen on that. Let's be honest, this already sounds a bit clunky. Absolutely. Also, I'll add, I've got a fairly modern TV at home. I think I bought it last year. And it's like you use the remote control, and it's got like a web browser built into it, which I once used. And then I was like, well, this is a piece of shit, isn't it? Never gonna use that again. But to be fair, this idea did have some logic behind it. Personal computer setup still cost a small fortune back in the 1990s, and this was a low-cost alternative which delivered a simplified version of the internet into the living rooms of people who just didn't really get computers. It might not have been meant for people like us. Damn right, I'm super computer savvy. But it did mean that your elderly aunt and strange uncle could easily get online and send emails to that distant cousin who escaped to the other side of the world. I feel like Danny's just chosen the generic story. It's like, yeah, every family has this situation. And then they could browse as many Campbell Soup's recipes as they damn well liked from the comfort of their armchairs. The Web TV Networks company had very modest beginnings, setting up a business in half of a former BMW car dealership in California, which wasn't exactly ideal for a cutting-edge technology department, but the rent was cheap. Considering their work to be top secret, they initially disguised their operations under the name of Artemis Research. The fake business name even led to its own website, which claimed that they were studying sleep deprivation, poor diet, and no social life for extended periods of time on humans and dwarf rabbits. Guys, just focus on making the product. Why is all of this necessary? Anyone comes across that, they're going to assume like it's some secret. I mean, this is the least believable business tagline or whatever ever. I'd stumble across that and be like, it's got to be some CIA secret website. You know, you click like a secret number of buttons and it's like, welcome to the CIA mainframe. It's like how you hack in a 90s movie. This was a slightly tongue-in-cheek reference to a pet rabbit called Bowser who belonged to one of the engineers, Phil Goldman. Oh my, hang on. Bowser could often be found happily hopping around the corridors of the Web TV office late at night when the engineers were hard at work. Sometimes I just feel with these like modern tech companies and stuff, like Silicon Valley companies, like, yeah, we've got a slide that goes from the first floor to the second floor. We've got 7 football tables in the break room. And just, how about you do some work? You know how many table footballs I've got in my office? 0. Maybe if I had football tables and a slide, I'd be more successful. It's ridiculous. Bizarrely, this new fake company actually received inquiries from genuine research groups who were keen to hook up and share data on these outlandish studies. So at least Web TV had a backup plan if the Web TV thing didn't work out. I just bet those were spies, like desperate to come in from the cold, like, CIA, I'm writing to you, I need to come in, please. Incidentally, Bowser the Rabbit moved on to bigger and better things when Phil Goldman left Web TV and picked up a job at the software and electronics company General Magic. Great name. He naturally took Bowser with him, and the rabbit ended up becoming the unofficial company mascot and the inspiration for their logo. Cringe. It's pretty cringe. I'll be honest, I think Bowser the Rabbit comes out of this whole story with more credibility than anyone else. Steve Perlman's finances ended up getting tangled into a knotty mess on the road to launching Web TV, and in fact it came perilously close to not happening at all. Perlman was in talks with Sony and felt very confident of securing an exclusive distribution deal with the corporate giant. At the time, he was also working on closing crucial venture capital financing from Brentwood Associates, although the latter hinged entirely on the former. The negotiations were taking longer than hoped, and in the meantime, Perlman was forced into remortgaging his house, liquidating all his assets, and maxing out his credit card to keep his operation afloat. I like that though. That's like faith in your product, go all in. You know, go big or go home. Good on you, Steve. When Sony delivered the devastating news that they wouldn't be proceeding with the distribution deal after all, this not only put the venture capital financing from Brentwood in jeopardy, but it also looked for a while as if Steve Ballmer was destined to lose everything. Yeah, that's the risk you run though, isn't it? But I think it's going to work out, because didn't Danny say that it was bought for like $500 million? Spoiler alert. In a surprise move, Brentwood decided to proceed with the financing anyway, and WebTV managed to avoid a catastrophic by the skin of a dwarf's rabbit's teeth. Ba-da-bum-bum. Ironically, it was only after WebTV secured a new distribution deal with Philips that Sony suddenly felt left out in the cold and decided to sheepishly come in back to the WebTV party, but on a weaker, non-exclusive basis. If I was Steve, I'd be like, before Philips are even on board, Philips are on board, they're keen, and Sony'd be like, alright, Philips pulled out. Sorry. WebTV was finally launched to much hype and whistles and bells in 1996, although the launch wasn't without embarrassments. One particularly cringeworthy moment, I like those, involved co-founder Bruce Leak on stage's demonstration of this wonderful system of tomorrow at a roadshow event. Bruce, I just can't call him Leak. I went to a school with a kid called Leak. He was attempting to show just how easy and quick it was to load up a website dedicated to the then contemporary hit show Friends on WebTV. We need to bear in mind that the WebTV service would naturally work a little slower than a standard internet service, as the set-top box needed to reformat and compress every web page before beaming it onto your TV screen so that the content was readable. This was in like 1996. I feel like the web loaded super slow anyway. I'm gonna see if there's a video of this. Oh, it exists, but it's an hour long. Let me see if I can find something.
They want to look at the Friends site right now.
Okay, I found it.
I think NBC has a very popular site, it looks like. And let me describe a few things about the user interface of a browser.
Yeah, he's just sitting there watching a blank TV. Oh, it's so slow. Oh god, that's amazing. It's so slow.
3 weeks later.
But it's also worth remembering that websites in the 1990s were very simple, basic, and broadly rubbish, so the process shouldn't have taken too long. However, Mr. Leak endured a painful few minutes on stage as he waffled on trying to fill up dead time, while the system struggled to get to grips with a website containing nothing more than a single photograph of the cast of Friends. A further unexpected complication occurred when the US government decided to classify the WebTV service as a weapon. The service used strong browser encryption, which was pretty advanced at the time, but we would be considered quite pathetic by today's standards. Back then, anything using strong encryption was automatically classified as munitions. Like bullets and stuff by the US government, which meant that exporting the product outside of America was banned. This would naturally have proved a little problematic for WebTV's plans for global growth. Thankfully, the problem was relatively quickly resolved, and in fact the case of WebTV proved to play a vital part in the US government sensibly relaxing the laws around cryptography to ensure that simple web browsers weren't automatically deemed to be in the same category as artillery guns, missiles, and bombs, which does make a lot of sense. Initially, sales of the service were overwhelmingly disappointing. The first year in business attracted just 56,000 subscribers. More subscribers than Business Plays, as of the making of this video though. But then again, I'm not a huge business. Which was well below the projected target. But despite all these setbacks and embarrassments, WebTV made enough noise for Microsoft to sit up and take notice. In fact, Bill Gates himself was excited about the future potential of the service and became personally involved in the discussions, which eventually led to Microsoft acquiring the operation for a cool $503 million. It's got 56,000 subscribers, Bill! Christ. That is $1,000 per subscriber. I'm not saying, you know, Business Plays as well. You've got 30,000 subscribers at the moment. Bill, if you're interested, you can have it. I'll do super reasonable, 10 times less, 30 mil. Easy. A few years later, WebTV was rebranded as MSN TV, and it's fair to say that by the year 2005, subscriptions had picked up considerably, with over 1 million subscribers generating around $150 million a year. So this was certainly no epic financial failure. That's cool. Good for you. And I like this story. The Steve guy who started this, he's like maxing out his credit cards and he thinks he's not going to make it. It works out and he makes $500 million. It's just that the service never quite took off in the way that many predicted, and the WebTV revolution just never happened. One of the main reasons why WebTV failed to ensnare more subscribers has already been illustrated by Bruce Leak's lame attempts to showcase the Friends website to a roadshow audience. It just never really worked very well. Kind of important. Although Microsoft worked hard on optimizing pages pages for the TV screen, navigating your way through the internet with a remote control while sitting several feet away from the screen was always going to feel like an awkward experience at best. The idea of reading and sending emails in your living room was originally one of the key selling points of web TV, but the world wasn't too far away from being able to send emails from a smartphone in the palm of your hand, and this kind of made the set-top TV box under the TV feel more than a little redundant. And of course, the entire tech industry got behind the idea of using the internet on the pocket screen, developing dedicated apps and mobile-friendly websites to push forward the smartphone revolution. Yeah, it makes me wonder, why does my TV even have a web browser? Is this just like something they have to do? It just comes with like the software that goes on there? Who uses that? And it's insanely clunky. In contrast, Microsoft was the lone company working on web TV, and it was impossible for them to capture the interest of third-party developers because they never pulled in enough subscribers to make it seem like a credible move for the rest of the industry. Now that $500 million is seeming like money less well spent. It's perhaps surprising that Web TV or MSN TV lasted for quite as long as it did. As the number of subscriptions naturally dwindled over the years, the plug was finally pulled in 2013, marking the final chapter of a 17-year TV revolution in which most viewers had flicked over to see what was on the other channel. The service was often described as ahead of its time, but I think it's more accurate to say that Web TV was just quickly overtaken by the rise of the much smaller screen. This was interesting. I appreciate this recommendation. It turns out to be quite an interesting story. Good for Steve, less good for Bill. Kind of inevitable what was going to happen to it, but I liked it. If you've got other suggestions, leave them below. Also, use the thumbs up and vote the ones you like up to the top. This has been Business Blaze. Gently touch that like button, subscribe, notification bell, all of that good stuff, and I'll see you next time.
あんたまだテレビ？うちテレビ見てんのとちゃいます。インターネット来とるんです。リモコン一つであら楽しい。おうちのテレビでウェブ TV。
Oh, you've become seriously ill with lead poisoning or tuberculosis or AIDS. Just go get some dry air. This is Business Blaze. I am your host, Simon. This is a script written by Danny, Thomas Midgley, the most dangerous inventor in history. This one is, I think it was a suggestion from me. This guy I've made a couple of videos on in the past. He basically made a whole bunch of stuff that went horribly, horribly wrong. So let's dive into it. Some of the greatest mistakes in life started out with the most noble of intentions. Years ago, a good friend of mine once came to my house to install a new shower for me. I love it when we get these personal anecdotes from Danny. I'm generally clueless when it comes to this kind of stuff. Me too, Danny. But my good mate, and I'm going to call him Graham, because that's the dude's name, reckons that he had the skills and the experience to figure out how to get my new shower up and running. I'm gonna bet that Graham doesn't. Several frustrating hours later, I was wading through a flooded bathroom, having discovered that Graham and someone managed to sabotage the boiler and butcher the immersion heating. Why is immersion heat? I know way less about this than Danny, because I'm like, whoa, what's an immersion heater? Fully immersive heating experience. I was without hot water or heating for days, and never did get that shower working properly. When I was a kid, I got in a bunch of trouble because my parents went on holiday, and we'd recently moved into a new house, and had this really old bathroom, and the emergency overflow for the bath was so clogged up with limescale that it did nothing. And I ran a bath, completely forgot about it. The bathroom was on the second floor. It completely flooded the bathroom and the room downstairs. That was not a good time. My parents were not very pleased with that. But it's hard to be angry with someone when they were just trying to do you a friendly favor. I mean, yes, it crossed my mind that Graham shouldn't have claimed that he can install a new shower when he could barely tell a hot tap from a cold tap. But his heart was in the right place. He was just trying to help. I'd be like, Graham, get the away from my bathroom, Graham. The same might be said of American chemist and engineer Thomas Midgley Jr. Or could it? Oh, like, is his heart in the right place? I thought it was. I don't know, let's find out. In his day, Thomas, and I'm going to pretend to call him Thomas for the rest of this script and then change my mind to continually refer to him as Midgley just to annoy Simon. Yeah, we brought up in a previous video. We did one about Jeff Bezos, and Danny was like, I'm going to call him Jeff throughout this entire thing, and proceeded to call him Bezos for every single occasion. Thanks, Danny. He was a celebrated, award-winning genius who developed two of the biggest game-changing discoveries of the 20th century. Nearly 70 years after his death in 1944, Midgley is now regarded as the man who contributed more damage to the world than any other human being who has ever lived. I feel like that might be an overstatement. Well, is it an overstatement? You can judge for yourselves, but I feel like, are we elevating Midgley to, like, you know, Hitler, Stalin, good old Tommy Midgley? I feel like if you know, make the names casual, it makes them sound less bad. Like, who else could there be? You know, like Joey Stalin. A neighbor of mine, his name was Adolf, and I only met the guy once in the hallway. I was like, I know you were definitely born before the late 1930s. To describe his legacy in a very toxic nutshell, Thomas Midgley Jr. was the man behind the introduction of leaded gasoline, or leaded petrol if you live on Danny and my side of the Atlantic Ocean. And then, for an encore, he also went on to invent CFCs, which also damaged the planet just a few years later. I remember being, I mean, I definitely didn't know about CFC. I don't think I ever had anything that contained CFCs. But I feel like when I was younger, like deodorant cans would say CFC free on them. Obviously nowadays everyone's like, yeah, of course. We don't hate the environment anymore, Simon. Well, we kind of do. But was it entirely accidental that he almost destroyed the world? Or did he have at least some insight into the horrors that he was unleashing? And what prompted him to publicly inhale and douse himself in his own poisons at the drop of a hat? Well, maybe he didn't think they were poisonous. Born in 1889 and raised in a happy home in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania, Tiny Thomas first acquired a taste for engineering as a child when he used to mess about with machinery in the workshop of his dad, who was a traditional American inventor and local handyman. There was little indication at this stage that young Thomas would grow up to inflict more crimes against humanity than any other person in history. Again, are we really elevating him to like the levels of Stalin, Mao, Trump? Gaining a degree in mechanical engineering from Cornell University in 1911, Thomas picked up a job at General Motors in 1916 and worked under the leadership of Charles Kettering. Midgley soon rolled up his sleeves and got busy destroying the world. One of his early projects involved an attempt to solve a very noisy problem with early 20th century automobiles. Engine rattling or engine knocking was a side effect of the way fuel burned unevenly in an engine's cylinders. Quite apart from the dreadful racket it made, it could also cause serious damage to the engine's pistons and cylinder walls. Yeah, I remember in the video that I made about this, it was years ago, this was a real problem. Like, engines would be ruined because of this knocking problem, so he went to fixing it. Midgley discovered that adding tetraethyl lead to the gasoline not only solved the problem, it also improved engine in performance and speed. And I remember, Danny hasn't mentioned it here, but again, from that video, I can't even remember which channel it was on, but it was ages ago. He was adding, he was doing the like old school way of inventing things. Sort of like, yeah, let's just throw loads of random shit in there and see what happens. I need fuel. Throw a banana in. Does it solve the problem? No, it doesn't. Throw something else in. He was just adding all sorts of random shit to like petrol to see if it would fix this problem. Eventually he added tetraethyl lead and bingo! By 1923, Midgley and Kettering had secured the patent for their new lead-based formula, which they named ethyl, and soon afterwards leaded gasoline became standard for the next 60 years. A friend of mine had a car that was so old it was like a classic car, you had to add the lead back into the unleaded petrol. Healthy. Midgley even picked up the prestigious Nichols Medal in 1923 for his work, just one of several major awards he would collect over the course of his calamitous career. The small problem, of course, yes, here it is that lead is poisonous to humans. Exposure to lead causes damage to our nervous system, our IQ levels, our kidneys, and a stack of other long-term health problems. I think the Freakonomics guy had a look at this, or like he was talking about a study that looked at this, showing how crime, or maybe this was related to abortion, but I feel like crime went down after lead was removed from gasoline because people were less dumb. So less into crime. Have we got to the stage in society where we can't make fun of dumb people? I feel like gradually that group is getting really small. Like, yeah, you can't make fun of these people, those people, these people. Okay, I just won't make fun. Let's just Midgley discovered the tetraethyl lead. It's particularly harmful to children as they're more likely to ingest it and it's more likely to pass into their bloodstreams. Why are they more likely to ingest it? Children don't spend more time around cars. I guess they could be eating more leaded paint, but we can't be blaming Midgley for everything. Midgley's award-winning discovery led to 6 decades of poisonous fumes getting belched out of millions of cars all around the world before leaded gasoline was eventually phased out and banned in most countries during the 1990s. But was Midgley really the accidental villain in this story, as many people seem to believe? In this case, very probably not. The poisonous effects of lead had been known about for thousands of years. The Romans used lead in their water pipes, and it was noted at the time that Roman lead miners often ended up dizzy, blind, mad, stupid, or dead. It's like, could have led with dead. So it's interesting to note that Midgley and Kettering were initially both very keen to keep the word leaded or lead out of their marketing and packaging for ethyl. It was like, what's in ethyl? Definitely not lead. Definitely not that poisonous stuff we've known about for thousands of years. It's not that we're then aerosolizing in cars and spreading into the atmosphere. Not lead. It's ethyl. I mentioned like Mad Men, Don Draper. I've prepared this marketing campaign for you. What we're not calling it is lead. When General Motors teamed up with Standard Oil to form the Ethyl Corporation, the new company experienced its own problems with the effects of lead. 5 of the factory workers died? I don't remember that from reading about this before. 35 were taken seriously ill, suffering from tremors and wild hallucinations. There were only 49 workers in the factory anyway, so the company clearly had a bit of a problem with sickness absence. Wait, so basically what was that? 40 out of 49 were either dead or seriously ill. Can you imagine the guys at the union? Yeah, we think the lead's poisoning us. And the manager of the factory, it's not the lead! It's definitely the lead. Thomas Midgley himself suffered from lead poisoning in 1929. I'm not sure if I should say it, but good, during his initial experiments with ethyl, and took a long vacation to Hawaii to breathe some fresh air for a while. I feel like this was a medical cure in the past, where it was like, oh, you've become seriously ill with lead poisoning or tuberculosis or AIDS. Just go get some dry air. Despite this, he organized a bizarre press conference in 1924 in which he poured ethyl all over his hands and inhaled a bottle of it for 60 seconds in a bid to prove that the stuff was harmless. Dude, obviously it wasn't. Also, can you imagine? Look at the length of this video. 60 seconds is a really long time. Can you imagine him just breathing the bottle of this stuff in for 60 seconds during a press conference? Just imagine that for 60 seconds. I'm not going to do it because it wouldn't be funny and I want my viewer retention to be good on this video. But can you imagine just that going on and the press would be like, Tommy, can we ask some questions? Shut the f*** up. And then he has some wild-ass hallucinations. Definitely not the lead. Shortly afterwards, he contracted lead poisoning again. What a f***ing surprise. But perhaps the biggest giveaway that Midgley wasn't entirely innocent is the fact that ethyl didn't really have to be invented at all. The General Motors team had always been aware that adding ethanol to gasoline produced a similar effect to lead, but the problem was that ethanol is produced by nature, so it couldn't be patented. Oh, so I assume that there was it was some sort of special kind of lead. Can you just make some special kind of alcohol? In other words, they went with their own lead-based formula, bingo, because it was more likely to make a stack of money for the company, even if it was at great cost to 3 generations of mankind. Awesome job, Tommy. Also, I really feel like discovering that ethanol did it. He was probably just hanging out in the lab getting drunk and he was like, let's just throw some of that in there with those bananas and see what happens. Worked, man. But Midgley the Merciless wasn't quite finished yet with Planet Earth. A few years later, the Frigidaire division, it's spelt like this, Frigidaire, but I like how it's Frigidaire because it makes refrigerators. It's pretty clever. A division of General Motors enlisted the talents of Midgley to help develop a solution to another problem. The early refrigerators, this has got to be the CFC thing. The early refrigerators used coolants and pumps to produce very low temperatures without the ice. But Frigidaire was struggling to come up with a suitable coolant gas that ticked all of the right ice boxes. It needed to be inert, volatile, relatively inexpensive, and ideally not too toxic to humans. Back in the 1920s, refrigerators were frankly an appalling health and safety risk. They often included dangerous coolant gases which became lethal if the refrigerator ever leaked. Most notably, a single leaking refrigerator in a hospital in Cleveland, Ohio in 1929 ended up killing over 100 people. Good lord, I had no idea refrigerators used to be dangerous. I feel like the future generations of people might look back on us today and like with boilers in our home, yeah, this poisonous gas comes in, we set it on fire in our homes to make heat. yeah, and if it's not well ventilated, it makes carbon monoxide, which makes you crazy and kills you in your sleep and you don't even know it. Totally odorless. You're like, what the f*** are we doing? We had electricity, right? In 1930, Thomas Midgley had developed the world's first chlorofluorocarbon, or CFC, which appeared to fit the bill. It was soon branded as Freon 12 and rapidly became used in refrigerators worldwide. It also became widely used as a propellant in aerosol spray cans and asthma inhalers, like the deodorants I mentioned, now CFC free or whatever. There was some initial doubt as to Freon 12's non-toxicity to humans, but the mighty Midgley soon put fears to rest during another bizarre presentation, this time for the benefit of the American Chemical Society. During the Society's annual meeting in 1930, Midgley's party party trick included inhaling vast quantities of Freon 12 and then blowing out a candle to demonstrate it was both non-toxic and non-flammable. I love that this guy is like, yeah, sample size of 1, so it must be fine. And then gets terribly poisoned. Also, it'd be like, yeah, okay, American Cancer Board, what I'm going to do is I'm going to smoke 100 cigarettes, and I'm going to, I'll have a mild cough, I might smell, but I'm perfectly fine, because that's how science works. However, the direct effect on humans was really never the issue here. It was more down to the devastating effect on the planet. It was later discovered that CFCs released by aerosols and broken fridges caused serious damage to the ozone layer, that handy shield in the Earth's stratosphere, which protects mankind from radiation. Yeah, I remember growing up, like, the hole in the ozone layer was a major thing. I think it's beginning to heal now. But everyone was like, yeah, we're gonna die from this. We didn't, I guess. Probably, like, really ignorant. There were probably some terrible conditions and, thousands of millions of people died from skin cancer, and people will have a go at me in the comments. It's fine. Unfortunately, there's no natural chemical process that breaks down the CFCs, which can end up having an atmospheric lifetime of 140 years. So the CFCs released from every hairspray ever used since the invention of the aerosol can in the 1940s are still drifting around in the upper atmosphere. Thankfully, the use of Freon 12 began to get widely restricted and ultimately banned in developed countries from 1990s onwards, which implies that people around the world are still using CFCs. Great. But the planet will still be suffering the effects of the mighty Midgley's discovery for decades to come. To be fair to Thomas Midgley, there was no way that he could ever foreseen the catastrophic consequences of Freon 12, as the effects on the ozone layer were only discovered decades after his death. Thomas Midgley dies, and he goes to heaven, and they're like, wow, Thomas, you developed CFCs. The whole world thanks you for making safe fridges. And then, like, decades later, he's up in heaven and they're like, listen, some news has come in. You're gonna have to go to hell. Not that any of that stuff is actually real. Welcome to the dislike. But considering how little humanity he showed during his drive to become rich with leaded gasoline, a discovery which he even managed to poison himself with twice, it's hard to know for sure how he would have reacted had he known the dark truth behind Freon 12. My guess would be like, it's fine. Or it'd start a really good complaint. Guys, it's not the CFCs. The CFCs are not ruining the environment. Absolutely nothing to do with that. Because as everyone knows, if you get caught in a lie, just keep on lying. Maybe he would have immediately halted the production of Freon 12 in a bid to save the planet, or maybe he would have just hosted another press conference in which he'd emptied the contents of 20 cans of hairspray into his mouth and up his nose. Classic midges. Ironically, Thomas Midgley Jr. died from one of his own inventions in 1944. Again, good. Age 55. Although surprisingly, it had nothing to do with lead poisoning or gasoline blowing up the world. Well, isn't that a shame? Diagnosed with polio in Oh, now I'm beginning to feel bad. Diagnosed with polio in 1940 and confined to a wheelchair for the final few years of his life, Midgley devised a complex pulley system to help lift him out of bed in the mornings. Tragically, he ended up getting entangled in the ropes one morning and accidentally strangled himself to death, falling victim to his final invention. I believe I've made this joke already, or if I haven't on this channel, I have somewhere else. But like, whenever someone's at home alone and gets tangled up in ropes, I feel like whatever the story about their death is, that was a lie concocted by their family. What really happened was autoerotic asphyxiation. Sorry, Tommy. A sad end for an engineer who was celebrated and showered with awards in his time, but is now in hell. Not really. But is now largely viewed as a one-man environmental disaster. But at least he didn't get a chance to invent anything else. This was another episode of Business Blaze. If you liked it, smash that like button. If you didn't, or if you didn't like my religious comments today, you know what to do. Smash the dislike button, or my political comments. People don't like those either. Smash that dislike button. This has been Business Blaze. Subscribe. Suggestions, leave them below. Upvote the ones you like. Thank you to Danny. You're a hero. I'm rambling. Let's wrap it up. Until next time.